Psychology of the Unconscious. By C. G. Jung. Part 1. Chapter 1. Concerning the two kinds of thinking. It is a well-known fact that one of the principles of analytic psychology is that the dream images are to be understood symbolically. That is to say, that they are not to be taken literally just as they are presented in sleep, but that behind them a hidden meaning has to be surmised. It is this ancient idea of a dream symbolism which has challenged not only criticism, but, in addition to that, the strongest opposition. That dreams may be full of import, and, therefore, something to be interpreted, is certainly neither a strange nor an extraordinary idea. This has been familiar to mankind for thousands of years, and, therefore, seems much like a banal truth. The dream interpretations of the Egyptians and Chaldeans, and the story of Joseph who interpreted Pharaoh's dreams, are known to every one, and the dream book of Artemidorus is also familiar. From countless inscribed monuments of all times and peoples we learn of foreboding dreams, of significant, of prophetic and also of curative dreams which the deity sent to the sick, sleeping in the temple. We know the dream of the mother of Augustus, who dreamt she was to be with child by the deity transformed into a snake. We will not heap up references and examples to bear witness to the existence of a belief 9 inches the symbolism of dreams. When an idea is so old, and is so generally believed, it is probably true in some way, and, indeed, as is mostly the case, is not literally true, but is true psychologically. In this distinction lies the reason why the old fogies of science have from time to time thrown away an inherited piece of ancient truth, because it was not literal but psychologic truth. For such discrimination this type of person has at no time had any comprehension. From our experience, it is hardly conceivable that a God existing outside of ourselves causes dreams, or that the dream, eo ipso, foresees the future prophetically. When we translate this into the psychologic, however, then the ancient theories sound much more reconcilable, namely, the dream arises from a part of the mind unknown to us, but none the less important, and is concerned with the desires for the approaching day. This psychologic formula derived from the ancient superstitious conception of dreams, is, so to speak, exactly identified with the Freudian psychology, which assumes a rising wish from the unconscious to be the source of the dream. As the old belief teaches, the deity or the demon speaks in symbolic speech to the sleeper, and the dream interpreter has the riddle to solve. In modern speech we say this means that the dream is a series of images, which are apparently contradictory and nonsensical, but arise in reality from psychologic material which yields a clear meaning. Were I to suppose among my readers a far-reaching ignorance of dream analysis, then I should be obliged to illustrate this statement with numerous examples. Today, however, these things are quite well known, so that one must proceed carefully with everyday dream material, out of consideration for a public educated in these matters. It is a special inconvenience that no dream can be recounted without being obliged to add to it half a life's history which affords the individual foundations of the dream. But there are some few typical dreams which can be told without too great a ballast. One of these is the dream of the sexual assault, which is especially prevalent among women. A girl sleeping after an evening happily spent in dancing, dreams that a robber breaks open her door noisily and stabs through her body with a lance. This theme, which explains itself, has countless variations, some simple, some complicated. Instead of the lance it is a sword, a dagger, a revolver, a gun, a cannon, a hydrant, a watering pot. Or the assault is a burglary, a pursuit, a robbery, or it is someone hidden in the closet or under the bed. Or the danger may be illustrated by wild animals. For instance, a horse which throws the dreamer to the ground and kicks her in the body with his hind foot, lions, tigers, elephants with threatening trunks, and finally snakes in endless variety. Sometimes the snake creeps into the mouth, sometimes it bites the breast like Cleopatra's legendary asp, sometimes it comes in the role of the paradisical snake, or in the variations of Franz Stuck, whose pictures of snakes bear the significant titles, vice, sin, lust. The mixture of lust and anxiety is expressed incomparably in 11 the very atmosphere of these pictures, and far more brutally, indeed, than in Morike's charming poem. The maiden's first love song. What's in the net? Behold. But I am afraid. Do I grasp a sweet eel? Do I seize a snake? Love is a blind. Fisherwoman. Tell the child. Where to seize? Already it leaps in my hands. Oh, pity, or delight. With nestlings and turnings. It coils on my breast. It bites me, oh, wonder. Boldly through the skin. It darts under my heart. Oh, love, I shudder. What can I do, what can I begin? That shuddering thing. There it crackles within. And coils in a ring. It must be poisoned. Here it crawls around. Blissfully I feel as it worms itself into my soul. And kills me finally. All these things are simple, and need no explanation to be intelligible. Somewhat more complicated, but still 12 unmistakable, is the dream of a woman. She sees the triumphal arch of Constantine. A cannon stands before it, to the right of it a bird, to the left a man. A shot flashes out of the tube. The projectile hits her, it goes into her pocket, into her purse. There it remains, and she holds her purse as if something very precious were in it. The image disappears, and she continues to see only the stock of the cannon, and over that Constantine's motto, in hoc signo vinces. These few references to the symbolic nature of dreams are perhaps sufficient. For whomsoever the proof may appear insufficient, and it is certainly insufficient for a beginner, further evidence may be found in the fundamental work of Freud, and in the works of Stekel and Rank, which are fuller in certain particulars. We must assume here that the dream symbolism is an established fact, in order to bring to our study a mind suitably prepared for an appreciation of this work. We would not be successful if we, on the contrary, were to be astonished at the idea that an intellectual image can be projected into our conscious psychic activity. An image which apparently obeys such wholly other laws and purposes than those governing the conscious psychic product. Why are dreams symbolic? Every why in psychology is divided into two separate questions. First, for what purpose are dreams symbolic? We will answer this question only to abandon it at once. Dreams are symbolic in order that they cannot be understood. In order that the wish, which is the source of the dream, may remain unknown. The question why this is so and not otherwise, 13 leads us out into the far-reaching experiences and trains of thought of the Freudian psychology. Here the second question interests us, viz., how is it that dreams are symbolic? That is to say, from where does this capacity for symbolic representation come, of which we, in our conscious daily life, can discover apparently no traces? Let us examine this more closely. Can we really discover nothing symbolic in our everyday thought? Let us follow our trains of thought. Let us take an example. We think of the War of 1870 and 1871. We think about a series of bloody battles, the Siege of Strasbourg, Belfort, Paris, the Treaty of Peace, the foundation of the German Empire, and so on. How have we been thinking? We start with an idea, or super idea, as it is also called, and without thinking of it, but each time merely guided by a feeling of direction, we think about individual reminiscences of the war. In this we can find nothing symbolic, and our whole conscious thinking proceeds according to this type. If we observe our thinking very narrowly, and follow an intensive train of thought, as, for example, the solution of a difficult problem, then suddenly we notice that we are thinking in words. That in wholly intensive thinking we begin to speak to ourselves, or that we occasionally write down the problem, or make a drawing of it so as to be absolutely clear. It must certainly have happened to anyone who has lived for some time in a foreign country, that after a certain period he has begun to think in the language of the country. A very intensive train 14 of thinking works itself out more or less in word form, that is, if one wants to express it, to teach it, or to convince anyone of it. Evidently it directs itself wholly to the outside world. To this extent, this directed or logical thinking is a reality thinking, having a real existence for us. That is to say, a thinking which adjusts itself to actual conditions, where we, expressed in other words, imitate the succession of objectively real things. So that the images in our mind follow after each other in the same strictly causal succession as the historical events outside of our mind. We call this thinking with directed attention. It has, in addition, the peculiarity that one is tired by it, and that, on this account, it is set into action only for a time. Our whole vital accomplishment, which is so expensive, is adaptation to environment. A part of it is the directed thinking, which, biologically expressed, is nothing but a process of psychic assimilation, which, as in every vital accomplishment, leaves behind a corresponding exhaustion. The material with which we think is language and speech concept, a thing which has been used from time immemorial as something external, a bridge for thought, and which has a single purpose, that of communication. As long as we think directedly, we think for others and speak to others. Speech is originally a system of emotional and imitative sounds, sounds which express terror, fear, anger, love. And sounds which imitate the noises of the elements, the rushing and gurgling of water, the rolling of thunder, 15 the tumults of the winds, the tones of the animal world, and so on. And, finally, those which represent a combination of the sounds of perception and of affective reaction. Likewise in the more or less modern languages, large quantities of onomatopoetic relics are retained. For example, sounds for the movement of water. Roshan, risseln, Russian, rinnen, rennen, to rush, Russello, ruiso, river, Rhine. Wasser, wissen, wissern, pissen, piscus, fish. Thus language is originally and essentially nothing but a system of signs or symbols, which denote real occurrences, or their echo in the human soul. Therefore one must decidedly agree with Anatole France, when he says, "What is thought, and how do we think? We think with words, that alone is sensual and brings us back to nature. Think of it. The metaphysician has only the perfected cry of monkeys and dogs with which to construct the system of the world. That which he calls profound speculation and transcendent method is to put end to end in an arbitrary order the natural sounds which cry out hunger, fear, and love in the primitive forests. And to which were attached little by little the meanings which one believed to be abstract, when they were only crude. Do not fear that the succession of small cries, feeble and stifled, which compose a book of philosophy, will teach us so much regarding the universe, that we can live in it no longer. Thus is our directed thinking, and even if we were the loneliest and furthest removed from our fellows, this thinking is nothing but the first notes of a long drawn-out call to our companions that water had been found, 16 that we had killed the bear, that a storm was approaching, or that wolves were prowling around the camp. A striking paradox of Abelard's which expresses in a very intuitive way the whole human limitation of our complicated thinking process, reads, Sermo generator ab intellectu et generat intellectum. Any system of philosophy, no matter how abstract, represents in means and purpose nothing more than an extremely cleverly developed combination of original nature sounds. Hence arises the desire of a Schopenhauer or a Nietzsche for recognition and understanding, and the despair and bitterness of their loneliness. One might expect, perhaps, that a man full of genius could pasture in the greatness of his own thoughts, and renounce the cheap approbation of the crowd which he despises, yet he succumbs to the more powerful impulse of the herd instinct. His searching and his finding, his call, belong to the herd. When I said just now that directed thinking is properly a thinking with words, and quoted that clever testimony of Anatole France as drastic proof of it, a misunderstanding might easily arise, namely, that directed thinking is really only word. That certainly would go too far. Language should, however, be comprehended in a wider sense than that of speech, which is in itself only the expression of the formulated thought which is capable of being communicated in the widest sense. Otherwise, the deaf mute would be limited to the utmost in his capacity for thinking, which is not the case in reality. Without 17 any knowledge of the spoken word, he has his language. This language, considered from the standpoint of history, or in other words, directed thinking, is here a descendant of the primitive words, as, for instance, Wundt expresses it. A further important result of that cooperation of sound and sign interchange consists in the fact that very many words gradually lose altogether their original concrete thought meaning, and turn into signs for general ideas and for the expression of the apperceptive functions of relation and comparison and their products. In this manner abstract thought develops, which, because it would not be possible without the change of meaning lying at the root of it, is indeed a production of that psychic and psychophysical reciprocal action out of which the development of language takes place. Jodl denies the identity of language and thought, because, for one reason, one and the same psychic fact might be expressed in different languages in different ways. From that he draws the conclusion that a superlanguage thinking exists. Certainly there is such a thing, whether with Erdmann one considers it hypologisk, or with Jodl as superlanguage. Only this is not logical thinking. My conception of it agrees with the noteworthy contribution made by Baldwin, which I will quote here word for word. The transmission from prejudgmental to judgmental meaning is just that from knowledge which has social confirmation to that which gets along without it. The meanings utilized for judgment are those already developed in their presuppositions and applications through the confirmation of social intercourse. Thus, the personal judgment, trained in the methods of social 18 rendering, and disciplined by the interaction of its social world, projects its content into that world again. In other words, the platform for all movement into the assertion of individual judgment, the level from which new experience is utilized, is already and always socialized. And it is just this movement that we find reflected in the actual results as the sense of the appropriateness or synonymic character of the meaning rendered. Now the development of thought, as we are to see in more detail, is by a method essentially of trial and error, of experimentation, of the use of meanings as worth more than they are as yet recognized to be worth. The individual must use his own thoughts, his established knowledges, his grounded judgments, for the embodiment of his new inventive constructions. He erects his thought, as we say, schematically, in logic terms, problematically, conditionally, disjunctively, projecting into the world an opinion still peculiar to himself, as if it were true. Thus all discovery proceeds. But this is, from the linguistic point of view, still to use the current language, still to work by meanings already embodied in social and conventional usage. Language grows, therefore, just as thought does, by never losing its synonymic or dual reference. Its meaning is both personal and social. It is the register of tradition, the record of racial conquest, the deposit of all the gains made by the genius of individuals. The social copy system, thus established, reflects the judgmental processes of the race, and in turn becomes the training school of the judgment of new generations. Most of the training of the self, whereby the vagaries of personal reaction to fact and image are reduced to the basis of sound judgment, comes through the use of speech. When the child speaks, he lays before the world his suggestion for a general or common meaning. The reception he gets confirms or refutes him. In either case he is instructed. His next venture is now from a platform of knowledge on which the newer item is more nearly convertible into the common coin of affective intercourse. The point to notice here is not so much the exact mechanism of the exchange, secondary conversion, by which this gain is made, 19 as the training in judgment that the constant use of it affords. In each case, affective judgment is the common judgment. Here the object is to point out that it is secured by the development of a function whose rise is directly ad hoc, directly for the social experimentation by which growth in personal competence is advanced as well, the function of speech. In language, therefore, to sum up the foregoing, we have the tangible, the actual, the historical, instrument of the development and conservation of psychic meaning. It is the material evidence and proof of the concurrence of social and personal judgment. In its synonymic meaning, judged as appropriate, becomes social meaning, held as socially generalized and acknowledged. These arguments of Baldwin abundantly emphasized the wide-reaching limitations of thinking caused by language. These limitations are of the greatest significance, both subjectively and objectively. At least their meaning is great enough to force one to ask oneself if, after all, in regard to independence of thought, Franz Mothner, thoroughly skeptical, is not really correct in his view that thinking is speech and nothing more. Baldwin expresses himself more cautiously and reservedly. Nevertheless, his inner meaning is plainly in favor of the primacy of speech, naturally not in the sense of the spoken word. The directed thinking, or as we might perhaps call it, the thinking in internal speech, is the manifest instrument of culture. And we do not go astray when we say that the powerful work of education which the centuries have given to directed thinking has produced, just through the peculiar development of thinking from the individual subjective into the social objective, a practical application of the human mind to which we owe 20 modern empiricism and technique, and which occurs for absolutely the first time in the history of the world. Inquisitive minds have often tormented themselves with the question why the undoubtedly extraordinary knowledge of mathematics and principles and material facts united with the unexampled art of the human hand in antiquity never arrived at the point of developing those known technical statements of fact. For instance, the principles of simple machines, beyond the realm of the amusing and curious to a real technique in the modern sense. There is necessarily only one answer to this. The ancients almost entirely, with the exception of a few extraordinary minds, lacked the capacity to allow their interest to follow the transformations of inanimate matter to the extent necessary for them to be able to reproduce the process of nature, creatively and through their own art, by means of which alone they could have succeeded in putting themselves in possession of the force of nature. That which they lacked was training in directed thinking, or, to express it psychoanalytically, the ancients did not succeed in tearing loose the libido which might be sublimated, from the other natural relations, and did not turn voluntarily to anthropomorphism. The secret of the development of culture lies in the mobility of the libido, and in its capacity for transference. It is, therefore, to be assumed that the directed thinking of our time is a more or less modern acquisition, which was lacking in earlier times. But with that we come to a further question, viz., what happens if we do not think directedly? Then our thinking 21 lacks the major idea, and the feeling of direction which emanates from that. We no longer compel our thoughts along a definite track, but let them float, sink and mount according to their own gravity. According to Culp, thinking is a kind of inner will action, the absence of which necessarily leads to an automatic play of ideas. James understands the non-directed thinking, or merely associative thinking, as the ordinary one. He expresses himself about that in the following manner. Our thought consists for the great part of a series of images, one of which produces the other, a sort of passive dream state of which the higher animals are also capable. This sort of thinking leads, nevertheless, to reasonable conclusions of a practical as well as of a theoretical nature. As a rule, the links of this sort of irresponsible thinking, which are accidentally bound together, are empirically concrete things, not abstractions. We can, in the following manner, complete these definitions of William James. This sort of thinking does not tire us, it quickly leads us away from reality into fantasies of the past and future. Here, thinking in the form of speech ceases, image crowds upon image, feeling upon feeling. More and more clearly one sees a tendency which creates and makes believe, not as it truly is, but as one indeed might wish it to be. The material of these thoughts which turns away from reality, can naturally be only the past with its thousand memory pictures. The customary speech calls this kind of thinking, dreaming. 22 Whoever attentively observes himself will find the general custom of speech very striking, for almost every day we can see for ourselves how, when falling asleep, fantasies are woven into our dreams. So that between the dreams of day and night there is not so great a difference. Thus we have two forms of thinking, directed thinking and dream or fantasy thinking. The first, working for communication with speech elements, is troublesome and exhausting. The latter, on the contrary, goes on without trouble, working spontaneously, so to speak, with reminiscences. The first creates innovations, adaptations, imitates reality and seeks to act upon it. The latter, on the contrary, turns away from reality, sets free subjective wishes, and is, in regard to adaptation, wholly unproductive. Let us leave aside the query as to why we possess these two different ways of thinking, and turn back to the second proposition, namely, how comes it that we have two different ways of thinking? I have intimated above that history shows us that directed thinking was not always as developed as it is at present. In this age the most beautiful expression of directed thinking is science, and the technique fostered by it. Both things are indebted for their existence simply to an energetic education in directed thinking. At the time, however, when a few forerunners of the present culture, like the poet Petrarch, first began to appreciate nature understandingly, there was already in existence an equivalent for our science, to wit, scholasticism. This took its objects from the fantasies of the past, and it gave to the mind a dialectic 23 training in directed thinking. The only success which beckoned the thinker was rhetorical victory in disputation, and not a visible transformation of reality. The subjects of thinking were often astonishingly fantastical. For example, questions were discussed, such as how many angels could have a place on the point of a needle. Whether Christ could have done his work of redemption equally well if he had come into the world as a pea. The possibility of such problems, to which belong the metaphysical problems in general, viz. To be able to know the unknowable, shows us of what peculiar kind that mind must have been which created such things which to us are the height of absurdity. Nietzsche had guessed, however, at the biological background of this phenomenon when he spoke of the beautiful tension of the Germanic mind which the Middle Ages created. Taken historically, scholasticism, in the spirit of which persons of towering intellectual powers, such as Thomas of Aquinas, Duns Scotus, Abelard, William of Ockham and others, have labored, is the mother of the modern scientific attitude. And a later time will see clearly how and in what scholasticism still furnishes living undercurrents to the science of today. Its whole nature lies in dialectic gymnastics which have raised the symbol of speech, the word, to an almost absolute meaning, so that it finally attained to that substantiality which expiring antiquity could lend to its logos only temporarily. Through attributes of mystical valuation. The great work of scholasticism, however, appears to be the foundation of firmly knitted intellectual sublimation, the conditio 24 sine qua non of the modern scientific and technical spirit. Should we go further back into history, we shall find that which today we call science, dissolved into an indistinct cloud. The modern culture-creating mind is incessantly occupied in stripping off all subjectivity from experience, and in finding those formulas which bring nature and her forces to the best and most fitting expression. It would be an absurd and entirely unjustified self-glorification if we were to assume that we are more energetic or more intelligent than the ancients. Our materials for knowledge have increased, but not our intellectual capacity. For this reason, we become immediately as obstinate and insusceptible in regard to new ideas as people in the darkest times of antiquity. Our knowledge has increased but not our wisdom. The main point of our interest is displaced wholly into material reality. Antiquity preferred a mode of thought which was more closely related to a fantastic type. Except for a sensitive perspicuity towards works of art, not attained since then, we seek in vain in antiquity for that precise and concrete manner of thinking characteristic of modern science. We see the antique spirit create not science but mythology. Unfortunately, we acquire in school only a very paltry conception of the richness and immense power of life of Grecian mythology. Therefore, at first glance, it does not seem possible for us to assume that that energy and interest which today we put into science and technique, the man of antiquity gave in great part to his mythology. That, nevertheless, gives 25 the explanation for the bewildering changes, the kaleidoscopic transformations and new syncretistic groupings, and the continued rejuvenation of the myths in the Grecian sphere of culture. Here, we move in a world of fantasies, which, little concerned with the outer course of things, flows from an inner source, and, constantly changing, creates now plastic, now shadowy shapes. This fantastical activity of the ancient mind created artistically par excellence. The object of the interest does not seem to have been to grasp hold of the how of the real world as objectively and exactly as possibly, but to aesthetically adapt subjective fantasies and expectations. There was very little place among ancient people for the coldness and disillusion which Giordano Bruno's thoughts on eternity and Kepler's discoveries brought to modern humanity. The naive man of antiquity saw in the sun the great father of the heaven and the earth, and in the moon the fruitful good mother. Everything had its demons, they animated equally a human being in his brother, the animal. Everything was considered according to its anthropomorphic or theriomorphic attributes, as human being or animal. Even the disk of the sun was given wings or 4 feet, in order to illustrate its movement. Thus arose an idea of the universe which was not only very far from reality, but was one which corresponded wholly to subjective fantasies. We know, from our own experience, this state of mind. It is an infantile stage. To a child the moon is a man or a face or a shepherd of the stars. The clouds in the sky 26 seem like little sheep, the dolls drink, eat and sleep, the child places a letter at the window for the Christ child. He calls to the stork to bring him a little brother or sister, the cow is the wife of the horse, and the dog the husband of the cat. We know, too, that lower races, like the Negroes, look upon the locomotive as an animal, and call the drawers of the table the child of the table. As we learn through Freud, the dream shows a similar type. Since the dream is unconcerned with the real condition of things, it brings the most heterogeneous matter together, and a world of impossibilities takes the place of realities. Freud finds progression characteristic of thinking when awake. That is to say, the advancement of the thought excitation from the system of the inner or outer perception through the endopsychic work of association, conscious and unconscious, to the motor end, that is to say, towards innervation. In the dream he finds the reverse, namely, regression of the thought excitation from the preconscious or unconscious to the system of perception, by the means of which the dream receives its ordinary impression of sensuous distinctness, which can rise to an almost hallucinating clearness. The dream thinking moves in a retrograde manner towards the raw material of memory. The structure of the dream thoughts is dissolved during the progress of regression into its raw material. The reanimation of the original perception is, however, only one side of regression. The other side is regression to the infantile memory material, which might also be understood as regression to the original perception, but which deserves a special mention 27 on account of its independent importance. This regression might, indeed, be considered as historical. The dream, according to this conception, might also be described as the substitute of the infantile scene, changed through transference into the recent scene. The infantile scene cannot carry through its revival, it must be satisfied with its return as a dream. From this conception of the historical side of regression, it follows consequently that the modes of conclusion of the dream, in so far as one may speak of them, must show at the same time an analogous and infantile character. This is truly the case, as experience has abundantly shown, so that today everyone who is familiar with the subject of dream analysis confirms Freud's proposition that dreams are a piece of the conquered life of the childish soul. Inasmuch as the childish psychic life is undeniably of an archaic type, this characteristic belongs to the dream in quite an unusual degree. Freud calls our attention to this especially. The dream, which fulfills its wishes by a short, regressive path, affords us only an example of the primary method of working of the psychic apparatus, which has been abandoned by us as unsuitable. That which once ruled in the waking state, when the psychical life was still young and impotent, appears to be banished to the dream life, in somewhat the same way as the bow and arrow, those discarded, primitive weapons of adult humanity, have been relegated to the nursery. All this experience suggests to us that we draw a parallel between the fantastical, mythological thinking of antiquity and the similar thinking of children, between 28 the lower human races and dreams. This train of thought is not a strange one for us, but quite familiar through our knowledge of comparative anatomy and the history of development, which show us how the structure and function of the human body are the results of a series of embryonic changes which correspond to similar changes in the history of the race. Therefore, the supposition is justified that ontogenesis corresponds in psychology to phylogenesis. Consequently, it would be true, as well, that the state of infantile thinking in the child's psychic life, as well as in dreams, is nothing but a re-echo of the prehistoric and the ancient. In regard to this, Nietzsche takes a very broad and remarkable standpoint. In our sleep and in our dreams we pass through the whole thought of earlier humanity. I mean, in the same way that man reasons in his dreams, he reasoned when in the waking state many thousands of years. The first causa which occurred to his mind in reference to anything that needed explanation, satisfied him and passed for truth. In the dream this atavistic relic of humanity manifests its existence within us, for it is the foundation upon which the higher rational faculty developed, and which is still developing in every individual. The dream carries us back into earlier states of human culture, and affords us a means of understanding it better. The dream thought is so easy to us now, because we are so thoroughly trained to it through the interminable stages of evolution during which this fantastic and facile form of theorizing has prevailed. To a certain extent the dream is a restorative for the brain, which during the day is called upon to meet the severe demands for trained thought, made by the conditions of a higher civilization. From these facts, we can understand how lately more acute logical thinking, the taking seriously of cause and effect, has been 29 developed. When our functions of reason and intelligence still reach back involuntarily to those primitive forms of conclusion, and we live about half our lives in this condition. We have already seen that Freud, independently of Nietzsche, has reached a similar standpoint from the basis of dream analysis. The step from this established proposition to the perception of the myths as familiar dream images is no longer a great one. Freud has formulated this conclusion himself. The investigation of this folkpsychologic formation, myths, etc., is by no means finished at present. To take an example of this, however, it is probable that the myths correspond to the distorted residue of wish fantasies of whole nations, the secularized dreams of young humanity. Rank understands the myths in a similar manner, as a mass dream of the people. Ricklin has insisted rightly upon the dream mechanism of the fables, and Abraham has done the same for the myths. He says, "The myth is a fragment of the infantile soul life of the people. And thus the myth is a sustained, still remaining fragment from the infantile soul life of the people, and the dream is the myth of the individual." An unprejudiced reading of the above-mentioned authors will certainly allay all doubts concerning the intimate connection between dream psychology and myth psychology. The conclusion results almost from itself, that the age which created the myths thought childishly, that 30 is to say, fantastically, as in our age is still done, to a very great extent, associatively or analogically, in dreams. The beginnings of myth formations, in the child, the taking of fantasies for realities, which is partly in accord with the historical, may easily be discovered among children. One might raise the objection that the mythological inclinations of children are implanted by education. The objection is futile. Has humanity at all ever broken loose from the myths? Every man has eyes and all his senses to perceive that the world is dead, cold and unending, and he has never yet seen a god, nor brought to light the existence of such from empirical necessity. On the contrary, there was need of a fantastic, indestructible optimism, and one far removed from all sense of reality, in order, for example, to discover in the shameful death of Christ really the highest salvation and the redemption of the world. Thus one can indeed withhold from a child the substance of earlier myths but not take from him the need for mythology. One can say, that should it happen that all traditions in the world were cut off with a single blow, then with the succeeding generation, the whole mythology and history of religion would start over again. Only a few individuals succeed in throwing off mythology in a time of a certain intellectual supremacy, the mass never frees itself. Explanations are of no avail, they merely destroy a transitory form of manifestation, but not the creating impulse. Let us again take up our earlier train of thought. We spoke of the ontogenetic re-echo of the phylogenetic 31 psychology among children. We saw that fantastic thinking is a characteristic of antiquity, of the child, and of the lower races. But now we know also that our modern and adult man is given over in large part to this same fantastic thinking, which enters as soon as the directed thinking ceases. A lessening of the interest, a slight fatigue, is sufficient to put an end to the directed thinking, the exact psychological adaptation to the real world, and to replace it with fantasies. We digress from the theme and give way to our own trains of thought. if the slackening of the attention increases, then we lose by degrees the consciousness of the present, and the fantasy enters into possession of the field. Here the important question obtrudes itself: how are fantasies created? From the poets we learn much about it, from science we learn little. The psychoanalytic method, presented to science by Freud, shed light upon this for the first time. It showed us that there are typical cycles. The stutterer imagines he is a great orator. The truth of this, Demosthenes, thanks to his energy, has proven. The poor man imagines himself to be a millionaire, the child an adult. The conquered fight out victorious battles with the conqueror, the unfit torments or delights himself with ambitious plans. We imagine that which we lack. The interesting question of the why of all this we must here leave unanswered, while we return to the historic problem: from what source do the fantasies draw their materials? We chose, as an example, a typical fantasy of puberty. A child in that stage before whom the whole frightening 32 uncertainty of the future fate opens, puts back the uncertainty into the past, through his fantasy, and says, if only I were not the child of my ordinary parents, but the child of a rich and fashionable count, and had been merely passed over to my parents, then some day a golden coach would come, and the count would take his child back with him to his wonderful castle, and so it goes on. As in Grimm's fairy tales which the mother tells to her children. With a normal child, it stops with the fugitive, quickly passing idea which is soon covered over and forgotten. However, at one time, and that was in the ancient world of culture, the fantasy was an openly acknowledged institution. The heroes, I recall Romulus and Remus, Semiramis, Moses and many others, have been separated from their real parents. Others are directly sons of gods, and the noble races derive their family trees from heroes and gods. As one sees by this example, the fantasy of modern humanity is nothing but a re-echo of an old folk belief, which was very widespread originally. The ambitious fantasy chooses, among others, a form which is classic, and which once had a true meaning. The same thing holds good in regard to the sexual fantasy. In the preamble we have spoken of dreams of sexual assault, the robber who breaks into the house and commits a dangerous act. That, too, is a mythological theme, and in the prehistoric era was certainly a reality too. Wholly apart from the fact that the capture of women was something general in the lawless prehistoric times, it was also a subject of mythology in cultivated epochs. I recall the capture of 33 Proserpina, Diana, Europa, the Sabine women, etc. We must not forget that, even today, marriage customs exist in various regions which recall the ancient custom of marriage by capture. The symbolism of the instrument of coitus was an inexhaustible material for ancient fantasy. It furnished a widespread cult that was designated phallic, the object of reverence of which was the phallus. The companion of Dionysus was Phallus, a personification of the phallus proceeding from the phallic herm of Dionysus. The phallic symbols were countless. Among the Sabines, the custom existed for the bridegroom to part the bride's hair with a lance. The bird, the fish and the snake were phallic symbols. In addition, there existed in enormous quantities theriomorphic representations of the sexual instinct, in connection with which the bull, the he-goat, the ram, the boar and the ass were frequently used. An undercurrent to this choice of symbol was furnished by the sodomitic inclination of humanity. When in the dream fantasy of modern man, the feared man is replaced by an animal, there is recurring in the ontogenetic re-echo the same thing which was openly represented by the ancients countless times. There were he-goats which pursued nymphs, satyrs with she-goats. In still older times in Egypt there even existed a shrine of a goat god, which the Greeks called Pan, where the hierodoles prostituted themselves with goats. It is well known that this worship has not died out, but continues to live as a special custom in South Italy and Greece. Today we feel for such a thing nothing but the deepest 34 abhorrence, and never would admit it still slumbered in our souls. Nevertheless, just as truly as the idea of the sexual assault is there, so are these things there too. Which we should contemplate still more closely, not through moral eyeglasses, with horror, but with interest as a natural science, since these things are venerable relics of past culture periods. We have, even today, a clause in our penal code against sodomy. But that which was once so strong as to give rise to a worship among a highly developed people has probably not wholly disappeared from the human soul during the course of a few generations. We may not forget that since the Symposium of Plato, in which homosexuality faces us on the same level with the so-called normal sexuality, only 80 generations have passed. And what are 80 generations? They shrink to an imperceptible period of time when compared with the space of time which separates us from the Homo neanderthalensis or heidelbergensis. I might call to mind, in this connection, some choice thoughts of the great historian Guglielmo Ferrero. It is a very common belief that the further man is separated from the present by time, the more does he differ from us in his thoughts and feelings. That the psychology of humanity changes from century to century, like fashions of literature. Therefore, no sooner do we find in past history an institution, a custom, a law, or a belief a little different from those with which we are familiar, than we immediately search for some complex meanings, which frequently resolve themselves into phrases of doubtful significance. Indeed, man does not change so quickly, his psychology at bottom remains the same, and even if his culture varies much from one epoch to another, it does not change the functioning of his mind. The fundamental laws of the mind remain the same, at 35 least during the short historical period of which we have knowledge, and all phenomena, even the most strange, must be capable of explanation by those common laws of the mind which we can recognize in ourselves. The psychologist should accept this viewpoint without reservation as peculiarly applicable to himself. Today, indeed, in our civilization the phallic processions, the Dionysian mysteries of classical Athens, the bare-faced phallic emblems, have disappeared from our coins, houses, temples and streets. So also have the theriomorphic representations of the deity been reduced to small remnants, like the dove of the Holy Ghost, the Lamb of God and the cock of Peter adorning our church towers. In the same way, the capture and violation of women have shrunken away to crimes. Yet all of this does not affect the fact that we, in childhood, go through a period in which the impulses toward these archaic inclinations appear again and again, and that through all our life we possess, side by side with the newly recruited, directed and adapted thought, a fantastic thought which corresponds to the thought of the centuries of antiquity and barbarism. Just as our bodies still keep the reminders of old functions and conditions in many old-fashioned organs, so our minds, too, which apparently have outgrown those archaic tendencies, nevertheless bear the marks of the evolution passed through. And the very ancient re-echoes, at least dreamily, in fantasies. The symbolism which Freud has discovered, is revealed as an expression of a thinking and of an impulse limited to the dream, to wrong conduct, and to derangements 36 of the mind. Which form of thinking and impulse at one time ruled as the mightiest influence in past culture epochs. The question of whence comes the inclination and ability which enables the mind to express itself symbolically, brings us to the distinction between the two kinds of thinking, the directed and adapted on one hand, and the subjective, fed by our own egotistic wishes, on the other. The latter form of thinking, presupposing that it were not constantly corrected by the adapted thinking, must necessarily produce an overwhelmingly subjectively distorted idea of the world. We regard this state of mind as infantile. It lies in our individual past, and in the past of mankind. With this we affirm the important fact that man in his fantastic thinking has kept a condensation of the psychic history of his development. An extraordinarily important task, which even today is hardly possible, is to give a systematic description of fantastic thinking. One may, at the most, sketch it. While directed thinking is a phenomenon conscious throughout, the same cannot be asserted of fantastic thinking. Doubtless, a great part of it still falls entirely in the realm of the conscious, but, at least, just as much goes along in half-shadows, and generally an undetermined amount in the unconscious, and this can, therefore, be disclosed only indirectly. By means of fantastic thinking, directed thinking is connected with the oldest foundations of the human mind, which have been for a long time beneath the threshold of the consciousness. The products of this fantastic 37 thinking arising directly from the consciousness are, first, waking dreams, or daydreams, to which Freud, Flournoy, Pick and others have given special attention. Then the dreams which offer to the consciousness, at first, a mysterious exterior, and win meaning only through the indirectly inferred unconscious contents. Lastly, there is a so-called wholly unconscious fantasy system in the split-off complex, which exhibits a pronounced tendency towards the production of a dissociated personality. Our foregoing explanations show wherein the products arising from the unconscious are related to the mythical. From all these signs it may be concluded that the soul possesses in some degree historical strata, the oldest stratum of which would correspond to the unconscious. The result of that must be that an introversion occurring in later life, according to the Freudian teaching, seizes upon regressive infantile reminiscences taken from the individual past. That first points out the way. Then, with stronger introversion and regression, strong repressions, introversion psychoses, there come to light pronounced traits of an archaic mental kind which, under certain circumstances, might go as far as the re-echo of a once manifest archaic mental product. This problem deserves to be more thoroughly discussed. As a concrete example, let us take the history of the pious Abbé Eger which Anatole France has communicated to us. This priest was a hypercritical man, and much given to fantasies, especially in regard to one question, viz., the fate of Judas. Whether he was 38 really damned, as the teaching of the Church asserts, to everlasting punishment, or whether God had pardoned him after all. Eger sided with the intelligent point of view that God, in his all-wisdom, had chosen Judas as an instrument, in order to bring about the highest point of the work of redemption by Christ. This necessary instrument, without the help of which the human race would not have been a sharer in salvation, could not possibly be damned by the all-good God. In order to put an end to his doubts, Eger went one night to the church, and made supplication for a sign that Judas was saved. Then he felt a heavenly touch upon his shoulder. Following this, Eger told the archbishop of his resolution to go out into the world to preach God's unending mercy. Here we have a richly developed fantasy system before us. It is concerned with the subtle and perpetually undecided question as to whether the legendary figure of Judas is damned or not. The Judas legend is, in itself, mythical material, viz., the malicious betrayal of a hero. I recall Siegfried and Hagen, Balder and Loki. Siegfried and Balder were murdered by a faithless traitor from among their closest associates. This myth is moving and tragic. It is not honorable battle which kills the noble, but evil treachery. It is, too, an occurrence which is historical over and over again. One thinks of Caesar and Brutus. Since the myth of such a deed is very old, and still the subject of teaching and repetition, it is the expression of a psychological fact, that envy does not allow humanity to sleep, and that all of us carry, in a 39 hidden recess of our heart, a deadly wish towards the hero. This rule can be applied generally to mythical tradition. It does not set forth any account of the old events, but rather acts in such a way that it always reveals a thought common to humanity, and once more rejuvenated. Thus, for example, the lives and deeds of the founders of old religions are the purest condensations of typical, contemporaneous myths, behind which the individual figure entirely disappears. But why does our pious abbé torment himself with the old Judas legend? He first went into the world to preach the gospel of mercy, and then, after some time, he separated from the Catholic Church and became a Swedenborgian. Now we understand his Judas fantasy. He was the Judas who betrayed his Lord. Therefore, first of all, he had to make sure of the divine mercy, in order to be Judas in peace. This case throws a light upon the mechanism of the fantasies in general. The known, conscious fantasy may be of mythical or other material, it is not to be taken seriously as such, for it has an indirect meaning. If we take it, however, as important per se, then the thing is not understandable, and makes one despair of the efficiency of the mind. But we saw, in the case of Abbé Eger, that his doubts and his hopes did not turn upon the historical problem of Judas, but upon his own personality, which wished to win a way to freedom for itself through the solution of the Judas problem. The conscious fantasies tell us of mythical or other material of undeveloped or no longer recognized wish-40 tendencies in the soul. As is easily to be understood, an innate tendency, an acknowledgement of which one refuses to make, and which one treats as non-existent, can hardly contain a thing that may be in accord with our conscious character. It concerns the tendencies which are considered immoral, and as generally impossible, and the strongest resentment is felt towards bringing them into the consciousness. What would Edgar have said had he been told confidentially that he was preparing himself for the Judas role? And what in ourselves do we consider immoral and non-existent, or which we at least wish were non-existent? It is that which in antiquity lay widespread on the surface, viz., sexuality in all its various manifestations. Therefore, we need not wonder in the least when we find this at the base of most of our fantasies, even if the fantasies have a different appearance. Because Edgar found the damnation of Judas incompatible with God's goodness, he thought about the conflict in that way, that is the conscious sequence. Along with this is the unconscious sequence. Because Edgar himself wished to be a Judas, he first made sure of the goodness of God. To Edgar, Judas was the symbol of his own unconscious tendency, and he made use of this symbol in order to be able to meditate over his unconscious wish. The direct coming into consciousness of the Judas wish would have been too painful for him. Thus, there must be typical myths which are really the instruments of a folk psychological complex treatment. Jacob Burckhardt seems to have suspected this when he once said that every Greek of the classical era carried in himself 41 a fragment of the Oedipus, just as every German carries a fragment of Faust. The problem which the simple story of the Abbé Edgar has brought clearly before us confronts us again when we prepare to examine fantasies which owe their existence this time to an exclusively unconscious work. We are indebted for the material which we will use in the following chapters to the useful publication of an American woman, Miss Frank Miller, who has given to the world some poetical unconsciously formed fantasies under the title Quelques faits d'imagination créatrice subconscient. Volume 5, Archives de Psychology, 1906. Chapter 2. The Miller Fantasies. We know, from much psychoanalytic experience, that whenever one recounts his fantasies or his dreams, he deals not only with the most important and intimate of his problems, but with the one the most painful at that moment. Since in the case of Miss Miller we have to do with a complicated system, we must give our attention carefully to the particulars which I will discuss, following as best I can Miss Miller's presentation. In the first chapter, Phénomènes de suggestion passagère ou d'autosuggestion instantanée, Miss Miller gives a list of examples of her unusual suggestibility, which she herself considers as a symptom of her nervous temperament. For example, she is excessively fond of caviar, whereas some of her relatives loathe it. However, as soon as anyone expresses his loathing, she herself feels momentarily the same loathing. I do not need to emphasize especially the fact that such examples are very important in individual psychology, that caviar is a food for which nervous women frequently have an especial predilection, is a fact well known to the psychoanalyst. Miss Miller has an extraordinary faculty for taking 43 other people's feelings upon herself, and of identification. For example, she identifies herself to such a degree in Cyrano, with the wounded Christian de Neuvillette, that she feels in her own breast a truly piercing pain at that place where Christian received the deadly blow. From the viewpoint of analytic psychology, the theater, aside from any aesthetic value, may be considered as an institution for the treatment of the mass complex. The enjoyment of the comedy, or of the dramatic plot ending happily, is produced by an unreserved identification of one's own complexes with the play. The enjoyment of tragedy lies in the thrilling yet satisfactory feeling that something which might occur to one's self is happening to another. The sympathy of our author with the dying Christian means that there is in her a complex awaiting a similar solution, which whispers softly to her, Hodi tibi, cras mihi. And that one may know exactly what is considered the effectual moment. Miss Miller adds that she felt a pain in her breast, lorsque Sarah Bernhard se précipite sur lui pour étancher le sang de sa blessure. Therefore the effectual moment is when the love between Christian and Roxanne comes to a sudden end. If we glance over the whole of Rostand's play, we come upon certain moments, the effect of which one cannot easily escape and which we will emphasize here because they have meaning for all that follows. Cyrano de Bergerac, with the long ugly nose, on account of which he undertakes countless duels, loves Roxane, who, for her part unaware of it, loves Christian, because of the beautiful verses which really originate from Cyrano's 44 pen, but which apparently come from Christian. Cyrano is the misunderstood one, whose passionate love and noble soul no one suspects. The hero who sacrifices himself for others, and, dying, just in the evening of life, reads to her once more Christian's last letter, the verses which he himself had composed. Roxane, adieu, je vais mourir. C'est pour ce soir, je crois, ma bien-aimée. Je l'aime lourd encore d'amour inexprime. Et je meurs. Jamais plus, jamais mes gris. Mes regards don't citate les frémissantes fates. Ne baiseront au vol les gestes que vous faites. Je revois un petit que vous est familier. Pour toucher votre front et je voudrais crier. Et je crie. Adieu, ma chère, ma chérie. Mon trésor, mon amour. Mon cœur ne vous quitte jamais un seconde. Et je suis et je serai jusque dans l'autre monde. Celui que vous aime sans measure, celui. Whereupon Roxane recognizes in him the real loved one. It is already too late, death comes. And in agonized delirium, Cyrano raises himself, and draws his sword. Je crois, tu el regard. Tu os regarder mon nez, la camarde. Il lève son épée. Que dites-vous? C'est inutile. Je le sais. Mais on ne bat pas dans l'espoir du succès. Non. Non. C'est bien plus beau, lorsque c'est inutile. Tu es que c'est que tout cela, vous êtes mille. Ah. Je vous reconnais, tu mes vieux ennemis. Le mensonge. Il frappe de son épée le vide. 45 tiens, ha. Ha. Les compromis. Les préjuges, les liquides. Il frappe. Que je pactis. Jamais, jamais, ah, te voilà, toi, la satis. Je sais bien tuer la fin vous me mettres à bas. N'importe, je me bats. Je me bats. Je me bats. Oui, vous aimeriez tout, le laurier et la rose. Ariches. Il et malgré vous quelque chose. Que je importe, et soir, quand je entrerai chez Dieu. Mon salut belayer enlargement le sol bleu. Quelque chose que sans un pli, sans un tach. J'importe malgré vous, et c'est, mon panache. Cyrano, who under the hateful exterior of his body hid a soul so much more beautiful, is a yearner and one misunderstood, and his last triumph is that he departs, at least, with a clean shield, sans un pli et sans un tach. The identification of the author with the dying Christian, who in himself is a figure but little impressive and sympathetic, expresses clearly that a sudden end is destined for her love just as for Christian's love. The tragic intermezzo with Christian, however, is played as we have seen upon a background of much wider significance, viz., the misunderstood love of Cyrano for Roxane. Therefore, the identification with Christian has only the significance of a substitute memory, Dekerinnerung, and is really intended for Cyrano. That this is just what we might expect will be seen in the further course of our analysis. Besides this story of identification with Christian, there follows as a further example an extraordinarily plastic 46 memory of the sea, evoked by the sight of a photograph of a steamboat on the high seas. Je sendis les pulsations de machines, le soulèvement de vagues, le balancement du navire. We may mention here the supposition that there are connected with sea journeys particularly impressive and strong memories which penetrate deeply into the soul and give an especially strong character to the surface memories through unconscious harmony. To what extent the memories assumed here agree with the above-mentioned problem we shall see in the following pages. This example, following at this time, is singular. Once, while in bathing, Miss Miller wound a towel around her hair, in order to protect it from a wetting. At the same moment she had the following strong impression. Il me semble que j'étais sur un piédestal, un véritable statue Egyptian, avec tous ses details, membres raides, un pied en avant, la main tenante de insignes, and so on. Miss Miller identified herself, therefore, with an Egyptian statue, and naturally the foundation for this was a subjective pretension. That is to say, I am like an Egyptian statue, just as stiff, wooden, sublime and impassive, qualities for which the Egyptian statue is proverbial. One does not make such an assertion to oneself without an inner compulsion, and the correct formula might just as well be, as stiff, wooden, etc., as an Egyptian statue I might indeed be. The sight of one's own unclothed body in a bath has undeniable effects for the fantasy, which can be set at rest by the above formula. 47. The example which follows this, emphasizes the author's personal influence upon an artist. J'ai réussi à lui faire rendre de paysages, comme ceux du lac Léman, il n'a jamais été. Il prétendait que j'ai pouvais lui faire rendre de choses qu'il n'avait jamais vues, et lui donner la sensation d'une atmosphère ambiante qu'il n'avait jamais sentie. Bref que j'ai me servais de lui comme lui-même se servait de son crayon, c'est à dire comme d'un simple instrument. This observation stands in abrupt contrast to the fantasy of the Egyptian statue. Miss Miller had here the unspoken need of emphasizing her almost magic effect upon another person. This could not have happened either, without an unconscious need, which is particularly felt by one who does not often succeed in making an emotional impression upon a fellow being. With that, the list of examples which are to picture Miss Miller's autosuggestibility in suggestive effect, is exhausted. In this respect, the examples are neither especially striking nor interesting. From an analytical viewpoint, on the contrary, they are much more important, since they afford us a glance into the soul of the writer. Ferenczi has taught us in an excellent work what is to be thought about suggestibility, that is to say, that these phenomena win new aspects in the light of the Freudian libido theory. In so much as their effects become clear through Libido-Besetzungen. This was already indicated above in the discussion of the examples, and in the greatest detail regarding the identification with Christian. The identification becomes effective by its receiving an influx of energy from the strongly accentuated 48 thought and emotional feeling underlying the Christian motif. Just the reverse is the suggestive effect of the individual in an especial capacity for concentrating interest, that is to say, libido, upon another person, by which the other is unconsciously compelled to reaction, the same or opposed. The majority of the examples concern cases where Miss Miller is put under the effects of suggestion. That is to say, when the libido has spontaneously gained possession of certain impressions, and this is impossible if the libido is dammed up to an unusual degree by the lack of application to reality. Miss Miller's observations about suggestibility inform us, therefore, of the fact that the author is pleased to tell us in her following fantasies something of the history of her love. Chapter 3. The Hymn of Creation. The second chapter in Miss Miller's work is entitled, Gloire à Dieu. Poème onirique. When 20 years of age, Miss Miller took a long journey through Europe. We leave the description of it to her. After a long and rough journey from New York to Stockholm, from there to Petersburg and Odessa, I found it a true pleasure to leave the world of inhabited cities, and to enter the world of waves. Sky and silence, I stayed hours long on deck to dream, stretched out in a reclining chair. The histories, legends and myths of the different countries which I saw in the distance, came back to me indistinctly blended together in a sort of luminous mist, in which things lost their reality, while the dreams and thoughts alone took on somewhat the appearance of reality. At first, I even avoided all company and kept to myself, lost wholly in my dreams, where all that I knew of great, beautiful and good came back into my consciousness with new strength and new life. I also employed a great part of my time writing to my distant friends, reading and sketching out short poems about the regions visited. Some of these poems were of a very serious character. It may seem superfluous, perhaps, to enter intimately into all these details. If we recall, however, the remark made above, that when people let their unconscious speak, they always tell us the most important things of their intimate selves, then even the smallest detail appears to have meaning. Valuable personalities invariably tell us, through their unconscious, things that are generally valuable, so that patient interest is rewarded. Miss Miller describes here a state of introversion. After the life of the cities with their many impressions had been absorbing her interest, with that already discussed strength of suggestion which powerfully enforced the impression, she breathed freely upon the ocean. And after so many external impressions, became engrossed wholly in the internal with intentional abstraction from the surroundings, so that things lost their reality and dreams became truth. We know from psychopathology that certain mental disturbances exist which are first manifested by the individuals shutting themselves off slowly, more and more, from reality and sinking into their fantasies, during which process, in proportion as the reality loses its hold, the inner world gains in reality and determining power. This process leads to a certain point, which varies with the individual, when the patients suddenly become more or less conscious of their separation from reality. The event which then enters is the pathological excitation, that is to say, the patients begin to turn towards the environment, with diseased views, to be sure, which, however, still represent the compensating, although unsuccessful, attempt at transference. The methods of reaction are, naturally, very different. I will not concern myself more closely about this here. This type appears to be generally a psychological rule 51 which holds good for all neuroses and, therefore, also for the normal in a much less degree. We might, therefore, expect that Miss Miller, after this energetic and persevering introversion, which had even encroached for a time upon the feeling of reality, would succumb anew to an impression of the real world and also to just as suggestive and energetic an influence as that of her dreams. Let us proceed with the narrative. But as the journey drew to an end, the ship's officers outdid themselves in kindness, tout ce qu'il de plus impress et de plus aimable, and I passed many amusing hours teaching them English. On the Sicilian coast, in the harbor of Catania, I wrote a sailor's song which was very similar to a song well known on the sea, brine, wine and damsels fine. The Italians in general all sing very well, and one of the officers who sang on deck during night watch, had made a great impression upon me and had given me the idea of writing some words adapted to his melody. Soon after that, I was very nearly obliged to reverse the well-known saying, Vetter Napoli e poi morir, that is to say, suddenly I became very ill, although not dangerously so. I recovered to such an extent, however, that I could go on land to visit the sights of the city in a carriage. This day tired me very much, and since we had planned to see Pisa the following day, I went on board early in the evening and soon lay down to sleep without thinking of anything more serious than the beauty of the officers and the ugliness of the Italian beggars. One is somewhat disappointed at meeting here, instead of the expected impression of reality, rather a small intermezzo, a flirtation. Nevertheless, one of the officers, the singer, had made a great impression, il m'avait fait beaucoup d'impression. The remark at the close of the description, sans songer a rien de plus sérieux que la 52 buts d'officiers, and so on, diminishes the seriousness of the impression, it is true. The assumption, however, that the impression openly influenced the mood very much, is supported by the fact that a poem upon a subject of such an erotic character came forth immediately, brine, wine and damsels fine, and in the singer's honor. One is only too easily inclined to take such an impression lightly, and one admits so gladly the statements of the participators when they represent everything as simple and not at all serious. I dwell upon this impression at length, because it is important to know that an erotic impression after such an introversion, has a deep effect and is undervalued, possibly, by Miss Miller. The suddenly passing sickness is obscure and needs a psychologic interpretation which cannot be touched upon here because of lack of data. The phenomena now to be described can only be explained as arising from a disturbance which reaches to the very depths of her being. From Naples to Livorno, the ship traveled for a night, during which I slept more or less well. My sleep, however, is seldom deep or dreamless. It seemed to me as if my mother's voice wakened me, just at the end of the following dream. At first I had a vague conception of the words, "When the morning stars sang together," which were the preludium of a certain confused representation of creation and of the mighty chorales resounding through the universe. In spite of the strange, contradictory, and confused character which is peculiar to the dream, there was mingled in it the chorus of an oratorio which has been given by one of the foremost musical societies of New York. And with that were also memories of Milton's Paradise Lost. Then from out of this whirl, there slowly emerged certain words, which arranged themselves into 3 strophes and, indeed, they seemed 53 to be in my own handwriting on ordinary blue-lined writing paper on a page of my old poetry book which I always carried around with me. In short, they appeared to me exactly as some minutes later they were in reality in my book. Miss Miller now wrote down the following poem, which she rearranged somewhat a few months later, to make it more nearly, in her opinion, like the dream original. When the Eternal first made sound, a myriad ears sprang out to hear. And throughout all the universe, there rolled an echo deep and clear. All glory to the God of sound. When the Eternal first made light, a myriad eyes sprang out to look. And hearing ears and seeing eyes, once more a mighty choral took. All glory to the God of light. When the Eternal first gave love, a myriad hearts sprang into life. Ears filled with music, eyes with light, pealed forth with hearts with love all rife. All glory to the God of love. Before we enter upon Miss Miller's attempt to bring to light through her suppositions the root of this subliminal creation, we will attempt a short analytic survey of the material already in our possession. The impression on the ship has already been properly emphasized, so that we need have no further difficulty in gaining possession of the dynamic process which brought about this poetical revelation. It was made clear in the preceding 54 paragraphs that Miss Miller possibly had not inconsiderably undervalued the importance of the erotic impression. This assumption gains in probability through experience, which shows that, very generally, relatively weak erotic impressions are greatly undervalued. One can see this best in cases where those concerned, either from social or moral grounds, consider an erotic relation as something quite impossible. For example, parents and children, brothers and sisters, relations, homosexual, between older and younger men, and so on. If the impression is relatively slight, then it does not exist at all for the participators. If the impression is strong, then a tragic dependence arises, which may result in some great nonsense, or be carried to any extent. This lack of understanding can go unbelievably far. Mothers, who see the first erections of the small son in their own bed, a sister who half playfully embraces her brother, a 20-year-old daughter who still seats herself on her father's lap, and then has strange sensations in her abdomen. They are all morally indignant to the highest degree if one speaks of sexuality. Finally, our whole education is carried on with the tacit agreement to know as little as possible of the erotic, and to spread abroad the deepest ignorance in regard to it. It is no wonder, therefore, that the judgment, in puncto, of the importance of an erotic impression is generally unsafe and inadequate. Miss Miller was under the influence of a deep erotic impression, as we have seen. Because of the sum total of the feelings aroused by this, it does not seem that this impression was more than dimly realized, for the dream 55 had to contain a powerful repetition. From analytic experience, one knows that the early dreams which patients bring for analysis are none the less of a special interest, because of the fact that they bring out criticisms and valuations of the physician's personality, which previously would have been asked for directly in vain. They enrich the conscious impression which the patient had of his physician, and often concerning very important points. They are naturally erotic observations which the unconscious was forced to make, just because of the quite universal undervaluation and uncertain judgment of the relatively weak erotic impression. In the drastic and hyperbolic manner of expression of the dream, the impression often appears in almost unintelligible form on account of the immeasurable dimension of the symbol. A further peculiarity which seems to rest upon the historic strata of the unconscious, is this, that an erotic impression, to which conscious acknowledgement is denied, usurps an earlier and discarded transference and expresses itself in that. Therefore, it frequently happens, for example, that among young girls at the time of their first love, remarkable difficulties develop in the capacity for erotic expression, which may be reduced analytically to disturbances through a regressive attempt at resuscitation of the father image, or the father imago. Indeed, one might presume something similar in Miss Miller's case, for the idea of the masculine creative deity is a derivation, analytically and historically psychologic, of the father imago, and aims, above all, to replace the discarded infantile father transference in such a way 56 that for the individual the passing from the narrow circle of the family into the wider circle of human society may be simpler, or made easier. In the light of this reflection, we can see, in the poem and its preludium, the religious, poetically formed product of an introversion depending upon the surrogate of the father imago. In spite of the incomplete apperception of the effectual impression, essential component parts of this are included in the idea of compensation, as marks, so to speak, of its origin. Pfister has coined for this the striking expression, law of the return of the complex. The effectual impression was that of the officer singing in the night watch, when the morning stars sang together. The idea of this opened a new world to the girl. Creation. This creator has created tone, then light, and then love. That the first to be created should have been tone, can be made clear only individually, for there is no cosmogony except the gnosis of Hermes, a generally quite unknown system, which would have such tendencies. But now we might venture a conjecture, which is already apparent, and which soon will be proven thoroughly, viz. The following chain of associations: the singer, the singing morning stars, the god of tone, the creator, the god of light, of the sun, of the fire, and of love. The links of this chain are proven by the material, with the exception of sun and fire, which I put in parentheses, but which, however, will be proven through what follows in the further course of the analysis. All of these expressions, with one exception, belong to erotic speech. My 57 God, star, light, my sun, fire of love, fiery love, etc. Creator appears indistinct at first, but becomes understandable through the reference to the undertone of eros, to the vibrating chord of nature, which attempts to renew itself in every pair of lovers, and awaits the wonder of creation. Miss Miller had taken pains to disclose the unconscious creation of her mind to her understanding, and, indeed through a procedure which agrees in principle with psychoanalysis, and, therefore, leads to the same results as psychoanalysis. But, as usually happens with laymen and beginners, Miss Miller, because she had no knowledge of psychoanalysis, left off at the thoughts which necessarily bring the deep complex lying at the bottom of it to light in an indirect, that is to say, censored manner. More than this, a simple method, merely the carrying out of the thought to its conclusion, is sufficient to discover the meaning. Miss Miller finds it astonishing that her unconscious fantasy does not, following the Mosaic account of creation, put light in the first place, instead of tone. Now follows an explanation, theoretically constructed and correct ad hoc, the hollowness of which is, however, characteristic of all similar attempts at explanation. She says, "It is perhaps interesting to recall that Anaxagoras also had the cosmos arise out of chaos through a sort of whirlwind, which does not happen usually without producing sound. But at this time I had studied no philosophy, and knew nothing either of Anaxagoras or of his theories about the new Omicron, which I, unconsciously, was openly following. At that time, also, I was equally 58 inches complete ignorance of Leibniz, and, therefore, knew nothing of his doctrine dum deus calculat, fit mundus." Miss Miller's references to Anaxagoras and to Leibniz both refer to creation by means of thought. That is to say, that divine thought alone could bring forth a new material reality, a reference at first not intelligible, but which will soon, however, be more easily understood. We now come to those fancies from which Miss Miller principally drew her unconscious creation. In the first place, there is the Paradise Lost, by Milton, which we had at home in the edition illustrated by Dorr, and which had often delighted me from childhood. Then the Book of Job, which had been read aloud to me since the time of my earliest recollection. Moreover, if one compares the first words of Paradise Lost with my first verse, one notices that there is the same verse measure. Of man's first disobedience. When the Eternal first made sound. My poem also recalls various passages in Job, and one or two places in Handel's oratorio, The Creation, which came out very indistinctly in the first part of the dream. The lost paradise, which, as is well known, is so closely connected with the beginning of the world, is made more clearly evident by the verse. Of man's first disobedience. Which is concerned evidently with the fall. The meaning of which need not be shown any further. I know the objection which everyone unacquainted with psychoanalysis will raise, viz. That Miss Miller might just as well have chosen any other verse as an example, and that, accidentally, she had taken the first one that happened 59 to appear which had this content, also accidentally. As is well known, the criticism which we hear equally from our medical colleagues, and from our patients, is generally based on such arguments. This misunderstanding arises from the fact that the law of causation in the psychical sphere is not taken seriously enough, that is to say, there are no accidents, no just as wells. It is so, and there is, therefore, a sufficient reason at hand why it is so. It is moreover true that Miss Miller's poem is connected with the fall, wherein just that erotic component comes forth, the existence of which we have surmised above. Miss Miller neglects to tell which passages in Job occurred to her mind. These, unfortunately, are therefore only general suppositions. Take first, the analogy to the lost paradise. Job lost all that he had, and this was due to an act of Satan, who wished to incite him against God. In the same way mankind, through the temptation of the serpent, lost paradise, and was plunged into earth's torments. The idea, or rather the mood which is expressed by the reference to the lost paradise, is Miss Miller's feeling that she had lost something which was connected with satanic temptation. To her it happened, just as to Job, that she suffered innocently, for she did not fall a victim to temptation. Job's sufferings are not understood by his friends, no one knows that Satan has taken a hand in the game, and that Job is truly innocent. Job never tires of avowing his innocence. Is there a hint in that? We know that certain neurotic and especially mentally diseased people continually defend their innocence against non-existent attacks. However, one discovers at a closer examination that the patient, while he apparently defends his innocence without reason, fulfills with that a Dekhandlung, the energy for which arises from just those impulses, whose sinful character is revealed by the contents of the pretended reproach and calumny. Job suffered doubly, on one side through the loss of his fortune, on the other through the lack of understanding in his friends, the latter can be seen throughout the book. The suffering of the misunderstood recalls the figure of Cyrano de Bergerac. He too suffered doubly, on one side through hopeless love, on the other side through misunderstanding. He falls, as we have seen, in the last hopeless battle against le mensonge, les compromis, les préjugés, les liquides et la sottistat, oui, vous émerites tout le laurier et la rose. Job laments. God delivereth me to the ungodly, and casteth me into the hands of the wicked. I was at ease, and he brake me asunder. Yea, he hath taken me by the neck, and dashed me to pieces. He hath also set me up for his mark. His archers compass me round about. He cleaveth my reins asunder, and doth not spare. He poureth out my gall upon the ground. He breaketh me with breach upon breach. He runneth upon me like a giant. Job 16, 11-15. The analogy of feeling lies in the suffering of the hopeless struggle against the more powerful. It is as if this conflict were accompanied from afar by the sounds of 61-inch creation, which brings up a beautiful and mysterious image belonging to the unconscious, and which has not yet forced its way up to the light of the upper world. We surmise, rather than know, that this battle has really something to do with creation, with the struggles between negations and affirmations. The references to Rostand's Cyrano, through the identification with Christian, to Milton's Paradise Lost, to the sorrows of Job, misunderstood by his friends, betray plainly that in the soul of the poet something was identified with these ideas. She also has suffered like Cyrano and Job, has lost paradise, and dreams of creation, creation by means of thought, fruition through the whirlwind of Anaxagoras. We once more submit ourselves to Miss Miller's guidance. I remember that when 15 years old, I was once very much stirred up over an article, read aloud to me by my mother, concerning the idea which spontaneously produced its object. I was so excited that I could not sleep all night because of thinking over and over again what that could mean. From the age of 9 to 16, I went every Sunday to a Presbyterian church, in charge of which, at that time, was a very cultured minister. In one of the earliest memories which I have retained of him, I see myself as a very small girl sitting in a very large pew, continually endeavoring to keep myself awake and pay attention. Without in the least being able to understand what he meant when he spoke to us of chaos, cosmos, and the gift of love, don d'amour. There are also rather early memories of the awakening of puberty, 9 to 16, which have connected the idea of the cosmos springing from chaos with the 62-inch don d'amour. The medium in which these associations occur is the memory of a certain very much honored ecclesiastic who spoke those dark words. From the same period of time comes the remembrance of that excitement about the idea of the creative thought, which from itself produced its object. Here are two ways of creation intimated, the creative thought, and the mysterious reference to the don d'amour. At the time when I had not yet understood the nature of psychoanalysis, I had a fortunate opportunity of winning through continual observation a deep insight into the soul of a 15-year-old girl. Then I discovered, with astonishment, what the contents of the unconscious fantasies are, and how far removed they are from those which a girl of that age shows outwardly. There are wide-reaching fantasies of truly mythical fruitfulness. The girl was, in the split-off fantasy, the race mother of uncounted peoples. If we deduct the poetically spoken fantasy of the girl, elements are left which at that age are common to all girls. For the unconscious content is to an infinitely greater degree common to all mankind than the content of the individual consciousness. For it is the condensation of that which is historically the average and ordinary. Miss Miller's problem at this age was the common human problem: how am I to be creative? Nature knows but one answer to that, through the child, don d'amour. But how is the child attained? Here the terrifying problem emerges, which, as our analytic experience shows, is connected with the father, where 63 it cannot be solved. Because the original sin of incest weighs heavily for all time upon the human race. The strong and natural love which binds the child to the father, turns away in those years during which the humanity of the father would be all too plainly recognized, to the higher forms of the father, to the fathers of the church. And to the Father God, visibly represented by them, and in that there lies still less possibility of solving the problem. However, mythology is not lacking in consolations. Has not the Logos become flesh too? Has not the divine Pneuma, even the Logos, entered the Virgin's womb and lived among us as the Son of Man? That whirlwind of Anaxagoras was precisely the divine Nu Omicron which from out of itself has become the world. Why do we cherish the image of the Virgin Mother even to this day? Because it is always comforting and says without speech or noisy sermon to the one seeking comfort, I too have become a mother, through the idea which spontaneously produces its object. I believe that there is foundation enough at hand for a sleepless night, if those fantasies peculiar to the age of puberty were to become possessed of this idea, the results would be immeasurable. All that is psychologic has an under and an over meaning, as is expressed in the profound remark of the old mystic, Omicron rho alpha nu Omicron rho alpha nu kappa tau Omicron, alpha theta rho alpha nu Omicron, alpha theta rho alpha kappa tau Omicron, pi nu tau Omicron nu Omicron, pi nu tau Omicron kappa tau Omicron. Tau Omicron lambda alpha beta kappa alpha epsilon tau upsilon chi epsilon iota. 64 We would show but slight justice, however, to the intellectual originality of our author. If we were satisfied to trace back the commotion of that sleepless night absolutely and entirely to the sexual problem in a narrow sense, that would be but one half, and truly, to make use of the mystic's expression, only the under half. The other half is the intellectual sublimation, which strives to make true in its own way the ambiguous expression of the idea which produces its object spontaneously, ideal creation in place of the real. In such an intellectual accomplishment of an evidently very capable personality, the prospect of a spiritual fruitfulness is something which is worthy of the highest aspiration, since for many it will become a necessity of life. Also this side of the fantasy explains, to a great extent, the excitement, for it is a thought with a presentiment of the future. One of those thoughts which arise, to use one of Maeterlinck's expressions, from the inconscient superior, that prospective potency, of subliminal combinations. I have had the opportunity of observing certain cases of neuroses of years' duration, in which, at the time of the beginning of the illness or shortly before, a dream occurred, often of visionary clarity. This impressed itself inextinguishably upon the memory, and in analysis revealed a hidden meaning to the patient which anticipated the subsequent events of life, that is to say, their psychologic meaning. I am inclined to grant this meaning to the commotion of that restless night, because the resulting events of life, in so far as Miss Miller consciously 65 and unconsciously unveils them to us, are entirely of a nature to confirm the supposition that that moment is to be considered as the inception and presentiment of a sublimated aim in life. Miss Miller concludes the list of her fancies with the following remarks. The dream seemed to me to come from a mixture of the representation of paradise lost, job, and creation, with ideas such as thought which spontaneously produces its object, the gift of love, chaos, and cosmos. In the same way as colored splinters of glass are combined in a kaleidoscope, in her mind fragments of philosophy, aesthetics, and religion would seem to be combined. Under the stimulating influence of the journey, and the countries hurriedly seen, combined with the great silence and the indescribable charm of the sea. Soigné fut que cela et rien de plus. Only this, and nothing more. With these words, Miss Miller shows us out, politely and energetically. Her parting words in her negation, confirmed over again in English, leave behind a curiosity, viz. What position is to be negated by these words? Soigné fut que cela et rien de plus, that is to say, really, only, le charme impalpable de la mer, and the young man who sang melodiously during the night watch is long since forgotten, and no one is to know, least of all the dreamer, that he was a morning star, who came before the creation of a new day. One should take care lest he satisfy himself and the reader with a sentence such as, Soigné fut que cela. Otherwise, it might immediately 66 happen that one would become disturbed again. This occurs to Miss Miller too, since she allowed an English quotation to follow, only this, and nothing more, without giving the source, it is true. The quotation comes from an unusually effective poem, The Raven, by Poe. The line referred to occurs in the following. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of some one gently rapping at my chamber door. 'Tis some visitor, I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. The spectral raven knocks nightly at his door and reminds the poet of his irrevocably lost, Lenore. The raven's name is Nevermore, and as a refrain to every verse he croaks his horrible Nevermore. Old memories come back tormentingly, and the spectre repeats inexorably Nevermore. The poet seeks in vain to frighten away the dismal guest. He calls to the raven. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, Nevermore. That quotation, which, apparently, skips lightly over the situation, only this, and nothing more, comes from a text which depicts in an affecting manner the despair over the lost Lenore. That quotation also misleads our poet in the most striking manner. Therefore, she undervalues 67 the erotic impression and the wide-reaching effect of the commotion caused by it. It is this undervaluation, which Freud has formulated more precisely as repression, which is the reason why the erotic problem does not attain directly conscious treatment, and from this there arise these psychologic riddles. The erotic impression works in the unconscious, and, in its stead, pushes symbols forth into consciousness. Thus, one plays hide-and-seek with one's self. First, it is the morning stars which sing together, then Paradise Lost. Then the erotic yearning clothes itself in an ecclesiastical dress and utters dark words about world creation, and finally rises into a religious hymn to find there, at last, a way out into freedom. A way against which the censor of the moral personality can oppose nothing more. The hymn contains in its own peculiar character the marks of its origin. It thus has fulfilled itself, the law of the return of the complex. The night singer, in this circuitous manner of the old transference to the father priest, has become the eternal, the creator, the God of tone, of light, of love. The indirect course of the libido seems to be a way of sorrow. At least, Paradise Lost and the parallel reference to Job lead one to that conclusion. If we take, in addition to this, the introductory intimation of the identification with Christian, which we see concludes with Cyrano, then we are furnished with material which pictures the indirect course of the libido as truly a way of sorrow. It is the same as when mankind, after the sinful fall, had the burden of the earthly life to bear, or like 68 the tortures of Job, who suffered under the power of Satan and of God, and who himself, without suspecting it, became a plaything of the superhuman forces which we no longer consider as metaphysical, but as metapsychological. Faust also offers us the same exhibition of God's wager. Mephistopheles. What will you bet? There's still a chance to gain him. If unto me full leave you give, gently upon my road to train him. Satan. But put forth thine hand now, and touch all that he hath, and he will curse thee to thy face. Job I, 11. While in Job the two great tendencies are characterized simply as good and bad, the problem in Faust is a pronouncedly erotic one. Viz., the battle between sublimation and eros, in which the devil is strikingly characterized through the fitting role of the erotic tempter. The erotic is lacking in Job, at the same time Job is not conscious of the conflict within his own soul. He even continuously disputes the arguments of his friends who wish to convince him of evil in his own heart. To this extent, one might say that Faust is considerably more honorable since he openly confesses to the torments of his soul. Miss Miller acts like Job, she says nothing, and lets the evil and the good come from the other world, from the metapsychologic. Therefore, the identification with Job is also significant in this respect. A wider, and, indeed, 69 a very important analogy remains to be mentioned. The creative power, which love really is, rightly considered from the natural standpoint, remains as the real attribute of the divinity, sublimated from the erotic impression. Therefore, in the poem God is praised throughout as creator. Job offers the same illustration. Satan is the destroyer of Job's fruitfulness. God is the fruitful one himself, therefore, at the end of the book, he gives forth, as an expression of his own creative power, this hymn, filled with lofty poetic beauty. In this hymn, strangely enough, two unsympathetic representatives of the animal kingdom, Behemoth and the Leviathan, both expressive of the crudest force conceivable in nature, are given chief consideration. The behemoth being really the phallic attribute of the God of creation. Behold now Behemoth, which I made as well as thee. He eateth grass as an ox. Lo, now, his strength is in his loins. And his force is in the muscles of his belly. He moveth his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his thighs are knit together. His bones are as tubes of brass. His limbs are like bars of iron. He is the chief of the ways of God. He only that made him giveth him his sword. Behold, if a river overflow, he trembleth not. He is confident though a Jordan swell even to his mouth. Shall any take him when he is on the watch? Or pierce through his nose with a snare? Canst thou draw Leviathan with a fish hook? Or press down his tongue with a cord? 70 Lay thy hand upon him. Remember the battle and do no more. None is so fierce that dares stir him up. Who then is he that can stand before me? Who hath first given unto me, that I should repay him? Whatsoever is under the whole heaven is mine. Job XL, 15-20, 23-24, Zli, 1, 8, 10-11. God says this in order to bring his power and omnipotence impressively before Job's eyes. God is like the behemoth and the Leviathan. The fruitful nature giving forth abundance, the untamable wildness and boundlessness of nature, and the overwhelming danger of the unchained power. But what has destroyed Job's earthly paradise? The unchained power of nature. As the poet lets it be seen here, God has simply turned his other side outwards for once, the side which man calls the devil, and which lets loose all the torments of nature on Job, naturally for the purpose of discipline and training. The God who created such monstrosities, before whom the poor weak man stiffens with anxiety, truly must hide qualities within himself which are food for thought. This God lives in the heart, in the unconscious, in the realm of metapsychology. There is the source of the anxiety before the unspeakably horrible, and of the strength to withstand the horrors. The person, that is to say his conscious I, is like a plaything, like a feather which is whirled around by different currents of air. Sometimes the sacrifice and sometimes the sacrificer, and he cannot hinder either. The book of Job shows us God at work both as creator and destroyer. Who is this God? A thought which humanity in every 71 part of the world and in all ages has brought forth from itself and always again anew in similar forms. A power in the other world to which man gives praise, a power which creates as well as destroys, an idea necessary to life. Since, psychologically understood, the divinity is nothing else than a projected complex of representation which is accentuated in feeling according to the degree of religiousness of the individual. So God is to be considered as the representative of a certain sum of energy, libido. This energy, therefore, appears projected, metaphysically, because it works from the unconscious outwards, when it is dislodged from there, as psychoanalysis shows. As I have earlier made apparent in the Bedeutung des Vaters, the religious instinct feeds upon the incestuous libido of the infantile period. In the principal forms of religion which now exist, the father transference seems to be at least the molding influence. In older religions, it seems to be the influence of the mother transference which creates the attributes of the divinity. The attributes of the divinity are omnipotence, a sternly persecuting paternalism ruling through fear, Old Testament, and a loving paternalism, New Testament. These are the attributes of the libido in that wide sense in which Freud has conceived this idea empirically. In certain pagan and also in certain Christian attributes of divinity the maternal stands out strongly, and in the former the animal also comes into the greatest prominence. Likewise, the infantile, so closely interwoven with religious fantasies, and from time to time breaking forth so violently, is nowhere lacking. All this points to the sources 72 of the dynamic states of religious activity. These are those impulses which in childhood are withdrawn from incestuous application through the intervention of the incest barrier and which, especially at the time of puberty, as a result of affluxes of libido coming from the still incompletely employed sexuality, are aroused to their own peculiar activity. As is easily understood, that which is valuable in the God-creating idea is not the form but the power, the libido. The primitive power which Job's hymn of creation vindicates, the unconditional and inexorable, the unjust and the superhuman, are truly and rightly attributes of libido, which lead us unto life, which let the poor be guilty, and against which struggle is in vain. Nothing remains for mankind but to work in harmony with this will. Nietzsche's Zarathustra teaches us this impressively. We see that in Miss Miller the religious hymn arising from the unconscious is the compensating amend for the erotic. It takes a great part of its materials from the infantile reminiscences which she reawakened into life by the introversion of the libido. Had this religious creation not succeeded, and also had another sublimated application been eliminated, then Miss Miller would have yielded to the erotic impression either to its natural consequence or to a negative issue, which would have replaced the lost success in love by a correspondingly strong sorrow. It is well known that opinions are much divided concerning the worth of this issue of an erotic conflict, such as Miss Miller has presented to us. It is thought to be much more beautiful to solve unnoticed and 73 erotic tension, in the elevated feelings of religious poetry, in which perhaps many other people can find joy and consolation. One is wrong to storm against this conception from the radical standpoint of fanaticism for truth. I think that one should view with philosophic admiration the strange paths of the libido and should investigate the purposes of its circuitous ways. It is not too much to say that we have herewith dug up the erotic root, and yet the problem remains unsolved. Were there not bound up with that a mysterious purpose, probably of the greatest biological meaning, then certainly 20 centuries would not have yearned for it with such intense longing. Doubtless, this sort of libidian current moves in the same direction as, taken in the widest sense, did that ecstatic ideal of the Middle Ages and of the ancient mystery cults, one of which became the later Christianity. There is to be seen biologically in this ideal an exercise of psychologic projection, of the paranoidean mechanism, as Freud would express it. The projection consists in the repressing of the conflict into the unconscious and the setting forth of the repressed contents into seeming objectivity, which is also the formula of paranoia. The repression serves, as is well known, for the freeing from a painful complex from which one must escape by all means because its compelling and oppressing power is feared. The repression can lead to an apparent complete suppression which corresponds to a strong self-control. Unfortunately, however, self-control has limits which are only too narrowly drawn. 74 Closer observation of people shows, it is true, that calm is maintained at the critical moment, but certain results occur which fall into two categories. First, the suppressed effect comes to the surface immediately afterwards. Seldom directly, it is true, but ordinarily in the form of a displacement to another object, e.g. a person is, in official relations, polite, submissive, patient, and so on, and turns his whole anger loose upon his wife or his subordinates. Second, the suppressed effect creates compensations elsewhere. For example, people who strive for excessive ethics, who try always to think, feel, and act altruistically and ideally, avenge themselves, because of the impossibility of carrying out their ideals, by subtle maliciousness, which naturally does not come into their own consciousness as such, but which leads to misunderstandings and unhappy situations. Apparently, then, all of these are only especially unfortunate circumstances, or they are the guilt and malice of other people, or they are tragic complications. One is, indeed, freed of the conscious conflict, nevertheless it lies invisible at one's feet, and is stumbled over at every step. The technique of the apparent suppressing and forgetting is inadequate because it is not possible of achievement in the last analysis, it is in reality a mere makeshift. The religious projection offers a much more effectual help. In this one keeps the conflict in sight, care, pain, anxiety, and so on, and gives it over to a personality standing outside of oneself, the divinity. The evangelical command teaches us this. 75 Cast all your anxiety upon him, because he careth for you. 1 Peter v. 7. In nothing be anxious, but in everything by prayer and supplication, let your requests be made known unto God. Phil. 4:6. One must give the burdening complex of the soul consciously over to the deity, that is to say, associate it with a definite representation complex which is set up as objectively real, as a person who answers those questions, for us unanswerable. To this inner demand belongs the candid avowal of sin and the Christian humility presuming such an avowal. Both are for the purpose of making it possible for one to examine oneself and to know oneself. One may consider the mutual avowal of sins as the most powerful support to this work of education. Confess, therefore, your sins one to another. James v. 16. These measures aim at a conscious recognition of the conflicts, thoroughly psychoanalytic, which is also a conditio sine qua non of the psychoanalytic condition of recovery. Just as psychoanalysis in the hands of the physician, a secular method, sets up the real object of transference as the one to take over the conflicts of the oppressed and to solve them, so the Christian religion sets up the Savior, considered as real, in whom we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins. Fi. 7 and Colonel I. 14. He is the deliverer and redeemer of our guilt, a God who stands above sin, who did no sin, neither was guile found in his mouth, Pet 2, 22. Who his own self bare our sins in his body upon the tree, Pet 2, 24. Therefore 76 Christ has been sacrificed once to take away the sins of many, Heb 9, 28. The God, thus thought of, is distinguished as innocent in himself and as the self-sacrificer. These qualities are true also for that amount of energy, libido, which belongs to the representation complex designated the Redeemer. The conscious projection towards which the Christian education aims, offers, therefore, a double benefit. First, one is kept conscious of the conflict, sins, of two opposing tendencies mutually resistant. And through this one prevents a known trouble from becoming, by means of repressing and forgetting, an unknown and therefore so much more tormenting sorrow. Secondly, one lightens one's burden by surrendering it to him to whom all solutions are known. One must not forget that the individual psychologic roots of the deity, set up as real by the pious, are concealed from him, and that he, although unaware of this, still bears the burden alone and is still alone with his conflict. This delusion would lead infallibly to the speedy breaking up of the system, for nature cannot indefinitely be deceived, but the powerful institution of Christianity meets this situation. The command in the book of James is the best expression of the psychologic significance of this: bear ye one another's burdens. This is emphasized as especially important in order to preserve society upright through mutual love, transference. The Pauline writings leave no doubt about this. Through love be servants one to another. Gal. v. 13. Let love of the brethren continue. Heb 13, 1. And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and 77 good works. Not forgetting our own assembling together as is the custom of some, but exhorting one another. Heb X, 24-25. We might say that the real transference taught in the Christian community is the condition absolutely necessary for the efficacy of the miracle of redemption. The first letter of John comes out frankly with this. He that loveth his brother abideth in the light. 1 John 2, 10. If we love one another, God abideth in us. 1 John 4, 12. The deity continues to be efficacious in the Christian religion only upon the foundation of brotherly love. Consequently, here too the mystery of redemption is the unresisting real transference. One may properly ask oneself, for what then is the deity useful, if his efficacy consists only in the real transference? To this also the evangelical message has a striking answer. Men are all brothers in Christ. So Christ also, having been once offered to bear the sins of many, shall appear a second time apart from sin to them that wait for him unto salvation. Heb 9, 28. The condition of transference among brothers is to be such as between man and Christ, a spiritual one. As the history of ancient cults and certain Christian sects shows, this explanation of the Christian religion is an especially important one biologically. For the psychologic intimacy creates certain shortened ways between men which lead only too easily to that from which Christianity seeks to release them. Namely to the sexual relation with all those 78 consequences and necessities under which the really already highly civilized man had to suffer at the beginning of our Christian era. For just as the ancient religious experience was regarded distinctly as a bodily union with the deity, just so was worship permeated with sexuality of every kind. Sexuality lay only too close to the relations of people with each other. The moral degeneracy of the first Christian century produced a moral reaction arising out of the darkness of the lowest strata of society which was expressed in the 2nd and 3rd centuries at its purest in the two antagonistic religions. Christianity on the one side, and Mithraism on the other. These religions strove after precisely that higher form of social intercourse symbolic of a projected, become flesh, idea, logos, whereby all those strongest impulsive energies of the archaic man, formerly plunging him from one passion into another, and which seemed to the ancients like the compulsion of the evil constellations, as epsilon mu alpha rho mu nu eta, and which in the sense of later ages might be translated as the driving force of the libido. The delta nu alpha mu iota nu eta tau iota kappa of Zeno, could be made use of for social preservation. It may be assumed most certainly that the domestication of humanity has cost the greatest sacrifices. An age which produced the stoical ideal must certainly have known why and against what it was created. The age of Nero serves to set off effectually the famous extracts from the 41st letter of Seneca to Lucilius. 79 one drags the other into error, and how can we attain to salvation when no one bids us halt? When all the world drives us in deeper. Do you ever come across a man unafraid in danger, untouched by desires, happy in misfortune, peaceful in the midst of a storm, elevated above ordinary mortals, on the same plane as the gods, does not reverence seize you? Are you not compelled to say, such an exalted being is certainly something different from the miserable body which he inhabits? A divine strength rules there, such an excellent mind, full of moderation, raised above all trivialities, which smiles at that which we others fear or strive after, a heavenly power animates such a person. A thing of this kind does not exist without the cooperation of a deity. The largest part of such a being belongs to the region from which he came. Just as the sun's rays touch the earth in reality and yet are at home only there from whence they come, so an eminent holy man associates with us. He is sent to us that we may learn to know the divine better, and although with us, still really belongs to his original home. He looks thither and reaches towards it, among us he walks as an exalted being. The people of this age had grown ripe for identification with the lambda gamma omicron, word, become flesh, for the founding of a new fellowship, united by one idea, in the name of which people could love each other and call each other brothers. The old vague idea of a mu epsilon sigma tau eta, Messiah, of a mediator in whose name new ways of love would be created, became a fact, and with that humanity made an immense step forward. This had not been brought about by a speculative, completely sophisticated philosophy, but by an elementary need in the mass of people vegetating in spiritual darkness. The profoundest necessities had evidently driven them towards that, since humanity did not thrive in a state of dissoluteness. The 80 meaning of those cults, I speak of Christianity and Mithraism, is clear, it is a moral restraint of animal impulses. The dynamic appearance of both religions betrays something of that enormous feeling of redemption which animated the first disciples and which we today scarcely know how to appreciate, for these old truths are empty to us. Most certainly we should still understand it, had our customs even a breath of ancient brutality, for we can hardly realize in this day the whirlwinds of the unchained libido which roared through the ancient Rome of the Caesars. The civilized man of the present day seems very far removed from that. He has become merely neurotic. So for us the necessities which brought forth Christianity have actually been lost, since we no longer understand their meaning. We do not know against what it had to protect us. For enlightened people, the so-called religiousness has already approached very close to a neurosis. In the past 2,000 years Christianity has done its work and has erected barriers of repression, which protect us from the sight of our own sinfulness. The elementary emotions of the libido have come to be unknown to us, for they are carried on in the unconscious, therefore, the belief which combats them has become hollow and empty. Let whoever does not believe that a mask covers our religion, obtain an impression for himself from the appearance of our modern churches, from which style and art have long since fled. With this we turn back to the question from which we digressed, namely, whether or not Miss Miller has created 81 something valuable with her poem. If we bear in mind under what psychologic or moral conditions Christianity came into existence. That is to say, at a time when fierce brutality was an everyday spectacle. Then we understand the religious seizure of the whole personality and the worth of that religion which defended the people of the Roman culture against the visible storms of wickedness. It was not difficult for those people to remain conscious of sin, for they saw it every day spread out before their eyes. The religious product was at that time the accomplishment of the total personality. Miss Miller not only undervalues her sins, but the connection between the depressing and unrelenting need and her religious product has even escaped her. Thus her poetical creation completely loses the living value of a religious product. It is not much more than a sentimental transformation of the erotic which is secretly carried out close to consciousness and principally possesses the same worth as the manifest content of the dream with its uncertain and delusive perishableness. Thus the poem is properly only a dream become audible. To the degree that the modern consciousness is eagerly busied with things of a wholly other sort than religion and its object, original sin, have stepped into the background. That is to say, into the unconscious in great part. Therefore, today man believes neither in the one nor in the other. Consequently the Freudian school is accused of an impure fantasy. And yet one might convince oneself very easily with a rather fleeting glance at the history of ancient religions and morals as to what kind 82 of demons are harbored in the human soul. With this disbelief in the crudeness of human nature is bound up the disbelief in the power of religion. The phenomenon, well known to every psychoanalyst, of the unconscious transformation of an erotic conflict into religious activity is something ethically wholly worthless and nothing but an hysterical production. Whoever, on the other hand, to his conscious sin just as consciously places religion in opposition, does something the greatness of which cannot be denied. This can be verified by a backward glance over history. Such a procedure is sound religion. The unconscious recasting of the erotic into something religious lays itself open to the reproach of a sentimental and ethically worthless pose. By means of the secular practice of the naive projection which is, as we have seen, nothing else than a veiled or indirect real transference, through the spiritual, through the logos. Christian training has produced a widespread weakening of the animal nature so that a great part of the strength of the impulses could be set free for the work of social preservation and fruitfulness. This abundance of libido, to make use of this singular expression, pursues with a budding renaissance, for example Petrarch, a course which outgoing antiquity had already sketched out as religious, viz., the way of the transference to nature. The transformation of this libidinous interest is in great part due to the Mithraic worship, which was a nature religion in the best sense of the word. While the primitive Christians exhibited throughout an antagonistic attitude to the beauties of this 83 world. I remember the passage of St. Augustine mentioned by J. Burckhardt. Men draw thither to admire the heights of the mountains and the powerful waves of the sea, and to turn away from themselves. The foremost authority on the Mithraic cult, Franz Cumont, says as follows. The gods were everywhere and mingled in all the events of daily life. The fire which cooked the means of nourishment for the believers and which warmed them. The water which quenched their thirst and cleansed them, also the air which they breathed, and the day which shone for them, were the objects of their homage. Perhaps no religion has given to its adherents in so large a degree as Mithricism opportunity for prayer and motive for devotion. When the initiated betook himself in the evening to the sacred grotto concealed in the solitude of the forest, at every step new sensations awakened in his heart some mystical emotion. The stars that shone in the sky, the wind that whispered in the foliage, the spring or brook which hastened murmuring to the valley, even the earth which he trod under his feet, were in his eyes divine. And all surrounding nature a worshipful fear of the infinite forces that swayed the universe. These fundamental thoughts of Mithricism, which, like so much else of the ancient spiritual life, arose again from their grave during the Renaissance, are to be found in the beautiful words of Seneca. When you enter a grove peopled with ancient trees, higher than the ordinary, and whose boughs are so closely interwoven that the sky cannot be seen, the stately shadows of the wood, the privacy of the place, and the awful gloom cannot but strike you, as with the presence of a deity. Or when we see some cave at the foot of a mountain penetrating the rocks, not made by human 84 hands, but hollowed out to great depths by nature. It fills the mind with a religious fear. We venerate the fountainheads of great rivers. The sudden eruption of a vast body of water from the secret places of the earth, obtains an altar, we adore likewise the springs of warm baths, and either the opaque quality or immense depths, hath made some lake sacred. All this disappeared in the transitory world of the Christian, only to break forth much later when the thought of mankind had achieved that independence of the idea which could resist the aesthetic impression. So that thought was no longer fettered by the emotional effects of the impression, but could rise to reflective observation. Thus man entered into a new and independent relation to nature whereby the foundation was laid for natural science and technique. With that, however, there entered in for the first time a displacement of the weight of interest. There arose again real transference which has reached its greatest development in our time. Materialistic interest has everywhere become paramount. Therefore, the realms of the spirit, where earlier the greatest conflicts and developments took place, lie deserted and fallow. The world has not only lost its God as the sentimentalists of the 19th century bewail, but also to some extent has lost its soul as well. One, therefore, cannot wonder that the discoveries and doctrines of the Freudian school, with their wholly psychologic views, meet with an almost universal disapproval. Through the change of the center of interest from the inner to the outer world, the knowledge of nature has increased enormously in comparison with that of earlier times. By this the anthropomorphic conception of the religious dogmas has been definitely thrown 85 open to question, therefore, the present-day religions can only with the greatest difficulty close their eyes to this fact. For not only has the intense interest been diverted from the Christian religion, but criticism and the necessary correction have increased correspondingly. The Christian religion seems to have fulfilled its great biological purpose, in so far as we are able to judge. It has led human thought to independence, and has lost its significance, therefore, to a yet undetermined extent. In any case its dogmatic contents have become related to Mithraism. In consideration of the fact that this religion has rendered, nevertheless, inconceivable service to education, one cannot reject it eo ipso today. It seems to me that we might still make use in some way of its form of thought, and especially of its great wisdom of life, which for 2000 years has been proven to be particularly efficacious. The stumbling block is the unhappy combination of religion and morality. That must be overcome. There still remain traces of this strife in the soul, the lack of which in a human being is reluctantly felt. It is hard to say in what such things consist, for this, ideas as well as words are lacking. If, in spite of that, I attempt to say something about it, I do it parabolically, using Seneca's words. Nothing can be more commendable and beneficial if you persevere in the pursuit of wisdom. It is what would be ridiculous to wish for when it is in your power to attain it. There is no need to lift up your hands to heaven, or to pray the servant of the temple to admit you to the ear of the idol that your prayers may be heard the better. God is near thee, he is with thee. Yes, Lucilius, a Holy Spirit resides within us, the observer of 86 good and evil, and our constant guardian. And as we treat him, he treats us. No good man is without a God. Could anyone ever rise above the power of fortune without his assistance? It is he that inspires us with thoughts, upright, just and pure. We do not, indeed, pretend to say what God. But that a God dwells in the breast of every good man is certain. Chapter 4. The Song of the Moth. A little later Miss Miller traveled from Geneva to Paris. She says, "My weariness on the railway was so great that I could hardly sleep an hour. It was terrifically hot in the ladies' carriage. At 4 o'clock in the morning she noticed a moth that flew against the light in her compartment. She then tried to go to sleep again. Suddenly the following poem took possession of her mind. The Moth to the Sun. I longed for thee when first I crawled to consciousness. My dreams were all of thee when in the chrysalis I lay. Oft myriads of my kind beat out their lives against some feeble spark once caught from thee. And 1 hour more, and my poor life is gone. Yet my last effort, as my first desire, shall be but to approach thy glory. Then, having gained one raptured glance, I'll die content. For I, the source of beauty, warmth and life, have in his perfect splendor once beheld. Before we go into the material which Miss Miller offers us for the understanding of the poem, we will again cast a glance over the psychologic situation in which the poem originated. Some months or weeks appear to 88 have elapsed since the last direct manifestation of the unconscious that Miss Miller reported to us. About this period we have had no information. We learn nothing about the moods and fantasies of this time. If one might draw a conclusion from this silence, it would be presumably that in the time which elapsed between the two poems, really nothing of importance had happened, and that, therefore, this poem is again but a voiced fragment of the unconscious working of the complex stretching out over months and years. It is highly probable that it is concerned with the same complex as before. The earlier product, A Hymn of Creation Full of Hope, has, however, but little similarity to the present poem. The poem lying before us has a truly hopeless, melancholy character, moth and sun, two things which never meet. One must in fairness ask, is a moth really expected to rise to the sun? We know indeed the proverbial saying about the moth that flew into the light and singed its wings, but not the legend of the moth that strove towards the sun. Plainly, here, two things are connected in her thoughts that do not belong together. First, the moth which fluttered around the light so long that it burnt itself, and then, the idea of a small ephemeral being, something like the day fly, which, in lamentable contrast to the eternity of the stars, longs for an imperishable daylight. This idea reminds one of Faust. Mark how, beneath the evening sunlight's glow, the green embosomed houses glitter. The glow retreats, done is the day of toil. It yonder hastes, new fields of life exploring. 89 Ah, that no wing can lift me from the soil. Upon its track to follow soaring. Then would I see eternal evening gild the silent world beneath me glowing. Yet, finally, the weary god is sinking. The newborn impulse fires my mind. I hasten on, his beams eternal drinking. The day before me and the night behind. Above me heaven unfurled, the floor of waves beneath me. A glorious dream. Though now the glories fade. Alas! The wings that lift the mind no aid. Of wings to lift the body can bequeath me. Not long afterwards, Faust sees the black dog roving there through cornfields and stubble, the dog who is the same as the devil, the tempter, in whose hellish fires Faust has singed his wings. When he believed that he was expressing his great longing for the beauty of the sun and the earth, he went astray thereover, and fell into the hands of the evil one. Yes, resolute to reach some brighter distance. On earth's fair sun I turn my back. This is what Faust had said shortly before, in true recognition of the state of affairs. The honoring of the beauty of nature led the Christian of the Middle Ages to pagan thoughts which lay in an antagonistic relation to his conscious religion, just as once Mithricism was in threatening competition with Christianity. For Satan often disguises himself as an angel of light. The longing of Faust became his ruin. The longing for the beyond had brought as a consequence a loathing for life, and he stood on the brink of self-destruction. 90 The longing for the beauty of this world led him anew to ruin, into doubt and pain, even to Marguerite's tragic death. His mistake was that he followed after both worlds with no check to the driving force of his libido, like a man of violent passion. Faust portrays once more the folk-psychologic conflict of the beginning of the Christian era, but what is noteworthy, in a reversed order. Against what fearful powers of seduction Christ had to defend himself by means of his hope of the absolute world beyond, may be seen in the example of Alypius in Augustine. If any of us had been living in that period of antiquity, he would have seen clearly that culture must inevitably collapse because humanity revolted against it. It is well known that even before the spread of Christianity a remarkable expectation of redemption had taken possession of mankind. The following eclogue of Virgil might well be a result of this mood. Ultima cumai venit jam carminis itis. Magnus ab integro seclorum nascitur ordo. Jam redit edi Virgo, redunt Satinia regna. 91 Jam nova progenies calo dimititur alto. Tu modo nascenti puero, quo feria primum. Desinet ac toto surget gens aurea mundo. Casta fave lucina, tus jam regnet Apollo. Te duce, si qua monent celeris vestigia nostrae. In rita perpetua solvent formidine terras. Al deum vitam excipiet divisc videbit. Permixtos heroas et ipsi videbitur illis. Pacitumque regit patrias virtutibus orbum. The turning to asceticism resulting from the general expansion of Christianity brought about a new misfortune to many, monasticism and the life of the anchorite. Faust takes the reverse course, for him the ascetic ideal means death. He struggles for freedom and wins life, at the same time giving himself over to the evil one, but through this he becomes the bringer of death to her whom he loves most, Marguerite. He tears himself away from pain and sacrifices his life in unceasing useful work, through which he saves many lives. His double mission as savior and destroyer has already been hinted in a preliminary manner. Wagner. With what a feeling, thou great man, must thou receive the people's honest veneration. Faust. Thus we, our hellish boluses compounding, among these valleys and hills surrounding, worse than the pestilence, have passed. Thousands were done to death from poison of my giving. And I must hear, by all the living, the shameless murderers praised at last. 92. A parallel to this double role is that text in the Gospel of Matthew which has become historically significant. I came not to send peace, but a sword. Matt. X. 34. Just this constitutes the deep significance of Goethe's Faust, that he clothes in words a problem of modern man which has been turning in restless slumber since the Renaissance. Just as was done by the drama of Oedipus for the Hellenic sphere of culture. What is to be the way out between the Scylla of renunciation of the world and the Charybdis of the acceptance of the world? The hopeful tone, voiced in the Hymn to the God of Creation, cannot continue very long with our author. The pose simply promises, but does not fulfill. The old longing will come again, for it is a peculiarity of all complexes worked over merely in the unconscious that they lose nothing of their original amount of effect. Meanwhile, their outward manifestations can change almost endlessly. One might therefore consider the first poem as an unconscious longing to solve the conflict through positive religiousness. Somewhat in the same manner as they of the earlier centuries decided their conscious conflicts by opposing to them the religious standpoint. This wish does not succeed. Now with the second poem there follows a second attempt which turns out in a decidedly more material way. Its thought is unequivocal. Only once, having gained one raptured glance. And then, to die. From the realms of the religious world, the attention, just as in Faust, turns towards the Son of this world, 93, and already there is something mingled with it which has another sense, that is to say, the moth which fluttered so long around the light that it burnt its wings. We now pass to that which Miss Miller offers for the better understanding of the poem. She says, "This small poem made a profound impression upon me. I could not, of course, find immediately a sufficiently clear and direct explanation for it. However, a few days later when I once more read a certain philosophical work, which I had read in Berlin the previous winter, and which I had enjoyed very much, I was reading it aloud to a friend. I came across the following words, La même aspiration passionnée de l'homme vers l'étoile, de l'homme vers Dieu. The same passionate longing of the moth for the star, of man for God. I had forgotten this sentence entirely, but it seemed very clear to me that precisely these words had reappeared in my hypnagogic poem. In addition to that it occurred to me that a play seen some years previously, La Might et la Flamme, was a further possible cause of the poem. It is easy to see how often the word moth had been impressed upon me. The deep impression made by the poem upon the author shows that she put into it a large amount of love. In the expression, aspiration passionnée, we meet the passionate longing of the moth for the star, of man for God, and indeed, the moth is Miss Miller herself. Her last observation that the word moth was often impressed upon her shows how often she had noticed the word moth as applicable to herself. Her longing for God resembles the longing of the moth for the star. The reader will recall that this expression has already had a place in the earlier material, when the morning stars sang together, that is to say, the ship's officer who sings 94 on deck in the night watch. The passionate longing for God is the same as that longing for the singing morning stars. It was pointed out at great length in the foregoing chapter that this analogy is to be expected, sic parvis componere magna solbam. It is shameful or exalted just as one chooses, that the divine longing of humanity, which is really the first thing to make it human, should be brought into connection with an erotic fantasy. Such a comparison jars upon the finer feelings. Therefore, one is inclined in spite of the undeniable facts to dispute the connection. An Italian steersman with brown hair and black mustache, and the loftiest, dearest conception of humanity. These two things cannot be brought together. Against this not only our religious feelings revolt, but our taste also rebels. It would certainly be unjust to make a comparison of the two objects as concrete things since they are so heterogeneous. One loves a Beethoven sonata but one loves caviar also. It would not occur to anyone to liken the sonata to caviar. It is a common error for one to judge the longing according to the quality of the object. The appetite of the gourmand which is only satisfied with goose liver and quail is no more distinguished than the appetite of the laboring man for corned beef and cabbage. The longing is the same, the object changes. Nature is beautiful only by virtue of the longing and love given her by man. The aesthetic attributes emanating from that has influence primarily on the libido, which alone constitutes the beauty of nature. The dream recognizes this well when it depicts a strong and beautiful feeling by 95 means of a representation of a beautiful landscape. Whenever one moves in the territory of the erotic, it becomes altogether clear how little the object and how much the love means. The sexual object is as a rule overrated far too much, and that only on account of the extreme degree to which libido is devoted to the object. Apparently Miss Miller had but little left over for the officer, which is humanly very intelligible. But in spite of that, a deep and lasting effect emanates from this connection which places divinity on a par with the erotic object. The moods which apparently are produced by these objects do not, however, spring from them, but are manifestations of her strong love. When Miss Miller praises either God or the sun, she means her love, that deepest and strongest impulse of the human and animal being. The reader will recall that in the preceding chapter the following chain of synonyms was adduced: the singer, God of sound; singing morning star, creator, God of light; sun, fire, God of love. At that time we had placed sun and fire in parentheses. Now they are entitled to their right place in the chain of synonyms. With the changing of the erotic impression from the affirmative to the negative, the symbols of light occur as the paramount object. In the second poem, where the longing is clearly exposed, it is by no means the terrestrial sun. Since the longing has been turned away from the real object, its object has become, first of all, a subjective one, namely, God. Psychologically, however, God is the name of a representation complex which is grouped 96 around a strong feeling, the sum of libido. Properly, the feeling is what gives character and reality to the complex. The attributes and symbols of the divinity must belong in a consistent manner to the feeling, longing, love, libido, and so on. If one honors God, the sun or the fire, then one honors one's own vital force, the libido. It is as Seneca says, God is near you, he is with you, in you. God is our own longing to which we pay divine honors. If it were not known how tremendously significant religion was, and is, this marvelous play with one's self would appear absurd. There must be something more than this, however, because, notwithstanding its absurdity, it is, in a certain sense, conformable to the purpose in the highest degree. To bear a God within one's self signifies a great deal. It is a guarantee of happiness, of power, indeed even of omnipotence, as far as these attributes belong to the deity. To bear a God within one's self signifies just as much as to be God one's self. In Christianity, where, it is true, the grossly sensual representations and symbols are weeded out as carefully as possible, which seems to be a continuation of the poverty of symbols of the Jewish cult. There are to be found plain traces of this psychology. There are even plainer traces, to be sure, in the becoming one with God, in those mysteries closely related to the Christian, where the mystic himself is lifted up to divine adoration through initiatory rites. At the close of the consecration into the Isis mysteries, the mystic was crowned with the palm crown, he was placed on a pedestal and worshipped as Helios. In the magic papyrus of the Mithraic Liturgy 97 published by Dietrich, there is the epsilon rho lambda gamma omicron of the consecrated one. Gamma epsilon mu iota sigma mu pi lambda alpha nu omicron mu nu sigma tau rho kappa tau omicron beta theta omicron upsilon nu alpha lambda mu pi omega nu. The mystic in religious ecstasies put himself on a plane with the stars, just as a saint of the Middle Ages put himself by means of the stigmata on a level with Christ. St. Francis of Assisi expressed this in a truly pagan manner, even as far as a close relationship with the brother sun and the sister moon. These representations of becoming one with God are very ancient. The old belief removed the becoming one with God until the time after death. The mysteries, however, suggest this as taking place already in this world. A very old text brings most beautifully before one this unity with God. It is the song of triumph of the ascending soul. I am the God Adam, I who alone was. I am the God Re at his first splendor. I am the great God, self-created, God of gods. To whom no other God compares. I was yesterday and know tomorrow. The battleground of gods was made when I spoke. I know the name of that great God who tarries therein. I am that great phoenix who is in Heliopolis, who there keeps account of all there is, of all that exists. I am the God Min, at his coming forth, who placed the feathers upon my head. I am in my country, I come into my city. Daily I am together with my father Adam. 98 my impurity is driven away, and the sin which was in me is overcome. I washed myself in those two great pools of water which are in Heracleopolis, in which is purified the sacrifice of mankind for that great God who abideth there. I go on my way to where I wash my head in the sea of the righteous. I arrive at this land of the glorified, and enter through the splendid portal. Thou, who standest before me, stretch out to me thy hands, it is I am become one of thee. Daily am I together with my father Adam. The identification with God necessarily has as a result the enhancing of the meaning and power of the individual. That seems, first of all, to have been really its purpose, a strengthening of the individual against his all too great weakness and insecurity in real life. This great megalomania thus has a genuinely pitiable background. The strengthening of the consciousness of power is, however, only an external result of the becoming one with God. Of much more significance are the deeper-lying disturbances in the realm of feeling. Whoever introverts libido, that is to say, whoever takes it away from a real object without putting in its place a real compensation, is overtaken by the inevitable results of introversion. The libido, which is turned inward into the subject, awakens again from among the sleeping remembrances one which contains the path upon which earlier the libido once had come to the real object. At the very first and in foremost position it was father and mother who were the objects of the childish love. They are unequaled and imperishable. Not many difficulties are needed in an adult's life to cause those memories to 99 reawaken and to become effectual. In religion the regressive reanimation of the father and mother imago is organized into a system. The benefits of religion are the benefits of parental hands, its protection and its peace are the results of parental care upon the child. Its mystic feelings are the unconscious memories of the tender emotions of the first childhood, just as the hymn expresses it. I am in my country, I come into my city. Daily am I together with my father Adam. The visible Father of the world is, however, the Son, the heavenly fire, therefore, Father, God, Son, fire are mythologically synonymous. The well-known fact that in the sun's strength the great generative power of nature is honored shows plainly, very plainly, to anyone to whom as yet it may not be clear that in the deity man honors his own libido. And naturally in the form of the image or symbol of the present object of transference. This symbol faces us in an especially marked manner in the third logos of the Dietrich Papyrus. After the second prayer, stars come from the disk of the sun to the mystic, five-pointed, in quantities, filling the whole air. If the sun's disk has expanded, you will see an immeasurable circle, and fiery gates which are shut off. The mystic utters the following prayer. Pi alpha kappa omicron upsilon sigma nu mu omicron upsilon, kappa omicron upsilon sigma nu mu omicron upsilon, sigma upsilon nu delta sigma alpha pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau iota tau pi rho iota nu alpha kappa lambda epsilon theta rho alpha tau omicron rho alpha nu omicron, delta iota sigma mu alpha tau omicron pi upsilon rho pi omicron lambda epsilon, phi omega tau kappa tau sigma tau alpha, pi upsilon rho pi nu omicron epsilon, pi upsilon rho theta upsilon mu epsilon, pi nu epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau phi omega, pi upsilon rho iota chi alpha rho, kappa alpha lambda phi omega tau omicron kappa rho tau omega rho, pi upsilon rho iota sigma mu alpha tau epsilon, phi omega tau omicron delta tau alpha, pi upsilon rho iota sigma pi rho epsilon, pi upsilon rho iota kappa lambda nu epsilon, phi omega tau beta iota epsilon, pi upsilon rho iota delta nu alpha, phi omega tau omicron kappa iota nu tau alpha, 100 kappa epsilon rho alpha upsilon nu omicron kappa lambda nu epsilon, phi omega tau kappa lambda omicron, alpha xi eta sigma phi omega, nu pi upsilon rho iota sigma chi eta sigma phi omega, sigma tau rho omicron delta mu alpha. The invocation is, as one sees, almost inexhaustible in light and fire attributes, and can be likened in its extravagance only to the synonymous attributes of love of the mystic of the Middle Ages. Among the innumerable texts which might be used as an illustration of this, I select a passage from the writings of Mechthild von Magdeburg, 1212–1277. O Lord, love me excessively and love me often and long. The oftener you love me, so much the purer do I become, the more excessively you love me, the more beautiful I become, the longer you love me, the more holy will I become here upon earth. God answered, that I love you often, that I have from my nature, for I myself am love. That I love you excessively, that I have from my desire, for I too desire that men love me excessively. That I love you long, that I have from my everlastingness, for I am without end. The religious regression makes use indeed of the parent image without, however, consciously making it an object of transference, for the incest horror forbids that. It remains rather as a synonym, for example, of the Father or of God, or of the more or less personified symbol of the sun and fire. Sun and fire, that is to say, 101 the fructifying strength and heat, are attributes of the libido. In mysticism the inwardly perceived, divine vision is often merely sun or light, and is very little, or not at all, personified. In the Mithraic liturgy there is found, for example, a significant quotation. Delta pi omicron rho epsilon alpha tau nu rho omega mu nu omega nu theta epsilon nu delta iota tau omicron delta sigma kappa omicron upsilon, pi alpha tau rho mu omicron upsilon, theta epsilon omicron phi alpha nu sigma epsilon tau alpha iota. Hildegard von Bingen, 1100–1178, expresses herself in the following manner. But the light I see is not local, but far off, and brighter than the cloud which supports the sun. I can in no way know the form of this light since I cannot entirely see the sun's disk. But within this light I see at times, and infrequently, another light which is called by me the living light, but when and in what manner I see this I do not know how to say, and when I see it all weariness and need is lifted from me, then too I feel like a simple girl and not like an old woman. Simeon, the New Theologian, 970–1040, says the following. My tongue lacks words, and what happens in me my spirit sees clearly but does not explain. It sees the invisible, that emptiness of all forms, simple throughout, not complex, and in extent infinite. For it sees no beginning, and it sees no end. It is entirely unconscious of the meanings, and does not know what to call that which it sees. Something complete appears, it seems to me, not indeed through the being itself, but through a participation. For you enkindle fire from fire, and you receive the whole fire, but this remains undiminished and undivided, as before. Similarly, that which is divided separates itself from the first, and like something corporeal spreads itself into several lights. This, 102 however, is something spiritual, immeasurable, indivisible, and inexhaustible. For it is not separated when it becomes many, but remains undivided and is in me, and enters within my poor heart like a sun or circular disk of the sun, similar to the light, for it is a light. That thing, perceived as inner light, as the sun of the other world, is longing, is clearly shown by Simeon's words. And following it my spirit demanded to embrace the splendor beheld. But it found it not as creature and did not succeed in coming out from among created beings, so that it might embrace that uncreated and uncomprehended splendor. Nevertheless it wandered everywhere, and strove to behold it. It penetrated the air, it wandered over the heavens, it crossed over the abysses, it searched, as it seemed to it, the ends of the world. But in all of that it found nothing, for all was created. And I lamented and was sorrowful, and my breast burned, and I lived as one distraught in mind. But it came, as it would, and descending like a luminous mystic cloud, it seemed to envelop my whole head so that dismayed I cried out. But flying away again it left me alone. And when I, troubled, sought for it, I realized suddenly that it was in me, myself, and in the midst of my heart it appeared as the light of a spherical sun. In Nietzsche's Glory and Eternity we meet with an essentially similar symbol. Hush! I see vastness, and of vasty things. Shall man be done, unless he can enshrine them with his words? Then take the night which brings the heart upon thy tongue, charmed wisdom mine. I look above, there rolls the star-strewn sea. O night, mute silence, voiceless cry of stars. And lo! A sign. The heaven its verge unbars. A shining constellation falls towards me. 103 It is not astonishing if Nietzsche's great inner loneliness calls again into existence certain forms of thought which the mystic ecstasy of the old cults has elevated to ritual representation. In the visions of the Mithraic liturgy we have to deal with many similar representations which we can now understand without difficulty as the ecstatic symbol of the libido. Mu epsilon tau delta tau epsilon iota pi epsilon nu sigma epsilon tau nu delta epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron nu lambda gamma omicron nu pi omicron upsilon sigma iota gamma delta kappa alpha tau kappa lambda omicron upsilon theta alpha. Sigma rho iota sigma omicron nu delta kappa alpha pi 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 upsilon sigma omicron nu delta kappa alpha epsilon theta omega psi epsilon iota pi tau omicron delta sigma kappa omicron upsilon sigma tau rho alpha pi rho omicron sigma epsilon rho chi omicron mu nu omicron upsilon pi epsilon nu tau alpha kappa tau upsilon lambda iota alpha omicron upsilon pi lambda epsilon sigma tau omicron upsilon kappa alpha pi iota pi lambda nu tau alpha lambda omicron nu tau nu alpha rho alpha. Sigma delta pi lambda iota nu lambda gamma epsilon, sigma iota gamma. Kappa alpha tau omicron delta sigma kappa omicron upsilon nu omicron iota gamma nu tau omicron psi epsilon iota rho omicron nu kappa kappa lambda omega mu alpha kappa alpha theta rho alpha pi upsilon rho nu alpha pi omicron kappa lambda epsilon iota sigma mu nu alpha. Silence is commanded, then the vision of light is revealed. The similarity of the mystic's condition and Nietzsche's poetical vision is surprising. Nietzsche says, constellation. It is well known that constellations are chiefly the Rio or anthropomorphic symbols. The papyrus says, sigma tau rho alpha pi epsilon nu tau alpha delta alpha kappa tau upsilon lambda iota alpha omicron upsilon, similar to the rosy-fingered Geos, which is nothing else than an anthropomorphic image. Accordingly, one may expect from that by long gazing a living being would be formed out of the flame image, a star constellation, of the Rio or anthropomorphic nature, for the symbolism of the libido does not end with sun, light 104 and fire, but makes use of wholly other means of expression. I yield precedence to Nietzsche. The beacon. Here, where the island grew amid the seas. A sacrificial rock high towering. Here under darkling heavens. Zarathustra lights his mountain fires. These flames with grey-white belly. In cold distances sparkle their desire. Stretches its neck towards ever purer heights. A snake upreared in impatience. This signal I set up there before me. This flame is mine own soul. Insatiable for new distances. Speeding upward, upward its silent heat. At all lonely ones I now throw my fishing rod. Give answer to the flame's impatience. Let me, the fisher on high mountains, catch my seventh, last solitude. Here libido becomes fire, flame and snake. The Egyptian symbol of the living disk of the sun, the disk with the two entwining snakes, contains the combination of both the libido analogies. The disk of the sun with its fructifying warmth is analogous to the fructifying warmth of love. The comparison of the libido with sun and fire is in reality analogous. There is also a causative element in it, for sun and fire as beneficent powers are objects of human love. For example, the sun Hieromitra is called the well-beloved. 105 inches Nietzsche's poem The Comparison is also a causative one, but this time in a reversed sense. The comparison with the snake is unequivocally phallic, corresponding completely with the tendency in antiquity, which was to see in the symbol of the phallus the quintessence of life and fruitfulness. The phallus is the source of life and libido, the great creator and worker of miracles, and as such it received reverence everywhere. We have, therefore, three designating symbols of the libido: first, the comparison by analogy, as sun and fire. Second, the comparisons based on causative relations, as a object comparison. The libido is designated by its object, for example, the beneficent sun. B. The subject comparison, in which the libido is designated by its place of origin or by analogies of this, for example, by phallus or, analogous, snake. To these two fundamental forms of comparison still a third is added, in which the tertium compressionis is the activity. For example, the libido is dangerous when fecundating like the bull, through the power of its passion, like the lion, like the raging boar when in heat, like the ever-rutting ass, and so on. This activity comparison can belong equally well to the category of the analogous or to the category of the causative comparisons. The possibilities of comparison mean just as many possibilities for symbolic expression, and from this basis all the infinitely varied symbols, so far as they are libido images, may properly be reduced to a very simple root, that is, just to libido and its fixed primitive qualities. This psychologic reduction and simplification 106 is in accordance with the historic efforts of civilization to unify and simplify, to syncretize, the endless number of the gods. We come across this desire as far back as the old Egyptians, where the unlimited polytheism as exemplified in the numerous demons of places finally necessitated simplification. All the various local gods, Amon of Thebes, Horus of Edfu, Horus of the East, Num of Elephantine, Adam of Heliopolis, and others, became identified with the sun god Re. In the hymns to the sun the composite being Amon-Re Harmachi's Adam was invoked as the only god which truly lives. Amenhotep IV, 18 dynasty, went the furthest in this direction. He replaced all former gods by the living great disk of the sun, the official title reading. The sun ruling both horizons, triumphant in the horizon in his name, the glittering splendor which is in the sun's disk. And, indeed, Ehrman adds, the sun, as a god, should not be honored, but the sun itself as a planet which imparts through its rays the infinite life which is in it to all living creatures. Amenhotep IV by his reform completed a work which is psychologically important. He united all the bull, ram, crocodile and pile-dwelling gods into the disk of the sun, and made it clear that their various attributes were compatible with the sun's attributes. A similar fate overtook the Hellenic and Roman polytheism through the syncretistic efforts of later centuries. The beautiful prayer of Lucius to the Queen of the Heavens furnishes an important proof of this. 107-inch Queen of Heaven, whether thou art the genial Ceres, the prime parent of fruits, or whether thou art celestial Venus. Or whether thou art the sister of Phoebus, or whether thou art Proserpina, terrific with midnight howlings, with that feminine brightness of thine illuminating the walls of every city. This attempt to gather again into a few units the religious thoughts which were divided into countless variations and personified in individual gods according to their polytheistic distribution and separation makes clear the fact that already at an earlier time analogies had formally arisen. Herodotus is rich in just such references, not to mention the systems of the Hellenic Roman world. Opposed to the endeavor to form a unity there stands a still stronger endeavor to create again and again a multiplicity, so that even in the so-called severe monotheistic religions, as Christianity, for example, the polytheistic tendency is irrepressible. The deity is divided into three parts at least, to which is added the feminine deity of Mary and the numerous company of the lesser gods, the angels and saints, respectively. These two tendencies are in constant warfare. There is only one God with countless attributes, or else there are many gods who are then simply known differently, according to locality, and personify sometimes this, sometimes that attribute of the fundamental thought. An example of which we have seen above in the Egyptian gods. With this we turn once more to Nietzsche's poem, The Beacon. We found the flame there used as an image of the libido, theriomorphically represented as a snake, also as an image of the soul. This flame is 108 mine own soul. We saw that the snake is to be taken as a phallic image of the libido, upreared in impatience, and that this image, also an attribute of the conception of the sun, the Egyptian sun idol, is an image of the libido in the combination of sun and phallus. It is not a wholly strange conception, therefore, that the sun's disk is represented with a penis, as well as with hands and feet. We find proof for this idea in a peculiar part of the Mithraic liturgy, mu omicron omega delta kappa alpha lambda omicron mu epsilon nu omicron alpha lambda, rho chi tau omicron lambda epsilon iota tau omicron upsilon rho gamma omicron nu tau omicron nu mu omicron upsilon. Psi epsilon iota gamma rho pi tau omicron delta sigma kappa omicron upsilon alpha lambda nu kappa rho epsilon mu epsilon nu omicron nu. This extremely important vision of a tube hanging down from the sun would produce in a religious text, such as that of the Mithraic liturgy, a strange and at the same time meaningless effect if it did not have the phallic meaning. The tube is the place of origin of the wind. The phallic meaning seems very faint in this idea, but one must remember that the wind, as well as the sun, is a fructifier and creator. This has already been pointed out in a footnote. There is a picture by a Germanic painter of the Middle Ages of the Conceptio Immaculata, which deserves mention here. The conception is represented by a tube or pipe coming down from heaven and passing beneath the skirt of Mary. Into this flies the Holy Ghost in the form of a dove for the impregnation of the Mother of God. Honegger discovered the following hallucination in an insane man. Paranoid dement: the patient sees in the 109 sun an upright tail, similar to an erected penis. When he moves his head back and forth, then, too, the sun's penis sways back and forth in a like manner, and out of that the wind arises. This strange hallucination remained unintelligible to us for a long time until I became acquainted with the Mithraic liturgy and its visions. This hallucination threw an illuminating light, as it appears to me, upon a very obscure place in the text which immediately follows the passage previously cited. Epsilon delta tau mu rho eta tau pi rho lambda beta alpha nu tau omicron nu pi eta lambda iota tau eta nu. Nu kappa lambda eta rho mu epsilon nu omicron epsilon delta tau mu rho eta tau omicron pi eta lambda iota tau omicron upsilon tau epsilon rho omicron, mu omicron omega epsilon tau mu rho eta tau kappa epsilon nu omicron upsilon psi epsilon iota tau nu pi omicron phi omicron rho nu tau omicron rho mu tau omicron. Mead translates this very clearly. And towards the regions westward, as though it were an infinite east wind. But if the other wind, towards the regions of the east, should be in service, in the like fashion shalt thou see towards the regions of that side the converse of the sight. In the original rho alpha mu alpha is the vision, the thing seen. Pi omicron phi omicron rho means properly the carrying away. The sense of the text, according to this, might be, the thing seen may be carried or turned sometimes here, sometimes there, according to the direction of the wind. The rho alpha mu alpha is the tube, the place of origin of the wind, which turns sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west, and, one might add, generates the corresponding wind. The vision of the insane man coincides astonishingly with this description of the movement of the tube. 110 The various attributes of the sun, separated into a series, appear one after the other in the Mithraic liturgy. According to the vision of Helios, 7 maidens appear with the heads of snakes, and 7 gods with the heads of black bulls. It is easy to understand the maiden as a symbol of the libido used in the sense of causative comparison. The snake in paradise is usually considered as feminine, as the seductive principle in woman, and is represented as feminine by the old artists, although properly the snake has a phallic meaning. Through a similar change of meaning the snake in antiquity becomes the symbol of the earth, which on its side is always considered feminine. The bull is the well-known symbol for the fruitfulness of the sun. The bull gods in the Mithraic liturgy were called Kappa Nu Omega Theta Alpha Kappa Omicron Phi Lambda Alpha Kappa Epsilon, guardians of the axis of the earth, by whom the axle of the orb of the heavens was turned. The divine man, Mitra, also had the same attributes. He is sometimes called the Sol Invictus itself, sometimes the mighty companion and ruler of Helios. He holds in his right hand the Bear constellation, which moves and turns the heavens. The bull-headed gods, equally Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Alpha Lambda Kappa Iota Mu Omicron Iota Nu Epsilon Alpha Nu Alpha Iota with Mitra himself, to whom the attribute Nu Epsilon Tau Epsilon Rho Omicron, young one, the newcomer, is given, are merely attributive components of the same divinity. The chief god of the Mithraic liturgy is himself subdivided into Mitra and Helios. The attributes of each of these are closely related to the other. Of Helios it is said, Psi Epsilon Iota Theta Epsilon Nu Epsilon Tau Epsilon Rho Omicron Nu Epsilon Epsilon Iota Delta Pi Upsilon Rho Iota Nu Tau Rho Iota Chi Alpha 111 Nu Chi Iota Tau Nu Iota Lambda Epsilon Upsilon Kappa Kappa Alpha Chi Lambda Alpha Mu Delta Iota Kappa Omicron Kappa Kappa Nu Chi Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Pi Rho Iota Nu Omicron Nu Sigma Tau Phi Alpha Nu Omicron Nu. Of Mitra it is said, Psi Epsilon Iota Theta Epsilon Nu Pi Epsilon Rho Mu Epsilon Gamma Theta Eta Phi Omega Tau Iota Nu Chi Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Tau Nu Psi Iota Nu Epsilon Tau Epsilon Rho Omicron Nu Chi Rho Upsilon Sigma Omicron Kappa Mu Alpha Nu Chi Iota Tau Nu Iota Lambda Epsilon Upsilon Kappa Kappa Alpha Chi Rho Upsilon Sigma Sigma Tau Epsilon Phi Nu Kappa Alpha Nu Alpha Xi Upsilon Rho Sigma Iota Kappa Alpha Tau Chi Omicron Nu Tau Alpha Tau Delta Epsilon Xi Iota Chi Epsilon Iota Rho Mu Sigma Chi Omicron Upsilon Mu Nu Chi Rho Sigma Epsilon Omicron Nu Sigma Tau Iota Nu Rho Kappa Tau Omicron Kappa Iota Nu Omicron Sigma Alpha Kappa Alpha Nu Tau Iota Sigma Tau Rho Phi Omicron Upsilon Sigma Alpha Tau Nu Omicron Rho Alpha Nu Kappa Alpha Tau Rho Alpha Nu Alpha Pi Omicron Lambda Epsilon Omicron Upsilon Sigma Alpha Kappa Alpha Tau Alpha Pi Omicron Lambda Epsilon Omicron Upsilon Sigma Alpha Pi Epsilon Iota Tau Alpha Psi Epsilon Iota Alpha Tau Omicron Kappa Tau Nu Mu Tau Omega Nu Sigma Tau Rho Alpha Pi Kappa Tau Omicron Sigma Mu Alpha Tau Omicron Sigma Tau Rho Alpha Lambda Omicron Mu Nu Omicron Upsilon. If we place fire and gold as essentially similar, then a great accord is found in the attributes of the two gods. To these mystical pagan ideas there deserve to be added the probably almost contemporaneous vision of Revelation. And being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks. And in the midst of the candlesticks one like unto the Son of Man, clothed with a garment down to the foot, and girt about at the breasts with a golden girdle. And his head and his hair were white as white wool, white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. And his feet like unto burnished brass, as if it had been refined in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. And he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth proceeded a sharp 2-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shineth in his strength. Rev. I, 12 ff. And I looked, and beheld a white cloud, and upon the cloud 112 I saw one sitting like unto the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. Rev. 14, 14. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and upon his head were many diadems. And he was arrayed in a garment sprinkled with blood. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and pure. And out of his mouth proceeded a sharp sword. Rev. 19, 12-15. One need not assume that there is a direct dependency between the Apocalypse and the Mithraic liturgy. The visionary images of both texts are developed from a source, not limited to one place, but found in the soul of many diverse people, because the symbols which arise from it are too typical for it to belong to one individual only. I put these images here to show how the primitive symbolism of light gradually developed, with the increasing depth of the vision, into the idea of the sun hero, the well-beloved. The development of the symbol of light is thoroughly typical. In addition to this, perhaps I might call to mind the fact that I have previously pointed out this course with numerous examples, and, therefore, I can spare myself the trouble of returning to this subject. These visionary occurrences are the psychological roots of the sun coronations in the mysteries. Its rite is religious hallucination congealed into liturgical form, which, on account of its great regularity, could become a generally accepted outer form. After all this, it is easily understood how the ancient Christian Church, on one side, stood in an especial bond to Christ as sole novice, and, on the other side, had a certain difficulty in freeing itself from the earthly symbols of Christ. Indeed 113 Philo of Alexandria saw in the sun the image of the divine Logos or of the deity especially, de Somnius, 1 hour 85 minutes. In an Ambrosian hymn Christ is invoked by, O Sol Salutis, and so on. At the time of Marcus Aurelius, Melaton, in his work, Pi Epsilon Rho Lambda Omicron Tau Rho Omicron Upsilon, called Christ the Lambda Iota Omicron Nu Alpha Tau Omicron Lambda Eta, Mu Omicron Lambda Iota Omicron Omicron Tau Omicron Nu Tau Epsilon Iota Lambda Epsilon Nu Pi Omicron Rho Alpha Nu Omicron. Still more important is a passage from Pseudo-Cyprian. O quam preclara providentia ut illo die quo factus est sol, in ipso die nasceriter Christus, v. Cal. April. Feria 4, idio de ipso ad plebum dispat malachias profita, orator vobis sol iasticii et curatio est in penis aegis, hic est sol iasticii cuius in penis curatio preostendabator. In a work nominally attributed to John Chrysostomus, De Solstitiis et Equinoctius, occurs this passage. Sed et Dominus nascitur mens Decembri hiemis tempori, 8. Cal. Januarius, quando olii maturi premunter ut unctio, id est chrisma, nascator, sed et invicti natalum appellant. Cos utique tam invictus nisi Dominus noster cum mortem sub actum devisit. Vel quat dicant solis esse natalum, ipsi est sol iasticii, de quo malachias profita dixit, Dominus Lucas ac noctis conditor et discreter ca a profita sol iasticii cognominatus est. 114 According to the testimony of Eusebius of Alexandria, the Christians also shared in the worship of the rising sun, which lasted into the 5th century. Omicron alpha tau omicron pyro omicron sigma kappa upsilon nu omicron sigma iota tau nu lambda iota omicron nu kappa alpha tau nu sigma epsilon lambda nu eta nu kappa alpha tau omicron sigma tau rho alpha. Pi omicron lambda lambda omicron gamma rho omicron delta alpha tau omicron pyro omicron sigma kappa upsilon nu omicron nu tau alpha epsilon chi omicron mu nu omicron upsilon epsilon tau nu lambda iota omicron nu delta eta gamma rho nu alpha tau epsilon lambda alpha nu tau omicron lambda omicron upsilon pyro omicron sigma epsilon chi omicron nu tau alpha iota kappa alpha lambda gamma omicron upsilon sigma iota nu lambda eta sigma omicron nu mu kappa alpha omicron mu nu omicron nu lambda iota omicron gamma nu sigma tau alpha iota kappa alpha rho epsilon tau iota kappa omicron pi omicron iota omicron sigma iota nu lambda kappa alpha chi rho iota sigma tau iota alpha nu omicron kappa alpha phi nu tau epsilon tau nu pi sigma tau iota nu tau omicron rho epsilon tau iota kappa omicron sigma upsilon nu alpha mu gamma nu upsilon nu tau alpha iota. Augustine preached emphatically to the Christians. Non est Dominus sol factus sed per quem sol factus est, enicus carnaliter sapiens solum istum, Christum, intelligendum puteret. Art has preserved much of the remnants of sun worship, thus the nimbus around the head of Christ and the halo of the saints in general. The Christian legends also attribute many fire and light symbols to the saints. The 12 apostles, for example, are likened to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and are represented, therefore, with a star over the head. It is not to be wondered at that the heathen, as Tertullian avows, considered the sun as the Christian God. 115 Among the Manichaeans God was really the sun. One of the most remarkable works extant, where the pagan, Asiatic, Hellenic and Christian intermingle, is the Xi Gamma Eta Sigma Iota Pi Epsilon Rho Tau Omega Nu Pi Epsilon Rho Sigma Delta Iota Pi Rho Alpha Chi Theta Nu Tau Omega Nu, edited by Worth. This is a book of fables, but, nevertheless, a mine for near-Christian fantasies, which gives a profound insight into Christian symbolism. In this is found the following magical dedication: Delta iota lambda theta epsilon mu epsilon gamma lambda beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon eta sigma omicron. In certain parts of Armenia the rising sun is still worshipped by Christians, that it may let its foot rest upon the faces of the worshippers. The foot occurs as an anthropomorphic attribute, and we have already met the theriomorphic attribute in the feathers and the sun phallus. Other comparisons of the sun's ray, as knife, sword, arrow, and so on, have also, as we have learned from the psychology of the dream, a phallic meaning at bottom. This meaning is attached to the foot as I here point out, and also to the feathers, or hair, of the sun, which signify the power or strength of the sun. I refer to the story of Samson, and to that of the Apocalypse of Baruch, concerning the phoenix bird, which, flying before the sun, loses its feathers, and, exhausted, is strengthened again in an ocean bath at evening. Under the symbol of moth and sun, we have dug down into the historic depths of the soul, and in doing this we have uncovered an old buried idol, the youthful, beautiful, fire-encircled and halo-crowned sun hero, who, forever unattainable to the mortal, wanders upon the 116 earth, causing night to follow day. Winter, summer, death, life, and who returns again in rejuvenated splendor and gives light to new generations. The longing of the dreamer concealed behind the moth stands for him. The ancient pre-Asiatic civilizations were acquainted with a sun worship having the idea of a god dying and rising again, Osiris, Tammuz, Attis Adonis, Christ, Mitra and his bull, Phoenix and so on. The beneficent power as well as the destroying power was worshipped in fire. The forces of nature always have two sides, as we have already seen in the god of Job. This reciprocal bond brings us back once more to Miss Miller's poem. Her reminiscences support our previous supposition, that the symbol of moth and sun is a condensation of two ideas, about one of which we have just spoken, the other is the moth and the flame. As the title of a play, about the contents of which the author tells us absolutely nothing, moth and flame may easily have the well-known erotic meaning of flying around the flame of passion until one's wings are burned. The passionate longing, that is to say, the libido, has its two sides. It is power which beautifies everything, and which under other circumstances destroys everything. It often appears as if one could not accurately understand in what the destroying quality of the creative power consists. A woman who gives herself up to passion, particularly under the present-day condition of culture, experiences the destructive side only too soon. One has only to imagine oneself a little away from the everyday moral conditions in order to understand what feelings of extreme insecurity overwhelm 117 the individual who gives himself unconditionally over to fate. To be fruitful means, indeed, to destroy oneself, because with the rise of the succeeding generation the previous one has passed beyond its highest point. Thus our descendants are our most dangerous enemies, whom we cannot overcome, for they will outlive us, and, therefore, without fail, will take the power from our enfeebled hands. The anxiety in the face of the erotic fate is wholly understandable, for there is something immeasurable therein. Fate usually hides unknown dangers, and the perpetual hesitation of the neurotic to venture upon life is easily explained by his desire to be allowed to stand still, so as not to take part in the dangerous battle of life. Whoever renounces the chance to experience must stifle in himself the wish for it, and, therefore, commits a sort of self-murder. From this the death fantasies which readily accompany the renunciation of the erotic wish are made clear. In the poem Miss Miller has voiced these fantasies. She adds further to the material with the following. I had been reading a selection from one of Byron's poems which pleased me very much and made a deep and lasting impression. Moreover, the rhythm of my last two verses, for I the source, etc., and the two lines of Byron's are very similar. Now let me die as I have lived in faith. Nor tremble though the universe should quake. This reminiscence with which the series of ideas is closed confirms the death fantasies which follow from 118 renunciation of the erotic wish. The quotation comes, which Miss Miller did not mention, from an uncompleted poem of Byron's called Heaven and Earth. The whole verse follows. Still blessed be the Lord. For what is past. For that which is. For all are His. From first to last. Time, space, eternity, life, death. The vast known and immeasurable unknown. He made and can unmake. And shall I for a little gasp of breath blaspheme and groan? No, let me die as I have lived in faith. Nor quiver though the universe may quake. The words are included in a kind of praise or prayer, spoken by a mortal who is in hopeless flight before the mounting deluge. Miss Miller puts herself in the same situation in her quotation. That is to say, she readily lets it be seen that her feeling is similar to the despondency of the unhappy ones who find themselves hard-pressed by the threatening mounting waters of the deluge. With this the writer allows us a deep look into the dark abyss of her longing for the sun hero. We see that her longing is in vain. She is a mortal, only for a short time borne upwards into the light by means of the highest longing, and then sinking to death, or, much more, urged upwards by the fear of death, like the people before the deluge. And in spite of the desperate conflict, irretrievably given over to destruction. This is a mood which recalls 119 vividly the closing scene in Cyrano de Bergerac. Cyrano. O, mais, puisqu'elle est en chemin. Je l'attendrai debout, elle est pas à la main. Que dites-vous? C'est inutile. Je le sais. Mais on ne bat pas dans l'espoir du succès. Non, non. C'est bien plus beau lorsque c'est inutile. Je sais bien tuer la fin vous me mettrez à bas. We already know sufficiently well what longing and what impulse it is that attempts to clear a way for itself to the light, but that it may be realized quite clearly and irrevocably, it is shown plainly in the quotation, No, let me die. Which confirms and completes all earlier remarks. The divine, the much beloved, who is honored in the image of the sun, is also the goal of the longing of our poet. Byron's Heaven and Earth is a mystery founded on the following passage from Genesis, chapter 6:2, and it came to pass that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all that they chose. Byron offers as a further motif for his poem the following passage from Coleridge, and woman wailing for her demon lover. Byron's poem is concerned with two great events, one psychologic and one telluric, the passion which throws down all barriers and all the terrors of the unchained powers of nature, a parallel which has already been introduced into our earlier discussion. The angels Samiasa 120 and Azazel burn with sinful love for the beautiful daughters of Cain, Anna and Aholibama, and force a way through the barrier which is placed between mortal and immortal. They revolt as Lucifer once did against God, and the archangel Raphael raises his voice warningly. But man hath listened to his voice. And ye to woman's, beautiful she is. The serpent's voice less subtle than her kiss. The snake but vanquished dust, but she will draw a second host from heaven to break heaven's law. The power of God is threatened by the seduction of passion, a second fall of angels menaces heaven. Let us translate this mythologic projection back into the psychologic, from whence it originated. Then it would read, the power of the good and reasonable ruling the world wisely is threatened by the chaotic primitive power of passion. Therefore passion must be exterminated, that is to say, projected into mythology. The race of Cain and the whole sinful world must be destroyed from the roots by the deluge. It is the inevitable result of that sinful passion which has broken through all barriers. Its counterpart is the sea and the waters of the deep and the floods of rain, the generating, fructifying and maternal waters, as the Indian mythology refers to them. Now they leave their natural bounds and surge over the mountain tops, engulfing all living things, for passion destroys itself. The libido is God and devil. With the destruction of the sinfulness of the libido, an essential 121 portion of the libido would be destroyed. Through the loss of the devil, God himself suffered a considerable loss, somewhat like an amputation upon the body of the divinity. The mysterious hint in Raphael's lament concerning the two rebels, Samiesa and Azazel, suggests this. Why cannot this earth be made, or be destroyed, without involving ever some vast void? In the immortal ranks, love raises man, not only above himself, but also above the bounds of his mortality and earthliness, up to divinity itself, and in the very act of raising him it destroys him. Mythologically, this self-presumption finds its striking expression in the building of the heaven-high Tower of Babel, which brings confusion to mankind. In Byron's poem it is the sinful ambition of the race of Cain, for love of which it makes even the stars subservient and leads away the sons of God themselves. If, indeed, longing for the highest things, if I may speak so, is legitimate, then it lies in the circumstances that it leaves its human boundaries, that of sinfulness, and, therefore, destruction. The longing of the moth for the star is not absolutely pure and transparent, but glows in sultry mist, for man continues to be man. Through the excess of his longing he draws down the divine into the corruption of his passion. Therefore, he seems to raise himself to the divine, but with that his humanity is destroyed. Thus the love of Anna and Aholibama for their angels becomes the ruin of gods and men. The invocation 122 with which Cain's daughters implore their angels is psychologically an exact parallel to Miss Miller's poem. Anna, seraph, from thy sphere, whatever star contains thy glory, in the eternal depths of heaven, albeit thou watchest with the seven, though through space infinite and hoary, before thy bright wings worlds will be driven, yet here, oh, think of her who holds thee dear, and though she nothing is to thee, yet think that thou art all to her. Eternity is in thy years, unborn, undying beauty in thine eyes. With me thou canst not sympathize, except in love, and there thou must acknowledge that more loving dust ne'er wept beneath the skies. Thou walkest thy many worlds, thou sayest, the face of him who made thee great, as he hath made of me the least of those cast out from Eden's gate. Yet, seraph, dear, oh hear, for thou hast loved me, and I would not die until I know what I must die in knowing, that thou forgettest in thine eternity her whose heart death could not keep from o'erflowing. For thee, immortal essence as thou art, great is their love who love in sin and fear. And such, I feel, are waging in my heart a war unworthy, to an Adamite. 123 Forgive, my seraph, that such thoughts appear. For sorrow is our element. The hour is near, which tells me we are not abandoned quite. Appear, appear, seraph, my own Azazel, be but here, and leave the stars to their own light. Aholibama, I call thee, I await thee and I love thee, though I be formed of clay, and thou of beams, more bright than those of day on Eden's streams. Thine immortality cannot repay with love more warm than mine. My love, there is a ray in me, which though forbidden yet to shine, I feel was lighted at thy gods and mine. It may be hidden long, death and decay, our mother Eve bequeathed us, but my heart defies it, though this life must pass away. Is that a cause for thee and me to part? I can share all things, even immortal sorrow, for thou hast ventured to share life with me. And shall I shrink from thine eternity? No, though the serpent's sting should pierce me through, and thou thyself wert like the serpent, coil around me still. And I will smile. And curse thee not, but hold thee in as warm a fold as, but descend and prove a mortal's love for an immortal. 124 The apparition of both angels which follows the invocation is, as always, a shining vision of light. A holobama. The clouds from off their pinions flinging, as though they bore tomorrow's light. Anna. But if our Father see the sight, a holobama, he would but deem it was the moon, rising unto some sorcerer's tune, an hour too soon. Anna. Lo! They have kindled all the west, like a returning sunset, on Ararat's late secret crest. A wild and many-colored bough, the remnant of their flashing path, now shines. At the sight of this many-colored vision of light, where both women are entirely filled with desire and expectation, Anna makes use of a simile full of presentiment, which suddenly allows us to look down once more into the dismal dark depths, out of which for a moment the terrible animal nature of the mild god of light emerges. And now, behold, it hath returned to night, as rippling foam, which the Leviathan hath lashed from his unfathomable home, when sporting on the face of the calm deep, subsides soon after he again hath dashed down to where the ocean's fountains sleep. 125 Thus like the Leviathan, we recall this overpowering weight in the scale of God's justice in regard to the man-job. There, where the deep sources of the ocean are, the Leviathan lives. From there the all-destroying flood ascends, the all-engulfing flood of animal passion. That stifling, compressing feeling of the onward surging impulse is projected mythologically as a flood which, rising up and over all, destroys all that exists, in order to allow a new and better creation to come forth from this destruction. Japhet. The eternal will shall deign to expound this dream of good and evil, and redeem unto himself all times, all things, and, gathered under his almighty wings, abolish hell, and to the expiated earth restore the beauty of her birth. Spirits. And when shall take effect this wondrous spell? Japhet. When the Redeemer cometh, first in pain, and then in glory. Spirits. New times, new climes, new arts, new men, but still the same old tears, old crimes, and oldest ill shall be amongst your race in different forms. But the same mortal storms shall oversweep the future, as the waves. In a few hours the glorious giants' graves. 126 The prophetic visions of Japhet have almost prophetic meaning for our poetess. With the death of the moth in the light, evil is once more laid aside, the complex has once again, even if in a censored form, expressed itself. With that, however, the problem is not solved. All sorrow and every longing begins again from the beginning, but there is promise in the air, the premonition of the Redeemer, of the well-beloved, of the Sun Hero, who again mounts to the height of the sun and again descends to the coldness of the winter, who is the light of hope from race to race, the image of the libido. Part 2. Chapter 1. Aspects of the libido. Before I enter upon the contents of this second part, it seems necessary to cast a backward glance over the singular train of thought which the analysis of the poem, The Moth to the Sun, has produced. Although this poem is very different from the foregoing hymn of creation, closer investigation of the longing for the sun has carried us into the realm of the fundamental ideas of religion and astral mythology, which ideas are closely related to those considered in the first poem. The creative God of the first poem, whose dual nature, moral and physical, was shown especially clearly to us by Job, has in the second poem a new qualification of astro-mythological, or, to express it better, of astrological character. The God becomes the sun, and in this finds an adequate natural expression quite apart from the moral division of the God idea into the Heavenly Father and the Devil. The sun is, as Renard remarked, really the only rational representation of God, whether we take the point of view of the barbarians of other ages or that of the modern physical sciences. In both cases the sun is the parent god, mythologically predominantly the father god, from whom all living things draw life. He is the fructifier and 128 creator of all that lives, the source of energy of our world. The discord into which the soul of man has fallen through the action of moral laws can be resolved into complete harmony through the sun as the natural object which obeys no human moral law. The sun is not only beneficial, but also destructive. Therefore the zodiacal representation of the August heat is the herd-devouring lion whom the Jewish hero Samson killed in order to free the parched earth from this plague. Yet it is the harmonious and inherent nature of the sun to scorch, and its scorching power seems natural to men. It shines equally on the just and on the unjust, and allows useful living objects to flourish as well as harmful ones. Therefore, the sun is adapted as is nothing else to represent the visible God of this world. That is to say, that driving strength of our own soul, which we call libido, and whose nature it is to allow the useful and injurious, the good and the bad to proceed. That this comparison is no mere play of words is taught us by the mystics. When by looking inwards, introversion, and going down into the depths of their own being they find, in their heart, the image of the sun, they find their own love or libido, which with reason, I might say with physical reason, is called the sun. For our source of energy in life is the sun. Thus our life substance, as an energic process, is entirely Sunday. Of what special sort this sun energy, seen inwardly by the mystic is shown by an example taken from the Hindu mythology. From the explanation of Part 3 of the Shvetashvatara Upanishad, we take the following quotation, which relates to the Rudra. 129, 2, the one Rudra who all these worlds with ruling power doth rule, stands not for any second. Behind those that are born he stands, at ending time ingathers all the worlds he hath evolved, protector, he. 3, he hath eyes on all sides surely hath faces, arms surely on all sides feet. With arms, with wings he tricks them out, creating heaven and earth, the only God. 4, who of the gods is both the source and growth, the Lord of all, the Rudra. Mighty seer. Who brought the shining germ of old into existence, may he with reason pure conjoin us. These attributes allow us clearly to discern the All-Creator and in him the sun, which has wings and with 1,000 eyes scans the world. The following passages confirm the text and join to it the idea most important for us, that God is also contained in the individual creature. 7, beyond this world, the Brahman beyond, the Mighty One, in every creature hid according to its form. The one encircling Lord of all, him having known, immortal they become. 8, I know this mighty man, sun-like, beyond the darkness, him, and him, only knowing, one crosseth over death, no other path, at all, is there to go. 11, spread over the universe is he the Lord therefore as all-pervader, he's benign. The powerful God, the equal of the sun, is in that one, and whoever knows him is immortal. Going on further with the text, we come upon a new attribute, which informs us in what form and manner Rudra lived in men. 12, the mighty monarch, he, the man, the one who doth the essence start towards that peace of perfect stainlessness, lordly, exhaustless light. 130, 13, the man, the size of a thumb, the inner self, sits ever in the heart of all that's born, by mind ruling in the heart, is he revealed. That they who know, immortal they become. 14, the man of the thousands of heads, and thousands of eyes, and thousands of feet, covering the earth on all sides, he stands beyond 10 fingerbreadths. 15, the man is verily this all, both, what has been and what will be, Lord, 2, of deathlessness which far all else surpasses. Important parallel quotations are to be found in the Kathopanishad, section 2, part 4. 12, the man of the size of a thumb, resides in the midst within the self, of the past and the future, the Lord. 13, the man of the size of a thumb like flame free from smoke, of past and of future the Lord, the same is today, tomorrow the same will he be. Who this Tom Thumb is can easily be divined, the phallic symbol of the libido. The phallus is this hero dwarf, who performs great deeds, he, this ugly god in homely form, who is the great doer of wonders, since he is the visible expression of the creative strength incarnate in man. This extraordinary contrast is also very striking in Faust, the mother scene. Mephistopheles. I'll praise thee ere we separate, I see. Thou knowest the devil thoroughly. Here take this key. Faust. That little thing. Mephistopheles. Take hold of it, not undervaluing. 131 Faust. It glows, it shines, increases in my hand. Mephistopheles. How much it is worth, thou soon shalt understand. The key will scent the true place from all others. Follow it down. 'Twill lead thee to the mothers. Here the devil again puts into Faust's hand the marvelous tool, a phallic symbol of the libido, as once before in the beginning the devil, in the form of the black dog, accompanied Faust. When he introduced himself with the words, part of that power, not understood, which always wills the bad and always creates the good. United to this strength, Faust succeeded in accomplishing his real-life task, at first through evil adventure and then for the benefit of humanity, for without the evil there is no creative power. Here in the mysterious mother scene, where the poet unveils the last mystery of the creative power to the initiated, Faust has need of the phallic magic wand, in the magic strength of which he has at first no confidence. In order to perform the greatest of wonders, namely, the creation of Paris and Helen. With that Faust attains the divine power of working miracles, and, indeed, only by means of this small, insignificant instrument. This paradoxical impression seems to be very ancient, for even the Upanishads could say the following of the dwarf god. 132:19, without hands, without feet, he moveth, he graspeth, eyeless he seeth. And, earless he heareth, he knoweth what is to be known, yet is there no knower of him. Him call the first, mighty the man. 20, smaller than small, yet, greater than great in the heart of this creature the self doth repose, etc. The phallus is the being, which moves without limbs, which sees without eyes, which knows the future. And as symbolic representative of the universal creative power existent everywhere, immortality is vindicated in it. It is always thought of as entirely independent, an idea current not only in antiquity, but also apparent in the pornographic drawings of our children and artists. It is a seer, an artist and a worker of wonders. Therefore it should not surprise us when certain phallic characteristics are found again in the mythological seer, artist and sorcerer. Hephaestus, Wieland the smith, and Mani, the founder of Manichaeism, whose followers were also famous, have crippled feet. The ancient seer Melampus possessed a suggestive name, Blackfoot, and it seems also to be typical for seers to be blind. Dwarf stature, ugliness and deformity have become especially typical for those mysterious Chthonian gods, the sons of Hephaestus, the Cabri, to whom great power to perform miracles was ascribed. The name signifies powerful, and the Samothracian cult is most intimately united with that of the Ithyphallic Hermes, who, according to the account of Herodotus, was brought to Attica by the Pelasgians. They are also called mu epsilon gamma lambda omicron iota theta epsilon omicron, the great gods. Their near relations are the Idaean dactyli, finger or Idaean 133 thumb, to whom the mother of the gods had taught the blacksmith's art. The key will scent the true place from all others. Follow it down, 'twill lead thee to the mothers. They were the first leaders, the teachers of Orpheus, and invented the Ephesian magic formulas and the musical rhythms. The characteristic disparity which is shown above in the Upanishad text and in Faust, is also found here, since the gigantic Hercules passed as an Idaean dactyl. The colossal Phrygians, the skilled servants of Rhea, were also dactyli. The Babylonian teacher of wisdom, Oannes, was represented in a phallic fish form. The two sun heroes, the Dioscuri, stand in relation to the Cabri. They also wear the remarkable pointed head covering, Pileus, which is peculiar to these mysterious gods, and which is perpetuated from that time on as a secret mark of identification. Attis, the elder brother of Christ, wears the pointed cap, just as does Mitra. It has also become traditional for our present-day Chthonian infantile gods, the brownies, Penates, and all the typical kind of dwarfs. Freud has already called our attention to the phallic meaning of the hat in modern fantasies. A further significance is that probably the pointed cap represents the foreskin. In order not to go too far afield from my theme, I must be satisfied here merely to present the suggestion. But at a later opportunity one shall return to this point with detailed proof. The dwarf form leads to the figure of the divine boy, the pure Eternus, the young Dionysus, Jupiter Anguirus, Tejas, and so on. In the vase painting of Thebes, 134 already mentioned, a bearded Dionysus is represented as kappa alpha beta epsilon iota rho omicron sigma, together with a figure of a boy as pi alpha, followed by a caricatured boy's figure designated as pi rho alpha tau omicron lambda alpha omicron sigma, and then again a caricatured man, which is represented as mu iota tau omicron sigma. Mu tau omicron really means thread, but in Orphic speech it stands for semen. It was conjectured that this collection corresponded to a group of statuary in the sanctuary of a cult. This supposition is supported by the history of the cult as far as it is known. It is an original Phoenician cult of father and son, of an old and young Kabir who were more or less assimilated with the Grecian gods. The double figures of the adult and the child Dionysus lend themselves particularly to this assimilation. One might also call this the cult of the large and small man. Now, under various aspects, Dionysus is a phallic god in whose worship the phallus held an important place, for example, in the cult of the Argivian bull, Dionysus. Moreover, the phallic herm of the god has given occasion for a personification of the phallus of Dionysus, in the form of the god Phalles, who is nothing else but a priapus. He is called tau alpha rho omicron or sigma gamma kappa omega mu omicron beta kappa chi omicron upsilon. Corresponding to this state of affairs, one cannot very well fail to recognize in the previously mentioned Kabiric representation, and in the added boy's figure, the picture of man and his penis. The previously mentioned paradox in the Upanishad text of large and small, of giant and dwarf, is expressed more mildly here by man and boy, or father and son. The motive of deformity which is used constantly by the 135 Kabiric cult is present also in the vase picture, while the parallel figures to Dionysus and Pi Alpha are the caricatured mu tau omicron and Pi rho alpha tau lambda alpha omicron. Just as formerly the difference in size gave occasion for division, so does the deformity here. Without first bringing further proof to bear, I may remark that from this knowledge especially strong sidelights are thrown upon the original psychologic meaning of the religious heroes. Dionysus stands in an intimate relation with the psychology of the early Asiatic god who died and rose again from the dead and whose manifold manifestations have been brought together in the figure of Christ into a firm personality enduring for centuries. We gain from our premise the knowledge that these heroes, as well as their typical fates, are personifications of the human libido and its typical fates. They are imagery, like the figures of our nightly dreams, the actors and interpreters of our secret thoughts. And since we, in the present day, have the power to decipher the symbolism of dreams and thereby surmise the mysterious psychologic history of development of the individual, so a way is here open to the understanding of the secret springs of impulse beneath the psychologic development of races. Our previous trains of thought, which demonstrate the phallic side of the symbolism of the libido, also show how thoroughly justified is the term libido. Originally taken from the sexual sphere, this word has become the most frequent technical expression of psychoanalysis. For the simple reason that its significance is wide enough to cover all the unknown and 136 countless manifestations of the will in the sense of Schopenhauer. It is sufficiently comprehensive and rich in meaning to characterize the real nature of the psychical entity which it includes. The exact classical significance of the word libido qualifies it as an entirely appropriate term. Libido is taken in a very wide sense in Cicero. Volunt ex duobus opinatus, bonus, nasi, libidinum et laetitium, ut sit letitia presentium bonorum, libido futurorum. Letitia autem et libido in bonorum opinion versanter, cum libido ad id, quod videtur bonum, electa et inflammata rapiator. Natura enim omnaceae, quae bona videnter, sequuntur, fugiunt contraria. Quamobrum simul objecta species quaeusbium est, quod bonum videator, ad id adipicendum impellit ipsa natura. Id cum constanter prudenturc fit, ejusmati a petitionem stoici beta omicron lambda eta sigma iota nu appellant, nos appellemus voluntatem. Eam illi putnant in solo esse sapient, quam sic definient, voluntas est quae quid cum ration desiderat, quae autem ration adversa incitata est vehementius, ea libido est, vel cupiditas affrenata, quae in omnibus stultus invenitur. The meaning of libido here is, to wish, and in the Stoical distinction of will, dissolute desire. Cicero used libido, in a corresponding sense. 137 Integera rem aliquam libidine, non ration. In the same sense Sallust says, iracundia pars est libidinis. In another place in a milder and more general sense, which completely approaches the analytical use. Magisc in decoris armis et militaribus equus, quam in scortis et convivius libidinum habebant. Also, quod si tibi bona libido furit patrii, etc. The use of libido is so general that the phrase, libido est scire, merely had the significance of, I will, it pleases me. In the phrase, aliquam libido urini laesis sit, libido had the meaning of urgency. The significance of sexual desire is also present in the classics. This general classical application of the conception agrees with the corresponding etymological context of the word, libido or lubido, with libet, more ancient lubit, it pleases me, and libens or lubens equals gladly, willingly. Sanskrit, lubyati equals to experience violent longing, lobayati equals excites longing, lubdh equals eager, lobah equals longing, eagerness. Gothic equals liefs, and Old High German lieb equals love. Moreover, in Gothic, Lobanes was represented as hope. And Old High German, Loban equals to praise, Lob equals commendation, praise, glory, Old Bulgarian, Uljubiti equals to love, Uljubi equals love, Lithuanian, Liup Sindi 138 equals to praise. It can be said that the conception of libido as developed in the new work of Freud and of his school has functionally the same significance in the biological territory as has the conception of energy since the time of Robert Mayer in the physical realm. It may not be superfluous to say something more at this point concerning the conception of libido after we have followed the formation of its symbol to its highest expression in the human form of the religious hero. Chapter 2. The conception and the genetic theory of libido. The chief source of the history of the analytic conception of libido is Freud's three contributions to the sexual theory. There the term libido is conceived by him in the original narrow sense of sexual impulse, sexual need. Experience forces us to the assumption of a capacity for displacement of the libido, because functions or localizations of non-sexual force are undoubtedly capable of taking up a certain amount of libidinous sexual impetus, a libidinous afflux. Functions or objects could, therefore, obtain sexual value, which under normal circumstances really have nothing to do with sexuality. From this fact results the Freudian comparison of the libido with a stream, which is divisible, which can be dammed up, which overflows into branches, and so on. Freud's original conception does not interpret everything sexual, although this has been asserted by critics, but recognizes the existence of certain forces, the nature of which are not well known. To which Freud, however, compelled by the notorious facts which are evident to any layman, grants the capacity to receive affluxes of libido. The hypothetical idea at the basis is the symbol of the tree bundle of impulses, wherein the sexual impulse figures as a partial impulse of the whole 140 system. And its encroachment into the other realms of impulse is a fact of experience. The theory of Freud, branching off from this interpretation, according to which the motor forces of a neurotic system correspond precisely to their libidinous additions to other, non-sexual, functional impulses, has been sufficiently proven as correct, it seems to me, by the work of Freud and his school. Since the appearance of the three contributions, in 1905, a change has taken place in the libido conception, its field of application has been widened. An extremely clear example of this amplification is this present work. However, I must state that Freud, as well as myself, saw the need of widening the conception of libido. It was paranoia, so closely related to dementia praecox, which seemed to compel Freud to enlarge the earlier limits of the conception. The passage in question, which I will quote here, word for word, reads: "A third consideration which presents itself, in regard to the views developed here, starts the query as to whether we should accept as sufficiently effectual the universal receding of the libido from the outer world, in order to interpret from that, the end of the world, or whether in this case, the firmly rooted possession of the I must not suffice to uphold the rapport with the outer world. Then one must either let that which we call possession of the libido, interest from erotic sources, coincide with interest in general, or else take into consideration the possibility that great disturbance in the disposition of the libido can also induce a corresponding disturbance in the possession of the I. Now, these are the problems, which we are still absolutely helpless and unfitted to answer. Things would be different could we proceed from a safe fund of knowledge of instinct. But the truth is, we have nothing of that kind at our disposal. We understand instinct as the resultant of the reaction of the somatic and the psychic. 141 We see in it the psychical representation of organic forces and take the popular distinction between the I impulse and the sexual impulse, which appears to us to be in accord with the biological double role of the individual being who aspires to his own preservation as well as to the preservation of the species. But anything beyond this is a structure, which we set up, and also willingly let fall again in order to orient ourselves in the confusion of the dark processes of the soul. We expect particularly, from the psychoanalytic investigations into diseased soul processes, to have certain decisions forced upon us in regard to questions of the theory of instinct. This expectation has not yet been fulfilled on account of the still immature and limited investigations in these fields. At present the possibility of the reaction of libido disturbance upon the possession of the I can be shown as little as the reverse, the secondary or induced disturbances of the libido processes through abnormal changes in the I. It is probable that processes of this sort form the distinctive character of the psychoses. The conclusions arising from this, in relation to paranoia, are at present uncertain. One cannot assert that the paranoiac has completely withdrawn his interest from the outer world, nor withdrawn into the heights of repression, as one sometimes sees in certain other forms of hallucinatory psychoses. He takes notice of the outer world, he takes account of its changes, he is stirred to explanations by their influence, and therefore I consider it highly probable that the changed relation to the world is to be explained, wholly or in great part, by the deficiency of the libido interest. In this passage Freud plainly touches upon the question whether the well-known longing for reality of the paranoid dement, and the dementia praecox patients, to whom I have especially called attention in my book, The Psychology of Dementia Praecox, is to be traced back to the withdrawal of the libidinous affluxes alone, or whether this coincides with the so-called objective interest in general. It is hardly to be assumed 142 that the normal, fonction du real, Janet, is maintained only through affluxes of libido or erotic interest. The fact is that in very many cases reality disappears entirely, so that not a trace of psychological adaptation or orientation can be recognized. Reality is repressed under these circumstances and replaced by the contents of the complex. One must of necessity say that not only the erotic interest but the interest in general has disappeared, that is to say, the whole adaptation to reality has ceased. To this category belong the stuporose and catatonic automatons. I have previously made use of the expression, psychic energy, in my Psychology of Dementia Praecox, because I was unable to establish the theory of this psychosis upon the conception of the displacement of the affluxes of libido. My experience, at that time chiefly psychiatric, did not enable me to understand this theory. However, the correctness of this theory in regard to neuroses, strictly speaking the transference neuroses, was proven to me later after increased experience in the field of hysteria and compulsion neuroses. In the territory of these neuroses it is mainly a question whether any portion of the libido which is spared through the specific repression becomes introverted and regressive into earlier paths of transference. For example, the path of the parental transference. With that, however, the former non-sexual psychologic adaptation to the environment remains preserved so far as it does not concern the erotic and its secondary positions, symptoms. The reality which is lacking to the patients is just that portion 143 of the libido to be found in the neurosis. In dementia praecox, on the contrary, not merely that portion of libido which is saved in the well-known specific sexual repression is lacking for reality, but much more than one could write down to the account of sexuality in a strict sense. The function of reality is lacking to such a degree that even the motive power must be encroached upon in the loss. The sexual character of this must be disputed absolutely, for reality is not understood to be a sexual function. Moreover, if that were so, the introversion of the libido in the strict sense must have as a result a loss of reality in the neuroses, and, indeed, a loss which could be compared with that of dementia praecox. These facts have rendered it impossible for me to transfer Freud's theory of libido to dementia praecox, and, therefore, I am of the opinion that Abraham's investigation is hardly tenable theoretically. From the standpoint of the Freudian theory of libido. If Abraham believes that through the withdrawal of the libido from the outer world the paranoid system or the schizophrenic symptomatology results, then this assumption is not justified from the standpoint of the knowledge of that time. Because a mere libido introversion and regression leads, speedily, as Freud has clearly shown, into the neuroses, and, strictly speaking, into the transference neuroses, and not into dementia praecox. Therefore, the transference of the libido theory to dementia praecox is impossible, because this illness produces a loss of reality which cannot be explained by the deficiency of the libido defined in this narrow sense. It affords me a special satisfaction that our teacher also, 144 when he laid his hand on the delicate material of the paranoic psychology, was forced to doubt the applicability of the conception of libido held by him at that time. The sexual definition of this did not permit me to understand those disturbances of function, which affect the vague territory of the hunger instinct just as much as that of the sexual instinct. For a long time the theory of libido seemed to me inapplicable to dementia praecox. With increasing experience in analytical work, however, I became aware of a gradual change in my conception of libido. In place of the descriptive definition of the three contributions, there gradually grew up a generic definition of the libido, which rendered it possible for me to replace the expression psychic energy by the term libido. I was forced to ask myself whether indeed the function of reality today does not consist only in its smaller part of libido sexualis and in the greater part of other impulses. It is still a very important question whether phylogenetically the function of reality is not, at least in great part, of sexual origin. To answer this question directly in regard to the function of reality is not possible, but we shall attempt to come to an understanding indirectly. A fleeting glance at the history of evolution is sufficient to teach us that countless complicated functions to which today must be denied any sexual character were originally pure derivations from the general impulse of propagation. During the ascent through the animal kingdom an important displacement in the fundamentals of the procreative instinct has taken place. The mass of 145 the reproductive products with the uncertainty of fertilization has more and more been replaced by a controlled impregnation and an effective protection of the offspring. In this way part of the energy required in the production of eggs and sperma has been transposed into the creation of mechanisms for allurement and for protection of the young. Thus we discover the first instincts of art in animals used in the service of the impulse of creation, and limited to the breeding season. The original sexual character of these biological institutions became lost in their organic fixation and functional independence. Even if there can be no doubt about the sexual origin of music, still it would be a poor, unaesthetic generalization if one were to include music in the category of sexuality. A similar nomenclature would then lead us to classify the Cathedral of Cologne as mineralogy because it is built of stones. It can be a surprise only to those to whom the history of evolution is unknown to find how few things there really are in human life which cannot be reduced in the last analysis to the instinct of procreation. It includes very nearly everything, I think, which is beloved and dear to us. We spoke just now of libido as the creative impulse, and at the same time we allied ourselves with the conception which opposes libido to hunger in the same way that the instinct of the preservation of the species is opposed to the instinct of self-preservation. In nature, this artificial distinction does not exist. Here we see only a continuous life impulse, a will to live which will attain the creation of the whole species through the preservation of the individual. Thus far this conception coincides with 146 the idea of the will in Schopenhauer, for we can conceive will objectively, only as a manifestation of an internal desire. This throwing of psychological perceptions into material reality is characterized philosophically as introjection. Ferenczi's conception of introjection denoted the reverse, that is, the taking of the outer world into the inner world. Naturally, the conception of the world was distorted by introjection. Freud's conception of the principle of desire is a voluntary formulation of the idea of introjection, while his once more voluntarily conceived principle of reality corresponds functionally to that which I designate as corrective of reality. And R. Avenarius designates as empiriokritisch principial coordination. The conception of power owes its existence to this very introjection. This has already been said expressively by Galileo in his remark that its origin is to be sought in the subjective perception of the muscular power of the individual. Because we have already arrived at the daring assumption that the libido, which was employed originally in the exclusive service of egg and seed production, now appears firmly organized in the function of nest building, and can no longer be employed otherwise. Similarly, this conception forces us to relate it to every desire, including hunger. For now we can no longer make any essential distinction between the will to build a nest and the will to eat. This view brings us to a conception of libido, which extends over the boundaries of the physical sciences into a philosophical aspect, to a conception of the will in general. I must give this bit of psychological voluntarismus into the hands of the 147 philosophers for them to manage. For the rest I refer to the words of Schopenhauer relating to this. In connection with the psychology of this conception, by which I understand neither metapsychology nor metaphysics, I am reminded here of the cosmogenic meaning of Eros in Plato and Hesiod, and also of the Orphic figure of Phans, the shining one. The first created, the father of Eros. Phans has also orphically the significance of Priapus, he is a god of love, bisexual and similar to the Theban Dionysus Lysios. The Orphic meaning of Phans is similar to that of the Indian Kama, the god of love, which is also the cosmogenic principle. To Plotinus, of the Neoplatonic school, the world soul is the energy of the intellect. Plotinus compares the one, the creative primal principle, with light in general, the intellect with the sun, the world soul with the moon. In another comparison Plotinus compares the one with the father, the intellect with the sun. The one designated as Uranus is transcendent. The sun as Kronos has dominion over the visible world. The world soul, designated as Zeus, appears as subordinate to him. The one, or the usia of the whole existence is designated by Plotinus as hypostatic, also as the three forms of emanation, also mu alpha omicron sigma alpha nu tau rho iota sigma nu pi omicron sigma tau sigma epsilon sigma iota nu. As Drews observed, this is also the formula of the Christian Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, as it was decided upon at the councils of Nicaea and Constantinople. It may also be noticed that certain early Christian sectarians attributed a maternal significance 148 to the Holy Ghost, world soul, moon. See what follows concerning Chi of Timaeus. According to Plotinus, the world soul has a tendency toward a divided existence and towards divisibility, the conditio sine qua non of all change, creation and procreation, also a maternal quality. It is an unending all of life and holy energy. It is a living organism of ideas, which attain in it effectiveness and reality. The intellect is its procreator, its father, which, having conceived it, brings it to development in thought. What lies enclosed in the intellect, comes to development in the world soul as logos, fills it with meaning and makes it as if intoxicated with nectar. Nectar is analogous to soma, the drink of fertility and of life, also to sperma. The soul is fructified by the intellect, as oversoul it is called heavenly Aphrodite, as the undersoul the earthly Aphrodite. It knows the birth pangs, and so on. The bird of Aphrodite, the dove, is not without good cause the symbol of the Holy Ghost. This fragment of the history of philosophy, which may easily be enlarged, shows the significance of the endopsychic perception of the libido and of its symbolism in human thought. In the diversity of natural phenomena we see the desire, the libido, in the most diverse applications and forms. We see the libido in the stage of childhood almost wholly occupied in the instinct of nutrition, which takes care of the upbuilding of the body. With the development of the body there are successively opened new spheres of application. 149 for the libido. The last sphere of application, and surpassing all the others in its functional significance, is sexuality, which seems at first almost bound up with the function of nutrition. Compare with this the influence on procreation of the conditions of nutrition in lower animals and plants. In the territory of sexuality, the libido wins that formation, the enormous importance of which has justified us in the use of the term libido in general. Here the libido appears very properly as an impulse of procreation, and almost in the form of an undifferentiated sexual primal libido, as an energy of growth, which clearly forces the individual towards division, budding, etc. The clearest distinction between the two forms of libido is to be found among those animals in whom the stage of nutrition is separated from the sexual stage by a chrysalis stage. From that sexual primal libido which produced millions of eggs and seeds from one small creature, derivatives have been developed with the great limitation of the fecundity. Derivatives in which the functions are maintained by a special differentiated libido. This differentiated libido is henceforth desexualized because it is dissociated from its original function of egg and sperma production. Nor is there any possibility of restoring it to its original function. Thus, in general, the process of development consists in an increasing transformation of the primal libido which only produced products of generation to the secondary functions of allurement and protection of the young. This now presupposes a very different and very complicated relation to reality, a true 150 function of reality, which, functionally inseparable, is bound up with the needs of procreation. Thus the altered mode of procreation carries with it as a correlate a correspondingly heightened adaptation to reality. In this way we attain an insight into certain primitive conditions of the function of reality. It would be radically wrong to say that its compelling power is a sexual one. It was a sexual one to a large extent. The process of transformation of the primal libido into secondary impulses always took place in the form of affluxes of sexual libido, that is to say, sexuality became deflected from its original destination and a portion of it turned, little by little, increasing in amount, into the phylogenetic impulse of the mechanisms of allurement and of protection of the young. This diversion of the sexual libido from the sexual territory into associated functions is still taking place. Where this operation succeeds without injury to the adaptation of the individual it is called sublimation. Where the attempt does not succeed it is called repression. The descriptive standpoint of psychology accepts the multiplicity of instincts, among which is the sexual instinct, as a special phenomenon. Moreover, it recognizes certain affluxes of libido to non-sexual instincts. Quite otherwise is the genetic standpoint. It regards the multiplicity of instincts as issuing from a relative unity, the primal libido. It recognizes that definite amounts of the primal libido are split off, as it were, associated with the newly formed functions and finally merged in them. As a result of this it is impossible, from the genetic standpoint, to hold to the strictly limited conception 151 of libido of the descriptive standpoint, it leads inevitably to a broadening of the conception. With this we come to the theory of libido that I have surreptitiously introduced into the first part of this work for the purpose of making this genetic conception familiar to the reader. The explanation of this harmless deceit I have saved until the second part. For the first time, through this genetic idea of libido, which in every way surpasses the descriptive sexual, the transference was made possible of the Freudian libido theory into the psychology of mental disease. The passage quoted above shows how the present Freudian conception of libido collides with the problem of the psychoses. Therefore, when I speak of libido, I associate with it the genetic conception which contains not only the immediate sexual but also an amount of desexualized primal libido. When I say a sick person takes his libido away from the outer world, in order to take possession of the inner world with it, I do not mean that he takes away merely the affluxes from the function of reality, but he takes energy away. According to my view, from those desexualized instincts which regularly and properly support the function of reality. With this alteration in the libido conception, certain parts of our terminology need revision as well. As we know, Abraham has undertaken the experiment of transferring the Freudian libido theory to dementia praecox and has conceived the characteristic lack of rapport and the cessation of the function of reality as autoerotism. This conception needs revision. Hysterical introversion 152 of the libido leads to autoerotism, since the patient's erotic afflux of libido designed for the function of adaptation is introverted, whereby his ego is occupied by the corresponding amount of erotic libido. The schizophrenic, however, shuns reality far more than merely the erotic afflux would account for, therefore, his inner condition is very different from that of the hysteric. He is more than autoerotic, he builds up an intrapsychic equivalent for reality, for which purpose he has necessarily to employ other dynamics than that afforded by the erotic afflux. Therefore, I must grant to Bleuler the right to reject the conception of autoerotism, taken from the study of hysterical neuroses, and their legitimate, and to replace it by the conception of autismus. I am forced to say that this term is better fitted to facts than autoerotism. With this I acknowledge my earlier idea of the identity of autismus, Bleuler, and autoerotism, Freud, as unjustified, and, therefore, retract it. This thorough revision of the conception of libido has compelled me to this. From these considerations it follows necessarily that the descriptive psychologic conception of libido must be given up in order for the libido theory to be applied to dementia praecox. That it is there applicable is best shown in Freud's brilliant investigation of Schreber's fantasies. The question now is whether this genetic conception of libido proposed by me is suitable for the neuroses. I believe that this question may be answered affirmatively. Natura non facit saltum, it is not merely to be expected but it is also probable that at least temporary functional disturbances of various degrees appear 153 inches the neuroses, which transcend the boundaries of the immediate sexual. In any case, this occurs in psychotic episodes. I consider the broadening of the conception of libido which has developed through the most recent analytic work as a real advance which will prove of a special advantage in the important field of the introversion psychoses. Proofs of the correctness of my assumption are already at hand. It has become apparent through a series of researches of the Zurich School, which are now published in part, that the fantastic substitution products which take the place of the disturbed function of reality bear unmistakable traces of archaic thought. This confirmation is parallel to the postulate asserted above, according to which reality is deprived, not merely of an immediate, individual, amount of libido, but also of an already differentiated or desexualized quantity of libido, which, among normal people, has belonged to the function of reality ever since prehistoric times. A dropping away of the last acquisition of the function of reality, or adaptation, must of necessity be replaced by an earlier mode of adaptation. We find this principle already in the doctrines of the neuroses, that is, that a repression resulting from the failure of the recent transference is replaced by an old way of transference, namely, through a regressive revival of the parent imago. In the transference neurosis, hysterical, where merely a part of the immediate sexual libido is taken away from reality by the specific sexual repression, the substituted product is a fantasy of individual origin and significance. With only a trace of those archaic traits found in the fantasies of those 154 mental disorders in which a portion of the general human function of reality organized since antiquity has broken off. This portion can be replaced only by a generally valid archaic surrogate. We owe a simple and clear example of this proposition to the investigation of Honegger. A paranoiac of good intelligence who has a clear idea of the spherical form of the Earth and its rotation around the Sun replaces the modern astronomical views by a system worked out in great detail, which one must call archaic. In which the Earth is a flat disk over which the Sun travels. I am reminded of the sun phallus mentioned in the first part of this book, for which we are also indebted to Honegger. Spielrein has likewise furnished some very interesting examples of archaic definitions which begin in certain illnesses to overlay the real meanings of the modern word. For example, Spielrein's patient had correctly discovered the mythological significance of alcohol, the intoxicating drink, to be an effusion of seed. She also had a symbolism of boiling which I must place parallel to the especially important alchemistic vision of Zosimos, who found people in boiling water within the cavity of the altar. This patient used earth in place of mother, and also water to express mother. I refrain from further examples because future work of the Zurich school will furnish abundant evidence of this sort. My foregoing proposition of the replacement of the disturbed function of reality by an archaic surrogate is supported by an excellent paradox of Spielrein's. She says, I often had the illusion that these patients might 155 be simply victims of a folk superstition. As a matter of fact, patients substitute fantasies for reality, fantasies similar to the actually incorrect mental products of the past, which, however, were once the view of reality. As the Zosimos vision shows, the old superstitions were symbols which permitted transitions to the most remote territory. This must have been very expedient for certain archaic periods, for by this means convenient bridges were offered to lead a partial amount of libido over into the mental realm. Evidently Spielrein thinks of a similar biological meaning of the symbols when she says, thus a symbol seems to me to owe its origin in general to the tendency of a complex for dissolution in the common totality of thought. The complex is robbed by that of the personal element. This tendency towards dissolution, transformation, of every individual complex is the motive for poetry, painting, for every sort of art. When here we replace the formal conception, complex, by the conception of the quantity of libido, the total effect of the complex, which, from the standpoint of the libido theory, is a justified measure. Then does Spielrein's view easily agree with mine. When primitive man understands in general what an act of generation is, then, according to the principle of the path of least resistance, he never can arrive at the idea of replacing the generative organs by a sword blade or a shuttle. But this is the case with certain Indians, who explain the origin of mankind by the union of the two transference symbols. He then must be compelled to devise an analogous thing in order to bring a manifest sexual interest upon an asexual expression. 156 The propelling motive of this transition of the immediate sexual libido to the non-sexual representation can, in my opinion, be found only in a resistance which opposes primitive sexuality. It appears as if, by this means of fantastic analogy formation, more libido would gradually become desexualized, because increasingly more fantasy correlates were put in the place of the primitive achievement of the sexual libido. With this an enormous broadening of the world idea was gradually developed because new objects were always assimilated as sexual symbols. It is a question whether the human consciousness has not been brought to its present state entirely or in great part in this manner. It is evident, in any case, that an important significance in the development of the human mind is due to the impulse towards the discovery of analogy. We must agree thoroughly with Steinthal when he says that an absolutely overweening importance must be granted to the little phrase, like we, even as, in the history of the development of thought. It is easy to believe that the carryover of the libido to a fantastic correlate has led primitive man to a number of the most important discoveries. Chapter 3. The transformation of the libido. A possible source of primitive human discoveries. In the following pages I will endeavor to picture a concrete example of the transition of the libido. I once treated a patient who suffered from a depressive catatonic condition. The case was one of only a slight introversion psychosis, therefore, the existence of many hysterical features was not surprising. In the beginning of the analytic treatment, while telling of a very painful occurrence, she fell into a hysterical dreamy state, in which she showed all signs of sexual excitement. For obvious reasons she lost the knowledge of my presence during this condition. The excitement led to a masturbative act, frictio femorum. This act was accompanied by a peculiar gesture. She made a very violent rotary motion with the forefinger of the left hand on the left temple, as if she were boring a hole there. Afterwards there was complete amnesia for what had happened, and there was nothing to be learned about the queer gesture with her hand. Although this act can easily be likened to a boring into the mouth, nose or ear, now transferred to the temple, it belongs in the territory of infantile ludus sexualis, to the preliminary exercise preparatory to sexual activity. Without really understanding it, this gesture, 158 nevertheless, seemed very important to me. Many weeks later I had an opportunity to speak to the patient's mother, and from her I learned that her daughter had been a very exceptional child. When only 2 years old she would sit with her back to an open cupboard door for hours and rhythmically beat her head against the door, to the distraction of the household. A little later, instead of playing as other children, she began to bore a hole with her finger in the plaster of the wall of the house. She did this with little turning and scraping movements, and kept herself busy at this occupation for hours. She was a complete puzzle to her parents. From her 4th year she practiced onanism. It is evident that in this early infantile activity the preliminary stage of the later trouble may be found. The especially remarkable features in this case are, first, that the child did not carry out the action on its own body, and, secondly, the assiduity with which it carried on the action. One is tempted to bring these two facts into a causal relationship and to say, because the child does not accomplish this action on her own body, perhaps that is the reason of the assiduity. For by boring into the wall she never arrives at the same satisfaction as if she executed the activity onanistically on her own body. The very evident onanistic boring of the patient can be traced back to a very early stage of childhood, which is prior to the period of local onanism. That time is still psychologically very obscure, because individual reproductions and memories are lacking to a great extent, the same as among animals. The race characteristics, manner of life, predominate during the entire life of the animal, 159, whereas among men the individual character asserts itself over the race type. Granting the correctness of this remark, we are struck with the apparently wholly incomprehensible individual activity of this child at this early age. We learn from her later life history that her development, which is, as is always the case, intimately interwoven with parallel external events, has led to that mental disturbance which is especially well known on account of its individuality and the originality of its productions, i.e., dementia praecox. The peculiarity of this disturbance, as we have pointed out above, depends upon the predominance of the fantastic form of thought, of the infantile in general. From this type of thinking proceed all those numerous contacts with mythological products, and that which we consider as original and wholly individual creations are very often creations which are comparable with nothing but those of antiquity. I believe that this comparison can be applied to all formations of this remarkable illness, and perhaps also to this special symptom of boring. We have already seen that the onanistic boring of the patient dated from a very early stage of childhood, that is to say, it was reproduced from that period of the past. The sick woman fell back for the first time into the early onanism only after she had been married many years, and following the death of her child, with whom she had identified herself through an overindulgent love. When the child died, the still healthy mother was overcome by early infantile symptoms in the form of scarcely concealed fits of masturbation, which were associated with this very act of boring. As already observed, the primary 160 boring appeared at a time which preceded the infantile onanism localized in the genitals. This fact is of significance in so far as this boring differs thereby from a similar later practice which appeared after the genital onanism. The later bad habits represent, as a rule, a substitution for repressed genital masturbation, or for an attempt in this direction. As such, these habits, finger-sucking, biting the nails, picking at things, boring into the ears and nose, etc., may persist far into adult life as regular symptoms of a repressed amount of libido. As has already been shown above, the libido in youthful individuals at first manifests itself in the nutritional zone, when food is taken in the act of suckling with rhythmic movements and with every sign of satisfaction. With the growth of the individual and the development of his organs, the libido creates for itself new avenues to supply its need of activity and satisfaction. The primary model of rhythmic activity, producing pleasure and satisfaction, must now be transferred to the zone of other functions, with sexuality as its final goal. A considerable part of the hunger libido is transferred into the sexual libido. This transition does not take place suddenly at the time of puberty, as is generally supposed, but very gradually in the course of the greater part of childhood. The libido can free itself only with difficulty and very slowly from that which is peculiar to the function of nutrition, in order to enter into the peculiarity of the sexual function. Two periods are to be distinguished in this state of transition, so far as I can judge, the epoch of suckling and the epoch of the displaced rhythmic activity. 161 Suckling still belongs to the function of nutrition, but passes beyond it, however, in that it is no longer the function of nutrition, but rhythmic activity, with pleasure and satisfaction as a goal, without the taking of nourishment. Here the hand enters as an auxiliary organ. In the period of the displaced rhythmic activity the hand appears still more clearly as an auxiliary organ, the gaining of pleasure leaves the mouth zone and turns to other regions. The possibilities are now many. As a rule, other openings of the body become the objects of the libido interest, then the skin, and special portions of that. The activity expressed in these parts, which can appear as rubbing, boring, picking, and so on, follows a certain rhythm and serves to produce pleasure. After longer or shorter tarryings of the libido at these stations, it passes onward until it reaches the sexual zone, and there, for the first time, can be occasion for the beginning of onanistic attempts. In its migration the libido takes more than a little of the function of nutrition with it into the sexual zone, which readily accounts for the numerous and innate correlations between the functions of nutrition and sexuality. If, after the occupation of the sexual zone, an obstacle arises against the present form of application of the libido, then there occurs, according to the well-known laws, a regression to the nearest station lying behind. To the two above-mentioned periods. It is now of special importance that the epoch of the displaced rhythmic activity coincides in a general way with the time of the development of the mind and of speech. I might designate the period from birth until the occupation of the sexual zone as the presexual 162 stage of development. This generally occurs between the third and fifth year, and is comparable to the chrysalis stage in butterflies. It is distinguished by the irregular commingling of the elements of nutrition and of sexual functions. Certain regressions follow directly back to the presexual stage, and, judging from my experience, this seems to be the rule in the regression of dementia praecox. I will give two brief examples. One case concerns a young girl who developed a catatonic state during her engagement. When she saw me for the first time, she came up suddenly, embraced me, and said, "Papa, give me something to eat." The other case concerns a young maidservant who complained that people pursued her with electricity and that this caused a queer feeling in her genitals, as if it ate and drank down there. These regressive phenomena show that even from the distance of the modern mind those early stages of the libido can be regressively reached. One may assume, therefore, that in the earliest states of human development this road was much more easily traveled than it is today. It becomes then a matter of great interest to learn whether traces of this have been preserved in history. We owe our knowledge of the ethnologic fantasy of boring to the valuable work of Abraham, who also refers us to the writings of Adalbert Kuhn. Through this investigation we learn that Prometheus, the fire-bringer, may be a brother of the Hindu Pramantha, that is to say, of the masculine fire-rubbing piece of wood. The Hindu fire-bringer is called Matarikvan, and the activity 163 of the fire preparation is always designated in the hieratratic text by the verb manthami, which means shaking, rubbing, bringing forth by rubbing. Kuhn has put this verb in connection with the Greek mu alpha nu theta nu omega, which means, to learn, and has explained this conceptual relationship. The tertium compressionis might lie in the rhythm, the movement to and fro in the mind. According to Kuhn, the root, manth, or math, must be traced from mu alpha nu theta nu omega, mu theta eta mu alpha, mu theta eta sigma iota, to pyro omicron mu eta theta omicron mu alpha iota to pyro omicron mu eta theta epsilon, who is the Greek fire robber. Through an unauthorized Sanskrit word, Prometheus, which comes by way of Pramantha, and which possesses the double meaning of rubber and robber, the transition to Prometheus was effected. With that, however, the prefix pra caused special difficulty, so that the whole derivation was doubted by a series of authors, and was held, in part, as erroneous. On the other hand, it was pointed out that as the Thuric Zeus bore the especially interesting cognomen pyro omicron mu alpha nu theta epsilon, thus pyro omicron mu eta theta epsilon might not be an original Indo-Germanic stem word that was related to the Sanskrit, pramantha, but might represent only a cognomen. This interpretation is supported by a gloss of Hesychius, theta, tau nu tau iota tau nu omega nu caparo upsilon xi pyro omicron mu eta theta epsilon. Another gloss of Hesychius explains theta alpha nu omicron mu alpha iota alpha nu omega, as theta epsilon rho mu alpha nu omicron mu alpha iota, through which theta attains the meaning of the flaming one, analogous to alpha theta omega nu or phi lambda epsilon gamma alpha. The relation of Prometheus to 164 Pramantha could scarcely be so direct as Kuhn conjectures. The question of an indirect relation is not decided with that. Above all, pyro omicron mu eta theta epsilon is of great significance as a surname for theta, since the flaming one is the forethinker. Pramati equals precaution is also an attribute of Agni, although pramati is of another derivation. Prometheus, however, belongs to the line of Phlegians which was placed by Kuhn in uncontested relationship to the Indian priest family of Bgu. The Bgu are like Matarikvan, the one swelling in the mother, also fire-bringers. Kuhn quotes a passage, according to which Bgu also arises from the flame like Agni. In the flame Bgu originated. Bgu roasted, but did not burn. This view leads to a root related to Bgu, that is to say, to the Sanskrit bre equals to light, Latin fulgo and Greek phi lambda gamma omega, Sanskrit bargas equals splendor, Latin fulgur. Bgu appears, therefore, as the shining one. Phi lambda epsilon gamma alpha means a certain species of eagle, on account of its burnished gold color. The connection with phi lambda gamma epsilon iota nu, which signifies, to burn, is clear. The Phlegians are also the fire eagles. Prometheus also belongs to the Phlegians. The path from Pramantha to Prometheus passes not through the word, but through the idea, and, therefore, we should adopt this same meaning for Prometheus as that which Pramantha attains from the Hindu fire symbolism. The Pramantha, as the tool of Manthana, the fire sacrifice, is considered purely sexual in the Hindu, the Pramantha as phallus, or man, the board wood underneath as vulva, or woman. The resulting fire is the 165 child, the divine son Agni. The two pieces of wood are called in the cult Pururavas and Urvasi, and were thought of personified as man and woman. The fire was born from the genitals of the woman. An especially interesting representation of fire production, as a religious ceremony, Manthana, is given by Weber. A certain sacrificial fire was lit by the rubbing together of two sticks. One piece of wood is taken up with the words, "Thou art the birthplace of the fire," and two blades of grass are placed upon it, "Ye are the two testicles," to the Adharani, the underlying wood, "Thou art Urvasi." Then the Utarani, that which is placed on top, is anointed with butter. "Thou art power." This is then placed on the Adharani. "Thou art Pururavas," and both are rubbed 3 times. "I rub thee with the Gayatrimatram, I rub thee with the Trishtubmaram, I rub thee with the Jagatimatram." The sexual symbolism of this fire production is unmistakable. We see here also the rhythm, the meter in its original place as sexual rhythm, rising above the mating call into music. A song of the Rigveda conveys the same interpretation and symbolism. Here is the gear for function, here tinder made ready for the spark. Bring thou the matron, we will rub Agni in ancient fashion forth. In the 2 fire sticks Jatavida's leaf, even as the well-formed germ in pregnant women. Agni who day by day must be exalted by men who watch and worship with oblations. Lay this with care on that which lies extended, straight hath she borne the steer when made prolific. 166 With his red pillar, radiant in his splendor, in our skilled task is born the son of Isla. Book 3. 29, 1-3. Side by side with the unequivocal coitus symbolism we see that the pramantha is also Agni, the created sun. The phallus is the sun, or the sun is the phallus. Therefore, Agni in the Vedic mythology has the threefold character. With this we are once more connected with the above-mentioned Kabiric father-son cult. In the modern German language we have preserved echoes of the primitive symbols. A boy is designated as Bengal, short, thick piece of wood. In Hessian as Stift or Bolzen, arrow, wooden peg or stump. The Artemisia abrodanum, which is called in German Stabwurz, stick root, is called in English boy's love. The vulgar designation of the penis as boy was remarked even by Grimm and others. The ceremonial production of fire was retained in Europe as late as the 19th century as a superstitious custom. Kuhn mentioned such a case even in the year 1828, which occurred in Germany. The solemn, magic ceremony was called the Gnadfeuer, the fire of need, and the charm was chiefly used against cattle epidemics. Kuhn cites from the Chronicle of Leinerkost of the year 1268 an especially noteworthy case of the Gnadfeuer, the ceremonies of which plainly revealed the fundamental phallic meaning. Pro fidei divini integritate servanda recollet lector. Quod cum hoc anno in Laedonia pestis grasseriter in pecudes armenti, quam vocant usitati lungisaut, quidem bestials, habita claustrales non animo, dospent idiotas patrii ignum confriction de lignis edusera eti simulacrum priapi statuare. Eti per haec bestias secura. 167 Quod cum unis laicus cisterciensis apud fentone feciset ante atrium oli, ac intinctus testiculus canis in aquam benedictum super animalis sparsasit, etc. These examples, which allow us to recognize a clear sexual symbolism in the generation of fire, prove, therefore, since they originate from different times and different peoples, the existence of a universal tendency to credit to fire production not only a magical but also a sexual significance. This ceremonial or magic repetition of this very ancient, long-outlived observance shows how insistently the human mind clings to the old forms, and how deeply rooted is this very ancient reminiscence of fire-boring. One might almost be inclined to see in the sexual symbolism of fire production a relatively late addition to the priestly lore. This may, indeed, be true for the ceremonial elaboration of the fire mysteries, but whether originally the generation of fire was in general a sexual action, that is to say, coitus play, is still a question. That similar things occur among very primitive people we learn from the Australian tribe of the Watschandis, who in the spring perform the following magic ceremonies of fertilization. They dig a hole in the ground, so formed and surrounded with bushes as to 168 counterfeit a woman's genitals. They dance the night long around this hole. In connection with this they hold spears in front of themselves in a manner to recall the penis in erection. They dance around the hole and thrust their spears into the ditch, while they cry to it, Puli Nira, Wataka. Non fasa, said Cunnis. Such obscene dances appear among other primitive races as well. In this spring incantation are contained the elements of the coitus play. This play is nothing but a coitus game. That is to say, originally this play was simply a coitus in the form of sacramental mating, which for a long time was a mysterious element among certain cults, and reappeared in sects. In the ceremonies of Zinzendorf's followers echoes of the coitus sacrament may be recognized, also in other sects. One can easily think that just as the above-mentioned Australian Bushmen performed the coitus play in this manner, the same performance could be enacted in another manner, and, indeed, in the form of fire production. Instead of through two selected human beings, the coitus was represented by two substitutes, by pururavas and urvasi, by phallus and vulva, by borer and opening. Just as the primitive thought behind other customs is really the sacramental coition, so here the primal tendency is really the act itself. For the act of fertilization is the climax, the true festival of life, and well worthy to become the nucleus of a religious mystery. If we are justified in concluding that the symbolism of the hole in the earth used by the Watschandis for the fertilization of 169 the earth takes the place of the coitus, then the generation of fire could be considered in the same way as a substitute for coitus. And, indeed, it might be further concluded as a consequence of this reasoning that the invention of fire-making is also due to the need of supplying a symbol for the sexual act. Let us return, for a moment, to the infantile symptom of boring. Let us imagine a strong adult man carrying on the boring with 2 pieces of wood with the same perseverance and the energy corresponding to that of this child. He may very easily create fire by this play. But of greatest significance in this work is the rhythm. This hypothesis seems to me psychologically possible, although it should not be said with this that only in this way could the discovery of fire occur. It can result just as well by the striking together of flints. It is scarcely possible that fire was created in only one way. All I want to establish here is merely the psychologic process, the symbolic indications of which point to the possibility that in such a way was fire invented or prepared. The existence of the primitive coitus play or rite seems to me sufficiently proven. The only thing that is obscure is the energy and emphasis of the ritual play. It is well known that those primitive rites were often of very bloody seriousness, and were performed with an extraordinary display of energy, which appears as a great contrast to the well-known indolence of primitive humanity. Therefore, the ritual activity entirely loses the character of play, and wins that of purposeful effort. If certain Negro races can dance the whole night long to 3 tones in 170 the most monotonous manner, then, according to our idea, there is in this an absolute lack of the character of play pastime, it approaches nearer to exercise. There seems to exist a sort of compulsion to transfer the libido into such ritual activity. If the basis of the ritual activity is the sexual act, we may assume that it is really the underlying thought and object of the exercise. Under these circumstances, the question arises why the primitive man endeavors to represent the sexual act symbolically and with effort, or, if this wording appears to be too hypothetical, why does he exert energy to such a degree only to accomplish practically useless things, which apparently do not especially amuse him? It may be assumed that the sexual act is more desirable to primitive man than such absurd and, moreover, fatiguing exercises. It is hardly possible but that a certain compulsion conducts the energy away from the original object and real purpose, inducing the production of surrogates. The existence of a phallic or orgiastic cult does not indicate eo ipso a particularly lascivious life any more than the ascetic symbolism of Christianity means an especially moral life. One honors that which one does not possess or that which one is not. This compulsion, to speak in the nomenclature formulated above, removes a certain amount of libido from the real sexual activity, and creates a symbolic and practically valid substitute for what is lost. This psychology is confirmed by the above-mentioned Watschandi ceremony. During the entire ceremony none of the men may look at a woman. This detail again informs us from whence the libido is to be diverted. But this gives 171 rise to the pressing question, whence comes this compulsion? We have already suggested above that the primitive sexuality encounters a resistance which leads to a side-tracking of the libido onto substitution actions, analogy, symbolism, etc. It is unthinkable that it is a question of any outer opposition whatsoever, or of a real obstacle, since it occurs to no savage to catch his elusive quarry with ritual charms, but it is a question of an internal resistance, will opposes will. Libido opposes libido, since a psychologic resistance as an energic phenomenon corresponds to a certain amount of libido. The psychologic compulsion for the transformation of the libido is based on an original division of the will. I will return to this primal splitting of the libido in another place. Here let us concern ourselves only with the problem of the transition of the libido. The transition takes place, as has been repeatedly suggested by means of shifting to an analogy. The libido is taken away from its proper place and transferred to another substratum. The resistance against sexuality aims, therefore, at preventing the sexual act. It also seeks to crowd the libido away from the sexual function. We see, for example, in hysteria, how the specific repression blocks the real path of transference. Therefore, the libido is obliged to take another path, and that an earlier one, namely, the incestuous road which ultimately leads to the parents. Let us speak, however, of the incest prohibition, which hindered the very first sexual transference. Then the situation changes in so far that no earlier way of transference is left, except that of the presexual stage of development, 172, where the libido was still partly in the function of nutrition. By a regression to the presexual material, the libido becomes quasi-desexualized. But as the incest prohibition signifies only a temporary and conditional restriction of the sexuality, thus only that part of the libido which is best designated as the incestuous component is now pushed back to the presexual stage. The repression, therefore, concerns only that part of the sexual libido which wishes to fix itself permanently upon the parents. The sexual libido is only withdrawn from the incestuous component, repressed upon the presexual stage, and there, if the operation is successful, desexualized, by which this amount of libido is prepared for an asexual application. However, it is to be assumed that this operation is accomplished only with difficulty, because the incestuous libido, so to speak, must be artificially separated from the sexual libido, with which, for ages, through the whole animal kingdom, it was indistinguishably united. The regression of the incestuous component must, therefore, take place, not only with great difficulty, but also carry with it into the presexual stage a considerable sexual character. The consequence of this is that the resulting phenomena, although stamped with the character of the sexual act, are, nevertheless, not really sexual acts de facto. They are derived from the presexual stage, and are maintained by the repressed sexual libido, therefore possess a double significance. Thus the fire boring is a coitus, and, to be sure, an incestuous one, but a desexualized one, which has lost its immediate sexual worth, and is, therefore, indirectly useful to the propagation of the 173 species. The presexual stage is characterized by countless possibilities of application, because the libido has not yet formed definite localizations. It therefore appears intelligible that an amount of libido which reaches this stage through regression is confronted with manifold possibilities of application. Above all, it is met with the possibility of a purely onanistic activity. But as the matter in question in the regressive component of libido is sexual libido, the ultimate object of which is propagation, therefore it goes to the external object, parents. It will also introvert with this destination as its essential character. The result, therefore, is that the purely onanistic activity turns out to be insufficient, and another object must be sought for, which takes the place of the incest object. The nurturing Mother Earth represents the ideal example of such an object. The psychology of the presexual stage contributes the nutrition component, the sexual libido, the coitus idea. From this the ancient symbols of agriculture arise. In the work of agriculture hunger and incest intermingle. The ancient cults of Mother Earth and all the superstitions founded thereon saw in the cultivation of the earth the fertilization of the mother. The aim of the action is desexualized, however, for it is the fruit of the field and the nourishment contained therein. The regression resulting from the incest prohibition leads, in this case, to the new valuation of the mother. This time, however, not as a sexual object, but as a nourisher. The discovery of fire seems to be due to a very similar regression to the presexual stage, more particularly to the 174 nearest stage of the displaced rhythmic manifestation. The libido, introverted from the incest prohibition, with the more detailed designation of the motor components of coitus, when it reaches the presexual stage, meets the related infantile boring, to which it now gives, in accordance with its realistic destination, an actual material. Therefore the material is fittingly called materia, as the object is the mother as above. As I sought to show above, the action of the infantile boring requires only the strength and perseverance of an adult man and suitable material in order to generate fire. If this is so, it may be expected that analogous to our foregoing case of onanistic boring the generation of fire originally occurred as such an act of quasi-onanistic activity, objectively expressed. The demonstration of this can never be actually furnished, but it is thinkable that somewhere traces of this original onanistic preliminary exercise of fire production have been preserved. I have succeeded in finding a passage in a very old monument of Hindu literature which contains this transition of the sexual libido through the onanistic phase in the preparation of fire. This passage is found in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. In truth, he, Atman, was as large as a woman and a man, when they embrace each other. This, his own self, he divided into two parts, out of which husband and wife were formed. With her, he copulated, from this humanity sprang. She, however, pondered, how may he unite with me after he has created me from himself? Now I shall hide. Then she became a cow, he, however, became a bull and mated with her. From that sprang the horned cattle. Then she became a mare, he, however, 175 became a stallion, she became a she-ass, he, an ass, and mated with her. From these sprang the whole-hoofed animals. She became a goat, he became a buck, she became an ewe. He became a ram, and mated with her. Thus were created goats and sheep. Thus it happened that all that mates, even down to the ants, he created. Then he perceived, truly I myself am creation, for I have created the whole world. Thereupon he rubbed his hands, held before the mouth, so that he brought forth fire from his mouth, as from the mother womb, and from his hands. We meet here a peculiar myth of creation which requires a psychologic interpretation. In the beginning the libido was undifferentiated and bisexual, this was followed by differentiation into a male and a female component. From then on man knows what he is. Now follows a gap in the coherence of the thought where belongs that very resistance which we have postulated above for the explanation of the urge for sublimation. Next follows the onanistic act of rubbing or boring, here finger-sucking, transferred from the sexual zone, from which proceeds the production of fire. The libido here leaves its characteristic manifestation as sexual function and regresses to the presexual stage, where, in conformity with the above explanation, it occupies one of the preliminary stages of sexuality, thereby producing. In the view expressed in the Upanishad, the first human art, and from there, as suggested by Kuhn's idea of the root manth, perhaps the higher intellectual activity in general. This course of development is not strange to the psychiatrist, for it is a well-known psychopathological fact that onanism and excessive activity of fantasy are very closely related. The sexualizing autonomizing of the 176 mind through autoerotism is so familiar a fact that examples of that are superfluous. The course of the libido, as we may conclude from these studies, originally proceeded in a similar manner as in the child, only in a reversed sequence. The sexual act was pushed out of its proper zone and was transferred into the analogous mouth zone, the mouth receiving the significance of the female genitals, the hand and the fingers, respectively, receiving the phallic meaning. In this manner the regressively reoccupied activity of the presexual stage is invested with the sexual significance, which, indeed, it already possessed, in part, before, but in a wholly different sense. Certain functions of the presexual stage are found to be permanently suitable, and, therefore, are retained later on as sexual functions. Thus, for example, the mouth zone is retained as of erotic importance, meaning that its valuation is permanently fixed. Concerning the mouth, we know that it also has a sexual meaning among animals, inasmuch as, for example, stallions bite mares in the sexual act, also, cats, cocks, etc. A second significance of the mouth is as an instrument of speech, it serves essentially in the production of the mating call, which mostly represents the developed tones of the animal kingdom. As to the hand, we know that it has the important significance of the contractation organ, for example, among frogs. The frequent erotic use of the hand among monkeys is well known. If there exists a resistance against the real sexuality, then the accumulated libido is most likely to cause a hyperfunction of those collaterals which are most adapted to compensate for the resistance, that is to say. 177 The nearest functions which serve for the introduction of the act. On one side the function of the hand, on the other that of the mouth. The sexual act, however, against which the opposition is directed is replaced by a similar act of the presexual stage, the classic case being either finger-sucking or boring. Just as among apes the foot can on occasions take the place of the hand, so the child is often uncertain in the choice of the object to suck, and puts the big toe in the mouth instead of the finger. This last movement belongs to a Hindu rite, only the big toe was not put in the mouth, but held against the eye. Through the sexual significance of the hand and mouth, these organs, which in the presexual stage serve to obtain pleasure, are invested with a procreating power which is identical with the above-mentioned destination, which aims at the external object, because it concerns the sexual or creating libido. When, through the actual preparation of fire, the sexual character of the libido employed in that is fulfilled, then the mouth zone remains without adequate expression, only the hand has now reached its real, purely human goal in its first art. The mouth has, as we saw, a further important function, which has just as much sexual relation to the object as the hand, that is to say, the production of the mating call. In opening up the autoerotic ring, hand-mouth, where the phallic hand became the fire-producing tool, the libido which was directed to the mouth zone was obliged to seek another path of functioning, which naturally was found in the already existing love call. The excess of libido entering here must have had the usual 178 results, namely, the stimulation of the newly possessed function, hence an elaboration of the mating call. We know that from the primitive sounds human speech has developed. Corresponding to the psychological situation, it might be assumed that language owes its real origin to this moment, when the impulse, repressed into the presexual stage, turns to the external in order to find an equivalent object there. The real thought as a conscious activity is, as we saw in the first part of this book, a thinking with positive determination towards the external world, that is to say, speech thinking. This sort of thinking seems to have originated at that moment. It is very remarkable that this view, which was won by the path of reasoning, is again supported by old tradition and other mythological fragments. In Aitereopanishad the following quotation is to be found in the doctrine of the development of man, being brooded o'er, his mouth hatched out, like as an egg, from out his mouth, came, speech, from speech, the fire. In part 2, where it is depicted how the newly created objects entered man, it reads, fire, speech becoming, entered in the mouth. These quotations allow us to plainly recognize the intimate connection between fire and speech. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad is to be found this passage. Yena thus he spake, when after the death of this man his speech entereth the fire, his breath into the wind, his eye into the sun, etc. A further quotation from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad reads, 179 inch. But when the sun is set, O Yena and the moon has set, and the fire is extinguished, what then serves man as light? Then speech serves him as light. Then, by the light of speech he sits, and moves, he carries on his work, and he returns home. But when the sun is set, O Yena and the moon is set, and the fire extinguished, and the voice is dumb, what then serves man as light? Then he serves himself, Atman, as light, then, by the light of himself, he sits and moves, carries on his work and returns home. In this passage we notice that fire again stands in the closest relation to speech. Speech itself is called a light, which, in its turn, is reduced to the light of the Atman, the creating psychic force, the libido. Thus the Hindu metapsychology conceives speech and fire as emanations of the inner light from which we know that it is libido. Speech and fire are its forms of manifestation, the first human arts, which have resulted from its transformation. This common psychologic origin seems also to be indicated by certain results of philology. The Indo-Germanic root bha designates the idea of to lighten, to shine. This root is found in Greek, phi omega, phi alpha nu omega, phi omicron. In Old Icelandic ban equals white, in New High German bonen equals to make shining. The same root bha also designates to speak. It is found in Sanskrit ban equals to speak, Armenian ban equals word, in New High German ban equals to banish, Greek phi mu, phi alpha nu, phi tau iota. Latin fre, phantom. The root belso, with the meanings, to ring, to bark, is found in Sanskrit baz equals to bark and baz equals to talk, 180 to speak, Lithuanian balsas equals voice, tone. Really belso equals to be bright or luminous. Compare Greek phi lambda omicron equals bright, Lithuanian bolti equals to become white, Middle High German blas equals pale. The root la, with the meaning of to make sound, to bark, is found in Sanskrit las, lasati equals to resound, and las, lasati equals to radiate, to shine. The related root leso, with the meaning desire, is also found in Sanskrit las, lasati equals to play, lash, lashati equals to desire. Greek lambda sigma tau alpha upsilon rho omicron equals lustful, Gothic lustus, New High German lust, Latin lascivus. A further related root, lasso equals to shine, to radiate, is found in las, lasati equals to radiate, to shine. This group unites, as is evident, the meanings of to desire, to play, to radiate, and to sound. A similar archaic confluence of meanings in the primal libido symbolism, as we are perhaps justified in calling it, is found in that class of Egyptian words which are derived from the closely related roots ben and bel and the reduplication benben and bel. The original significance of these roots is to burst forth, to emerge, to extrude, to well out, with the associated idea of bubbling, boiling and roundness. Bel, accompanied by the sign of the obelisk, of originally phallic nature, means source of light. The obelisk itself had besides the names of Techenu and men also the name Benben, more rarely Berber and Bel. The libido symbolism makes clear this connection, it seems to me. The Indo-Germanic root vel, with the meaning to wave, to undulate, fire, is found in Sanskrit alunka 181 equals burning, Greek lambda alpha, Attic lambda alpha equals warmth of the sun, Gothic vulin equals to undulate, Old High German and Middle High German wam equals heat, glow. The related Indo-Germanic root velko, with the meaning of to lighten, to glow, is found in Sanskrit ulka equals firebrand, Greek epsilon lambda kainu omicron equals vulcan. This same root vel means also to sound, in Sanskrit vani equals tone, song, music. Tskek volati equals to call. The root svino equals to sound, to ring, is found in Sanskrit svan, svanati equals to rustle, to sound, zend canant, Latin sonare, Old Iranian sen, Cambrian sane, Latin sonus, Anglo-Saxon svinchin equals to resound. The related root svinos equals noise, sound, is found in Vedic svanas equals noise, Latin sonor, sonorous. A further related root is svonos equals tone, noise, in Old Iranian sun equals word. The root save, n, locative sveni, dative sunii, means sun, in Zend Keng equals sun. Compare above svino, Zend canant, Gothic sunna, suno. Here Goethe has preceded us. The sun orb sings in emulation. Mid brother spheres, his ancient round. His path predestined through creation. He ends with step of thunder sound. Faust. Part 1. Hearken. Hark. The hours careering. Sounding loud to spirit hearing. See the newborn day appearing. Rocky portals jarring shatter. Phoebus wheels in rolling clatter. With a crash the light draws near. Pealing rays and trumpet blazes. Eye is blinded, ear amazes. 182 The unheard can no one hear. Slip within each blossom bell. Deeper, deeper, there to dwell. In the rocks, beneath the leaf. If it strikes you, you are deaf. Faust. Part 2. We also must not forget the beautiful verse of Hölderlin. Where art thou? Drunken, my soul dreams. Of all thy rapture. Yet even now I hearken. As full of golden tones the radiant sun youth. Upon his heavenly lyre plays his even song. To the echoing woods and hills. Just as in archaic speech fire and the speech sounds, the mating call, music, appear as forms of emanation of the libido, thus light and sound entering the psyche become one, libido. Manilius expresses it in his beautiful verses. Quid mirum noskura mundum. Si possent homines, cabus est et mundus in ipsis. Exemplum de quisque est in imagine parva. Unquoquam genitos nisi calo credere fas est. Esse homines. Stetit unis in arsum. Erectus capitis victor que ad sidera mitit siderios oculos. The idea of the Sanskrit tejas suggests the fundamental significance of the libido for the conception of the world in general. I am indebted to Dr. Abegg, in Zurich, a 183 thorough Sanskrit scholar, for the compilation of the 8 meanings of this word. Tejas signifies 1. Sharpness, cutting edge. 2. Fire, splendor, light, glow, heat. 3. Healthy appearance, beauty. 4. The fiery and color-producing power of the human organism, thought to be in the bile. 5. Power, energy, vital force. 6. Passionate nature. 7. Mental, also magic, strength, influence, position, dignity. 8. Sperma. This gives us a dim idea of how, for primitive thought, the so-called objective world was, and had to be, a subjective image. To this thought must be applied the words of the Chorus Mysticus. All that is perishable is only an allegory. The Sanskrit word for fire is agnis, the Latin ignis, the fire personified is the god Agni, the divine mediator, whose symbol has certain points of contact with that of Christ. In Avesta and in the Vedas the fire is the messenger of the gods. In the Christian mythology certain parts are closely related with the myth of Agni. Daniel speaks of the 3 men in the fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar, the king, was astonished, and rose up in haste and spake, and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? 184 They answered and said, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. In regard to that the Biblia Pauperum observes, according to an old German incunabulum of 1471. One reads in the 3rd chapter of the prophet Daniel that Nebuchadnezzar, the king, caused 3 men to be placed in a glowing furnace and that the king often went there, looked in, and that he saw with the 3, a 4th, who was like the Son of God. The 3 signify for us, the Holy Trinity in the 4th, the unity of the being. Christ, too, in his explanation designated the person of the Trinity and the unity of the being. According to this mystic interpretation, the legend of the 3 men in the fiery furnace appears as a magic fire ceremony by means of which the Son of God reveals himself. The Trinity is brought together with the unity, or, in other words, through coitus a child is produced. The glowing furnace, like the glowing tripod in Faust, is a mother symbol, where the children are produced. The 4th in the fiery furnace appears as Christ, the Son of God, who has become a visible God in the fire. The mystic Trinity and unity are sexual symbols. Compare with that the many references in Inman, ancient pagan and modern Christian symbolism. It is said of the Savior of Israel, the Messiah, and of his enemies, Isaiah x. 17. And the light of Israel shall be for a fire, and his Holy One for a flame. In a hymn of the Syrian Ephraim it is said of Christ, Thou who art all fire, have mercy upon me. 185 Agni is the sacrificial flame, the sacrificer, and the sacrificed, as Christ himself. Just as Christ left behind his redeeming blood, Phi Mu Alpha Kappa Omicron Nu Theta Alpha Nu Alpha Sigma Alpha, in the stimulating wine, so Agni is the soma, the holy drink of inspiration, the mead of immortality. Soma and fire are entirely identical in Hindu literature, so that in Soma we easily rediscover the libido symbol, through which a series of apparently paradoxical qualities of the soma are immediately explained. As the old Hindus recognized in fire an emanation of the inner libido fire, so too they recognized, in the intoxicating drink, firewater, Soma-Agni, as rain and fire, an emanation of libido. The Vedic definition of soma as seminal fluid confirms this interpretation. The soma significance of fire, similar to the significance of the body of Christ in the Last Supper, compare the Passover lamb of the Jews, baked in the form of a cross, is explained by the psychology of the presexual stage, where the libido was still in part the function of nutrition. The soma is the nourishing drink, the mythological characterization of which runs parallel to fire in its origin, therefore, both are united in Agni. The drink of immortality was stirred by the Hindu gods like fire. Through the retreat of the libido into the presexual stage, it becomes clear why so many gods were either defined sexually or were devoured. As was shown by our discussion of fire preparation, the fire tool did not receive its sexual significance as a later addition, but the sexual libido was the motor power which led to its discovery. So that the later teachings of the 186 priests were nothing but confirmations of its actual origin. Other primitive discoveries probably have acquired their sexual symbolism in the same manner, being also derived from the sexual libido. In the previous statements, which were based on the pramantha of the Agni sacrifice, we have concerned ourselves only with one significance of the word manthami or mathnami, that is to say, with that which expresses the movement of rubbing. As Kuhn shows, however, this word also possesses the meaning of tearing off, taking away by violence, robbing. As Kuhn points out, this significance is already extant in the Vedic text. The legend of its discovery always expresses the production of fire as a robbery. In this far it belongs to the motive widely spread over the earth of the treasure difficult to attain. The fact that in many places and not alone in India the preparation of fire is represented as having its origin in robbery, seems to point to a widely spread thought, according to which the preparation of fire was something forbidden. Something usurped or criminal, which could be obtained only through stratagem or deeds of violence, mostly through stratagem. When onanism confronts the physician as a symptom, it does so frequently under the symbol of secret pilfering, or crafty imposition, which always signifies the concealed fulfillment of a forbidden wish. Historically, this train of thought probably implies that the ritual preparation of fire was employed with a magic purpose, and, therefore, was pursued by official religions. Then it became a ritual mystery, guarded by the priests and surrounded with 187 secrecy. The ritual laws of the Hindus threaten with severe punishment him who prepares fire in an incorrect manner. The fact alone that something is mysterious means the same as something done in concealment, that which must remain secret, which one may not see nor do, also something which is surrounded by severe punishment of body and soul. Therefore, presumably, something forbidden which has received a license as a religious rite. After all has been said about the genesis of the preparation of fire, it is no longer difficult to guess what is the forbidden thing. It is onanism. When I stated before that it might be lack of satisfaction which breaks up the autoerotic ring of the displaced sexual activity transferred to the body itself, and thus opens wider fields of culture. I did not mention that this loosely closed ring of the displaced onanistic activity could be much more firmly closed, when man makes the other great discovery, that of true onanism. With that the activity is started in the proper place, and this, under certain circumstances, may mean a satisfaction sufficient for a long time, but at the expense of cheating sexuality of its real purpose. It is a fraud upon the natural development of things, because all the dynamic forces which can and should serve the development of culture are withdrawn from it through onanism, since, instead of the displacement, a regression to the local sexual takes place, which is precisely the opposite of that which is desirable. Psychologically, however, onanism is a discovery of a significance not to be undervalued. One is protected from fate, since no sexual need then has the power to give one up to life. For with onanism one has 188 the greatest magic in one's hands. One needs only to fantasy, and with that to masturbate, then one possesses all the pleasure of the world, and is no longer compelled to conquer the world of one's desires through hard labor and wrestling with reality. Aladdin rubs his lamp and the obedient genii stand at his bidding, thus the fairy tale expresses the great psychologic advantage of the easy regression to the local sexual satisfaction. Aladdin's symbol subtly confirms the ambiguity of the magic fire preparation. The close relation of the generation of fire to the onanistic act is illustrated by a case, the knowledge of which I owe to Dr. Schmid, in Syria, that of an imbecile peasant youth who set many incendiary fires. At one of these conflagrations he drew suspicion to himself by his behavior. He stood with his hands in his trouser pockets in the door of an opposite house and gazed with apparent delight at the fire. Under examination in the insane asylum, he described the fire in great detail, and made suspicious movements in his trouser pockets with his hands. The physical examination undertaken at once showed that he had masturbated. Later he confessed that he had masturbated at the time when he had enjoyed the fire which he had enkindled himself. The preparation of fire in itself is a perfectly ordinary useful custom, employed everywhere for many centuries, which in itself involved nothing more mysterious than eating and drinking. However, there was always a tendency from time to time to prepare fire in a ceremonious and mysterious manner, exactly as with ritual eating and 189 drinking, which was to be carried out in an exactly prescribed way and from which no one dared differ. This mysterious tendency associated with the technique is the second path in the onanistic regression, always present by the side of culture. The strict rules applied to it, the zeal of the ceremonial preparations and the religious awe of the mysteries next originate from this source. The ceremonial, although apparently irrational, is an extremely ingenious institution from the psychologic standpoint, for it represents a substitute for the possibility of onanistic regression accurately circumscribed by law. The law cannot apply to the content of the ceremony, for it is really quite indifferent for the ritual act, whether it is carried out in this way or in that way. On the contrary, it is very essential whether the restrained libido is discharged through a sterile onanism or transposed into the path of sublimation. These severe measures of protection apply primarily to onanism. I am indebted to Freud for a further important reference to the onanistic nature of the fire theft, or rather the motive of the treasure difficult of attainment, to which fire theft belongs. Mythology contains repeated formulas which read approximately as follows: the treasure must be plucked or torn off from a taboo tree, paradise tree, Hesperides. This is a forbidden and dangerous act. The clearest example of this is the old barbaric custom in the service of Diana of Aricia. Only he can become a priest of the goddess who, in her sacred grove, dares to tear off, absorisen, a bough. The tearing off has been retained in vulgar speech, besides 190 inchabraben, rubbing, as a symbol of the act of onanism. Thus reiben, to rub, is like riesen, to break off, both of which are contained in manthemy and united apparently only through the myth of the fire theft bound up in the act of onanism in a deeper stratum wherein reiben, properly speaking, riesen, is employed, but in a transferred sense. Therefore, it might perhaps be anticipated that in the deepest stratum, namely, the incestuous, which precedes the autoerotic stage, the two meanings coincide, which, through lack of mythological tradition, can perhaps be traced through etymology only. Chapter 4. The unconscious origin of the hero. Prepared by the previous chapters, we approach the personification of the libido in the form of a conqueror, a hero, or a demon. With this, symbolism leaves the impersonal and neuter realm, which characterizes the astral and meteorologic symbol, and takes human form, the figure of a being changing from sorrow to joy, from joy to sorrow, and which, like the sun, sometimes stands in its zenith, sometimes is plunged in darkest night, and arises from this very night to new splendor. Just as the sun, guided by its own internal laws, ascends from morn till noon, and passing beyond the noon descends towards evening, leaving behind its splendor, and then sinks completely into the all-enveloping night, thus, too, does mankind follow his course according to immutable laws, and also sinks, after his course is completed, into night, in order to rise again in the morning to a new cycle in his children. The symbolic transition from sun to man is easy and practicable. The third and last creation of Miss Miller's also takes this course. She calls this piece, Chewantable, a hypnagogic poem. She gives us the following information about the circumstances surrounding the origin of this fantasy. After an evening of care and anxiety, I lay down to sleep at about 11:30. I felt excited and unable to sleep, 192 although I was very tired. There was no light in the room. I closed my eyes, and then I had the feeling that something was about to happen. The sensation of a general relaxation came over me, and I remained as passive as possible. Lines appeared before my eyes, sparks and shining spirals, followed by a kaleidoscopic review of recent trivial occurrences. The reader will regret with me that we cannot know the reason for her cares and anxieties. It would have been of great importance for what follows to have information on this point. This gap in our knowledge is the more to be deplored because, between the first poem in 1898 and the time of the fantasy here discussed, 1902, for whole years have passed. All information is lacking regarding this period, during which the great problem surely survived in the unconscious. Perhaps this lack has its advantages in that our interest is not diverted from the universal applicability of the fantasy here produced by sympathy in regard to the personal fate of the author. Therefore, something is obviated which often prevents the analyst in his daily task from looking away from the tedious toil of detail to that wider relation which reveals each neurotic conflict to be involved with human fate as a whole. The condition depicted by the author here corresponds to such a one as usually precedes an intentional somnambulism often described by spiritualistic mediums. A certain inclination to listen to these low nocturnal voices must be assumed. Otherwise such fine and hardly perceptible inner experiences pass unnoticed. We recognize in this listening a current of the libido leading inward 193 and beginning to flow towards a still invisible, mysterious goal. It seems that the libido has suddenly discovered an object in the depths of the unconscious which powerfully attracts it. The life of man, turned wholly to the external by nature, does not ordinarily permit such introversion. There must, therefore, be surmised a certain exceptional condition, that is to say, a lack of external objects, which compels the individual to seek a substitute for them in his own soul. It is, however, difficult to imagine that this rich world has become too poor to offer an object for the love of human atoms, nor can the world and its objects be held accountable for this lack. It offers boundless opportunities for every one. It is rather the incapacity to love which robs mankind of his possibilities. This world is empty to him alone who does not understand how to direct his libido towards objects, and to render them alive and beautiful for himself, for beauty does not indeed lie in things, but in the feeling that we give to them. That which compels us to create a substitute for ourselves is not the external lack of objects, but our incapacity to lovingly include a thing outside of ourselves. Certainly the difficulties of the conditions of life and the adversities of the struggle for existence may oppress us, yet even adverse external situations would not hinder the giving out of the libido. On the contrary, they may spur us on to the greatest exertions, whereby we bring our whole libido into reality. Real difficulties alone will never be able to force the libido back permanently to such a degree as to give rise, for example, to a neurosis. The conflict, which is the condition of every neurosis, 194 is lacking. The resistance, which opposes its unwillingness to the will, alone has the power to produce that pathogenic introversion which is the starting point of every psychogenic disturbance. The resistance against loving produces the inability to love. Just as the normal libido is comparable to a steady stream which pours its waters broadly into the world of reality, so the resistance, dynamically considered, is comparable. Not so much to a rock rearing up in the river bed which is flooded over or surrounded by the stream, as to a backward flow towards the source. A part of the soul desires the outer object, another part, however, harks back to the subjective world, where the airy and fragile palaces of fantasy beckon. One can assume the dualism of the human will for which Bleuler, from the psychiatric point of view, has coined the word ambitendency, as something generally present, bearing in mind that even the most primitive motor impulse is in opposition. As, for example, in the act of extension, the flexor muscles also become innervated. This normal ambitendency, however, never leads to an inhibition or prevention of the intended act, but is the indispensable preliminary requirement for its perfection and coordination. For a resistance disturbing to this act to arise from this harmony of finely attuned opposition, an abnormal plus or minus would be needed on one or the other side. The resistance originates from this added third. This applies also to the duality of the will, from which so many difficulties arise for mankind. The abnormal third frees the pair of opposites, which are normally most intimately united, 195, and causes their manifestation in the form of separate tendencies. It is only thus that they become willingness and unwillingness, which interfere with each other. The Bhagavad Gita says, "Be thou free of the pairs of opposites." The harmony thus becomes disharmony. It cannot be my task here to investigate whence the unknown third arises, and what it is. Taken at the roots in the case of our patients, the nuclear complex, Freud, reveals itself as the incest problem. The sexual libido regressing to the parents appears as the incest tendency. The reason this path is so easily traveled is due to the enormous indolence of mankind, which will relinquish no object of the past, but will hold it fast forever. The sacrilegious backward grasp of which Nietzsche speaks reveals itself, stripped of its incest covering, as an original passive arrest of the libido in its first object of childhood. This indolence is also a passion, as La Rochefoucauld has brilliantly expressed it. Of all passions, that which is least known to ourselves is indolence. It is the most ardent and malignant of them all, although its violence may be insensible. And the injuries it causes may be hidden. If we will consider its power attentively, we will see that it makes itself, upon all occasions, mistress of our sentiments, of our interests, and of our pleasures. It is the anchor, which has the power to arrest the largest vessels. It is a calm more dangerous to the most important affairs than rocks and the worst tempest. The repose of indolence is a secret charm of the soul which suddenly stops the most ardent pursuits and the firmest resolutions. Finally, to give the true idea of this passion, one must say that indolence is like a beatitude of the soul which consoles it for all its losses and takes the place of all its possessions. 196 This dangerous passion, belonging above all others to primitive man, appears under the hazardous mask of the incest symbol, from which the incest fear must drive us away, and which must be conquered, in the first place. Under the image of the terrible mother. It is the mother of innumerable evils, not the least of which are neurotic troubles. For, especially from the fogs of the arrested remnants of the libido, arise the harmful phantasmagoria which so veil reality that adaptation becomes almost impossible. However, we will not investigate any further in this place the foundations of the incest fantasies. The preliminary suggestion of my purely psychologic conception of the incest problem may suffice. We are here only concerned with the question whether resistance which leads to introversion in our author signifies a conscious external difficulty or not. If it were an external difficulty, then, indeed, the libido would be violently dammed back, and would produce a flood of fantasies, which can best be designated as schemes, that is to say, plans as to how the obstacles could be overcome. They would be very concrete ideas of reality which seek to pave the way for solutions. It would be a strenuous meditation, indeed, which would be more likely to lead to anything rather than to a hypnagogic poem. The passive condition depicted above in no way fits in with a real external obstacle, but, precisely through its passive submission, it indicates a tendency which doubtless scorns real solutions and prefers fantastic substitutes. Ultimately and essentially we are, therefore, dealing with an internal conflict, perhaps after the manner of those earlier conflicts 197 which led to the two first unconscious creations. We, therefore, are forced to conclude that the external object cannot be loved, because a predominant amount of libido prefers a fantastic object, which must be brought up from the depths of the unconscious as a compensation for the missing reality. The visionary phenomena, produced in the first stages of introversion, are grouped among the well-known phenomena of hypnagogic vision. They form, as I explained in an earlier paper, the foundation of the true visions of the symbolic auto-revelations of the libido, as we may now express it. Miss Miller continues. Then I had the impression that some communication was immediately impending. It seemed to me as if there were re-echoed in me the words, "Speak, O Lord, for thy servant listens, open thou mine ears." This passage very clearly describes the intention. The expression, communication, is even a current term in spiritualistic circles. The biblical words contain a clear invocation or prayer, that is to say, a wish, libido, directed towards divinity, the unconscious complex. The prayer refers to Samuel, 3, where Samuel at night was 3 times called by God, but believed that it was Eli calling, until the latter informed him that it was God himself who spoke. And that he must answer if his name was called again, "Speak, O Lord, for thy servant hears." The dreamer uses these words really in an inverse sense, namely, in order to produce God with them. 198 With that she directs her desires, her libido, into the depths of her unconscious. We know that, although individuals are widely separated by the differences in the contents of their consciousness, they are closely alike in their unconscious psychology. It is a significant impression for one working in practical psychoanalysis when he realizes how uniform are the typical unconscious complexes. Difference first arises from individualization. This fact gives to an essential portion of the Schopenhauer and Hartmann philosophies a deep psychologic justification. The very evident uniformity of the unconscious mechanism serves as a psychologic foundation for these philosophic views. The unconscious contains the differentiated remnants of the earlier psychologic functions overcome by the individual differentiation. The reaction and products of the animal psyche are of a generally diffused uniformity in solidity, which, among men, may be discovered apparently only in traces. Man appears as something extraordinarily individual in contrast with animals. This might be a tremendous delusion, because we have the appropriate tendency always to recognize only the difference of things. This is demanded by the psychologic adaptation which, without the most minute differentiation of the impressions, would be absolutely impossible. In opposition to this tendency we have ever the greatest difficulty in recognizing in their common relations the things with which we are occupied in everyday life. This recognition becomes much easier with things which are more remote from us. For example, at 199 is almost impossible for a European to differentiate the faces in a Chinese throng, although the Chinese have just as individual facial formations as the Europeans. But the similarity of their strange facial expression is much more evident to the remote onlooker than their individual differences. But when we live among the Chinese, then the impression of their uniformity disappears more and more, and finally the Chinese become individuals also. Individuality belongs to those conditional actualities which are greatly overrated theoretically on account of their practical significance. It does not belong to those overwhelmingly clear and therefore universally obtrusive general facts upon which a science must primarily be founded. The individual content of consciousness is, therefore, the most unfavorable object imaginable for psychology, because it has veiled the universally valid until it has become unrecognizable. The essence of consciousness is the process of adaptation which takes place in the most minute details. On the other hand, the unconscious is the generally diffused, which not only binds the individuals among themselves to the race, but also unites them backwards with the peoples of the past and their psychology. Thus the unconscious, surpassing the individual in its generality, is, in the first place, the object of a true psychology, which claims not to be psychophysical. Man as an individual is a suspicious phenomenon, the right of whose existence from a natural biological standpoint could be seriously contested, because, from this point of view, the individual is only a race atom, and has a significance only as a mass constituent. The ethical 200 standpoint, however, gives to the human being an individual tendency separating him from the mass, which, in the course of centuries, led to the development of personality, hand in hand with which developed the hero cult, and has led to the modern individualistic cult of personages. The attempts of rationalistic theology to keep hold of the personal Jesus as the last and most precious remnant of the divinity which has vanished beyond the power of the imagination corresponds to this tendency. In this respect the Roman Catholic Church was more practical, because she met the general need of the visible, or at least historically believed hero. Through the fact that she placed upon the throne of worship a small but clearly perceptible God of the world, namely, the Roman Pope, the Pater Patrum, and at the same time the Pontifex Maximus of the invisible upper or inner God. The sensuous demonstrability of God naturally supports the religious process of introversion, because the human figure essentially facilitates the transference, for it is not easy to imagine something lovable or venerable in a spiritual being. This tendency, everywhere present, has been secretly preserved in the rationalistic theology with its Jesus historically insisted upon. This does not mean that men love the visible God. They love him, not as he is, for he is merely a man, and when the pious wished to love humanity they could go to their neighbors and their enemies to love them. Mankind wishes to love in God only their ideas, that is to say, the ideas which they project into God. By that they wish to love their unconscious, that is, that remnant of ancient humanity and the centuries-old 201 past in all people, namely, the common property left behind from all development which is given to all men. Like the sunshine and the air. But in loving this inheritance they love that which is common to all. Thus they turn back to the mother of humanity, that is to say, to the spirit of the race, and regain in this way something of that connection and of that mysterious and irresistible power which is imparted by the feeling of belonging to the herd. It is the problem of Antaeus, who preserves his gigantic strength only through contact with Mother Earth. This temporary withdrawal into oneself, which, as we have already seen, signifies a regression to the childish bond to the parent, seems to act favorably, within certain limits, in its effect upon the psychologic condition of the individual. It is in general to be expected that the two fundamental mechanisms of the psychoses, transference and introversion, are to a wide extent extremely appropriate methods of normal reaction against complexes. Transference as a means of escaping from the complex into reality, introversion as a means of detaching oneself from reality through the complex. After we have informed ourselves about the general purposes of prayer, we are prepared to hear more about the vision of our dreamer. After the prayer, the head of a sphinx with an Egyptian headdress appeared, only to vanish quickly. Here the author was disturbed, so that for a moment she awoke. This vision recalls the previously mentioned fantasy of the Egyptian statue, whose rigid gesture is entirely in place here as a phenomenon of the so-called functional category. The light 202 stages of the hypnosis are designated technically as engourdissement, stiffening. The word sphinx in the whole civilized world signifies the same as riddle, a puzzling creature who proposes riddles, like the Sphinx of Oedipus, standing at the portal of his fate like a symbolic proclamation of the inevitable. The Sphinx is a semi-theriomorphic representation of that mother image, which may be designated as the terrible mother, of whom many traces are found in mythology. This interpretation is correct for Oedipus. Here the question is opened. The objection will be raised that nothing except the word Sphinx justifies the allusion to the Sphinx of Oedipus. On account of the lack of subjective materials, which in the Miller text are wholly lacking in regard to this vision, an individual interpretation would also be excluded. The suggestion of an Egyptian fantasy, Part 1, Chapter 2, is entirely insufficient to be employed here. Therefore we are compelled, if we wish to venture at all upon an understanding of this vision, to direct ourselves, perhaps in all too daring a manner, to the available ethnographic material under the assumption that the unconscious of the present-day man coins its symbols as was done in the most remote past. The Sphinx, in its traditional form, is a half-human, half-animal creature, which we must, in part, interpret in the way that is applicable to such fantastic products. The reader is directed to the deductions in the first part of this volume where the theriomorphic representations of the libido were discussed. This manner of representation is very familiar to the analyst, through 203 the dreams and fantasies of neurotics, and of normal men. The impulse is readily represented as an animal, as a bull, horse, dog, etc. One of my patients, who had questionable relations with women, and who began the treatment with the fear, so to speak, that I would surely forbid him his sexual adventures, dreamed that I, his physician, very skillfully speared to the wall a strange animal, half pig, half crocodile. Dreams swarm with such theriomorphic representations of the libido. Mixed beings, such as are in this dream, are not rare. A series of very beautiful illustrations, where especially the lower half of the animal was represented theriomorphically, has been furnished by Bert Skinner. The libido which was represented theriomorphically is the animal sexuality which is in a repressed state. The history of repression, as we have seen, goes back to the incest problem, where the first motives for moral resistance against sexuality display themselves. The objects of the repressed libido are, in the last degree, the images of father and mother. Therefore the theriomorphic symbols, in so far as they do not symbolize merely the libido in general, have a tendency to present father and mother, for example, father represented by a bull, mother by a cow. From these roots, as we pointed out earlier, might probably arise the theriomorphic attributes of the divinity. In as far as the repressed libido manifests itself under certain conditions, as anxiety, these animals are generally of a horrible nature. In consciousness we are attached by all sacred bonds to the mother. In the dream she pursues us as a terrible animal. The Sphinx, mythologically 204 considered, is actually a fear animal, which reveals distinct traits of a mother derivate. In the Oedipus legend the Sphinx is sent by Hera, who hates Thebes on account of the birth of Bacchus. Because Oedipus conquers the Sphinx, which is nothing but fear of the mother, he must marry Jocasta, his mother, for the throne and the hand of the widowed queen of Thebes belong to him who freed the land from the plague of the Sphinx. The genealogy of the Sphinx is rich in allusions to the problem touched upon here. She is a daughter of Echnida, a mixed being, a beautiful maiden above, a hideous serpent below. This double creature corresponds to the picture of the mother. Above, the human, lovely and attractive half, below, the horrible animal half, converted into a fear animal through the incest prohibition. Echnida is derived from the All-Mother, the Mother Earth, Gaia, who, with Tartaros, the personified underworld, the place of horrors, brought her forth. Echnida herself is the mother of all terrors, of the Chimera, Scylla, Gorgo, of the horrible Cerberus, of the Nemean lion, and of the eagle who devoured the liver of Prometheus. Besides this she gave birth to a number of dragons. One of her sons is Orthrus, the dog of the monstrous Geryon, who was killed by Hercules. With this dog, her son, Echnida, in incestuous intercourse, produced the Sphinx. These materials will suffice to characterize that amount of libido which led to the Sphinx symbol. If, in spite of the lack of subjective material, we may venture to draw an inference from the Sphinx symbol of our author, we must say that the Sphinx represents an original incestuous amount 205 of libido detached from the bond to the mother. Perhaps it is better to postpone this conclusion until we have examined the following visions. After Miss Miller had concentrated herself again, the vision developed further. Suddenly an Aztec appeared, absolutely clear in every detail. The hands spread open, with large fingers, the head in profile, armored, headdress similar to the feather ornaments of the American Indian. The whole was somewhat suggestive of Mexican sculpture. The ancient Egyptian character of the Sphinx is replaced here by American antiquity, by the Aztec. The essential idea is neither Egypt nor Mexico, for the two could not be interchanged. But it is the subjective factor which the dreamer produces from her own past. I have frequently observed in the analysis of Americans that certain unconscious complexes, i.e., repressed sexuality, are represented by the symbol of a Negro or an Indian. For example, when a European tells in his dream, "Then came a ragged, dirty individual," for Americans and for those who live in the tropics it is a Negro. When with Europeans it is a vagabond or a criminal, with Americans it is a Negro or an Indian, which represents the individual's own repressed sexual personality, and the one considered inferior. It is also desirable to go into the particulars of this vision, as there are various things worthy of notice. The feather cap, which naturally had to consist of eagle's feathers, is a sort of magic charm. The hero assumes at the same time something of the sun-like character of this bird when he adorns himself with 206 its feathers, just as the courage and strength of the enemy are appropriated in swallowing his heart or taking his scalp. At the same time, the feather crest is a crown which is equivalent to the rays of the sun. The historical importance of the sun identification has been seen in the first part. A special interest attaches to the hand, which is described as open, and the fingers, which are described as large. It is significant that it is the hand upon which the distinct emphasis falls. One might rather have expected a description of the facial expression. It is well known that the gesture of the hand is significant. Unfortunately, we know nothing about that here. Nevertheless, a parallel fantasy might be mentioned, which also puts the emphasis upon hands. A patient in a hypnagogic condition saw his mother painted on a wall, like a painting in a Byzantine church. She held one hand up, open wide, with fingers spread apart. The fingers were very large, swollen into knobs on the ends, and each surrounded by a small halo. The immediate association with this picture was the fingers of a frog with sucking discs at the ends. Then the similarity to the penis. The ancient setting of this mother picture is also of importance. Evidently the hand had, in this fantasy, a phallic meaning. This interpretation was confirmed by a further very remarkable fantasy of the same patient. He saw something like a skyrocket ascending from his mother's hand, which at a closer survey becomes a shining bird with golden wings, a golden pheasant, as it then occurs to his mind. We have seen in the previous chapter that 207 the hand has actually a phallic, generative meaning, and that this meaning plays a great part in the production of fire. In connection with this fantasy, there is but one observation to make: fire was bored with the hand, therefore it comes from the hand. Agni, the fire, was worshipped as a golden-winged bird. It is extremely significant that it is the mother's hand. I must deny myself the temptation to enter more deeply into this. Let it be sufficient to have pointed out the possible significance of the hand of the Aztec by means of these parallel hand fantasies. We have mentioned the mother suggestively with the Sphinx. The Aztec taking the place of the Sphinx points, through his suggestive hand, to parallel fantasies in which the phallic hand really belongs to the mother. Likewise we encounter an antique setting in parallel fantasies. The significance of the antique, which experience has shown to be the symbol for infantile, is confirmed by Miss Miller in this connection in the annotation to her fantasies, for she says, "In my childhood, I took a special interest in the Aztec fragments and in the history of Peru and of the Incas. Through the 2 analyses of children which have been published we have attained an insight into the child's small world, and have seen what burning interests and questions secretly surround the parents, and that the parents are, for a long time, the objects of the greatest interest. We are, therefore, justified in suspecting that the antique setting applies to the ancients, that is to say, the parents, and that consequently this Aztec has 208 something of the father or mother in himself. Up to this time indirect hints point only to the mother, which is nothing remarkable in an American girl, because Americans, as a result of the extreme detachment from the father, are characterized by a most enormous mother complex, which again is connected with the especial social position of woman in the United States. This position brings about a special masculinity among capable women, which easily makes possible the symbolizing into a masculine figure. After this vision, Miss Miller felt that a name formed itself, bit by bit, which seemed to belong to this Aztec, the son of an Inca of Peru. The name is Chihuantepel. As the author intimated, something similar to this belonged to her childish reminiscences. The act of naming is, like baptism, something exceedingly important for the creation of a personality, because, since olden times, a magic power has been attributed to the name, with which, for example, the spirit of the dead can be conjured. To know the name of any one means, in mythology, to have power over that one. As a well-known example I mention the fairy tale of Rumpelstiltskin. In an Egyptian myth, Isis robs the sun god Re permanently of his power by compelling him to tell her his real name. Therefore, to give a name means to give power, invest with a definite personality. The author observed, in regard to the name itself, that it reminded her very much of the impressive name Popocatépetl, a name which belongs to unforgettable school memories, and, to the greatest indignation of the patient, very often emerges 209 inches an analysis in a dream or fantasy and brings with it that same old joke which one heard in school, told oneself and later again forgot. Although one might hesitate to consider this unhallowed joke as of psychologic importance, still one must inquire for the reason of its being. One must also put, as a counter-question, why is it always Popocatépetl and not the neighboring Iztaccíhuatl, or the even higher and just as clear Orizaba? The last has certainly the more beautiful and more easily pronounced name. Popocatépetl is impressive because of its onomatopoetic name. In English the word is to pop, popgun, which is here considered as onomatopoecy. In German the words are Hinterpommern, pumpernickel, bomb, petard, Lopet equals flatus. The frequent German word popo, podex, does not indeed exist in English, but flatus is designated as to poop in childish speech. The act of defecation is often designated as to pop. A joking name for the posterior part is the bum. Poop also means the rear end of a ship. In French, pouf is onomatopoetic, pouffer equals platson, to explode, la poupe equals rear end of ship, le poupard equals the baby in arms, la poupée equals doll. Poupon is a pet name for a chubby-faced child. In Dutch pop, German puppy and Latin puppus equals doll. In Plautus, however, it is also used jokingly for the posterior part of the body. Pupus means child, pupula equals girl, little dolly. The Greek word piomicron pi zeta omega designates a cracking, snapping, or blowing sound. It is used of kissing, by Theocritus also of the associated noise of flute blowing. The etymologic parallels show a remarkable relationship between the part of the 210 body in question and the child. This relationship we will mention here, only to let it drop at once, as this question will claim our attention later. One of my patients in his childhood had always connected the act of defecation with a fantasy that his posterior was a volcano and a violent eruption took place, explosion of gases and gushings forth of lava. The terms for the elemental occurrences of nature are originally not at all poetical. One thinks, for example, of the beautiful phenomenon of the meteor, which the German language most unpoetically calls Sternschnuppe, the smoldering wick of a star. Certain South American Indians call the shooting star the urine of the stars. According to the principle of the least resistance, expressions are taken from the nearest source available. For example, the transference of the metonymic expression of urination as chiffons, to rain. Now it seems to be very obscure why the mystical figure of Chewantopple, whom Miss Miller, in a note, compares to the control spirit of the spiritualistic medium, is found in such a disreputable neighborhood that his name, was brought into relation with this particular part of the body. In order to understand this possibility, we must realize that when we produce from the unconscious, the first to be brought forth is the infantile material long lost in memory. One must, therefore, take the point of view of that time in which this infantile material was still on the surface. If now a much-honored object is related in the unconscious to the anus, then one must conclude that something of a high valuation was 211 expressed thereby. The question is only whether this corresponds to the psychology of the child. Before we enter upon this question, it must be stated that the anal region is very closely connected with veneration. One thinks of the traditional feces of the Great Mogul. An Oriental tale has the same to say of Christian knights, who anointed themselves with the excrement of the Pope and cardinals in order to make themselves formidable. A patient who is characterized by a special veneration for her father had a fantasy that she saw her father sitting upon the toilet in a dignified manner, and people going past greeted him effusively. The association of the anal relations by no means excludes high valuation or esteem, as is shown by these examples, and as is easily seen from the intimate connection of feces and gold. Here the most worthless comes into the closest relation with the most valuable. This also happens in religious valuations. I discovered, at that time to my great astonishment, that a young patient, very religiously trained, represented in a dream the crucified on the bottom of a blue-flowered chamber pot, namely, in the form of excrements. The contrast is so enormous that one must assume that the valuations of childhood must indeed be very different from ours. This is actually the truth. Children bring to the act of defecation and the products of this an esteem and interest which later on is possible only to the hypochondriac. We do not comprehend this interest until we learn that the child very early connects with it a theory of propagation. The libido afflux probably accounts for the enormous interest in this act. The 212 child sees that this is the way in which something is produced, in which something comes out. The same child whom I reported in the little brochure Über Konflikt der kindlichen Seele, and who had a well-developed anal theory of birth, like little Hans, whom Freud made known to us, later contracted a habit of staying a long time on the toilet. Once the father grew impatient, went to the toilet and called, "Do come out of there, what are you making?" Whereupon the answer came from within, "A little wagon and 2 ponies." The child was making a little wagon and 2 ponies, that is to say, things which at that time she especially wished for. In this way one can make what one wishes, and the thing made is the thing wished for. The child wishes earnestly for a doll or, at heart, for a real child. That is, the child practiced for his future biological task, and in the way in which everything in general is produced he made the doll himself as representative of the child or of the thing wished for in general. From a patient I have learned a parallel fantasy of her childhood. In the toilet there was a crevice in the wall. She fantasied that from this crevice a fairy would come out and present her with everything for which she wished. The locus is known to be the place of dreams where much was wished for and created which later would no longer be suspected of having this place of origin. A pathological fantasy in place here is told us by Lombroso, concerning 2 insane artists. Each of them considered himself God and the ruler of the world. They created or produced the world by making it come forth from the rectum, 2:13 just as the egg of birds originates in the egg canal. One of these 2 artists was endowed with a true artistic sense. He painted a picture in which he was just in the act of creation, the world came forth from his anus, the membrum was in full erection, he was naked, surrounded by women, and with all insignia of his power. The excrement is in a certain sense the thing wished for, and on that account it receives the corresponding valuation. When I first understood this connection, an observation made long ago, and which disturbed me greatly because I never rightly understood it, became clear to me. It concerned an educated patient who, under very tragic circumstances, had to be separated from her husband and child, and was brought into the insane asylum. She exhibited a typical apathy and slovenliness which was considered as effective mental deterioration. Even at that time I doubted this deterioration, and was inclined to regard it as a secondary adjustment. I took especial pains to ascertain how I could discover the existence of the effect in this case. Finally, after more than 3 hours' hard work, I succeeded in finding a train of thought which suddenly brought the patient into a completely adequate and therefore strongly emotional state. At this moment the effective connection with her was completely re-established. That happened in the forenoon. When I returned at the appointed time in the evening to the ward to see her she had, for my reception, smeared herself from head to foot with excrement, and cried laughingly, "Do I please you so?" She had never done that before. It was plainly destined for me. The impression which I received 2:14 was one of a personal affront and, as a result of this, I was convinced for years after of the effective deterioration of such cases. Now we understand this act as an infantile ceremony of welcome or a declaration of love. The origin of Chewantipal, that is to say, an unconscious personality, therefore means, in the sense of the previous explanation, I make, produce, invent him myself. It is a sort of human creation or birth by the anal root. The first people were made from excrement, potter's earth, or clay. The Latin ludum, which really means moistened earth, also has the transferred meaning of dirt. In Plautus it is even a term of abuse, something like, you scum. The birth from the anus also reminds us of the motive of throwing behind oneself. A well-known example is the oracular command, which Deucalion and Pyrrha, who were the only survivors from the Great Flood, received. They were to throw behind them the bones of the Great Mother. They then threw behind them stones, from which mankind sprang. According to a tradition, the dactyli in a similar manner sprang from dust, which the nymph Anchiale threw behind her. There is also humorous significance attached to the anal products. The excrements are often considered in popular humor as a monument or memorial, which plays a special part in regard to the criminal in the form of Grumus Murdi. Every one knows the humorous story of the man who, led by the spirit through labyrinthian passages to a hidden treasure, after he had shed all his pieces of clothing, deposited excrement as a last guide post on his road. 215 inches a more distant past a sign of this kind possessed as great a significance as the dung of animals to indicate the direction taken. Simple monuments, little stone figures, have taken the place of this perishable mark. It is noteworthy that Miss Miller quotes another case, where a name suddenly obtruded itself, parallel to the emerging into consciousness of Chiwantapal, namely, Ehamarema, with the feeling that it dealt with something Assyrian. As a possible source of this, there occurred to her Ashurbanipal, who made cuneiform bricks, those imperishable documents made from clay, the monuments of the most ancient history. If it were not emphasized that the bricks are cuneiform, then it might mean ambiguously wedge-shaped bricks, which is more suggestive of our interpretation than that of the author. Miss Miller remarks that besides the name Ashurbanipal, she also thought of Ahasuerus or Ahasverus. This fantasy leads to a very different aspect of the problem of the unconscious personality. While the previous materials betrayed to us something of the infantile theory of creation, this fantasy opens up a vista into the dynamics of the unconscious creation of personality. Ahasver is, as is well known, the wandering Jew. He is characterized by endless and restless wanderings until the end of the world. The fact that the author has thought of this particular name justifies us in following this trail. The legend of Ahasver, the first literary traces of which belong to the 13th century, seems to be of Occidental origin, and belongs to those ideas which possess indestructible 216 vital energy. The figure of the wandering Jew has undergone more literary elaboration than the figure of Faust, and nearly all of this work belongs to the last century. If the figure is not called Ahasver, still it is there under another name, perhaps as Count of Saint-Germain, the mysterious Rosicrucian, whose immortality was assured, and whose temporary residence, the land, was equally known. Although the stories about Ahasver cannot be traced back any earlier than the 13th century, the oral tradition can reach back considerably further, and it is not an impossibility that a bridge to the Orient exists. There is the parallel figure of Chidr, or Al-Chadr, the ever-youthful Chidr, celebrated in song by Ruckert. The legend is purely Islamitic. The peculiar feature, however, is that Chidr is not only a saint, but in Sufic circles rises even to divine significance. In view of the severe monotheism of Islam, one is inclined to think of Chidr as a pre-Islamitic Arabian divinity who would hardly be officially recognized by the new religion, but might have been tolerated on political grounds. But there is nothing to prove that. The first traces of Chidr are found in the commentaries of the Quran, Bukhari and Tabar, and in a commentary to a noteworthy passage of the 18th surah of the Quran. The 18th surah is entitled The Cave, that is, after the cave of the 7 sleepers, who, according to the legend, slept there for 309 years, and thus escaped persecution, and awoke in a new era. Their legend is recounted in the 18th surah, and divers reflections were associated with it. The wish-fulfillment idea of the legend 217 is very clear. The mystic material for it is the immutable model of the sun's course. The sun sets periodically, but does not die. It hides in the womb of the sea or in a subterranean cave, and in the morning is born again, complete. The language in which this astronomic occurrence is clothed is one of clear symbolism. The sun returns into the mother's womb, and after some time is again born. Of course, this event is properly an incestuous act, of which, in mythology, clear traces are still retained. Not the least of which is the circumstance that the dying and resurrected gods are the lovers of their own mothers or have generated themselves through their own mothers. Christ as the God becoming flesh has generated himself through Mary, Mitra has done the same. These gods are unmistakable sun gods, for the sun also does this, in order to again renew himself. Naturally, it is not to be assumed that astronomy came first and these conceptions of gods afterwards. The process was, as always, inverted, and it is even true that primitive magic charms of rebirth, baptism, superstitious usages of all sorts, concerning the cure of the sick, etc., were projected into the heavens. These youths were born from the cave, the womb of Mother Earth, like the sun gods, in a new era, and this was the way they vanquished death. In this far they were immortal. It is now interesting to see how the Quran comes, after long ethical contemplations in the course of the same surah, to the following passage, which is of a special significance for the origin of the Chidr myth. For this reason I quote the Quran literally. 2:18 Remember when Moses said to his servant, I will not stop till I reach the confluence of the two seas, or for 80 years will I journey on. But when they reached their confluence they forgot their fish, and it took its way in the sea at will. And when they had passed on, Moses said to his servant, Bring us our morning meal, for now we have incurred weariness from this our journey. He said, What thinkest thou? When we repaired to the rock for rest, then verily I forgot the fish, and none but Satan made me forget it, so as not to mention it, and it hath taken its way in the sea in a wondrous sort. He said, It is this we were in quest of. So they both went back retracing their footsteps. Then found they one of our servants to whom we had vouchsafed our mercy, and whom we had instructed with our knowledge. Moses said to him, Shall I follow thee that thou teach me, for guidance of that which thou hast been taught? He said, Verily, thou canst by no means have patience with me. And how canst thou be patient in matters whose meaning thou comprehendest not? Trans Rodwell, page 188. Moses now accompanies the mysterious servant of God, who does divers things which Moses cannot comprehend. Finally, the unknown takes leave of Moses, and speaks to him as follows. They will ask thee of Dolkarnian, the two-horned. Say, I will recite to you an account of him. Verily, we established his power upon the earth and we gave him a means to accomplish every end, so he followed his way. Until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it to set in a miry forest, and hard by, he found a people. Now follows a moral reflection, then the narrative continues. 219 Then he followed his course further until he came to the place where the sun rises. If now we wish to know who is the unknown servant of God, we are told in this passage he is Dolkarnian, Alexander, the sun, he goes to the place of setting and he goes to the place of rising. The passage about the unknown servant of God is explained by the commentaries in a well-defined legend. The servant is Chitter, the verdant one, the never-tiring wanderer, who roams for hundreds and thousands of years over lands and seas, the teacher and counselor of pious men, the one wise in divine knowledge, the immortal. The authority of the Tabari associates Chitter with Dolkarnian. Chitter is said to have reached the stream of life as a follower of Alexander, and both unwittingly had drunk of it, so that they became immortal. Moreover, Chitter is identified by the old commentators with Elias, who also did not die, but who was taken to heaven in a fiery chariot. Elias is Helios. It is to be observed that Ahasver also owes his existence to an obscure place in the Holy Christian Scriptures. This place is to be found in Matthew 16:28. First comes the scene where Christ appoints Peter as the rock of his church, and nominates him the governor of his power. After that follows the prophecy of his death, and then comes the passage. Verily, I say unto you, there be some standing here, which shall not taste of death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Here follows the scene of the transfiguration. 220 And was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. Then answered Peter and said unto Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If thou wilt, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for thee and one for Moses and one for Elias. From these passages it appears that Christ stands on the same plane as Elias, without being identified with him, although the people consider him as Elias. The Ascension places Christ as identical with Elias. The prophecy of Christ shows that there exist aside from himself one or more immortals who shall not die until Parusai. According to John 21, 22nd verse, the boy John was considered as one of these immortals, and in the legend he is, in fact, not dead but merely sleeping in the ground until Parusai, and breathes so that the dust swirls round his grave. As is evident, there are passable bridges from Christ by way of Elias to Chitter and the Hasuerus. It is said in an account of this legend that Dolkarnian led his friend Chitter to the source of life, in order to have him drink of immortality. Alexander also bathed in the stream of life and performed the ritual ablutions. As I previously mentioned in a footnote, according to Matthew 17, 12th verse, John the Baptist is Elias, therefore primarily identical with Chitter. Now, however, it is to be noted that in the Arabian legend Chitter appears rather as a companion or accompanied, Chitter with Dulcarnian or with Elias, like unto them, or identified with them. There are therefore, two similar figures who resemble each other, 221 but who, nevertheless, are distinct. The analogous situation in the Christian legend is found in the scene by the Jordan where John leads Christ to the source of life. Christ is there, the subordinate, John the superior, similar to Dulcarnian and Chitter, or Chitter and Moses, also Elias. The latter relation especially is such that Vollers compares Chitter and Elias, on the one side, with Gilgamesh and his mortal brother Eabani, on the other side, with the Dioscuri, one of whom is immortal, the other mortal. This relation is also found in Christ and John the Baptist, on the one hand, and Christ and Peter, on the other. The last-named parallel only finds its explanation through comparison with the Mithraic mysteries, where the esoteric contents are revealed to us through monuments. Upon the Mithraic marble relief of Klagenfurt it is represented how with a halo Mitra crowns Helios, who either kneels before him or else floats up to him from below. Mitra is represented on a Mithraic monument of Osterburken as holding in his right hand the shoulder of the mystic ox above Helios, who stands bowed down before him, the left hand resting on a sword hilt. A crown lies between them on the ground. Cumont observes about this scene that it probably represents the divine prototype of the ceremony of the initiation into the degree of Miles, in which a sword and a crown were conferred upon the mystic. Helios is, therefore, appointed the Miles of Mitra. In a general way, Mitra seems to occupy the role of patron to Helios, which reminds us of the boldness of Hercules towards Helios. Upon his journey towards Geryon, Helios burns 222 too hotly. Hercules, full of anger, threatens him with his never-failing arrows. Therefore, Helios is compelled to yield, and lends to the hero his son's ship, with which he was accustomed to journey across the sea. Thus Hercules returns to Erythea, to the cattle herds of Geryon. On the monument at Klagenfurt, Mitra is furthermore represented pressing Helios's hand, either in farewell or as a ratification. In a further scene Mitra mounts the chariot of Helios either for the ascension or the sea journey. Cumont is of the opinion that Mitra gives to Helios a sort of ceremonious investiture and consecrates him with his divine power by crowning him with his own hands. This relation corresponds to that of Christ to Peter. Peter, through his symbol, the cock, has the character of a sun-god. After the ascension, or sea journey, of Christ, he is the visible pontiff of the divinity. He suffers, therefore, the same death, crucifixion, as Christ, and becomes the great Roman deity, Sol Invictus, the conquering, triumphant church itself, embodied in the Pope. In the scene of Malchus he is always shown as the Miles of Christ, to whom the sword is granted, and as the rock upon which the church is founded. The crown is also given to him who possesses the power to bind and to set free. Thus, Christ, like the Son, is the visible God, whereas the Pope, like the heir of the Roman Caesars, is solis invicticums. The setting sun appoints a successor whom he invests with the power of the sun. Dulcarnian gives Chitter eternal life. Chitter communicates his wisdom to Moses. There even exists a report according to which 223 the forgetful servant of Joshua drinks from the well of life, whereupon he becomes immortal, and is placed in a ship by Chitter and Moses, as a punishment, and is cast out to sea. Once more a fragment of a sun myth, the motive of the sea journey. The primitive symbol, which designates that portion of the zodiac in which the sun, with the winter solstice, again enters upon the yearly course, is the goat, fish sign, the Alpha Gamma Omega Kappa Rho Omega. The sun mounts like a goat to the highest mountain, and later goes into the water as a fish. The fish is the symbol of the child, for the child before his birth lives in the water like a fish, and the sun, because it plunges into the sea, becomes equally child and fish. The fish, however, is also a phallic symbol, also a symbol for the woman. Briefly stated, the fish is a libido symbol, and, indeed, as it seems predominantly for the renewal of the libido. The journey of Moses with his servant is a life journey, 80 years. They grow old and lose their life force, libido, that is, they lose the fish which pursues its course in a marvelous manner to the sea, which means the setting of the sun. When the two notice their loss, they discover at the place where the source of life is found, where the dead fish revived and sprang into the sea, Chitter wrapped in his mantle, sitting on the ground. According to another version, he sat on an island in the sea, or, in the wettest place on earth, that is, he was just born from the maternal depths. Where the fish vanished Chitter, the verdant one, was born as a son of the deep waters, his head veiled, a Kabir, 224 a proclaimer of divine wisdom. The old Babylonian Onza, who was represented in the form of a fish, and daily came from the sea as a fish to teach the people wisdom. His name was brought into connection with John's. With the rising of the renewed sun all that lived in darkness, as water animal or fish, surrounded by all terrors of night and death, became as the shining fiery firmament of the day. Thus the words of John the Baptist gain a special meaning. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance, but he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear, he shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. With Vollers we may also compare Chitter and Elias, Moses and his servant Joshua, with Gilgamesh and his brother Eabani. Gilgamesh wandered through the world, driven by anxiety and longing, to find immortality. His path led him across the seas to the wise Utnapishtim, Noah, who knew how to cross the waters of death. There Gilgamesh had to dive down to the bottom of the sea for the magical herb which was to lead him back to the land of men. When he had come again to his native land a serpent stole the magic plant from him, the fish again slid into the sea. But on the return from the land of the blessed an immortal mariner accompanied him, who, banished by a curse of Utnapishtim, was forbidden to return to the land of the blessed. Gilgamesh's journey had lost its purpose on account of the loss of the magic herb, instead he is accompanied by an immortal, whose fate, indeed, we cannot learn from the fragments 225 of the epic. This banished immortal is the model for Ahasver, as Jensen aptly remarked. Again we encounter the motive of the Dioscuri, mortal and immortal, setting and rising sun. This motive is also represented as if projected from the hero. The Sacrificium Mithraicum, the sacrifice of the bull, is in its religious representation very often flanked by the two dataphors, Cautes and Cautopates, one with a raised and the other with a lowered torch. They represent brothers who reveal their character through the symbolic position of the torch. Cumont connects them, not without meaning, with the sepulchral Herodes, who as genii with the reverse torches have traditional meaning. The one is supposed to stand for death and the other for life. I cannot refrain from mentioning the similarity between the Sacrificium Mithraicum, where the sacrificed bull in the center is flanked on both sides by dataphors, to the Christian sacrifice of the lamb, ram. The crucified is also traditionally flanked by the two thieves, one of whom ascends to paradise, while the other descends to hell. The idea of the mortal and the immortal seems to have passed also into the Christian worship. Semitic gods are often represented as flanked by two perdroi, for example, Baal of Edessa, accompanied by Aziz and Monomaz, Baal as the sun, accompanied by Mars and Mercury, as expressed in astronomical teachings. According to the Chaldean view, the gods are grouped into triads. In this circle of ideas belongs also the Trinity, the idea of the triune God, in which Christ must be considered in his unity with the 226 Father and the Holy Ghost. So, too, do the two thieves belong inwardly to Christ. The two dataphors are, as Cumont points out, nothing but offshoots from the chief figure of Mitra, to whom belongs a mysterious threefold character. According to an account of Dionysius Areopagita, the magicians celebrated a festival, Tau Omicron Tau Rho Iota Pi Lambda Alpha Sigma Omicron Upsilon Nu Theta Rho Omicron Upsilon. An observation likewise referring to the Trinity is made by Plutarch concerning Ormuzd, Tau Rho Alpha Upsilon Tau Nu Alpha Xi Sigma Alpha Pi Sigma Tau Eta Sigma Epsilon Tau Omicron Lambda Omicron Upsilon. The Trinity, as three different states of the unity, is also a Christian thought. In the very first place this suggests a sun myth. An observation by Macrobius 118 seems to lend support to this idea. He autumni tatum diversitates ad solum referuntur, ut parvulus videator hyamali solsticio, quelum Egyptiae proferent ex addito diserta. Equinoctio vernali figura juvenis ornator. Postea statuiter itis aegis plenissima effigie barbi solsticio estivo, exund per diminutions voludi senescenti quarta forma deus figurator. As Cumont observes, cots and cotypates occasionally carry in their hands the head of a bull, and a scorpion. Taurus and Scorpio are equinoctial signs, which clearly indicate that the sacrificial scene refers primarily to the sun cycle. The rising sun, which sacrifices itself at 2:27 the summer solstice, and the setting sun. In the sacrificial scene the symbol of the rising and setting sun was not easily represented, therefore, this idea was removed from the sacrificial image. We have pointed out above that the Dioscuri represent a similar idea, although in a somewhat different form. The one sun is always mortal, the other immortal. As this entire sun mythology is merely a psychologic projection to the heavens, the fundamental thesis probably is as follows. Just as man consists of a mortal and immortal part, so the sun is a pair of brothers, one being mortal, the other immortal. This thought lies at the basis of all theology in general. Man is, indeed, mortal, but there are some who are immortal, or there is something in us which is immortal. Thus the gods, a Chitter or a Saint Germain, are our immortal part, which, though incomprehensible, dwells among us somewhere. Comparison with the sun teaches us over and over again that the gods are libido. It is that part of us which is immortal, since it represents that bond through which we feel that in the race we are never extinguished. It is life from the life of mankind. Its springs, which well up from the depths of the unconscious, come, as does our life in general, from the root of the whole of humanity, since we are indeed only a twig broken off from the mother and transplanted. Since the divine in us is the libido, we must not wonder that we have taken along with us in our theology ancient representations from olden times, which give the triune figure to the God. We have taken this Tauro iota pi lambda sigma iota omicron nu 228 theta epsilon nu from the phallic symbolism, the originality of which may well be uncontested. The male genitals are the basis for this trinity. It is an anatomical fact that one testicle is generally placed somewhat higher than the other, and it is also a very old, but, nevertheless, still surviving, superstition that one testicle generates a boy and the other a girl. A late Babylonian bas-relief from Ladgert's collection seems to be in accordance with this view. In the middle of the image stands an androgynous god, masculine and feminine face. Upon the right, male side, is found a serpent, with a sun halo round its head. Upon the left, female side, there is also a serpent, with the moon above its head. Above the head of the god there are 3 stars. This ensemble would seem to confirm the trinity of the representation. The sun serpent at the right side is male, the serpent at the left side is female, signified by the moon. This image possesses a symbolic sexual suffix, which makes the sexual significance of the whole obtrusive. Upon the male side a ram is found, a favorite symbol of the female genitals. Upon the female side there is a wheel or felly. A wheel always refers to the sun, but the spokes are thickened and enlarged at the ends, which suggests phallic symbolism. It seems to be a phallic wheel, which was not unknown in antiquity. There are obscene bas-reliefs where Cupid turns a wheel of nothing but phalli. It is not only the serpent which suggests the phallic significance of the sun. I quote one especially marked case, from an abundance of proof. In the antique collection at Verona 229 I discovered a late Roman mystic inscription in which are the following representations. These symbols are easily read: sun, phallus, moon, vagina, uterus. This interpretation is confirmed by another figure of the same collection. There the same representation is found, only the vessel is replaced by the figure of a woman. The impressions on coins, where in the middle a palm is seen encoiled by a snake, flanked by 2 stones, testicles, or else in the middle a stone encircled by a snake. To the right a palm, to the left a shell, female genitals, should be interpreted in a similar manner. In Ladgert's Researches, The Cult of Venus, there is a coin of Perga, where Artemis of Perga is represented by a conical stone, phallic, flanked by a man, claimed to be men, and by a female figure, claimed to be Artemis. Men, the so-called Lunus, is found upon an Attic bas-relief apparently with the spear but fundamentally a scepter with a phallic significance, flanked by Pan with a club, phallus, and a female figure. The traditional representation of the crucified flanked by John and Mary is closely associated with this circle of ideas, precisely as is the crucified with the thieves. From this we see how, beside the Son, there emerges again and again the much more primitive comparison 230 of the libido with the phallus. An especial trace still deserves mention here. The dataphor Cautopates, who represents Mitra, is also represented with the cock and the pineapple. But these are the attributes of the Phrygian god Men, whose cult was widely diffused. Men was represented with Peleus, the pineapple and the cock, also in the form of a boy, just as the dataphors are boyish figures. This last-named property relates them with Men to the Cabiri. Men has a very close connection with Attis, the son and lover of Cybele. In the time of the Roman Caesars, Men and Attis were entirely identified, as stated above. Attis also wears the pileus like Men, Mitra and the dataphors. As the son and lover of his mother he again leads us to the source of this religion-creating incest libido, namely, to the mother. Incest leads logically to ceremonial castration in the Attic Cybele cult, for the hero, driven insane by his mother, mutilates himself. I must at present forego entering more deeply into this matter, because the incest problem is to be discussed at the close. Let this suggestion suffice, that from different directions the analysis of the libido symbolism always leads back again to the mother incest. Therefore, we may surmise that the longing of the libido raised to God, repressed into the unconscious, is a primitive, incestuous one which concerns the mother. Through renouncing the virility to the first beloved, the mother, the feminine element becomes extremely predominant, hence the strongly androgynous character of the dying and resurrected Redeemer. That these heroes are nearly always wanderers is a psychologically 231 clear symbolism. The wandering is a representation of longing, of the ever-restless desire, which nowhere finds its object, for, unknown to itself, it seeks the lost mother. The wandering association renders the son comparison easily intelligible. Also, under this aspect, the heroes always resemble the wandering son, which seems to justify the fact that the myth of the hero is a son myth. But the myth of the hero, however, is, as it appears to me, the myth of our own suffering unconscious, which has an unquenchable longing for all the deepest sources of our own being. For the body of the mother, and through it for communion with infinite life in the countless forms of existence. Here I must introduce the words of the Master who has divined the deepest roots of Faustian longings. Unwilling, I reveal a loftier mystery. In solitude are throned the goddesses. No space around them, place and time still less. Only to speak of them embarrasses. They are the mothers. Goddesses unknown to ye. The mortals, named by us unwillingly. Delve in the deepest depths must thou to reach them. 'Tis thine own fault that we for help beseech them. Where is the way? No way. To the unreachable. Ne'er to be trodden. A way to the unbeseechable. Never to be besought. Art thou prepared? There are no locks, no latches to be lifted. Through endless solitudes shalt thou be drifted. Hast thou through solitudes and deserts dared? 232 And hadst thou swum to farthest verge of ocean? And there the boundless space beheld? Still hadst thou seen wave after wave in motion? Even though impending doom thy fear compelled? Thou hadst seen something, in the barrel dim. Of peace-lulled seas, the sportive dolphins swim. Hadst seen the flying clouds, sun, moon and star. Not shalt thou see in endless void afar. Not hear thy footstep fall, nor meet a stable spot to rest thy feet. Here, take this key. The key will scent the true place from all others. Follow it down. 'Twill lead thee to the mothers. Descend then. I could also say, ascend. 'Twere all the same. Escape from the created. To shapeless forms in liberated spaces. Enjoy what long ere this was dissipated. There whirls the press, like clouds on clouds unfolding. Then with stretched arms swing high the key thou art holding. At last a blazing tripod tells thee this: that there the utterly deepest bottom is. Its light to thee will then the mothers show. Some in their seats, the others stand or go. At their own will, formation, transformation. The eternal mind's eternal recreation. Forms of all creatures, there are floating free. They'll see thee not. For only wraiths they see. So pluck up heart, the danger then is great. Go to the tripod ere thou hesitate. And touch it with the key. Chapter 5. Symbolism of the Mother and of Rebirth. The vision following the creation of the hero is described by Miss Miller as a throng of people. This representation is known to us from dream interpretation as being, above all, the symbol of mystery. Freud thinks that this choice of symbol is determined on account of its possibility of representing the idea. The bearer of the mystery is placed in opposition to the multitude of the ignorant. The possession of the mystery cuts one off from intercourse with the rest of mankind. For a very complete and smooth rapport with the surroundings is of great importance for the management of the libido, and the possession of a subjectively important secret generally creates a great disturbance. It may be said that the whole art of life shrinks to the one problem of how the libido may be freed in the most harmless way possible. Therefore, the neurotic derives special benefit in treatment when he can at last rid himself of his various secrets. The symbol of the crowd of people, chiefly the streaming and moving mass, is, as I have often seen, substituted for the great excitement in the unconscious, especially in persons who are outwardly calm. 234 The vision of the throng develops further. Horses emerge, a battle is fought. With Silberer, I might accept the significance of this vision as belonging, first of all, in the functional category, because, fundamentally, the conception of the intermingling crowds is nothing but the symbol of the present onrush of the mass of thought. Likewise the battle, and possibly the horses, which illustrate the movement. The deeper significance of the appearance of the horses will be seen for the first time in the further course of our treatment of the mother symbolism. The following vision has a more definite and significantly important character. Miss Miller sees a city of dreams, Symbole der Libido. The picture is similar to one she saw a short time before on the cover of a magazine. Unfortunately, we learn nothing further about it. One can easily imagine under this Symbole der Libido a fulfilled wish dream, that is to say, something very beautiful and greatly longed for. A sort of heavenly Jerusalem, as the poet of the Apocalypse has dreamed it. The city is a maternal symbol, a woman who fosters the inhabitants as children. It is, therefore, intelligible that the two mother goddesses, Rhea and Cybele, both wear the wall crown. The Old Testament treats the cities of Jerusalem, Babel, etc. as women, Isaiah 47:1-5. Come down and sit in the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the ground, there is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal. Uncover thy locks, make bare the leg, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. That thy nakedness 235 shall be uncovered, yea, thy shame shall be seen, sit thou silent, and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans. For thou shalt no more be called the lady of the kingdoms. Jeremiah says of Babel, I:12. Your mother shall be sore confounded, she that bare you shall be ashamed. Strong, unconquered cities are virgins, colonies are sons and daughters. Cities are also whores. Isaiah says of Tyre, 23:16. Take an harp, go about the city, thou harlot, thou hast been forgotten. And how does it come to pass that the virtuous city has become an harlot? We come across a similar symbolism in the myth of Ogyges, the mythical king who rules in Egyptian Thebes and whose wife was appropriately named Thebe. The Boeotian Thebes founded by Cadmus received on that account a surname, Ogygian. This surname was also given to the Great Flood, as it was called Ogygian, because it occurred under Ogyges. This coincidence will be found later on to be hardly accidental. The fact that the city and the wife of Ogyges bear the same name indicates that somewhere a relation must exist between the city and the woman, which is not difficult to understand, for the city is identical with the woman. We meet a similar idea in Hindu lore where Indra appears as the 236 husband of Urvara, but Urvara means the fertile land. In a similar way the occupancy of a country by the king was understood as marriage with the ploughed land. Similar representations must have prevailed in Europe as well. Princes had to guarantee, for example, a good harvest at their accession. The Swedish king Domaldi was actually killed on account of the failure of the harvest, in Glinga Saga 18. In the Rama Saga the hero Rama marries Sita, the furrow of the field. To the same group of ideas belongs the Chinese custom of the emperor ploughing a furrow at his ascension to the throne. This idea of the soil being feminine also embraces the idea of continual companionship with the woman, a physical communication. Shiva, the phallic god, is, like Mahadeva and Parvati, male and female. He has even given one half of his body to his consort Parvati as a dwelling place. Inman gives us a drawing of a Pundite of Ardhanariaswara, one half of the god is masculine, the other half feminine, and the genitals are in continuous cohabitation. The motive of continuous cohabitation is expressed in a well-known lingam symbol, which is to be found everywhere in Indian temples. The base is a female symbol, and within that is the phallus. The symbol approaches very closely the Grecian mystic phallic basket and chests. Compare with this the Eleusinian mysteries. The chest or box is here a female symbol, that is, the mother's womb. This is a very well-known conception in the old mythologies. The chest, basket or little basket, with its precious contents, was thought of as floating on the water. A remarkable 237 inversion of the natural fact that the child floats in the amniotic fluid and that this is in the uterus. This inversion brings about a great advantage for sublimation, for it creates enormous possibilities of application for the myth-weaving fantasy, that is to say, for the annexation to the sun cycle. The sun floats over the sea like an immortal god, which every evening is immersed in the maternal water and is born again renewed in the morning. Frobenius says. Perhaps in connection with the blood-red sunrise, the idea occurs that here a birth takes place, the birth of a young son. The question then arises inevitably, whence comes the paternity? How has the woman become pregnant? And since this woman symbolizes the same idea as the fish, which means the sea, because we proceed from the assumption that the sun descends into the sea as well as arises from it, thus the curious primitive answer is that this sea has previously swallowed the old sun. Consequently the resulting myth is, that the woman, sea, has formerly devoured the sun and now brings a new son into the world, and thus she has become pregnant. All these seagoing gods are sun symbols. They are enclosed in a chest or an ark for the night journey on the sea, Frobenius, often together with a woman, again an inversion of the actual situation, but in support of the motive of continuous cohabitation, which we have met above. During the night journey on the sea the sun god is enclosed in the mother's womb, oftentimes threatened by dangers of all kinds. Instead of many individual examples, I will content myself with reproducing 238 the scheme which Frobenius has constructed from numberless myths of this sort. Frobenius gives the following legend to illustrate this. A hero is devoured by a water monster in the west, to devour. The animal carries him within him to the east, sea journey. Meanwhile, he kindles a fire in the belly of the monster, to set on fire, and since he feels hungry he cuts off a piece of the hanging heart, to cut off the heart. Soon after he notices that the fish glides upon the dry land, to land, he immediately begins to cut open the animal from within outwards, to open, then he slides out, to slip out. In the fish's belly, it had been so hot, that all his hair had fallen out, heat hair. The hero frequently frees all who were previously devoured, to devour all, and all now slide out, slip out. A very close parallel is Noah's journey during the flood, in which all living creatures die, only he and the life guarded by him are brought to a new birth. In a Melopolynesian legend, Frobenius, It is told that the hero in the belly of the king-fish took his weapon and cut open the fish's belly. He slid out and saw a splendor, and he sat down and reflected. "I wonder where I am," he said. Then the sun rose with a bound and turned from 239 one side to the other. The sun has again slipped out. Frobenius mentions from the Ramayana the myth of the ape Hanuman, who represents the sun hero. The sun in which Hanuman hurries through the air throws a shadow upon the sea. The sea monster notices this and through this draws Hanuman toward itself. When the latter sees that the monster is about to devour him, he stretches out his figure immeasurably. The monster assumes the same gigantic proportions. As he does that, Hanuman becomes as small as a thumb, slips into the great body of the monster and comes out on the other side. In another part of the poem it is said that he came out from the right ear of the monster, like Rabelais Gargantua, who also was born from the mother's ear. Hanuman thereupon resumes his flight, and finds a new obstacle in another sea monster, which is the mother of Rahas, the sun-devouring demon. The latter draws Hanuman's shadow to her in the same way. Hanuman again has recourse to the earlier stratagem, becomes small and slips into her body, but hardly is he there than he grows to a gigantic mass, swells up, tears her, kills her, and in that way makes his escape. Thus we understand why the Indian fire-bringer Matarikvan is called, the one swelling in the mother, the ark, little box, chest, cask, vessel, etc., is a symbol of the womb, just as is the sea, into which the sun sinks for rebirth. From this circle of ideas we understand the mythologic statements about Ogyges. He it is who possesses the mother, the city, who is united with the mother. Therefore under him came the great flood, for it is a 240 typical fragment of the sun myth that the hero, when united with the woman attained with difficulty, is exposed in a cask and thrown into the sea. And then lands for a new life on a distant shore. The middle part, the night journey on the sea, in the ark, is lacking in the tradition of Ogyges. But the rule in mythology is that the typical parts of a myth can be united in all conceivable variations, which adds greatly to the extraordinary difficulty of the interpretation of a particular myth without knowledge of all the others. The meaning of this cycle of myths mentioned here is clear. It is the longing to attain rebirth through the return to the mother's womb, that is to say, to become as immortal as the sun. This longing for the mother is frequently expressed in our holy scriptures. I recall, particularly the place in the Epistle to the Galatians, where it is said, for 26. 26, but Jerusalem which is above is free, which is the mother of us all. 27, for it is written, rejoice, thou barren that beareth not, break forth and cry, thou that travailest not, for the desolate hath many more children than she which hath an husband. 28, now we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of promise. 29, but as he that was born after the flesh persecuted him that was born after the Spirit, even so it is now. 30, nevertheless, what saith the Scripture? Cast out the bondwoman and her son, for the son of a bondwoman shall not be heir with the son of a free woman. 31, so, then, brethren, we are not children of the bondwoman, but of the free. Chapter 5. 241, 1, stand fast therefore in the liberty wherewith Christ has made us free. The Christians are the children of the city above, a symbol of the mother, not sons of the earthly city mother, who is to be cast out. For those born after the flesh are opposed to those born after the Spirit, who are not born from the mother in the flesh, but from a symbol for the mother. One must again think of the Indians at this point, who say the first people proceeded from the sword hilt and a shuttle. The religious thought is bound up with the compulsion to call the mother no longer mother, but city, source, sea, etc. This compulsion can be derived from the need to manifest an amount of libido bound up with the mother, but in such a way that the mother is represented by or concealed in a symbol. The symbolism of the city we find well developed in the Revelations of John, where two cities play a great part, one of which is insulted and cursed by him, the other greatly desired. We read in Revelation 17:1. 1, come hither, I will shew unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth on many waters. 2, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit on a scarlet-colored beast, full of the names of blasphemy, and having 7 heads and 10 horns. 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet colors, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery. 242 Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. 6. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of saints, and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus, and when I saw her I wondered with a great admiration. Here follows an interpretation of the vision unintelligible to us, from which we can only emphasize the point that the 7 heads of the dragon means the 7 hills upon which the woman sits. This is probably a distinct allusion to Rome, the city whose temporal power oppressed the world at the time of the Revelation. The waters upon which the woman, the mother, sits are peoples and throngs and nations and tongues. This also seems to refer to Rome, for she is the mother of peoples and possessed all lands. Just as in common speech, for example, colonies are called daughters, so the people subject to Rome are like members of a family subject to the mother. In another version of the picture, the kings of the people, namely, the fathers, commit fornication with this mother. Revelation continues, 18:2. 2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Thus this mother does not only become the mother of all abominations, but also in truth the receptacle of all that is wicked and unclean. The birds are images of 243 souls. Therefore, this means all souls of the condemned and evil spirits. Thus the mother becomes Hecate, the underworld, the city of the damned itself. We recognize easily in the ancient idea of the woman on the dragon, the above-mentioned representation of Ignita, the mother of the infernal horrors. Babylon is the idea of the terrible mother, who seduces all people to whoredom with devilish temptation, and makes them drunk with her wine. The intoxicating drink stands in the closest relation to fornication, for it is also a libido symbol, as we have already seen in the parallel of fire and sun. After the fall and curse of Babylon, we find in Revelation, 19:6-7, the hymn which leads from the under half to the upper half of the mother. Where now everything is possible which would be impossible without the repression of incest. 6. Alleluia, the Lord God omnipotent reigneth. 7. Let us be glad and rejoice, and give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, and his wife hath made herself ready. 8. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. 9. And he saith unto me, Write, Blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. The Lamb is the Son of Man who celebrates his marriage with the woman. Who the woman is remains obscure at first. But Revelation, 21:9, shows us which woman is the bride, the Lamb's wife. 9. Come hither, I will show thee the bride, the Lamb's wife. 2:44-10, And he carried me away in the Spirit to a great and high mountain, and showed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, descending out of heaven from God, having the glory of God. It is evident from this quotation, after all that goes before, that the city, the heavenly bride, who is here promised to the Son, is the mother. In Babylon the impure maid was cast out, according to the epistle to the Galatians, so that here in heavenly Jerusalem the mother bride may be attained the more surely. It bears witness to the most delicate psychologic perception that the fathers of the Church who formulated the canons preserved this bit of the symbolic significance of the Christ mystery. It is a treasure house for the fantasies and myth materials which underlie primitive Christianity. The further attributes which were heaped upon the heavenly Jerusalem make its significance as mother overwhelmingly clear. 1. And he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. 2. In the midst of the street of it, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruit every month, and the leaves of the tree were for the healing of nations. 3. And there shall be no more curse. In this quotation we come upon the symbol of the waters, which we found in the mention of Ogyges in connection with the city. The maternal significance of water belongs to the clearest symbolism in the realm of mythology, so that the ancients could say, theta lambda alpha sigma sigma alpha, tau gamma epsilon nu sigma epsilon omega sigma mu beta omicron lambda omicron nu. From water comes life. 245 Therefore, of the two gods which here interest us the most, Christ and Mitra, the latter was born beside a river, according to representations, while Christ experienced his new birth in the Jordan. Moreover, he is born from the Pieta Gamma, the Sempiterni Fons Amoris, the Mother of God, who by the heathen Christian legend was made a nymph of the spring. The spring is also found in Mithricism. A Pannonian dedication reads, Fonti Perenni. An inscription in Apulia is dedicated to the Fons Eterni. In Persia, Ardvikura is the well of the water of life. Ardvikura Anahita is a goddess of water and love, just as Aphrodite is born from foam. The Neo-Persians designate the planet Venus and a nubile girl by the name Nahid. In the temples of Anitis there existed prostitute hierodoles, harlots. In the Sakine, in honor of Anitis, there occurred ritual combats as in the festival of the Egyptian Ares and his mother. In the Vedas the waters are called Matratama, the most maternal. All that is living rises as does the sun, from the water, and at evening plunges into the water. Born from the springs, the rivers, the seas, at death man arrives at the waters of the Styx in order to enter upon the night journey on the sea. The wish is that the black water of death might be the water of life, that death, with its cold embrace, might be the mother's womb, just as the sea devours the sun, but brings it forth again out of the maternal womb, Jonah motive. Life believes not in death. In the flood of life, in the torrent of deeds, I toss up and down. 246 I am blown to and fro. Cradle and grave. An eternal sea. A changing web. A glowing life. Goethe, Faust. That Xylanda Omicron Nu Zeta Omega, the wood of life, or the tree of life, is a maternal symbol would seem to follow from the previous deductions. The etymologic connection of omicron, lambda epsilon, upsilon, in the Indo-Germanic root suggests the blending of the meanings in the underlying symbolism of mother and of generation. The tree of life is probably, first of all, a fruit-bearing genealogical tree, that is, a mother image. Countless myths prove the derivation of man from trees. Many myths show how the hero is enclosed in the maternal tree, thus dead Osiris in the column, Adonis in the myrtle, etc. Numerous female divinities were worshipped as trees, from which resulted the cult of the holy groves and trees. It is of transparent significance when Attis castrates himself under a pine tree, i.e. he does it because of the mother. Goddesses were often worshipped in the form of a tree or of a wood. Thus Juno of Thespii was a branch of a tree, Juno of Samos was a board. Juno of Argos was a column. The Carian Diana was an uncut piece of wood. Athene of Lindus was a polished column. Tertullian calls Ceres of Pharos Rudis Paulus et in form lignum sine effigy. Athenaeus remarks of Latona at Dalos that she is Xylanda iota nu omicron nu mu omicron rho phi omicron nu, a shapeless piece of wood. Tertullian calls an Attic palace crucis stipes, a wooden pail or mast. The wooden pail is phallic, as the name 247 suggests, phi lambda eta, palace. The phi alpha lambda lambda is a pail, a ceremonial lingam carved out of figwood, as are all Roman statues of Priapus. Phi lambda omicron means a projection or centerpiece on the helmet, later called kappa nu omicron, just as nu alpha phi alpha lambda alpha nu tau alpha sigma iota signifies bald-headedness on the forepart of the head, and phi alpha lambda alpha kappa rho signifies bald-headedness in regard to the phi lambda omicron kappa nu omicron of the helmet. A semi-phallic meaning is given to the upper part of the head as well. Phi lambda lambda eta nu omicron has, besides phi alpha lambda lambda, the significance of wooden, phi alpha lambda gamma gamma omega mu alpha, cylinder, phi lambda alpha gamma xi, a round beam. The Macedonian battle array, distinguished by its powerful impetus, is called phi lambda alpha gamma xi. Moreover, the finger joint is called phi lambda alpha gamma xi. Phi lambda lambda alpha iota nu alpha or phi lambda alpha iota nu alpha is a whale. Now phi alpha lambda appears with the meaning shining, brilliant. The Indo-Germanic root is bale equals to bulge, to swell. Who does not think of Faust? It grows, it shines, increases in my hand. That is primitive libido symbolism, which shows how immediate is the connection between phallic libido and light. The same relations are found in the Rigveda in Rudra's utterances. Rigveda 1, 1:14, 3. May we obtain your favor, thou man ruling, O urinating Rudra. I refer here to the previously mentioned phallic symbolism of Rudra in the Upanishads. 4. We call for help below to the flaming Rudra, to the one bringing the sacrifice. Him who encircles and wanders, wandering in the vault of heaven, to the seer. 2482, 33, 5. He who opens up the sweet, who listens to our calls, the ruddy one, with the beautiful helmet, may he not give us over to the powers of jealousy. 6. I have been rejoiced by the bull connected with Merat, the supplicating one with strong force of life. 8. Sound the powerful song of praise to the ruddy bull to the white shining one. Worship the flaming one with honor, we sing of the shining being Rudra. May Rudra's missile, arrow, not be used on us, may the great displeasure of the shining one pass us by, unbend the firm, bow or hard arrow. For the princes, thou who blessest with the waters of thy body, generative strength, be gracious to our children and grandchildren. In this way we pass from the realm of mother symbolism imperceptibly into the realm of male phallic symbolism. This element also lies in the tree, even in the family tree, as is distinctly shown by the medieval family trees. From the first ancestor there grows upward, in the place of the membrum virile, the trunk of the great tree. The bisexual symbolic character of the tree is intimated by the fact that in Latin trees have a masculine termination and a feminine gender. The feminine, especially the maternal, meaning of the forest and the phallic significance of trees in dreams is well known. I mention an example. It concerns a woman who had always been nervous, and who, after many years of marriage, became ill as a result of the typical retention of the libido. She had the following dream after she had learned to know a young man of many engaging free opinions who was very pleasing to her. She found herself in a garden where stood 249 a remarkable exotic tree with strange red fleshy flowers or fruits. She picked them and ate them. Then, to her horror, she felt that she was poisoned. This dream idea may easily be understood by means of the antique or poetic symbolism, so I can spare information as to the analytic material. The double significance of the tree is readily explained by the fact that such symbols are not to be understood anatomically, but psychologically as libido symbols. Therefore, it is not permissible to interpret the tree on account of its similar form as directly phallic. It can also be called a woman or the uterus of the mother. The uniformity of the significance lies alone in the similarity to the libido. One loses one's way in one cul-de-sac after another by saying that this is the symbol substituted for the mother and that for the penis. In this realm there is no fixed significance of things. The only reality here is the libido, for which all that is perishable is merely a symbol. It is not the physical actual mother, but the libido of the son, the object of which was once the mother. We take mythologic symbols much too concretely and wonder at every step about the endless contradictions. These contradictions arise only because we constantly forget that in the realm of fantasy, feeling is all. Whenever we read, therefore, his mother was a wicked sorcerer, the translation is as follows: the son is in love with her, namely, he is unable to detach his libido from the mother imago, he therefore suffers from incestuous resistance. The symbolism of water and trees, which are met with 250 as further attributes in the symbol of the city, also refer to that amount of libido which unconsciously is fastened to the mother imago. In certain parts of Revelation the unconscious psychology of religious longing is revealed, namely, the longing for the mother. The expectation of revelation ends in the mother, kappa alpha pi nu kappa alpha tau theta epsilon mu alpha omicron kappa sigma tau alpha tau iota, and there shall be no more curse. There shall be no more sins, no repression, no disharmony with one's self, no guilt, no fear of death and no pain of separation more. Thus Revelation echoes that same radiant mystical harmony which was caught again 2,000 years later and expressed poetically in the last prayer of Dr. Marianus. Penitents, look up, elate. Where she beams salvation. Gratefully to blessed fate. Grow, in recreation. Be our souls, as they have been. Dedicate to thee. Virgin holy, Mother, Queen. Goddess, gracious be. Goethe, Faust. One principal question arises at the sight of this beauty and greatness of feeling, that is, whether the primary tendency compensated by religion is not too narrowly understood as incestuous. I have previously observed in regard to this that I consider the resistance opposed to libido, as in a general way coincident with the incest prohibition. I must leave open for the present the definition of the psychological incest conception. However, I will here emphasize the point that it is most especially the 251 totality of the Son myth which proves to us that the fundamental basis of the incestuous desire does not aim at cohabitation, but at the special thought of becoming a child again, of turning back to the parent's protection, of coming into the mother once more in order to be born again. But incest stands in the path to this goal, that is to say, the necessity of in some way again gaining entrance into the mother's womb. One of the simplest ways would be to impregnate the mother, and to reproduce oneself identically. But here the incest prohibition interferes, therefore, the myths of the Son or of rebirth teem with all possible proposals as to how incest can be evaded. A very simple method of avoidance is to transform the mother into another being or to rejuvenate her after birth has occurred, to have her disappear again or have her change back. It is not incestuous cohabitation which is desired, but the rebirth, which now is attained most readily through cohabitation. But this is not the only way, although perhaps the original one. The resistance to the incest prohibition makes the fantasy inventive. For example, it was attempted to impregnate the mother by means of a magic charm of fertility, to wish for a child. Attempts in this respect remain in the stage of mythical fantasies. But they have one result, and that is the exercise of the fantasy which gradually produces paths through the creation of fantastic possibilities, in which the libido, taking an active part, can flow off. Thus the libido becomes spiritualized in an imperceptible manner. The power, which always wishes evil, thus creates a spiritual life. Therefore, in 252 religions, this course is now raised to a system. On that account it is exceedingly instructive to see how religion takes pains to further these symbolic transferences. The New Testament furnishes us with an excellent example in regard to this. Nicodemus, in the speech regarding rebirth, cannot forbear understanding the matter very realistically. John 3:4. For, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb, and be born? But Jesus endeavors to raise into purity the sensuous view of Nicodemus's mind molded in materialistic heaviness, and announces to him, really the same, and yet not the same. 5. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. 6. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. 7. Marvel not that I said unto thee, Ye must be born again. 8. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou hearest the sound thereof, but canst not tell whence it cometh and whither it goeth, so is everyone that is born of the Spirit. To be born of water means simply to be born from the mother's womb. To be born of the Spirit means to be born from the fructifying breath of the wind. This we learn from the Greek text, where spirit and wind are expressed by the same word, pi nu epsilon mu alpha, tau gamma epsilon nu nu eta mu nu omicron nu kappa tau sigma alpha rho kappa omicron sigma rho xi sigma tau iota nu, Kappa alpha tau gamma epsilon nu nu eta mu nu omicron nu kappa tau omicron 253 pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron pi nu epsilon mu sigma tau iota nu dot tau pi nu epsilon mu alpha pi omicron upsilon theta lambda epsilon iota pi nu epsilon, etc. This symbolism rose from the same need as that which produced the Egyptian legend of the vultures, the mother symbol. They were only females and were fertilized by the wind. One recognizes very clearly the ethical demand as the foundation of these mythologic assertions. Thou must say of the mother that she was not impregnated by a mortal in the ordinary way, but by a spiritual being in an unusual manner. This demand stands in strict opposition to the real truth, therefore, the myth is a fitting solution. One can say it was a hero who died and was born again in a remarkable manner, and in this way attained immortality. The need which this demand asserts is evidently a prohibition against a definite fantasy concerning the mother. A son may naturally think that a father has generated him in a carnal way, but not that he himself impregnated the mother and so caused himself to be born again into renewed youth. This incestuous fantasy, which for some reason possesses an extraordinary strength, and, therefore, appears as a compulsory wish, is repressed and, conforming to the above demand, under certain conditions, expresses itself again, symbolically. Concerning the problem of birth, or rather concerning individual rebirth from the mother. In Jesus' challenge to Nicodemus we clearly recognize this tendency: think not carnally or thou art carnal, but think symbolically, then art thou spirit. It is evident 254 how extremely educative and developing this compulsion toward symbolism can be. Nicodemus would remain fixed in low commonplaces if he did not succeed in raising himself through symbols above this repressed incestuous desire. As a righteous Philistine of culture, he probably was not very anxious for this effort, because men seem really to remain satisfied in repressing the incestuous libido, and at best to express it by some modest religious exercises. Yet it seems to be important, on the other side, that man should not merely renounce and repress and thereby remain firmly fixed in the incestuous bond, but that he should redeem those dynamic forces which lie bound up in incest, in order to fulfill himself. For man needs his whole libido, to fill out the boundaries of his personality, and then, for the first time, he is in a condition to do his best. The paths by which man may manifest his incestuously fixed libido seem to have been pointed out by the religious mythologic symbols. On this account Jesus teaches Nicodemus, thou thinkest of thy incestuous wish for rebirth, but thou must think that thou art born from the water and that thou art generated by the breath of the wind. And in this way thou shalt share in eternal life. Thus the libido which lies inactive in the incestuous bond repressed and in fear of the law and the avenging Father God can be led over into sublimation through the symbol of baptism, birth from water, and of generation, spiritual birth, through the symbol of the descent of the Holy Ghost. Thus man becomes a child again and is born into a circle of brothers and sisters. But his mother 255 is the communion of the saints, the Church, and his circle of brothers and sisters is humanity, with whom he is united anew in the common inheritance of the primitive symbol. It seems that at the time in which Christianity had its origin this process was especially necessary. For that period, as the result of the incredible contrast between slavery and the freedom of the citizens and masters, had entirely lost the consciousness of the common bond of mankind. One of the next and most essential reasons for the energetic regression to the infantile in Christianity, which goes hand in hand with the revival of the incest problem, was probably to be found in the far-reaching depreciation of women. At that time sexuality was so easily attainable that the result could only be a very excessive depreciation of the sexual object. The existence of personal values was first discovered by Christianity, and there are many people who have not discovered it even in the present day. However, the depreciation of the sexual object hinders the outflow of that libido which cannot be satisfied by sexual activity, because it belongs to an already desexualized higher order. If it were not so, a Don Juan could never be neurotic. But the contrary is the case. For how might those higher valuations be given to a worthless, despised object? Therefore, the libido, after having seen a Helen in every woman for so long a time, sets out on a search for the difficult to obtain, the worshipped, but perhaps unattainable, goal, and which in the unconscious is the mother. Therefore the symbolic needs, based on the incest resistance, 256 arise again in an increased degree, which promptly transforms the beautiful, sinful world of the Olympian gods into incomprehensible, dreamlike, dark mysteries, which, with their accessions of symbols and obscure meaningful texts, remove us very far from the religious feelings of that Roman Greco world. When we see how much trouble Jesus took to make acceptable to Nicodemus the symbolic perception of things, that is to say, really a repression and veiling over of the actual facts, and how important it was for the history of civilization in general, that people thought and still think in this way, then we understand the revolt which is raised everywhere against the psychologic discovery of the true background of the neurotic or normal symbolism. Always and everywhere we encounter the odious realm of sexuality, which represents to all righteous people of today something defiled. However, less than 2,000 years have passed since the religious cult of sexuality was more or less openly in full bloom. To be sure, they were heathen and did not know better, but the nature of religious power does not change from cycle to cycle. If one has once received an effectual impression of the sexual contents of the ancient cults, and if one realizes oneself that the religious experience, that is, the union with the God of antiquity, was understood by antiquity as a more or less concrete coitus, then truly one can no longer fancy that the motor forces of a religion have suddenly become wholly different since the birth of Christ. Exactly the same thing has occurred as with the hysteric who at first indulges in some quite unbeautiful, infantile sexual manifestations 257 and afterwards develops a hyperesthetic negation in order to convince everyone of his special purity. Christianity, with its repression of the manifest sexual, is the negative of the ancient sexual cult. The original cult has changed its tokens. One only needs to realize how much of the gay paganism, even to the inclusion of unseemly gods, has been taken into the Christian Church. Thus the old and decent Priapus celebrated a gay festival of resurrection in St. Tychon. Also partly in the physicians Sts Cosma and Damian, who graciously condescended to accept the member of Virilia, in wax at their festival. St. Phallus of old memories emerges again to be worshipped in country chapels, to say nothing of the rest of the paganism. There are those who have not yet learned to recognize sexuality as a function equivalent to hunger and who, therefore, consider it as disgraceful that certain taboo institutions which were considered as asexual refuges are now recognized as overflowing with sexual symbolism. Those people are doomed to the painful realization that such is still the case, in spite of their great revolt. One must learn to understand that, opposed to the customary habit of thought, psychoanalytic thinking reduces and resolves those symbolic structures which have become more and more complicated through countless elaboration. This means a course of reduction which would be an intellectual enjoyment if the object were different. But here it becomes distressing, not only aesthetically, but apparently also ethically, because the repressions which are to be overcome have been brought about by our best 258 intentions. We must commence to overcome our virtuousness with the certain fear of falling into baseness on the other side. This is certainly true, for virtuousness is always inwardly compensated by a great tendency towards baseness. And how many profligates are there who inwardly preserve a mawkish virtue and moral megalomania? Both categories of men turn out to be snobs when they come in contact with analytic psychology. Because the moral man has imagined an objective and cheap verdict on sexuality and the unmoral man is entirely unaware of the vulgarity of his sexuality and of his incapacity for an unselfish love. One completely forgets that one can most miserably be carried away, not only by a vice, but also by a virtue. There is a fanatic orgiastic self-righteousness which is just as base and which entails just as much injustice and violence as a vice. At this time, when a large part of mankind is beginning to discard Christianity, it is worthwhile to understand clearly why it was originally accepted. It was accepted in order to escape at last from the brutality of antiquity. As soon as we discard it, licentiousness returns, as impressively exemplified by life in our large modern cities. This step is not a forward step, but a backward one. It is as with individuals who have laid aside one form of transference and have no new one. Without fail they will occupy regressively the old path of transference, to their great detriment, because the world around them has since then essentially changed. He who is repelled by the historical and philosophical weakness of the Christian dogmatism and the religious 259 emptiness of an historical Jesus, of whose person we know nothing and whose religious value is partly Talmudic, partly Hellenic wisdom, and discards Christianity, and therewith Christian morality, is certainly confronted with the ancient problem of licentiousness. Today the individual still feels himself restrained by the public hypocritical opinion, and, therefore, prefers to lead a secret, separate life, but publicly to represent morality. It might be different if men in general all at once found the moral mask too dull, and if they realized how dangerously their beasts lie in wait for each other, and then truly a frenzy of demoralization might sweep over humanity. This is the dream, the wish dream, of the morally limited man of today. He forgets necessity, which strangles men and robs them of their breath, and which with a stern hand interrupts every passion. It must not be imputed to me that I am wishing to refer the libido back by analytical reduction to the primitive, almost conquered, stages, entirely forgetting the fearful misery this would entail for humanity. Indeed, some individuals would let themselves be transported by the old-time frenzy of sexuality, from which the burden of guilt has been removed, to their own greatest detriment. But these are the ones who under other circumstances would have prematurely perished in some other way. However, I well know the most effectual and most inexorable regulator of human sexuality. This is necessity. With this leaden weight human lust will never fly too high. Today there are countless neurotics who are so simply 260 because they do not know how to seek happiness in their own manner. They do not even realize where the lack lies. And besides these neurotics there are many more normal people, and precisely people of the higher type, who feel restricted and discontented. For all these reduction to the sexual elements should be undertaken, in order that they may be reinstated into the possession of their primitive self, and thereby learn to know and value its relation to the entire personality. In this way alone can certain requirements be fulfilled and others be repudiated as unfit because of their infantile character. In this way the individual will come to realize that certain things are to be sacrificed, although they are accomplished, but in another sphere. We imagine that we have long renounced, sacrificed and cut off our incest wish, and that nothing of it is left. But it does not occur to us that this is not true, but that we unconsciously commit incest in another territory. In religious symbols, for example, we come across incest. We consider the incestuous wish vanished and lost, and then rediscover it in full force in religion. This process or transformation has taken place unconsciously in secular development. Just as in Part 1 it is shown that a similar unconscious transformation of the libido is an ethically worthless pose, and with which I compared the Christianity of early Roman antiquity. Where evidently licentiousness and brutality were strongly resisted, so here I must remark in regard to the sublimation of the incestuous libido, that the belief in the religious symbol has ceased to be an ethical ideal. But it is an unconscious transformation of 261 the incest wish into symbolic acts and symbolic concepts which cheat men, as it were. So that heaven appears to them as a father and earth as a mother and the people upon it children and brothers and sisters. Thus man can remain a child for all time and satisfy his incest wish all unawares. This state would doubtless be ideal if it were not infantile and, therefore, merely a one-sided wish, which maintains a childish attitude. The reverse is anxiety. Much is said of pious people who remain unshaken in their trust in God and wander unswervingly safe and blessed through the world. I have never seen this chitter yet. It is probably a wish figure. The rule is great uncertainty among believers, which they drown with fanatical cries among themselves or among others. Moreover, they have religious doubts, moral uncertainty, doubts of their own personality, feelings of guilt and, deepest of all, great fear of the opposite aspect of reality, against which the most highly intelligent people struggle with all their force. This other side is the devil, the adversary or, expressed in modern terms, the corrective of reality, of the infantile world picture, which has been made acceptable through the predominating pleasure principle. But the world is not a garden of God, of the Father, but a place of terrors. Not only is heaven no father and earth no mother and the people not brothers nor sisters, but they represent hostile, destroying powers, to which we are abandoned the more surely. The more childishly and thoughtlessly we have entrusted ourselves to the so-called fatherly hand of God. One should never forget the harsh speech of the first Napoleon, 262, that the good God is always on the side of the heaviest artillery. The religious myth meets us here as one of the greatest and most significant human institutions which, despite misleading symbols, nevertheless gives man assurance and strength, so that he may not be overwhelmed by the monsters of the universe. The symbol, considered from the standpoint of actual truth, is misleading, indeed, but it is psychologically true, because it was and is the bridge to all the greatest achievements of humanity. But this does not mean to say that this unconscious way of transformation of the incest wish into religious exercises is the only one or the only possible one. There is also a conscious recognition and understanding with which we can take possession of this libido which is bound up in incest and transformed into religious exercises so that we no longer need the stage of religious symbolism for this end. It is thinkable that instead of doing good to our fellow men, for the love of Christ, we do it from the knowledge that humanity, even as ourselves, could not exist if, among the herd, the one could not sacrifice himself for the other. This would be the course of moral autonomy, of perfect freedom, when man could without compulsion wish that which he must do, and this from knowledge, without delusion through belief in the religious symbols. It is a positive creed which keeps us infantile and, therefore, ethically inferior. Although of the greatest significance from the cultural point of view and of imperishable beauty from the aesthetic standpoint, this 263 delusion can no longer ethically suffice humanity striving after moral autonomy. The infantile and moral danger lies in belief in the symbol because through that we guide the libido to an imaginary reality. The simple negation of the symbol changes nothing, for the entire mental disposition remains the same. We merely remove the dangerous object. But the object is not dangerous, the danger is our own infantile mental state, for love of which we have lost something very beautiful and ingenious through the simple abandonment of the religious symbol. I think belief should be replaced by understanding, then we would keep the beauty of the symbol, but still remain free from the depressing results of submission to belief. This would be the psychoanalytic cure for belief and disbelief. The vision following upon that of the city is that of a strange fir tree with gnarled branches. This vision does not seem extraordinary to us after all that we have learned of the tree of life and its associations with the city and the waters of life. This especial tree seems simply to continue the category of the mother symbols. The attribute strange probably signifies, as in dreams, a special emphasis, that is, a special underlying complex material. Unfortunately, the author gives us no individual material for this. As the tree already suggested in the symbolism of the city is particularly emphasized through the further development of Miss Miller's Visions 264 here, I find it necessary to discuss at some length the history of the symbolism of the tree. It is well known that trees have played a large part in the cult myth from the remotest times. The typical myth tree is the tree of paradise or of life which we discover abundantly used in Babylonian and also in Jewish lore. And in pre-Christian times, the pine tree of Attis, the tree or trees of Mitra, in Germanic mythology, Yggdrasil and so on. The hanging of the Attis image on the pine tree, the hanging of Marsyas, which became a celebrated artistic motive. The hanging of Odin, the Germanic hanging sacrifices, indeed, the whole series of hanged gods, teaches us that the hanging of Christ on the cross is not a unique occurrence in religious mythology, but belongs to the same circle of ideas as others. In this world of imagery the cross of Christ is the tree of life, and equally the wood of death. This contrast is not astounding. Just as the origin of man from trees was a legendary idea, so there were also burial customs, in which people were buried in hollow trees. From that the German language retains even now the expression Totenbaum, tree of death, for a coffin. Keeping in mind the fact that the tree is predominantly a mother symbol, then the mystic significance of this manner of burial can be in no way incomprehensible to us. The dead are delivered back to the mother for rebirth. We encounter this symbol in the Osiris myth, handed down by Plutarch, which is, in general, typical in various aspects. Rhea is pregnant with Osiris, at the same time also with Isis. Osiris and Isis mate even in the mother's womb, motive of the night 265 journey on the sea with incest. Their son is Aurorus, later called Horus. It is said of Isis that she was born in absolute humidity, tau epsilon tau rho tau delta tau nu sigma iota nu pi alpha nu gamma rho omicron iota gamma epsilon nu sigma theta alpha iota. It is said of Osiris that a certain Pamales in Thebes heard a voice from the temple of Zeus while drawing water, which commanded him to proclaim that Osiris was born mu gamma alpha beta alpha sigma iota lambda epsilon 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 rho gamma tau eta sigma iota rho iota. In honor of this the Pamelian were celebrated. They were similar to the Phalophorian. Pamales is a phallic demon, similar to the original Dionysus. The myth reduced reads, Osiris and Isis were generated by Phallus from the water, mother womb, in the ordinary manner. Cronos had made Rhea pregnant, the relation was secret, and Rhea was his sister. Helios, however, observed it and cursed the relation. Osiris was killed in a crafty manner by the god of the underworld, Typhon, who locked him in a chest. He was thrown into the Nile, and so carried out to sea. Osiris, however, mated in the underworld with his second sister, Nephthys, motive of the night journey to the sea with incest. One sees here how the symbolism is developed. In the mother womb, before the outward existence, Osiris commits incest. In death, the second intrauterine existence, Osiris again commits incest. Both times with a sister who is simply substituted for the mother as a legal, uncensured symbol, since the marriage with a sister in early antiquity was not merely tolerated, but was really commended. Zarathustra also recommended the marriage of kindred. This 266 form of myth would be impossible today, because cohabitation with the sister, being incestuous, would be repressed. The wicked Typhon entices Osiris craftily into a box or chest. This distortion of the true state of affairs is transparent. The original sin caused men to wish to go back into the mother again, that is, the incestuous desire for the mother, condemned by law, is the ruse supposedly invented by Typhon. The fact is, the ruse is very significant. Man tries to sneak into rebirth through subterfuge in order to become a child again. An early Egyptian hymn even raises an accusation against the mother Isis because she destroys the sun god Re by treachery. It was interpreted as the ill will of the mother towards her son that she banished and betrayed him. The hymn describes how Isis fashioned a snake, put it in the path of Re, and how the snake wounded the sun god with a poisonous bite, from which wound he never recovered, so that finally he had to retire on the back of the heavenly cow. But this cow is the cow-headed goddess, just as Osiris is the bull Apis. The mother is accused as if she were the cause of man flying to the mother in order to be cured of the wound which she had herself inflicted. This wound is the prohibition of incest. Man is thus cut off from the hopeful certainty of childhood and early youth, from all the unconscious, instinctive happenings which permit the child to live as an appendage of his parents, unconscious of himself. There must be contained in this many sensitive memories of the animal age, where there was not any, thou shalt, and, thou shalt not, but all was just 267 simple occurrence. Even yet a deep animosity seems to live in man because a brutal law has separated him from the instinctive yielding to his desires and from the great beauty of the harmony of the animal nature. This separation manifested itself, among other things, in the incest prohibition and its correlates, laws of marriage, etc., therefore pain and anger relate to the mother, as if she were responsible for the domestication of the sons of men. In order not to become conscious of his incest wish, his backward harking to the animal nature, the son throws all the burden of the guilt on the mother, from which arises the idea of the terrible mother. The mother becomes for him a specter of anxiety, a nightmare. After the completed night journey to the sea, the chest of Osiris was cast ashore by Byblos, and lay in the branches of an erica, which grew around the coffin and became a splendid tree. The king of the land had the tree placed as a column under his roof. During this period of Osiris's absence, the winter solstice, the lament customary during thousands of years for the dead god and his return occurs, and its epsilon rho epsilon sigma iota is a feast of joy. A passage from the mournful quest of Isis is especially noteworthy. She flutters like a swallow lamenting around the column, which encloses the god sleeping in death. This same motive returns in the Kifhauser saga. Fructification following upon the Mithraic sacrifice. 268 Later on, Typhon dismembers the corpse and scatters the pieces. We come upon the motive of dismemberment in countless sun myths, namely, the inversion of the idea of the composition of the child in the mother's womb. In fact, the mother Isis collects the pieces of the body with the help of the jackal-headed Anubis. She finds the corpse with the help of dogs. Here the nocturnal devourers of bodies, the dogs and jackals, become the assistants of the composition, of the reproduction. The Egyptian vulture owes its symbolic meaning as mother to this necrophagic habit. In Persian antiquity the corpses were thrown out for the dogs to devour, just as today in the Indian funeral pyres the removal of the carcasses is left to the vultures. Persia was familiar with the custom of leading a dog to the bed of one dying, whereupon the latter had to present the dog with a morsel. The custom, on its surface, evidently signifies that the morsel is to belong to the dog, so that he will spare the body of the dead, precisely as Cerberus was soothed by the honey cakes which Hercules gave to him in the journey to hell. But when we bear in mind the jackal-headed Anubis who rendered his good services in the gathering together of the dismembered Osiris, and the mother significance of the vulture, then the question arises whether something deeper was not meant by this ceremony. Kreutzer has also concerned himself with this idea, and has come to the conclusion that the astral form of the dog ceremony, that is, the appearance of Sirius, the dog star, at the period of the sun's highest position, is related to this in that the introduction of the dog has a compensatory significance, death being thereby made, reversely, 269 equal to the sun's highest position. This is quite in conformity with psychologic thought, which results from the very general fact that death is interpreted as entrance into the mother's womb, rebirth. This interpretation would seem to be supported by the otherwise enigmatic function of the dog in the Sacrificium Mithraicum. In the monuments a dog always leaps up upon the bull killed by Mithra. However, this sacrifice is probably to be interpreted through the Persian legend, as well as through the monument, as the moment of the highest fecundity. The most beautiful expression of this is seen upon the magnificent Mithra relief of Hedernheim. Upon one side of a large stone slab, formerly probably rotating, is seen the stereotyped overthrowing and sacrifice of the bull, but upon the other side stands Sol, with a bunch of grapes in his hand, Mithra with the cornucopia. The dataphors with fruits, corresponding to the legend that all fecundity proceeds from the dead bull of the world, fruits from the horns, wine from its blood, grain from the tail, cattle from its sperma, leek from its nose, and so on. Sylvanus stands above this scene with the animals of the forest arising from him. The significance suspected by Kreutzer might very easily belong to the dog in this connection. Let us now turn back to the myth of Osiris. In spite of the restoration of the corpse accomplished by Isis, the resuscitation succeeds only incompletely in so far as the phallus of Osiris cannot again be produced, because it was eaten by the fishes, the power of life was wanting. Osiris as a phantom once more impregnated Isis, but the fruit is Harpocrates, 270 who was feeble in tau omicron kappa tau omega theta epsilon nu gamma upsilon omicron iota, in the lower limbs, that is, corresponding to the significance of gamma upsilon omicron nu, at the feet. Here, as is plainly evident, foot is used in the phallic meaning. This incurability of the setting sun corresponds to the incurability of Re in the above-mentioned older Egyptian sun hymn. Osiris, although only a phantom, now prepares the young sun, his son Horus, for a battle with Typhon, the evil spirit of darkness. Osiris and Horus correspond to the father-son symbolism mentioned in the beginning, which symbolic figure, corresponding again to the above formulation, is flanked by the well-formed and ugly figures of Horus and Harpocrates. The latter appearing mostly as a cripple, often represented distorted to a mere caricature. He is confused in the tradition very much with Horus, with whom he also has the name in common. Horpai Crud, as his real name reads, is composed from crud, child, and hor, from the adjective hrai equals up, on top, and signifies the upcoming child, as the rising sun, and opposed to Osiris, who personifies the setting sun, the sun of the west. Thus Osiris and Horpacrud or Horus are one being, both husband and son of the same mother, Hathorisis. The Numare, the sun god of Lower Egypt, represented as a ram, has at his side, as the female divinity of the land, Hatmahit, who wears the fish on her head. She is the mother and wife of Binebdid, Ram, local name of Numare. In the hymn of Hybes, Amonare was invoked. Thy, Chumram, dwells in Mendes, united as the quadruple god Thmuis. He is the phallus, the lord of the gods. The 271 bull of his mother rejoices in the cow, Ahet, the mother, and man fructifies through his semen. In further inscriptions Hatmahit was directly referred to as the mother of Mendes. Mendes is the Greek form of Binebdid, Ram. She is also invoked as the good, with the additional significance of Tanofert, or young woman. The cow as symbol of the mother is found in all possible forms and variations of Hathorisis, and also in the female Nun. Parallel to this is the primitive goddess Nit or Neith, the protoplasm which, related to the Hindu Atman, is equally of masculine and feminine nature. Nun is, therefore, invoked as Amon, the original water, which is in the beginning. He is also designated as the father of fathers, the mother of mothers. To this corresponds the invocation to the female side of Nunamon, of Nit or Neith. Nit, the ancient, the mother of God, the mistress of Esni, the father of fathers, the mother of mothers, who is the beetle and the vulture, the being in its beginning. Nit, the ancient, the mother who bore the light god, Ra, who bore first of all, when there was nothing which brought forth. The cow, the ancient, which bore the sun, and then laid the germ of gods and men. The word Nun has the significance of young, fresh, new, also the oncoming waters of the Nile flood. In a transferred sense, Nun was also used for the chaotic primitive waters. In general for the primitive generating matter which was personified by the goddess Nunit. From her nut sprang, the goddess of heaven, who was 272 represented with a starry body, and also as the heavenly cow with a starry body. When the sun god, little by little, retires on the back of the heavenly cow, just as poor Lazarus returns into Abraham's bosom, each has the same significance, they return into the mother, in order to rise as Horus. Thus it can be said that in the morning the goddess is the mother, at noon the sister wife and in the evening again the mother, who receives the dying in her lap, reminding us of the Pietà of Michelangelo. As shown by the illustration, from Ditteren's Iconographie Chrétienne, this thought has been transferred as a whole into Christianity. Thus the fate of Osiris is explained: he passes into the mother's womb, the chest, the sea, the tree, the column of Astartes, he is dismembered, reformed, and reappears again in his son, Horpaikrad. Before entering upon the further mysteries which the beautiful myth reveals to us, there is still much to be said about the symbol of the tree. Osiris lies in the branches of the tree, surrounded by them, as in the mother's womb. The motive of embracing and entwining is often found in the sun myths, meaning that it is the myth of rebirth. A good example is the Sleeping Beauty, also the legend of the girl who is enclosed between the bark and the trunk, but who is freed by a youth with his horn. The horn is of gold and silver, which hints at the sunbeam in the phallic meaning. Compare the previous legend of the horn. An exotic legend tells of the sun hero, how he must be freed from the plant entwining around him. 273 A girl dreams of her lover who has fallen into the water. She tries to save him, but first has to pull seaweed and seagrass from the water, then she catches him. In an African myth the hero, after his act, must first be disentangled from the seaweed. In a Polynesian myth the hero's ship was encoiled by the tentacles of a gigantic polyp. Rhea's ship is encoiled by a night serpent on its night journey on the sea. In the poetic rendering of the history of Buddha's birth by Sir Edwin Arnold, The Light of Asia, p. 5, the motive of an embrace is also found. Queen Maya stood at noon, her days fulfilled. Under a pulso in the palace grounds. A stately trunk, straight as a temple shaft. With crown of glossy leaves and fragrant blooms. And knowing the time come, for all things new. The conscious tree bent down its boughs to make a bower about Queen Maya's majesty. And earth put forth 1,000 sudden flowers. To spread a couch, while ready for the bath. The rock hard by gave out a limpid stream of crystal flow. So brought she forth the child. We come across a very similar motive in the cult legend of the Samian Hera. Yearly it was claimed that the image disappeared from the temple, was fastened somewhere on the seashore on a trunk of a ligos tree and wound about with its branches. There it was found, and was treated with wedding cake. This feast is undoubtedly a epsilon rho gamma mu omicron, ritual marriage, because in Samos there was a legend that Zeus had first had a long-continued secret love relation with Hera. In Plataea 274 and Argos, the marriage procession was represented with bridesmaids, marriage feast, and so on. The festival took place in the wedding month Gamma Alpha Mu Eta Lambda Iota Nu, beginning of February. But in Plataea the image was previously carried into a lonely place in the wood, approximately corresponding to the legend of Plutarch that Zeus had kidnapped Hera and then had hidden her in a cave of Scythian. According to our deductions, previously made, we must conclude from this that there is still another train of thought, namely, the magic charm of a rejuvenation, which is condensed in the hieros gamos. The disappearance and hiding in the wood, in the cave, on the seashore, entwined in a willow tree, points to the death of the sun and rebirth. The early springtime Gamma Alpha Mu Eta Lambda Iota Nu, the time of marriage, in February fits in with that very well. In fact, Pausanias informs us that the Argivian Hera became a maiden again by a yearly bath in the spring of Kanathos. The significance of the bath is emphasized by the information that in the Plataean cult of Hera Teliae, Tritonian nymphs appeared as water carriers. In a tale from the Iliad, where the conjugal couch of Zeus upon Mount Ida is described, it is said, "The son of Saturn spake, and took his wife into his arms, while underneath the pair the sacred earth threw up her freshest herbs, the dewy lotus, and the crocus flower, and thick and soft the hyacinth. All these upbore them from the ground. Upon this couch they lay, while o'er them a bright golden cloud gathered and shed its drops of glistening dew. 275 So slumbered on the heights of Gargarus the All-Father overcome by sleep and love, and held his consort in his arms." Translated by W. C. Bryant. Drexler recognizes in this description an unmistakable allusion to the Garden of the Gods on the extreme western shore of the ocean, an idea which might have been taken from a pre-Homeric Hieros Gamos hymn. This western land is the land of the setting sun, whither Hercules, Gilgamesh, etc., hasten with the sun, in order to find their immortality, where the sun and the maternal sea unite in an eternally rejuvenating intercourse. Our supposition of a condensation of the Hieros Gamos with the myth of rebirth is probably confirmed by this. Pausanias mentions a related myth fragment where the statue of Artemis Orthia is also called Lygodesma, chained with willows, because it was found in a willow tree. This tale seems to be related to the general Greek celebration of Hieros Gamos with the above-mentioned customs. The motive of the devouring, which Frobenius has shown to be a regular constituent of the sun myths, is closely related to this, also metaphorically. The whale dragon, mother's womb, always devours the hero. The devouring may also be partial instead of complete. A 6-year-old girl, who goes to school unwillingly, dreams that her leg is encircled by a large red worm. She had a tender interest for this creature, contrary to what might be expected. An adult patient, who cannot separate from an older friend on account of an extraordinarily 276 strong mother transference, dreams that she had to get across some deep water, typical idea. With this friend, her friend fell in, mother transference. She tries to drag her out, and almost succeeds, but a large crab seizes on the dreamer by the foot and tries to pull her in. Etymology also confirms this conception. There is an Indo-Germanic root velu-, vel-, with the meaning of encircling, surrounding, turning. From this is derived Sanskrit val, velati equals to cover, to surround, to encircle, to encoil, symbol of the snake, valley equals creeping plant, voluta equals boa constrictor equals Latin volutus, Lithuanian velu, velti equals wickeln, to roll up. Church Slavonian vlina equals Old High German, wella equals welly, wave or billow. To the root velu also belongs the root vulvo, with the meaning, cover, corium, womb. The serpent on account of its casting its skin is an excellent symbol of rebirth. Sanskrit ulva has the same meaning, Latin vulva, vulvula, vulva. To velu also belongs the root ulvora, with the meaning of fruitful field, covering or husk of plants, sheath. Sanskrit urvara equals sown field. Zend urvara equals plant. See the personification of the plowed furrow. The same root vel has also the meaning of wallen, to undulate. Sanskrit ulmuka equals conflagration. Alpha, lambda alpha, Gothic vullen equals wallen, to undulate. Old High German and Middle High German warm equals heat, glow. It is typical that in the state of involution, the hair of the sun hero always falls out from the heat. Further, the root vel is found with the meaning to sound, and to will, to wish, libido. 277 The motive of encoiling is mother symbolism. This is verified by the fact that the trees, for example, bring forth again, like the whale in the legend of Jonah. They do that very generally. Thus in the Greek legend the mu epsilon lambda alpha iota nu mu phi alpha iota of the ash trees are the mothers of the race of men of the Iron Age. In northern mythology, Asker, the ash tree, is the primitive father. His wife, Embla, is the Emsige, the active one, and not, as was earlier believed, the aspen. Asker probably means, in the first place, the phallic spear of the ash tree. Compare the Sabine custom of parting the bride's hair with the lance. The Bundahesh symbolizes the first people, Meskia and Meskiane, as the tree rivas, one part of which places a branch in a hole of the other part. The material which, according to the northern myth, was animated by the god when he created men is designated as tre equals wood, tree. I recall also lambda eta equals wood, which in Latin is called materia. In the wood of the world ash, Yggdrasil, a human pair hid themselves at the end of the world, from whom sprang the race of the renewed world. The Noah motive is easily recognized in this conception, the night journey on the sea. At the same time, in the symbol of Yggdrasil, a mother idea is again apparent. At the moment of the destruction of the world ash becomes the guardian mother, the tree of death and life, 1 gamma kappa lambda pi iota omicron nu. This function of rebirth of the world ash also helps to elucidate the representation met with in the Egyptian book of the 278 dead, which is called the Gate of Knowledge of the Soul of the East. I am the pilot in the holy keel. I am the steersman who allows no rest in the ship of Ra. I know that tree of emerald green from whose midst Ra rises to the height of the clouds. Ship and tree of the dead, death ship and death tree, are here closely connected. The conception is that Ra, born from the tree, ascends, Osiris in the Erica. The representation of the sun god Mitra is probably explained in the same way. He is represented upon the Hedernheim relief, with half his body arising from the top of a tree. In the same way numerous other monuments show Mitra half embodied in the rock, and illustrate a rock birth, similar to men. Frequently there is a stream near the birthplace of Mitra. This conglomeration of symbols is also found in the birth of Ascons, the first Saxon king, who grew from the Harz rocks, which are in the midst of the wood near a fountain. Here we find all the mother symbols united, earth, wood, water, three forms of tangible matter. We can wonder no longer that in the Middle Ages the tree was poetically addressed with the title of honor, mistress. Likewise it is not astonishing that the Christian legend transformed the tree of death, the cross, into the tree of life, so that Christ was often represented on a living and fruit-bearing tree. This reversion of the cross symbol to the tree of life, which even in Babylon was an important and authentic religious symbol, is also considered entirely probable by Zockler, an authority on the history of the cross. The pre-Christian meaning of the symbol does not contradict this interpretation, on the contrary, its meaning is life. The appearance of the cross in the sun worship, here the cross with equal arms, and the swastika cross, as representative of the sun's rays, as well as in the cult of the goddess of love, Isis with the crux ansata, the rope, the speculum veneris, etc., in no way contradicts the previous historical meaning. The Christian legend has made abundant use of this symbolism. Christ on the Tree of Life. 279 The student of medieval history is familiar with the representation of the cross growing above the grave of Adam. The legend was that Adam was buried on Golgotha. Seth had planted on his grave a branch of the paradise tree, which became the cross and tree of death of Christ. We all know that through Adam's guilt sin and death came into the world, and Christ through his death has redeemed us from the guilt. To the question in what had Adam's guilt consisted, it is said that the unpardonable sin to be expiated by death was that he dared to pick a fruit from the paradise tree. The results of this are described in an Oriental legend. One to whom it was permitted to cast one look into paradise after the fall saw the tree there and the 4 streams. But the tree was withered, and in its branches lay an infant. The mother had become pregnant. This remarkable legend corresponds to the Talmudic tradition that Adam, before Eve, already possessed a demon wife, by name Lilith, with whom he quarreled for mastership. But Lilith raised herself into the air through 280 the magic of the name of God and hid herself in the sea. Adam forced her back with the help of 3 angels. Lilith became a nightmare, a lamia, who threatened those with child and who kidnapped the newborn child. The parallel myth is that of the lamias, the specters of the night, who terrified the children. The original legend is that Lamia enticed Zeus, but the jealous Hera, however, caused Lamia to bring only dead children into the world. Since that time the raging Lamia is the persecutor of children, whom she destroys wherever she can. This motive frequently recurs in fairy tales, where the mother often appears directly as a murderess or as a devourer of men. A German paradigm is the well-known tale of Hansel and Gretel. Lamia is actually a large, voracious fish, which establishes the connection with the whale-dragon myth so beautifully worked out by Frobenius, in which the sea monster devours the sun hero for rebirth and where the hero must employ every stratagem to conquer the monster. Here again we meet with the idea of the terrible mother, in the form of the voracious fish, the mouth of death. In Frobenius there are numerous examples where the monster has devoured not only men but also animals, plants, an entire country, all of which are redeemed by the hero to a glorious rebirth. The lamias are typical nightmares, the feminine nature of which is abundantly proven. Their universal peculiarity is that they ride upon their victims. Their counterparts are the spectral horses which bear their riders along in a mad gallop. One recognizes very easily in these symbolic forms the type of anxious dream which, 281 as Rick Lynn shows, has already become important for the interpretation of fairy tales through the investigation of Leisner. The typical writing takes on a special aspect through the results of the analytic investigation of infantile psychology. The 2 contributions of Freud and myself have emphasized, on one side, the anxiety significance of the horse, on the other side the sexual meaning of the fantasy of riding. When we take these experiences into consideration, we need no longer be surprised that the maternal, World-Ash Yggdrasil is called in German, the frightful horse. Canegieter says of nightmares. Abagunt eas nymphas, matris dias, myras, hodi rustici ossi capitis equini tectus injecto, cujus modi ossiper has terris in rusticorum villis cribra est animadverter. Noct autumn ad concubia equiter credunter et equos fatigare ad longinqua itinera. The connection of nightmare and horse seems, at first glance, to be present also etymologically, nightmare and mare. The Indo-Germanic root for mare is mark. Mare is the horse, English mare, Old High German mara, male horse, and mariha, female horse, Old Norse mare, mara equals nightmare, Anglo-Saxon mire, myra. The French Cauchemar comes from calcaire equals to tread, to step, of iterative meaning, therefore, to tread or press down. It was also said of the cock who 282 stepped upon the hen. This movement is also typical for the nightmare. Therefore, it is said of King Van Lande, Mara trad han, the Mara trod on him in sleep even to death. A synonym for nightmare is the troll or treader. This movement, calcare, is proven again by the experience of Freud and myself with children, where a special infantile sexual significance is attached to stepping or kicking. The common Aryan root mar means to die. Therefore, mara the dead or death. From this results mors, mu omicron equals fate, also mu omicron rho alpha. As is well known, the Norns sitting under the world ash personify fate like Clotho, Lachesis and Atropos. With the Celts the conception of the fates probably passes into that of Matres and Matroni, which had a divine significance among the Germans. A well-known passage in Julius Caesar, De Bello Gallico, I. 50, informs us of this meaning of the mother. Ut matres familias earum sortibus et vaticinationibus declarant, utrum proelium committee ex usu esset, necne. In Slav mara means, witch. Poln. Mora equals demon, nightmare, more or more, Swiss German, means, so, also as an insult. The Bohemian Mura means, nightmare, and evening moth, sphinx. This strange connection is explained through analysis where it often occurs that animals with movable shells, Venus shell, or wings are utilized for very transparent reasons as symbols of the female genitals. The Sphingina are the twilight 283 moths. They, like the nightmare, come in the darkness. Finally, it is to be observed that the sacred olive tree of Athens is called mu omicron rho alpha, that was derived from mu rho omicron. Halorosios wished to cut down the tree, but killed himself with the axe in the attempt. The sound resemblance of mare with mir equals c in Latin mare equals c is remarkable, although etymologically accidental. Might it refer back to the great primitive idea of the mother, who, in the first place, meant to us our individual world and afterwards became the symbol of all worlds? Goethe said of the mothers, they are encircled by images of all creatures. The Christians, too, could not refrain from reuniting their Mother of God with water. Ave Maris Stella is the beginning of a hymn to Mary. Then again it is the horses of Neptune which symbolize the waves of the sea. It is probably of importance that the infantile word mama, mother's breast, is repeated in its initial sound in all possible languages, and that the mothers of two religious heroes are called Mary and Maya. That the mother is the horse of the child is to be seen most plainly in the primitive custom of carrying the child on the back or letting it ride on the hip. Odin hung on the world ash, the mother, his horse of terror. The Egyptian sun god sits on the back of his mother, the heavenly cow. We have already seen that, according to Egyptian conceptions, Isis, the mother of God, played an evil trick on the sun god with the poisonous snake. Also Isis behaved treacherously toward her son Horus in Plutarch's tradition. 284 That is, Horus vanquished the evil Typhon, who murdered Osiris treacherously, terrible mother equals Typhon. Isis, however, set him free again. Horus thereupon rebelled, laid hands on his mother and tore the regal ornaments from her head, whereupon Hermes gave her a cow's head. Then Horus conquered Typhon a second time. Typhon, in the Greek legend, is a monstrous dragon. Even without this confirmation it is evident that the battle of Horus is the typical battle of the sun hero with the whale dragon. Of the latter we know that it is a symbol of the dreadful mother, of the voracious jaws of death, where men are dismembered and ground up. Whoever vanquishes this monster has gained a new or eternal youth. For this purpose one must, in spite of all dangers, descend into the belly of the monster, journey to hell, and spend some time there. Imprisonment by night in the sea. The battle with the night serpent signifies, therefore, the conquering of the mother, who is suspected of an infamous crime, that is, the betrayal of the son. A full confirmation of the connection comes to us through the fragment of the Babylonian epic of the creation, discovered by George Smith, mostly from the library of Asurbanipal. The period of the origin of the text was probably in the time of Hammurabi, 2000 BC. We learn from this account of creation that the sun god Ea, the son of the depths of the waters and the god of wisdom, had conquered Apsu. Apsu is the creator of the great gods. He existed in the beginning in a sort of trinity with Tiamat, the mother of gods, and Mumu, his vizier. 285 Ea conquered the father, but Tiamat plotted revenge. She prepared herself for battle against the gods. Mother Huber, who created everything, procured invincible weapons, gave birth to giant snakes. With pointed teeth, relentless in every way. Filled their bellies with poison instead of blood. Furious gigantic lizards, clothed them with horrors. Let them swell with the splendor of horror, formed them rearing. Whoever sees them shall die of terror. Their bodies shall rear without turning to escape. She arrayed the lizards, dragons and lawmen. Hurricanes, mad dogs, scorpion men. Mighty storms, fishmen and rams. With relentless weapons, without fear of conflict. Powerful are Tiamat's commands, irresistible are they. After Tiamat had powerfully done her work, she conceived evil against the gods, her descendants. In order to revenge Apsu, Tiamat did evil. When Ea now heard this thing, he became painfully anxious, sorrowfully he sat himself. He went to the father, his creator, Ansar, to relate to him all that Tiamat plotted. Tiamat, our mother, has taken an aversion to us. Has prepared a riotous mob, furiously raging. The gods finally opposed Marduk, the god of spring, the victorious sun, against the fearful host of Tiamat. Marduk prepared for battle. Of his chief weapon, which he created, it is said. He created the evil wind, Imolu, the south storm and the hurricane. The fourth wind, the seventh wind, the whirlwind and the harmful wind. Then let he loose the winds, which he had created. The seven. To cause confusion within Tiamat, they followed behind him. 286 Then the Lord took up the cyclone, his great weapon. For his chariot he mounted the stormwind, the incomparable, the terrible one. His chief weapon is the wind and a net, with which he will entangle Tiamat. He approaches Tiamat and challenges her to a combat. Then Tiamat and Marduk, the wise one of the gods, came together. Rising for the fight, approaching to the battle. Then the Lord spread out his net and caught her. He let loose the Imolu in his train at her face. Then Tiamat now opened her mouth as wide as she could. He let the Imolu rush in so that her lips could not close. With the raging winds he filled her womb. Her inward parts were seized and she opened wide her mouth. He touched her with the spear, dismembered her body. He slashed her inward parts, and cut out her heart. Subdued her and put an end to her life. He threw down her body and stepped upon it. After Marduk slew the mother, he devised the creation of the world. There the Lord rested contemplating her body. Then divided he the colossus, planning wisely. He cut it apart like a flat fish, into two parts. One half he took and with it he covered the heavens. In this manner Marduk created the universe from the mother. It is clearly evident that the killing of the mother dragon here takes place under the idea of a wind fecundation with negative accompaniments. The world is created from the mother, that is to say, from the libido taken away from the mother through sacrifice. 287 We shall have to consider this significant formula more closely in the last chapter. The most interesting parallels to this primitive myth are to be found in the literature of the Old Testament, as Gunkel has brilliantly pointed out. It is worthwhile to trace the psychology of these parallels. Isaiah Lee, 9. 9. Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of the Lord, awake as in the ancient days, in the generation of old. Art thou not it that hath cut Rahab, and wounded the dragon? 10. Art thou not it which hath dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that hath made the depths of the sea a way for the ransom to pass over? The name of Rahab is frequently used for Egypt in the Old Testament, also dragon. Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 7, calls Egypt, the silent Rahab, and means, therefore, something evil and hostile. Rahab is the well-known whore of Jericho, who later, as the wife of Prince Salma, became the ancestress of Christ. Here Rahab appeared as the old dragon, as Tiamat, against whose evil power Marduk, or Jehovah, marched forth. The expression, the ransomed, refers to the Jews freed from bondage, but it is also mythological, for the hero again frees those previously devoured by the whale. Frobenius. Psalm 89:10. Thou hast broken Rahab in pieces, as one that is slain. Job 26:12-13. He divideth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smitteth through the proud. 288 By his spirit he hath garnished the heavens, his hand hath formed the crooked serpent. Gunkel places Rahab as identical with chaos, that is, the same as Tiamat. Gunkel translates the breaking to pieces as violation. Tiamat or Rahab as the mother is also the whore. Gilgamesh treats Ishtar in this way when he accuses her of whoredom. This insult towards the mother is very familiar to us from dream analysis. The dragon Rahab appears also as Leviathan, the water monster, maternal sea. Psalm 74:13. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength, thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. 14. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces and gavest him to be meat to the people inhabiting the wilderness. 15. Thou didst cleave the fountain and the flood, thou didst dry up mighty rivers. While only the phallic meaning of the Leviathan was emphasized in the first part of this work, we now discover also the maternal meaning. A further parallel is Isaiah 27:1. In that day, the Lord with his cruel and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan, the piercing serpent, even Leviathan that crooked serpent, and he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea. We come upon a special motive in Job, chapter 41, v. 1. Canst thou draw out Leviathan with an hook? Or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put an hook in his nose? Or bore his jaw through with a thorn? 289 Numerous parallels to this motive are to be found among exotic myths in Frobenius, where the maternal sea monster was also fished for. The comparison of the mother libido with the elementary powers of the sea and the powerful monsters born by the earth show how invincibly great is the power of that libido which we designate as maternal. We have already seen that the incest prohibition prevents the son from reproducing himself through the mother. But this must be done by the god, as is shown with remarkable clearness and candor in the pious Egyptian mythology, which has preserved the most ancient and simple concepts. Thus Num, the molder, the potter, the architect, molds his egg upon the potter's will, for he is, the immortal growth, the reproduction of himself and his own rebirth, the creator of the egg, which emerged from the primitive waters. In the Book of the Dead it says, I am the sublime falcon, the sun god, which has come forth from his egg. Another passage in the Book of the Dead reads, I am the creator of none, who has taken his place in the underworld. My nest is not seen and my egg is not broken. A further passage reads, that great and noble God in his egg, who is his own originator of that which has arisen from him. Therefore, the god Nagagayur is also called the Great Cackler. Book of the Dead. I cackle like 290 goose and I whistle like a falcon. The mother is reproached with the incest prohibition as an act of willful maliciousness by which she excludes the son from immortality. Therefore, a god must at least rebel, overpower and chastise the mother. Compare Adam and Lilith, above. The overpowering signifies incestuous rape. Herodotus has preserved for us a valuable fragment of this religious fantasy. And how they celebrate their feast to Isis in the city of Busiris, I have already previously remarked. After the sacrifice, all of them, men and women, full 10,000 people, begin to beat each other. But it would be sin for me to mention for whom they do beat each other. But in Paprimus they celebrated the sacrifice with holy actions, as in the other places. About the time when the sun sets, some few priests are busy around the image. Most of them stand at the entrance with wooden clubs, and others who would fulfill a vow, more than 1,000 men, also stand in a group with wooden cudgels opposite them. Now on the eve of the festival, they take the image out in a small and gilded temple into another sacred edifice. Then the few who remain with the image draw a four-wheeled chariot upon which the temple stands with the image which it encloses. But the others who stand in the anterooms are not allowed to enter. Those under a vow, who stand by the god, beat them off. Now occurs a furious battle with clubs, in which they bruise each other's bodies, and as I believe, many even die from their wounds. Notwithstanding this, the Egyptians consider that none die. The natives claim that this festival gathering was introduced for the following reason: in this sanctuary lived the mother of Ares. Now Ares was brought up abroad, and when he became a man he came to have intercourse with his mother. The servants of his mother who had seen him did not allow him to enter peacefully, but prevented him, at which he fetched people from another city, who mistreated the servants and had entrance to his 291 mother. Therefore, they asserted that this slaughter was introduced at the feast for Ares. It is evident that the pious here fight their way to a share in the mystery of the raping of the mother. This is the part which belongs to them, while the heroic deed belongs to the god. By Ares is meant the Egyptian Typhon, as we have good reasons to suppose. Thus Typhon represents the evil longing for the mother with which other myth forms reproach the mother, according to the well-known example. The death of Balder, quite analogous to the death of Osiris, attack of sickness of Re, because of the wounding by the branch of the mistletoe, seems to need a similar explanation. It is recounted in the myth how all creatures were pledged not to hurt Balder, save only the mistletoe, which was forgotten, presumably because it was too young. This killed Balder. Mistletoe is a parasite. The female piece of wood in the fire-boring ritual was obtained from the wood of a parasitical or creeping plant, the fire mother. The mare rests upon Marantak, in which Grimm suspects the mistletoe. The mistletoe was a remedy against barrenness. In Gaul the druid alone was allowed to climb the holy oak amid solemn ceremonies after the completed sacrifice, in order to cut off the ritual mistletoe. This act is a religiously limited and organized incest. That which grows on the tree is the child, which man might have by the mother, then man himself would be in a renewed and rejuvenated form. And precisely this is what man cannot have, because the incest prohibition forbids it. As the Celtic custom shows, the act is performed by the priest only, with the 292 observation of certain ceremonies. The hero god and the redeemer of the world, however, do the unpermitted, the superhuman thing, and through it purchase immortality. The dragon, who must be overcome for this purpose, means, as must have been for some time clearly seen, the resistance against the incest. Dragon and serpent, especially with the characteristic accumulation of anxiety attributes, are the symbolic representations of anxiety which correspond to the repressed incest wish. It is, therefore, intelligible, when we come across the tree with the snake again and again, in paradise the snake even tempts to sin. The snake or dragon possesses in particular the meaning of treasure guardian and defender. The phallic, as well as the feminine, meaning of the dragon indicates that it is again a symbol of the sexual neutral, or bisexual, libido, that is to say, a symbol of the libido in opposition. In this significance the black horse, Apoosha, the demon of opposition, appears in the old Persian song, Tishtriya, where it obstructs the sources of the rain lake. The white horse Tishtriya makes two futile attempts to vanquish Apoosha. At the third attempt, with the help of Ahuramazda, he is successful. Whereupon the sluices of heaven open and a fruitful rain pours down upon the earth. In this song one sees very beautifully in the choice of symbol how libido is opposed to libido, will against will, the discordance of primitive man with himself, which he recognizes again in all the adversity and contrasts of external nature. The symbol of the tree encoiled by the serpent may also be translated as the mother defended from incest 293 by resistance. This symbol is by no means rare upon Mithraic monuments. The rock encircled by a snake is to be comprehended similarly, because Mitra is one born from a rock. The menace of the newborn by the snake, Mitra, Hercules, is made clear through the legend of Lilith and Lamia. Python, the dragon of Leto, and Poin, who devastates the land of Crodopus, are sent by the father of the newborn. This idea indicates the localization, well known in psychoanalysis, of the incest anxiety in the father. The father represents the active repulse of the incest wish of the son. The crime, unconsciously wished for by the son, is imputed to the father under the guise of a pretended murderous purpose, this being the cause of the mortal fear of the son for the father, a frequent neurotic symptom. In conformity with this idea, the monster to be overcome by the young hero is frequently a giant, the guardian of the treasure or the woman. A striking example is the giant Chumbaba in the Gilgamesh epic, who protected the garden of Ishtar. He is overcome by Gilgamesh, whereby Ishtar is won. Thereupon she makes erotic advances towards Gilgamesh. This data should be sufficient to render intelligible the role of Horus in Plutarch, especially the violent usage of Isis. Through overpowering the mother the hero becomes equal to the son, he reproduces himself. He wins the strength of the invincible son, the power of eternal rejuvenation. We thus understand a series of representations from the Mithraic myth on the Hedernheim relief. There we see, first of all, the birth of Mitra from the top of the tree. The next representation 294 shows him carrying the conquered bull, comparable to the monstrous bull overcome by Gilgamesh. This bull signifies the concentrated significance of the monster, the father, who as giant and dangerous animal embodies the incest prohibition, and agrees with the individual libido of the son hero, which he overcomes by self-sacrifice. The third picture represents Mitra, when he grasps the head ornament of the sun, the nimbus. This act recalls to us, first of all, the violence of Horus towards Isis. Secondly, the Christian basic thought, that those who have overcome attain the crown of eternal life. On the fourth picture Sol kneels before Mitra. These last two representations show plainly that Mitra has taken to himself the strength of the sun, so that he becomes the lord of the sun as well. He has conquered his animal nature, the bull. The animal knows no incest prohibition. Man is, therefore, man because he conquers the incest wish, that is, the animal nature. Thus Mitra has sacrificed his animal nature, the incest wish, and with that has overcome the mother, that is to say, the terrible death-bringing mother. A solution is already anticipated in the Gilgamesh epic through the formal renunciation of the horrible Ishtar by the hero. The overcoming of the mother in the Mithraic sacrifice, which had almost an ascetic character, took place no longer by the archaic overpowering, but through the renunciation, the sacrifice of the wish. The primitive thought of incestuous reproduction through entrance into the mother's womb had already been displaced, because man was so far advanced in domestication that he believed that the eternal life of the son is reached. Not through the perpetration of incest, but through the sacrifice of the incest wish. This important change expressed in the Mithraic mystery finds its full expression for the first time in the symbol of the crucified God. A bleeding human sacrifice was hung on the tree of life for Adam's sins. The firstborn sacrifices its life to the mother when he suffers, hanging on the branch, a disgraceful and painful death, a mode of death which belongs to the most ignominious forms of execution, which Roman antiquity had reserved for only the lowest criminal. Thus the hero dies, as if he had committed the most shameful crime. He does this by returning into the birth-giving branch of the tree of life, at the same time paying for his guilt with the pangs of death. The animal nature is repressed most powerfully in this deed of the highest courage and the greatest renunciation, therefore, a greater salvation is to be expected for humanity, because such a deed alone seems appropriate to expiate Adam's guilt. Bull Sacrifice of Mitra. 295. As has already been mentioned, the hanging of the sacrifice on the tree is a generally widespread ritual custom, Germanic examples being especially abundant. The ritual consists in the sacrifice being pierced by a spear. Thus it is said of Odin, Edda, Havamal. I know that I hung on the windswept tree 9 nights through, wounded by a spear, dedicated to Odin. I myself to myself. The hanging of the sacrifice to the cross also occurred in America prior to its discovery. Muller mentions the 296 Fejavarian manuscript, a Mexican hieroglyphic codex, at the conclusion of which there is a colossal cross, in the middle of which there hangs a bleeding divinity. Equally interesting is the cross of Palenque. Up above is a bird, on either side two human figures, who look at the cross and hold a child against it either for sacrifice or baptism. The old Mexicans are said to have invoked the favor of Centiatls, the daughter of heaven and the goddess of wheat, every spring by nailing upon the cross a youth or a maiden and by shooting the sacrifice with arrows. The name of the Mexican cross signifies, tree of our life or flesh. An effigy from the island of Philae represents Osiris in the form of a crucified god, wept over by Isis and Nephthys, the sister consort. The meaning of the cross is certainly not limited to the tree of life, as has already been shown. Just as the tree of life has also a phallic sub-meaning, as libido symbol, so there is a further significance to the cross than life and immortality. Muller uses it as a sign of rain and of fertility, because it appears among the Indians distinctly as a magic charm of fertility. It goes without saying, therefore, that it plays a role in the sun cult. It is also noteworthy that the sign of the cross is an important sign for the keeping away of all evil, like the ancient gesture of Manafika. The phallic amulets also serve the same purpose. Zockler appears to have overlooked the fact that the phallic crux ansata is the same cross which has flourished in countless examples in the soil of antiquity. Copies of this crux ansata are found in many 297 places, and almost every collection of antiquities possesses one or more specimens. Finally, it must be mentioned that the form of the human body is imitated in the cross as of a man with arms outspread. It is remarkable that in early Christian representations Christ is not nailed to the cross, but stands before it with arms outstretched. Maurice gives a striking basis for this interpretation when he says, "It is a fact not less remarkable than well attested, that the Druids in their groves were accustomed to select the most stately and beautiful tree as an emblem of the deity they adored, and cutting off the side branches, they affixed two of the largest of them to the highest part of the trunk, in such a manner that those branches extended on each side like the arms of a man, and together with the body presented the appearance of a huge cross. And in the bark in several places was also inscribed the letter Tau, Tau. The tree of knowledge of the Hindu Tskena sect assumes human form. It was represented as a mighty, thick trunk in the form of a human head, from the top of which grew out two longer branches hanging down at the sides and one short, vertical, uprising branch crowned by a bud or blossom-like thickening." Robertson in his Evangelical Myths mentions that in the Assyrian system there exists the representation of the divinity in the form of a cross, in which the vertical beam corresponds to a human form and the horizontal beam to a pair of conventionalized wings. Old Grecian idols such, for example, as were found in large numbers in Aegina have a similar character, an immoderately long head and 298 arms slightly raised, wing-shaped, and in front distinct breasts. I must leave it an open question as to whether the symbol of the cross has any relation to the two pieces of wood in the religious fire production, as is frequently claimed. It does appear, however, as if the cross symbol actually still possessed the significance of union, for this idea belongs to the fertility charm, and especially to the thought of eternal rebirth, which is most intimately bound up with the cross. The thought of union, expressed by the symbol of the cross, is met within Timaeus of Plato, where the world soul is conceived as stretched out between heaven and earth in the form of an X, chi, hence in the form of a St. Andrew's cross. When we now learn, furthermore, that the world soul contains in itself the world as a body, then this picture inevitably reminds us of the mother. Dialogues of Plato. Jowett, Volume 2, page 528. And in the center he put the soul, which he diffused through the whole, and also spread over all the body round about, and he made one solitary and only heaven, a circle moving in a circle, having such excellence as to be able to hold converse with itself, and needing no other friendship or acquaintance. Having these purposes in view he created the world to be a blessed God. This highest degree of inactivity and freedom from desire, symbolized by the being enclosed within itself, signifies divine blessedness. The only human prototype of this conception is the child in the mother's womb, or rather more, the adult man in the continuous embrace of the mother, from whom he originates. Corresponding to 299 this mythologic philosophic conception, the enviable Diogenes inhabited a tub, thus giving mythologic expression to the blessedness and resemblance to the divine in his freedom from desire. Plato says as follows of the bond of the world soul to the world body. Now God did not make the soul after the body, although we have spoken of them in this order. For when he put them together he would never have allowed that the elder should serve the younger, but this is what we say at random, because we ourselves too are very largely affected by chance. Whereas he made the soul in origin and excellence prior to and older than the body, to be the ruler and mistress, of whom the body was to be the subject. It seems conceivable from other indications that the conception of the soul in general is a derivative of the mother imago, that is to say, a symbolic designation for the amount of libido remaining in the mother imago. Compare the Christian representation of the soul as the bride of Christ. The further development of the world soul in Timaeus takes place in an obscure fashion in mystic numerals. When the mixture was completed the following occurred. This entire compound he divided lengthways into two parts, which he joined to one another at the center like the figure of an X. This passage approaches very closely the division and union of Atman, who, after the division, is compared to a man and a woman who hold each other in an embrace. Another passage is worth mentioning. 300 after the entire union of the soul had taken place, according to the Master's mind, he formed all that is corporeal within this, and joined it together so as to penetrate it throughout. Moreover, I refer to my remarks about the maternal meaning of the world soul in Plotinus, in chapter 2. A similar detachment of the symbol of the cross from a concrete figure we find among the Muscogene Indians, who stretch above the surface of the water, pond or stream, two ropes crosswise and at the point of intersection throw into the water fruits, oil and precious stones as a sacrifice. Here the divinity is evidently the water, not the cross, which designates the place of sacrifice only, through the point of intersection. The sacrifice at the place of union indicates why this symbol was a primitive charm of fertility, why we meet it so frequently in the pre-Christian era among the goddesses of love, mother goddesses. Especially among the Egyptians in Isis and the sun god. We have already discussed the continuous union of these two divinities. As the cross, tau, crux and sada, always recurs in the hand of Tum, the supreme god, the hegemon of the Ennead, it may not be superfluous to say something more of the destination of Tum. The Tum of On Heliopolis bears the name, the father of his mother. What that means needs no explanation. Jusas or Nebet-Hotpet, the goddess joined to him, was called sometimes the mother, sometimes the daughter, sometimes the wife of the god. The day of the beginning of autumn is designated in the Heliopolitan inscriptions as the festival of the goddess Jusasit, as the arrival of the sister for the purpose of uniting with 301 her father. It is the day in which the goddess Menet completes her work, so that the god Osiris may enter into the left eye, by which the moon is meant. The day is also called the filling up of the sacred eye with its needs. The heavenly cow with the moon eye, the cow-headed Isis, takes to herself in the autumn equinox the seed which procreates Horus. Moon as keeper of the seed. The eye evidently represents the genitals, as in the myth of Indra, who had to bear spread over his whole body the likeness of Yoni, vulva, on account of a Bathsheba outrage. But was so far pardoned by the gods that the disgraceful likeness of Yoni was changed into eyes. The pupil, in the eye, is a child. The great god becomes a child again, he enters the mother's womb in order to renew himself. In a hymn it is said, "Thy mother, the heavens, stretches forth her arms to thee." In another place it is said, "Thou shinest, O Father of the gods, upon the back of thy mother, daily thy mother takes thee in her arms. When thou illuminatest the dwelling of night, thou unitest with thy mother, the heavens." The Tum of Paitum Heliopolis not only bears the crux and sada as a symbol, but also has this sign as his most frequent surname, that is, A with Makron and Kai or Ni, which means, life, or, the living. He is chiefly honored as the demon serpent, Agatho, of whom it is said, the holy demon serpent Agatho goes forth from the city Nizi. The snake, on account of casting its skin, is the symbol 302 of renewal, as is the Scarabaeus, a symbol of the sun, of whom it is said that he, being of masculine sex only, reproduces himself. The name Num, another name for Tum, always meaning the sun god, comes from the verb num, which means to bind together, to unite. Num appears chiefly as the potter, the moulder of his egg. The cross seems, therefore, to be an extraordinarily condensed symbol. Its supreme meaning is that of the tree of life, and, therefore, is a symbol of the mother. The symbolization in a human form is, therefore, intelligible. The phallic forms of the crux ansata belong to the abstract meaning of life and fertility, as well as to the meaning of union, which we can now very properly interpret as cohabitation with the mother for the purpose of renewal. It is, therefore, not only a very touching but also a very significant naive symbolism when Mary, in an Old English lament of the Virgin, accuses the cross of being a false tree, which unjustly and without reason destroyed the pure fruit of her body, her gentle birdling, with a poisonous draught, the draught of death, which is destined only for the guilty descendants of the sinner Adam. Her son was not a sharer in that guilt. Compare with this the cunning of Isis with the fatal draught of love. Mary laments. Cross, thou art the evil stepmother of my son, so high hast thou hung him that I cannot even kiss his feet. Cross, thou art my mortal enemy, thou hast slain my little blue bird. The Holy Cross answers. 303-inch woman, I thank thee for my honor, thy splendid fruit, which now I bear, shines as a red blossom. Not alone to save thee but to save the whole world, this precious flower blooms in thee. Santa Crux says of the relation to each other of the two mothers, Isis in the morning and Isis in the evening. Thou hast been crowned as Queen of Heaven on account of the child, which thou hast borne. But I shall appear as the shining relic to the whole world, at the day of judgment. I shall then raise my lament for thy divine Son innocently slain upon me. Thus the murderous mother of death unites with the mother of life in bringing forth a child. In their lament for the dying God, and as outward token of their union, Mary kisses the cross, and is reconciled to it. The naive Egyptian antiquity has preserved for us the union of the contrasting tendencies in the mother idea of Isis. Naturally, this imago is merely a symbol of the libido of the son for the mother, and describes the conflict between love and incest resistance. The criminal incestuous purpose of the son appears projected as criminal cunning in the mother imago. The separation of the son from the mother signifies the separation of man from the generic consciousness of animals, from that infantile archaic thought characterized by the absence of individual consciousness. It was only the power of the incest prohibition which created the self-conscious individual, who formerly had been thoughtlessly one with the tribe, and in this way alone did the idea of individual and final death become 304 possible. Thus through the sin of Adam death came into the world. This, as is evident, is expressed figuratively, that is, in contrast form. The mother's defense against the incest appears to the son as a malicious act, which delivers him over to the fear of death. This conflict faces us in the Gilgamesh epic in its original freshness and passion, where also the incest wish is projected onto the mother. The neurotic who cannot leave the mother has good reasons, the fear of death holds him there. It seems as if no idea and no word were strong enough to express the meaning of this. Entire religions were constructed in order to give words to the immensity of this conflict. This struggle for expression which continued down through the centuries certainly cannot have its source in the restricted realm of the vulgar conception of incest. Rather, one must understand the law which is ultimately expressed as incest prohibition, as coercion to domestication, and consider the religious systems as institutions which first receive, then organize and gradually sublimate the motor forces of the animal nature not immediately available for cultural purposes. We will now return to the visions of Miss Miller. Those now following need no further detailed discussion. The next vision is the image of a purple bay. The symbolism of the sea connects smoothly with that which precedes. One might think here an addition of the reminiscences of the Bay of Naples, which we came across in Part 1. In the sequence of the whole, however, we must not overlook the significance of the bay. In 305 French it is called un bay, which probably corresponds to a bay in the English text. It might be worth while here to glance at the etymological side of this idea. Bay is generally used for something which is open, just as the Catalonian word badia, by, comes from badar, to open. In French bayer means, to have the mouth open, to gape. Another word for the same is mirbussen, bay or gulf. Latin sinus, and a third word is gulf, which in French stands in closest relation to gouffre equals abyss. Gulf is derived from capillamda pyomicron, which also means bosom, and womb, mother womb, also vagina. It can also mean a fold of a dress or pocket. It may also mean a deep valley between high mountains. These expressions clearly show what primitive ideas lie at their base. They render intelligible Goethe's choice of words at that place where Faust wishes to follow the sun with winged desire in order in the everlasting day, to drink its eternal light. The mountain chain with all its gorges deep would then no more impede my godlike motion. And now before mine eyes expands the ocean, with all its bays, in shining sleep. Faust's desire, like that of every hero, inclines towards the mysteries of rebirth, of immortality. Therefore, his course leads to the sea, and down into the monstrous jaws of death, the horror and narrowness of which at the same time signify the new day. Out on the open ocean speeds my dreaming. The glassy flood before my feet is gleaming. A new day beckons to a newer shore. 306 A fiery chariot borne on buoyant pinions sweeps near me now. I soon shall ready be to pierce the ether's high, unknown dominions, to reach new spheres of pure activity. This godlike rapture, this supreme existence. Yes, let me dare those gates to fling asunder, which every man would fain go slinking by. 'Tis time, through deeds this word of truth to thunder, that with the height of God's man's dignity may vie, nor from that gloomy gulf to shrink affrighted, where fancy doth herself to self-born pangs compel, to struggle toward that pass benighted, around whose narrow mouth flame all the fires of hell. To take this step with cheerful resolution, though nothingness should be the certain swift conclusion. It sounds like a confirmation, when the succeeding vision of Miss Miller's is un falaise à pic, a steep, precipitous cliff. Compare gouffre. The entire series of individual visions is completed, as the author observes, by a confusion of sounds, somewhat resembling wama, wama. This has a very primitive, barbaric sound. Since we learn from the author nothing of the subjective roots of this sound, nothing is left us but the suspicion that this sound might be considered, taken in connection with the whole, as a slight mutilation of the well-known call mama. Chapter 6. The Battle for Deliverance from the Mother. There now comes a pause in the production of visions by Miss Miller, then the activity of the unconscious is resumed very energetically. A forest with trees and bushes appears. After the discussions in the preceding chapter, there is need only of a hint that the symbol of the forest coincides essentially with the meaning of the holy tree. The holy tree is found generally in a sacred forest enclosure or in the garden of paradise. The sacred grove often takes the place of the taboo tree and assumes all the attributes of the latter. The erotic symbolism of the garden is generally known. The forest, like the tree, has mythologically a maternal significance. In the vision which now follows, the forest furnishes the stage upon which the dramatic representation of the end of Chewantipal is played. This act, therefore, takes place in or near the mother. First, I will give the beginning of the drama as it is in the original text, up to the first attempt at sacrifice. At the beginning of the next chapter the reader will find the continuation, the monologue and the sacrificial scene. The drama begins as follows. 308 The personage Chewantipal came from the south, on horseback. Around him a cloak of vivid colors, red, blue and white. An Indian in a costume of doe skin, covered with beads and ornamented with feathers advances, squats down and prepares to let fly an arrow at Chewantipal. The latter presents his breast in an attitude of defiance, and the Indian, fascinated by that sight, slinks away and disappears within the forest. The hero, Chewantipal, appears on horseback. This fact seems of importance, because as the further course of the drama shows, see Chapter 8, the horse plays no indifferent role, but suffers the same death as the hero, and is even called faithful brother by the latter. These allusions point to a remarkable similarity between horse and rider. There seems to exist an intimate connection between the two, which guides them to the same destiny. We already have seen that the symbolization of the libido in resistance, through the terrible mother, in some places runs parallel with the horse. Strictly speaking, it would be incorrect to say that the horse is, or means, the mother. The mother idea is a libido symbol, and the horse is also a libido symbol, and at some points the two symbols intersect in their significances. The common feature of the two ideas lies in the libido, especially in the libido repressed from incest. The hero and the horse appear to us in this setting like an artistic formation of the idea of humanity with its repressed libido, whereby the horse acquires the significance of the animal unconscious, which appears domesticated and subjected to the will of man. Agni upon the ram, Wotan upon Sleipnir, Ahuramazda upon Angramenu, Jahwe upon the monstrous seraph, Christ upon the ass, Dionysus upon the 309 ass, Mitra upon the horse, men upon the human-footed horse, Freyr upon the golden-bristled boar, etc. are parallel representations. The chargers of mythology are always invested with great significance, they very often appear anthropomorphized. Thus, men's horse has human forelegs, Balaam's ass, human speech. The retreating bull, upon whose back Mitra springs in order to strike him down, is, according to a Persian legend, actually the god himself. The mock crucifix of the Palatine represents the crucified with an ass's head, perhaps in reference to the ancient legend that in the Temple of Jerusalem the image of an ass was worshipped. As Drosselbart, horse's mane, Wotan is half human, half horse. An old German riddle very prettily shows this unity between horse and horseman. Who are the two, who travel to Thing? Together they have 3 eyes, 10 feet and 1 tail. And thus they travel over the land. Legends ascribe properties to the horse, which psychologically belong to the unconscious of man. Horses are clairvoyant and clairaudient, they show the way when the lost wanderer is helpless. They have mantic powers. In the Iliad the horse prophesies evil. They hear the words which the corpse speaks when it is taken to the grave, words which men cannot hear. Caesar learned from his human-footed horse, probably taken from the identification of Caesar with the Phrygian men, that he was to conquer the world. An ass prophesied to Augustus the victory of Actium. The horse also sees phantoms. All these things correspond to typical manifestations of the unconscious. Therefore, it is perfectly intelligible 3:10 that the horse, as the image of the wicked animal component of man, has manifold connections with the devil. The devil has a horse's foot, in certain circumstances a horse's form. At crucial moments he suddenly shows a cloven foot, proverbial, in the same way as in the abduction of Hatting, Sleipnir suddenly looked out from behind Wotan's mantle. Just as the nightmare rides on the sleeper, so does the devil, and, therefore, it is said that those who have nightmares are ridden by the devil. In Persian lore the devil is the steed of God. The devil, like all evil things, represents sexuality. Witches have intercourse with him, in which case he appears in the form of a goat or horse. The unmistakably phallic nature of the devil is communicated to the horse as well. Hence this symbol occurs in connections where this is the only meaning which would furnish an explanation. It is to be mentioned that Loki generates in the form of a horse, just as does the devil when in horse's form, as an old fire god. Thus the lightning was represented theriomorphically as a horse. An uneducated hysteric told me that as a child she had suffered from extreme fear of thunder, because every time the lightning flashed she saw immediately afterwards a huge black horse reaching upwards as far as the sky. It is said in a legend that the devil, as the divinity of lightning, casts a horse's foot, lightning, upon the roofs. In accordance with the primitive meaning of thunder as fertilizer of the earth, the phallic meaning is given both to lightning and the horse's foot. In mythology the horse's foot really has the phallic function as in this dream. An uneducated 311 patient who originally had been violently forced to coitus by her husband very often dreams, after separation, that a wild horse springs upon her and kicks her in the abdomen with his hind foot. Plutarch has given us the following words of a prayer from the Dionysus orgies. Lambda theta epsilon nu rho omega delta iota nu upsilon sigma epsilon lambda iota omicron nu alpha nu gamma nu sigma nu chi alpha rho tau epsilon sigma sigma iota nu alpha nu tau beta omicron pi omicron delta theta omega nu xi iota epsilon tau alpha rho epsilon xi iota epsilon tau alpha rho epsilon. Pegasus with his foot strikes out of the earth the spring Hippocrene. Upon a Corinthian statue of Bellerophon, which was also a fountain, the water flowed out from the horse's hoof. Balder's horse gave rise to a spring through his kick. Thus the horse's foot is the dispenser of fruitful moisture. A legend of Lower Austria, told by Jans, informs us that a gigantic man on a white horse is sometimes seen riding over the mountains. This means a speedy rain. In the German legend the goddess of birth, Frau Halle, appears on horseback. Pregnant women near confinement are prone to give oats to a white horse from their aprons and to pray him to give them a speedy delivery. It was originally the custom for the horse to rub against the woman's genitals. The horse, like the ass, had in general the significance of a priapic animal. Horses' tracks are idols dispensing blessing and fertility. Horses' tracks established a claim, and were of significance in determining boundaries, like the priaps of Latin antiquity. Like the phallic dactyli, a horse opened the mineral riches of the Harz Mountains 312 with his hoof. The horseshoe, an equivalent for horse's foot, brings luck and has apotropaic meaning. In the Netherlands an entire horse's foot is hung up in the stable to ward against sorcery. The analogous effect of the phallus is well known. Hence the phalli at the gates. In particular the horse's leg turned lightning aside, according to the principle, similia similibus. Horses also symbolize the wind, that is to say, the tertium compressionis is again the libido symbol. The German legend recognizes the wind as the wild huntsman in pursuit of the maiden. Stormy regions frequently derive their names from horses, as the White Horse Mountain of the Lüneburger Heath. The centaurs are typical wind gods, and have been represented as such by Böcklin's artistic intuition. Horses also signify fire and light. The fiery horses of Helios are an example. The horses of Hector are called xanthos, yellow, bright, pedargos, swift-footed, lampos, shining, and eight-han, burning. A very pronounced fire symbolism was represented by the mystic quadriga, mentioned by Dio Chrysostomus. The supreme god always drives his chariot in a circle. 4 horses are harnessed to the chariot. The horse driven on the periphery moves very quickly. He has a shining coat, and bears upon it the signs of the planets and the zodiac. This is a representation of the rotary fire of heaven. The second horse moves more slowly, and is illuminated only on one side. The third moves still more slowly, and the fourth rotates around himself. But once the outer horse set the second horse on fire with his fiery 313 breath, and the third flooded the fourth with his streaming sweat. Then the horses dissolve and pass over into the substance of the strongest and most fiery, which now becomes the charioteer. The horses also represent the 4 elements. The catastrophe signifies the conflagration of the world and the deluge, whereupon the division of the god into many parts ceases, and the divine unity is restored. Doubtless the quadriga may be understood astronomically as a symbol of time. We already saw in the first part that the Stoic representation of fate is a fire symbol. It is, therefore, a logical continuation of the thought, when time, closely related to the conception of destiny, exhibits this same libido symbolism. Brihaduranayaku Upanishad, I.1, says. The morning glow verily is the head of the sacrificial horse, the sun his eye, the wind his breath, the all-spreading fire his mouth, the year is the belly of the sacrificial horse. The sky is his back, the atmosphere the cavern of his body, the earth the vault of his belly. The poles are his sides, in between the poles his ribs, the seasons his limbs, the months and fortnights his joints. Days and nights are his feet, stars his bones, clouds his flesh. The food he digests is the deserts, the rivers are his veins, the mountains his liver and lungs, the herbs and trees his hair. The rising sun is his forepart, the setting sun his afterpart. The ocean is his kinsman, the sea his cradle. The horse undoubtedly here stands for a time symbol, and also for the entire world. We come across in the Mithraic religion, a strange god of time, Ion, called Kronos or Deus Leontocephalus, because his stereotyped representation is a lion-headed man, standing in a rigid attitude, is encoiled by a snake, whose 314 head projects forward from behind over the lion's head. The figure holds in each hand a key, on the chest rests a thunderbolt, upon his back are the four wings of the wind. In addition to that, the figure sometimes bears the zodiac on his body. Additional attributes are a cock and implements. In the Carolingian Psalter of Utrecht, which is based upon ancient models, the Saeculum Ion is represented as a naked man with a snake in his hand. As is suggested by the name of the divinity, he is a symbol of time, most interestingly composed from libido symbols. The lion, the zodiac sign of the greatest summer heat, is the symbol of the most mighty desire. My soul roars with the voice of a hungry lion, says Mechthild of Magdeburg. In the Mitra mystery the serpent is often antagonistic to the lion, corresponding to that very universal myth of the battle of the sun with the dragon. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Tum is even designated as a he-cat, because as such he fought the snake, Apophis. The encoiling also means the engulfing, the entering into the mother's womb. Thus time is defined by the rising and setting of the sun, that is to say, through the death and renewal of the libido. The addition of the cock again suggests time, and the addition of implements suggests the creation through time. Durée créatrice, Bergson. Oramazds and Ahriman were produced through Zerwanakarana, the infinitely long duration. Time, this empty and purely formal concept, is expressed in the mysteries by transformations of the creative power, the libido. Macrobius says, 315 Leonis capite monstrator presens tempus, quia conditio aegis valida fervensci est. Philo of Alexandria has a better understanding. Tempus ab hominibus pessimus putator deus valentibus ens essential abscondra, pravis hominibus tempus putator causa rerum mundi, sapientibus vero et optimus non tempus sed deus. In Ferdusi time is often the symbol of fate, the libido nature of which we have already learned to recognize. The Hindu text mentioned above includes still more, its symbol of the horse contains the whole world. His kinsman and his cradle is the sea, the mother, similar to the world soul, the maternal significance of which we have seen above. Just as Ion represents the libido in an embrace, that is to say, in the state of death and of rebirth, so here the cradle of the horse is the sea, i.e. the libido is in the mother, dying and rising again, like the symbol of the dying and resurrected Christ, who hangs like ripe fruit upon the tree of life. We have already seen that the horse is connected through Yggdrasil with the symbolism of the tree. The horse is also a tree of death, thus in the Middle Ages the funeral pyre was called St. Michael's horse, and the Neo-Persian word for coffin means wooden horse. The horse has also the role of psychopompos, he is the steed to conduct the souls to the other world. Horsewomen 3:16 fetch the souls, Valkyries. Neo-Greek songs represent Charon on a horse. These definitions obviously lead to the mother symbolism. The Trojan horse was the only means by which the city could be conquered. Because only he who has entered the mother and been reborn is an invincible hero. The Trojan horse is a magic charm, like the Tnadfer, which also serves to overcome necessity. The formula evidently reads, in order to overcome the difficulty, thou must commit incest, and once more be born from thy mother. It appears that striking a nail into the sacred tree signifies something very similar. The Stock im Eisen, in Vienna seems to have been such a palladium. Still another symbolic form is to be considered. Occasionally the devil rides upon a three-legged horse. The goddess of death, Hel, in time of pestilence, also rides upon a three-legged horse. The gigantic ass, which is three-legged, stands in the heavenly rain lake Varukasha. His urine purifies the water of the lake, and from his roar all useful animals become pregnant and all harmful animals miscarry. The triad further points to the phallic significance. The contrasting symbolism of hell is blended into one conception in the ass of Varukasha. The libido is fructifying as well as destroying. These definitions, as a whole, plainly reveal the fundamental features. The horse is a libido symbol, partly of phallic, partly of maternal significance, like the tree. It represents the libido in this application, that is, the libido repressed through the incest prohibition. 317 inches. The Miller drama. An Indian approaches the hero, ready to shoot an arrow at him. Chawantapal, however, with a proud gesture, exposes his breast to the enemy. This idea reminds the author of the scene between Cassius and Brutus in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. A misunderstanding has arisen between the two friends, when Brutus reproaches Cassius for withholding from him the money for the legions. Cassius, irritable and angry, breaks out into the complaint. "Come, Antony, and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius. For Cassius is aweary of the world. Hated by one he loves, braved by his brother. Checked like a bondman. All his faults observed. Set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote. To cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep. My spirit from mine eyes, there is my dagger. And here my naked breast. Within, a heart. Dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou beest a Roman, take it forth. I, that denied thee gold, will give my heart. Strike, as thou didst at Caesar. For I know. When thou didst hate him worst, thou lovedst him better. Than ever thou lovedst Cassius. The material here would be incomplete without mentioning the fact that this speech of Cassius shows many analogies to the agonized delirium of Cyrano. Compare Part 1, only Cassius is far more theatrical and overdrawn. Something childish and hysterical is in his manner. Brutus does not think of killing him, but administers a very chilling rebuke in the following dialogue. 3:18 Brutus, sheath your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonor shall be humor. O Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb. That carries anger as the flint bears fire. Who, much enforced, shows a hasty spark. And straight is cold again. Cassius, hath Cassius lived. To be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus. When grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him. Brutus, when I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too. Cassius, do you confess so much? Give me your hand. Brutus, and my heart too. Cassius, O Brutus. Brutus, what's the matter? Cassius, have not you love enough to bear with me? When that rash humor which my mother gave me makes me forgetful. Brutus, yes, Cassius, and from henceforth. When you are over earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides and leave you so. The analytic interpretation of Cassius's irritability plainly reveals that at these moments he identifies himself with the mother, and his conduct, therefore, is truly feminine, as his speech demonstrates most excellently. For his womanish love-seeking and desperate subjection under the proud masculine will of Brutus calls forth the friendly remark of the latter, that Cassius is yoked with a lamb, that is to say, has something very weak in his character. 3:19 which is derived from the mother. One recognizes in this without any difficulty the analytic hallmarks of an infantile disposition, which, as always, is characterized by a prevalence of the parent imago, here the mother imago. An infantile individual is infantile because he has freed himself insufficiently, or not at all, from the childish environment, that is, from his adaptation to his parents. Therefore, on one side, he reacts falsely towards the world, as a child towards his parents, always demanding love and immediate reward for his feelings. On the other side, on account of the close connection to the parents, he identifies himself with them. The infantile individual behaves like the father and mother. He is not in a condition to live for himself and to find the place to which he belongs. Therefore, Brutus very justly takes it for granted that the mother chides in Cassius, not he himself. The psychologically valuable fact which we gather here is the information that Cassius is infantile and identified with the mother. The hysterical behavior is due to the circumstance that Cassius is still, in part, a lamb, and an innocent and entirely harmless child. He remains, as far as his emotional life is concerned, still far behind himself. This we often see among people who, as masters, apparently govern life and fellow creatures. They have remained children in regard to the demands of their love nature. The figures of the Miller dramas, being children of the creator's fantasy, depict, as is natural, those traits of character which belong to the author. The hero, the wish figure, is represented as most distinguished, because the 320 hero always combines in himself all wished-for ideals. Cyrano's attitude is certainly beautiful and impressive. Cassius's behavior has a theatrical effect. Both heroes prepare to die effectively, in which attempt Cyrano succeeds. This attitude betrays a wish for death in the unconscious of our author, the meaning of which we have already discussed at length as the motive for her poem of the moth. The wish of young girls to die is only an indirect expression, which remains a pose, even in case of real death, for death itself can be a pose. Such an outcome merely adds beauty and value to the pose under certain conditions. That the highest summit of life is expressed through the symbolism of death is a well-known fact, for creation beyond oneself means personal death. The coming generation is the end of the preceding one. This symbolism is frequent in erotic speech. The lascivious speech between Lucius and the wanton servant maid in Apuleius, Metamorphoses, lib. 2, 3-2, is one of the clearest examples. Proeliere, inquit, e fortiter proeliere, nec enim tibi sedum, nec terga vortum. Communis in aspectum, si viries, dirige, e grassar navitor, edi oxide moriturus. Hodierna pugna non habet missionum. Simul ambo caromus inter mutuos amplexus animus anhelantes. This symbolism is extremely significant, because it shows how easily a contrasting expression originates and 321 how equally intelligible and characteristic such an expression is. The proud gesture with which the hero offers himself to death may very easily be an indirect expression which challenges the pity or sympathy of the other, and thus is doomed to the calm analytic reduction to which Brutus proceeds. The behavior of Chewantopole is also suspicious, because the Cassius scene which serves as its model betrays indiscreetly that the whole affair is merely infantile and one which owes its origin to an overactive mother imago. When we compare this piece with the series of mother symbols brought to light in the previous chapter, we must say that the Cassius scene merely confirms once more what we have long supposed, that is to say, that the motor power of these symbolic visions arises from an infantile mother transference, that is to say, from an undetached bond to the mother. In the drama the libido, in contradistinction to the inactive nature of the previous symbols, assumes a threatening activity, a conflict becoming evident, in which the one part threatens the other with murder. The hero, as the ideal image of the dreamer, is inclined to die, he does not fear death. In accordance with the infantile character of this hero, it would most surely be time for him to take his departure from the stage, or, in childish language, to die. Death is to come to him in the form of an arrow wound. Considering the fact that heroes themselves are very often great archers or succumb to an arrow wound, Saint Sebastian, as an example, it may not be superfluous to inquire into the meaning of death through an arrow. We read in the biography of the stigmatized nun Catherine 322 Emmerich the following description of the evidently neurotic sickness of her heart. When only in her novitiate, she received as a Christmas present from the Holy Christ a very tormenting heart trouble for the whole period of her nun's life. God showed her inwardly the purpose, it was on account of the decline of the spirit of the order, especially for the sins of her fellow sisters. But what rendered this trouble most painful was the gift which she had possessed from youth, namely, to see before her eyes the inner nature of man as he really was. She felt the heart trouble physically as if her heart was continually pierced by arrows. These arrows, and this represented the still worse mental suffering, she recognized as the thoughts, plots, secret speeches, misunderstandings, scandal and uncharitableness, in which her fellow sisters, wholly without reason and unscrupulously, were engaged against her and her God-fearing way of life. It is difficult to be a saint, because even a patient and long-suffering nature will not readily bear such a violation, and defends itself in its own way. The companion of sanctity is temptation, without which no true saint can live. We know from analytic experience that these temptations can pass unconsciously, so that only their equivalents would be produced in consciousness in the form of symptoms. We know that it is proverbial that heart and smart, hers and schmers, rhyme. It is a well-known fact that hysterics put a physical pain in place of a mental pain. The biographer of Emmerich has comprehended that very correctly. Only her interpretation of the pain is, as usual, projected. It is always the others who secretly assert all sorts of evil things about her, and this she pretended gave her the pains. The case, however, 323 bears a somewhat different aspect. The very difficult renunciation of all life's joys, this death before the bloom, is generally painful, and especially painful are the unfulfilled wishes and the attempts of the animal nature to break through the power of repression. The gossip and jokes of the sisters very naturally center around these most painful things, so that it must appear to the saint as if her symptoms were caused by this. Naturally, again, she could not know that gossip tends to assume the role of the unconscious, which, like a clever adversary, always aims at the actual gaps in our armor. A passage from Gautama Buddha embodies this idea. A wish earnestly desired, produced by will, and nourished, when gradually it must be thwarted, burrows like an arrow in the flesh. The wounding and painful arrows do not come from without through gossip, which only attacks externally, but they come from ambush, from our own unconscious. This, rather than anything external, creates the defenseless suffering. It is our own repressed and unrecognized desires which fester like arrows in our flesh. In another connection this was clear to the nun, and that most literally. It is a well-known fact, and one which needs no further proof to those who understand, that these mystic scenes of union with the Savior generally are intermingled with an enormous amount of sexual libido. Therefore, it is not astonishing that the scene of the stigmata is nothing but an incubation through the Savior, only 324 slightly changed metaphorically, as compared with the ancient conception of unio mystica, as cohabitation with the God. Emmerich relates the following of her stigmatization. I had a contemplation of the sufferings of Christ, and implored him to let me feel with him his sorrows, and prayed 5 paternosters to the honor of the 5 sacred wounds. Lying on my bed with outstretched arms, I entered into a great sweetness and into an endless thirst for the torments of Jesus. Then I saw a light descending upon me, it came obliquely from above. It was a crucified body, living and transparent, with arms extended, but without a cross. The wounds shone brighter than the body, they were 5 circles of glory, coming forth from the whole glory. I was enraptured and my heart was moved with great pain and yet with sweetness from longing to share in the torments of my Savior. And my longings for the sorrows of the Redeemer increased more and more on gazing on his wounds, and passed from my breast, through my hands, sides and feet to his holy wounds, then from the hands, then from the sides. Then from the feet of the figure threefold shining red beams ending below in an arrow, shot forth to my hands, sides and feet. The beams, in accordance with the phallic fundamental thought, are threefold, terminating below in an arrow point. Like Cupid, the sun, too, has its quiver, full of destroying or fertilizing arrows, sun rays, which possess phallic meaning. On this significance evidently rests the Oriental custom of designating brave sons as arrows and javelins of the parents. To make sharp arrows, is an Arabian expression for, to generate brave sons. The Psalms declare, Xvii 4. Like as the arrows in the hands of the giant, even so are the young children. 325, compare with this the remarks previously made about boys. Because of this significance of the arrow, it is intelligible why the Scythian king Ariantes, when he wished to prepare a census, demanded an arrowhead from each man. A similar meaning attaches equally to the lance. Men are descended from the lance, because the ash is the mother of lances. Therefore, the men of the Iron Age are derived from her. The marriage custom to which Ovid alludes, comat Virginia's osta recurva comas, fastorum, lib. 2, 560, has already been mentioned. Caeneus issued a command that his lance be honored. Pindar relates in the legend of this Caeneus. He descended into the depths, splitting the earth with a straight foot. He is said to have originally been a maiden named Caenis, who, because of her complaisance, was transformed into an invulnerable man by Poseidon. Ovid pictures the battle of the Lapithae with the invulnerable Caeneus. How at last they covered him completely with trees, because they could not otherwise touch him. Ovid says at this place, Exodus in dubio est, alii sub inania corpus. Tartara detrusum silverum mole ferabant. Abnuit ampicides, medioc ex agira fulvis. Vidit avum panis lacitas exire sub auras. 326 Roscher considers this bird to be the golden plover, Charadrius pluvialis, which borrows its name from the fact that it lives in the Chialfaro del Toro Alpha, a crevice in the earth. By his song he proclaims the approaching rain. Caeneus was changed into this bird. We see again in this little myth the typical constituents of the libido myth: original bisexuality, immortality, invulnerability, through entrance into the mother, splitting the mother with the foot. And to become covered up, and resurrection as a bird of the soul and a bringer of fertility, ascending sun. When this type of hero causes his lance to be worshipped, it probably means that his lance is a valid and equivalent expression of himself. From our present standpoint, we understand in a new sense that passage in Job, which I mentioned in chapter 4 of the first part of this book. He has set me up for his mark. His archers compass me round about, he cleaveth my reins asunder, and doth not spare, he poureth out my gall upon the ground. He breaketh me with breach upon breach, he runneth upon me like a giant. Job 16:12, 13, 14. Now we understand this symbolism as an expression for the soul torment caused by the onslaught of the unconscious desires. The libido festers in his flesh, a cruel god has taken possession of him and pierced him with his painful libidian projectiles, with thoughts, which overwhelmingly pass through him. As a dementia precox patient once said to me during his recovery, today a 327 thought suddenly thrust itself through me. This same idea is found again in Nietzsche in Zarathustra. The magician. Stretched out, shivering. Like one half dead whose feet are warmed. Shaken alas. By unknown fevers. Trembling from the icy pointed arrows of frost. Hunted by thee, O thought. Unutterable. Veiled. Horrible one. Thou huntsman behind the clouds. Struck to the ground by thee. Thou mocking eye that gazeth at me from the dark. Thus do I lie. Bending, writhing, tortured. With all eternal tortures. Smitten. By thee, crudest huntsman. Thou unfamiliar god. Smite deeper. Smite once more. Pierce through and rend my heart. What meaneth this torturing? With blunt-toothed arrows? Why gazeth thou again? Never weary of human pain. With malicious, God-lightning eyes. Thou wilt not kill. But torture, torture. No long drawn-out explanation is necessary to enable us to recognize in this comparison the old, universal idea of the martyred sacrifice of God, which we have met previously in the Mexican sacrifice of the cross and in the sacrifice of Odin. This same conception faces us in 328, the oft-repeated martyrdom of Saint Sebastian, where, in the delicate glowing flesh of the young god, all the pain of renunciation which has been felt by the artist has been portrayed. An artist always embodies in his artistic work a portion of the mysteries of his time. In a heightened degree the same is true of the principal Christian symbol, the crucified one pierced by the lance, the conception of the man of the Christian era tormented by his wishes, crucified and dying in Christ. This is not torment which comes from without, which befalls mankind. But that he himself is the hunter, murderer, sacrificer and sacrificial knife is shown us in another of Nietzsche's poems, wherein the apparent dualism is transformed into the soul conflict through the use of the same symbolism. O Zarathustra! Most cruel Nimrod! Whilom hunter of God! The snare of all virtue! An arrow of evil! Now! Hunted by thyself! Thine own prey! Pierced through thyself! Now! Alone with thee! Twofold in thine own knowledge! Mid 100 mirrors! False to thyself! Mid 100 memories! Uncertain! Ailing with each wound! Shivering with each frost! 329 caught in thine own snares! Self-knower! Self-hangman! Why didst thou strangle thyself? With the noose of thy wisdom? Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself, thyself? The deadly arrows do not strike the hero from without, but it is he himself who, in disharmony with himself, hunts, fights and tortures himself. Within himself will has turned against will, libido against libido, therefore, the poet says, pierced through thyself, that is to say, wounded by his own arrow. Because we have discerned that the arrow is a libido symbol, the idea of penetrating or piercing through consequently becomes clear to us. It is a phallic act of union with one's self, a sort of self-fertilization, introversion. Also a self-violation, a self-murder, therefore, Zarathustra may call himself his own hangman, like Odin, who sacrifices himself to Odin. The wounding by one's own arrow means, first of all, the state of introversion. What this signifies we already know, the libido sinks into its own depths, a well-known comparison of Nietzsche's, and finds there below, in the shadows of the unconscious, the substitute for the upper world. Which it has abandoned, the world of memories, mid 100 memories, the strongest and most influential of which are the early infantile memory pictures. It is the world of the child, this paradise-like 330 state of earliest childhood, from which we are separated by a hard law. In this subterranean kingdom slumber sweet feelings of home and the endless hopes of all that is to be. As Heinrich in the Sunken Bell, by Gerhard Hauptmann, says, in speaking of his miraculous work. There is a song lost and forgotten. A song of home, a love song of childhood. Brought up from the depths of the fairy well. Known to all. But yet unheard. However, as Mephistopheles says, the danger is great. These depths are enticing, they are the mother and death. When the libido leaves the bright upper world, whether from the decision of the individual or from decreasing life force, then it sinks back into its own depths, into the source from which it has gushed forth. And turns back to that point of cleavage, the umbilicus, through which it once entered into this body. This point of cleavage is called the mother, because from her comes the source of the libido. Therefore, when some great work is to be accomplished, before which weak man recoils, doubtful of his strength, his libido returns to that source, and this is the dangerous moment, in which the decision takes place between annihilation and new life. If the libido remains arrested in the wonder kingdom of the inner world, then the man has become for the world above a phantom, then he is practically dead or desperately ill. But if the libido succeeds in tearing itself loose and pushing up into the world above, then a miracle appears. This journey to the underworld has been a 331 fountain of youth, and new fertility springs from his apparent death. This train of thought is very beautifully gathered into a Hindu myth. Once upon a time, Vishnu sank into an ecstasy, introversion, and during this state of sleep bore Brahma, who, enthroned upon the lotus flower, arose from the navel of Vishnu, bringing with him the Vedas, which he diligently read. Birth of creative thought from introversion. But through Vishnu's ecstasy a devouring flood came upon the world. Devouring through introversion, symbolizing the danger of entering into the mother of death. A demon taking advantage of the danger, stole the Vedas from Brahma and hid them in the depths. Devouring of the libido. Brahma roused Vishnu, and the latter, transforming himself into a fish, plunged into the flood, fought with the demon, battled with the dragon, conquered him and recaptured the Vedas. Treasure obtained with difficulty. Self-concentration and the strength derived therefrom correspond to this primitive train of thought. It also explains numerous sacrificial and magic rites which we have already fully discussed. Thus the impregnable Troy falls because the besiegers creep into the belly of a wooden horse, for he alone is a hero who is reborn from the mother, like the sun. But the danger of this venture is shown by the history of Philoctetes, who was the only one in the Trojan expedition who knew the hidden sanctuary of Chryse, where the Argonauts had sacrificed already, and where the Greeks planned to sacrifice in order to assure a safe ending to their undertaking. Chryse 332 was a nymph upon the island of Chryse, according to the account of the scholiasts in Sophocles' Philoctetes. This nymph loved Philoctetes, and cursed him because he spurned her love. This characteristic projection, which is also met with in the Gilgamesh epic, should be referred back, as suggested, to the repressed incest wish of the son, who is represented through the projection as if the mother had the evil wish, for the refusal of which the son was given over to death. In reality, however, the son becomes mortal by separating himself from the mother. His fear of death, therefore, corresponds to the repressed wish to turn back to the mother, and causes him to believe that the mother threatens or pursues him. The teleological significance of this fear of persecution is evident: it is to keep son and mother apart. The curse of Chryse is realized in so far that Philoctetes, according to one version, when approaching his altar, injured himself in his foot with one of his own deadly poisonous arrows, or, according to another version, this is better and far more abundantly proven, was bitten in his foot by a poisonous serpent. From then on he is ailing. This very typical wound, which also destroyed Re, is described in the following manner in an Egyptian hymn. The ancient of the gods moved his mouth. He cast his saliva upon the earth. And what he spat, fell upon the ground. With her hands Isis kneaded that and the soil, which was about it, together. From that she created a venerable worm, and made him like a spear. 333 She did not twist him living around her face, but threw him coiled upon the path, upon which the great god wandered at ease, through all his lands. The venerable god stepped forth radiantly. The gods who served Pharaoh accompanied him, and he proceeded as every day. Then the venerable worm stung him. The divine god opened his mouth, and the voice of his majesty echoed even to the sky. And the gods exclaimed, "Behold!" Thereupon he could not answer. His jaws chattered. All his limbs trembled. And the poison gripped his flesh, as the Nile seizes upon the land. In this hymn Egypt has again preserved for us a primitive conception of the serpent's sting. The aging of the autumn sun as an image of human senility is symbolically traced back to the mother through the poisoning by the serpent. The mother is reproached, because her malice causes the death of the sun god. The serpent, the primitive symbol of fear, illustrates the repressed tendency to turn back to the mother, because the only possibility of security from death is possessed by the mother, as the source of life. Accordingly, only the mother can cure him, sick unto death, and, therefore, the hymn goes on to depict how the gods were assembled to take counsel. And Isis came with her wisdom. Her mouth is full of the breath of life. Her words banish sorrow, and her speech animates those who no longer breathe. 334 She said, "What is that, divine Father? Behold, a worm has brought you sorrow. Tell me thy name, divine Father. Because the man remains alive, who is called by his name." Whereupon Re replied, "I am he, who created heaven and earth, and piled up the hills, and created all beings thereon. I am he, who made the water and caused the great flood, who produced the bull of his mother, who is the procreator, etc. The poison did not depart, it went further. The great god was not cured. Then said Isis to Re, "Thine is not the name thou hast told me. Tell me true that the poison may leave thee. For he whose name is spoken will live." Finally Re decides to speak his true name. He is approximately healed, imperfect composition of Osiris, but he has lost his power, and finally he retreats to the heavenly cow. The poisonous worm is, if one may speak in this way, negative, phallus, a deadly, not an animating, form of libido, therefore, a wish for death, instead of a wish for life. The true name is soul and magic power, hence a symbol of libido. What Isis demands is the retransference of the libido to the mother goddess. This request is fulfilled literally, for the aged god turns back to the divine cow, the symbol of the mother. This symbolism is clear from our previous explanations. The onward urging, living libido which rules the consciousness 335 of the sun, demands separation from the mother. The longing of the child for the mother is a hindrance on the path to this, taking the form of a psychologic resistance, which is expressed empirically in the neurosis by all manners of fears, that is to say, the fear of life. The more a person withdraws from adaptation to reality, and falls into slothful inactivity, the greater becomes his anxiety, cum grano salis, which everywhere besets him at each point as a hindrance upon his path. The fear springs from the mother, that is to say, from the longing to go back to the mother, which is opposed to the adaptation to reality. This is the way in which the mother has become apparently the malicious pursuer. Naturally, it is not the actual mother, although the actual mother, with the abnormal tenderness with which she sometimes pursues her child, even into adult years, may gravely injure it through a willful prolonging of the infantile state in the child. It is rather the mother imago, which becomes the lamia. The mother imago, however, possesses its power solely and exclusively from the son's tendency not only to look and to work forwards, but also to glance backwards to the pampering sweetness of childhood, to that glorious state of irresponsibility and security with which the protecting mother care once surrounded him. The retrospective longing acts like a paralyzing poison upon the energy and enterprise, so that it may well be compared to a poisonous serpent which lies across our path. Apparently, it is a hostile demon which robs us of energy, but, in reality, it is the individual unconscious, the retrogressive tendency of which begins to overcome 336 the conscious forward striving. The cause of this can be, for example, the natural aging which weakens the energy, or it may be great external difficulties, which cause man to break down and become a child again, or it may be, and this is probably the most frequent cause, the woman who enslaves the man, so that he can no longer free himself, and becomes a child again. It may be of significance also that Isis, as sister wife of the sun god, creates the poisonous animal from the spittle of the god, which is perhaps a substitute for sperma, and, therefore, is a symbol of libido. She creates the animal from the libido of the god, that means she receives his power, making him weak and dependent, so that by this means she assumes the dominating role of the mother. Mother transference to the wife. This part is preserved in the legend of Samson, in the role of Delilah, who cut off Samson's hair, the sun's rays, thus robbing him of his strength. Any weakening of the adult man strengthens the wishes of the unconscious. Therefore, the decrease of strength appears directly as the backward striving towards the mother. There is still to be considered one more source of the reanimation of the mother imago. We have already met it in the discussion of the mother scene in Faust, that is to say, the willed introversion of a creative mind, which, retreating before its own problem and inwardly collecting its forces, dips at least for a moment into the source of life, in order there to wrest a little more strength from the mother for the completion of its work. It is a mother-child play with one's self, in which lies much weak self-admiration 337 and self-adulation, among 100 mirrors, Nietzsche, a Narcissus state, a strange spectacle, perhaps, for profane eyes. The separation from the mother imago, the birth out of one's self, reconciles all conflicts through the sufferings. This is probably meant by Nietzsche's verse. Why hast thou enticed thyself into the paradise of the old serpent? Why hast thou crept into thyself, thyself? A sick man now. Sick of a serpent's poison. A captive now. Whom the hardest destiny befell. In thine own pit. Bowed down as thou workest. Encaved within thyself. Burrowing into thyself. Helpless. Stiff. A corpse. Overwhelmed with 100 burdens. Overburdened by thyself. A wise man. A self-knower. The wise Zarathustra. Thou soughtest the heaviest burden. And foundest thou thyself. The symbolism of this speech is of the greatest richness. He is buried in the depths of self, as if in the earth, really a dead man who has turned back to Mother Earth. A Cainius, piled with 100 burdens, and pressed down to death, the one who groaning bears the 338 heavy burden of his own libido, of that libido which draws him back to the mother. Who does not think of the Torophoria of Mitra, who took his bull, according to the Egyptian hymn, the bull of his mother, that is, his love for his mother, the heaviest burden upon his back. And with that entered upon the painful course of the so-called transitus. This path of passion led to the cave, in which the bull was sacrificed. Christ, too, had to bear the cross, the symbol of his love for the mother, and he carried it to the place of sacrifice where the lamb was slain in the form of the God, the infantile man, self-executioner. And then to burial in the subterranean sepulchre. That which in Nietzsche appears as a poetical figure of speech is really a primitive myth. It is as if the poet still possessed a dim idea or capacity to feel and reactivate those imperishable phantoms of long-past worlds of thought in the words of our present-day speech and in the images which crowd themselves into his fantasy. Hauptmann also says, poetic rendering is that which allows the echo of the primitive word to resound through the form. The sacrifice, with its mysterious and manifold meaning, which is rather hinted at than expressed, passes unrecognized in the unconscious of our author. The arrow is not shot, the hero Chewantipal is not yet fatally poisoned and ready for death through self-sacrifice. We now can say, according to the preceding material, this sacrifice means renouncing the mother, that is to say, renunciation 339 of all bonds and limitations which the soul has taken with it from the period of childhood into the adult life. From various hints of Miss Miller's it appears that at the time of these fantasies she was still living in the circle of the family, evidently at an age which was in urgent need of independence. That is to say, man does not live very long in the infantile environment or in the bosom of his family without real danger to his mental health. Life calls him forth to independence, and he who gives no heed to this hard call because of childish indolence and fear is threatened by a neurosis. And once the neurosis has broken out it becomes more and more a valid reason to escape the battle with life and to remain for all time in the morally poisoned infantile atmosphere. The fantasy of the arrow wound belongs in this struggle for personal independence. The thought of this resolution has not yet penetrated the dreamer. On the contrary, she rather repudiates it. After all the preceding, it is evident that the symbolism of the arrow wound through direct translation must be taken as a coitus symbol. The oxide morituris attains by this means the sexual significance belonging to it. Chewantipal naturally represents the dreamer. But nothing is attained and nothing is understood through one's reduction to the coarse sexual, because it is a commonplace that the unconscious shelters coitus wishes, the discovery of which signifies nothing further. The coitus wish under this aspect is really a symbol for the individual demonstration of the libido separated from the parents, of the conquest 340 of an independent life. This step towards a new life means, at the same time, the death of the past life. Therefore, Chewantipal is the infantile hero, the son, the child, the lamb, the fish, who is still enchained by the fetters of childhood and who has to die as a symbol of the incestuous libido, and with that sever the retrogressive bond. For the entire libido is demanded for the battle of life, and there can be no remaining behind. The dreamer cannot yet come to this decision, which will tear aside all the sentimental connections with father and mother, and yet it must be made in order to follow the call of the individual destiny. Chapter 7. The Dual Mother Role. After the disappearance of the assailant, Chewantipal begins the following monologue. From the extreme ends of these continents, from the farthest lowlands, after having forsaken the palace of my father, I have been wandering aimlessly during 100 moons, always pursued by my mad desire to find her who will understand. With jewels I have tempted many fair ones, with kisses I have tried to snatch the secret of their hearts, with acts of bravery I have conquered their admiration. He reviews the women he has known. Chita, the princess of my race. She is a little fool, vain as a peacock, having not in her head but jewels and perfume. Ta Nan, the young peasant, Ba, a mere sow, no more than a breast and a stomach, caring only for pleasure. And then Kima, the priestess, a true parrot, repeating hollow phrases learnt from the priests, all for show, without real education or sincerity, suspicious poseur and hypocrite. Alas! Not one who understands me, not one who resembles me, not one who has a soul sister to mine. There is not one among them all who has known my soul, not one who could read my thought, far from it. Not one capable of seeking with me the luminous summits, or of spelling with me the superhuman word, love. Here Chewantipal himself says that his journeying and wandering is a quest for that other, and for the meaning of life which lies in union with her. In the first part of this work we merely hinted gently at this possibility. The fact that the seeker is masculine and the sought for of 342 feminine sex is not so astonishing, because the chief object of the unconscious transference is the mother, as has probably been seen from that which we have already learned. The daughter takes a male attitude towards the mother. The genesis of this adjustment can only be suspected in our case, because objective proof is lacking. Therefore, let us rather be satisfied with inferences. She who will understand, means the mother, in the infantile language. At the same time, it also means the life companion. As is well known, the sex contrast concerns the libido but little. The sex of the object plays a surprisingly slight role in the estimation of the unconscious. The object itself, taken as an objective reality, is but of slight significance. But it is of greatest importance whether the libido is transferred or introverted. The original concrete meaning of erfassen, to seize, begriffen, to touch, etc., allows us to recognize clearly the underside of the wish, to find a congenial person. But the upper, intellectual half is also contained in it, and is to be taken into account at the same time. One might be inclined to assume this tendency if it were not that our culture abused the same, for the misunderstood woman has become almost proverbial, which can only be the result of a wholly distorted valuation. On the one side, our culture undervalues most extraordinarily the importance of sexuality. On the other side, sexuality breaks out as a direct result of the repression burdening it at every place where it does not belong, and makes use of such an indirect manner of expression that one may expect to meet it suddenly almost anywhere. Thus the 343 idea of the intimate comprehension of a human soul, which is in reality something very beautiful and pure, is soiled and disagreeably distorted through the entrance of the indirect sexual meaning. The secondary meaning or, better expressed, the misuse, which repressed and denied sexuality forces upon the highest soul functions, makes it possible, for example, for certain of our opponents to send in psychoanalysis prurient erotic confessionals. These are subjective wish-fulfillment deliria which need no contra-arguments. This misuse makes the wish to be understood highly suspicious, if the natural demands of life have not been fulfilled. Nature has first claim on man. Only long afterwards does the luxury of intellect come. The medieval ideal of life for the sake of death needs gradually to be replaced by a natural conception of life, in which the normal demands of men are thoroughly kept in mind. So that the desires of the animal sphere may no longer be compelled to drag down into their service the high gifts of the intellectual sphere in order to find an outlet. We are inclined, therefore, to consider the dreamer's wish for understanding, first of all, as a repressed striving towards the natural destiny. This meaning coincides absolutely with psychoanalytic experience, that there are countless neurotic people who apparently are prevented from experiencing life because they have an unconscious and often also a conscious repugnance to the sexual fate, under which they imagine all kinds of ugly things. There is only too great an inclination to yield to this pressure of the unconscious sexuality and to experience the dreaded, unconsciously hoped 344-4, disagreeable sexual experience. So as to acquire by that means a legitimately founded horror which retains them more surely in the infantile situation. This is the reason why so many people fall into that very state towards which they have the greatest abhorrence. That we were correct in our assumption that, in Miss Miller, it is a question of the battle for independence is shown by her statement that the hero's departure from his father's house reminds her of the fate of the young Buddha, who likewise renounced all luxury to which he was born in order to go out into the world to live out his destiny to its completion. Buddha gave the same heroic example as did Christ, who separated from his mother, and even spoke bitter words, Matthew, chapter 10, v. 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. 37. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Or Luke, chapter 12, v. 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division. 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. 53. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father. The mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against the 345 daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Horus snatched from his mother her head adornment, the power. Just as Adam struggled with Lilith, so he struggles for power. Nietzsche, in Human, All Too Human, expressed the same in very beautiful words. One may suppose that a mind, in which the type of free mind is to ripen and sweeten at maturity, has had its decisive crisis in a great detachment. So that before this time it was just so much the more a fettered spirit and appeared chained forever to its corner and its pillar. What binds it most firmly? What cords are almost unterrible? Among human beings of a high and exquisite type, it would be duties, that reverence, which is suitable for youth, that modesty and tenderness for all the old honored and valued things, that thankfulness for the earth from which they grew. For the hand which guided them, for the shrine where they learnt to pray, their loftiest moments themselves come to bind them the firmest, to obligate them the most permanently. The great detachment comes suddenly for people so bound. Better to die than to live here, thus rings the imperative voice of seduction, and this here, this at home, is all, that it, the soul, has loved until now. A sudden terror and suspicion against that which it has loved, a lightning flash of scorn towards that which is called duty, a rebellious, arbitrary, volcanic, impelling desire for traveling, for strange countries, estrangements, coolness, frigidity, disillusionments, a hatred of love, perhaps a sacrilegious touch and glance backwards there where just now it adored and loved, perhaps a blush of shame over what it has just done, and at the same time an exultation over having done it. An intoxicating internal joyous thrill, in which a victory reveals itself, a victory. Over what? Over whom? An enigmatic, doubtful, questioning victory, but the first triumph. Of such woe and pain is formed the history of the great detachment. It is like a disease which can destroy men, this first eruption of strength and will towards self-assertion. 346 The danger lies, as is brilliantly expressed by Nietzsche, in isolation in one's self. Solitude surrounds and embraces him ever more threatening, ever more constricting, ever more heart-strangling, the terrible goddess and mater siva cupidinum. The libido taken away from the mother, who is abandoned only reluctantly, becomes threatening as a serpent, the symbol of death, for the relation to the mother must cease, must die, which itself almost causes man's death. In mater siva cupidinum the idea attains rare, almost conscious, perfection. I do not presume to try to paint in better words than has Nietzsche the psychology of the wrench from childhood. Miss Miller furnishes us with a further reference to a material which has influenced her creation in a more general manner. This is the great Indian epic of Longfellow, the Song of Hiawatha. If my readers have had patience to read thus far, and to reflect upon what they have read, they frequently must have wondered at the number of times I introduce for comparison such apparently foreign material and how often I widen the base upon which Miss Miller's creations rest. Doubts must often have arisen whether it is justifiable to enter into important discussions concerning the psychologic foundations of myths, religions, and culture in general on the basis of such scanty suggestions. It might be said that behind the Miller fantasies such a 347 thing is scarcely to be found. I need hardly emphasize the fact that I, too, have sometimes been in doubt. I had never read Hiawatha until, in the course of my work, I came to this part. Hiawatha, a poetical compilation of Indian myths, gives me, however, a justification for all preceding reflections, because this epic contains an unusual number of mythologic problems. This fact is probably of great importance for the wealth of suggestions in the Miller fantasies. We are, therefore, compelled to obtain an insight into this epic. Nawadaha sings the songs of the epic of the hero Hiawatha, the friend of man. There he sang of Hiawatha. Sang the songs of Hiawatha. Sang his wondrous birth and being. How he prayed and how he fasted. How he lived and toiled and suffered. That the tribes of men might prosper. That he might advance his people. The teleological meaning of the hero, as that symbolic figure which unites in itself libido in the form of admiration and adoration, in order to lead to higher sublimations by way of the symbolic bridges of the myths, is anticipated here. Thus we become quickly acquainted with Hiawatha as a savior, and are prepared to hear all that which must be said of a savior, of his marvelous birth, of his early great deeds, and his sacrifice for his fellow men. The first song begins with a fragment of evangelism. Gitche Manito, the master of life, tired of the quarrels 348 of his human children, calls his people together and makes known to them the joyous message. I will send a prophet to you. A deliverer of the nations. Who shall guide you and shall teach you? Who shall toil and suffer with you? If you listen to his counsels, you will multiply and prosper. If his warnings pass unheeded, you will fade away and perish. Gitche Manito, the mighty, the creator of the nations, is represented as he stood erect, on the great red pipestone quarry. From his footprints flowed a river. Leaped into the light of morning. O'er the precipice plunging downward. Gleamed like Ishkada, the comet. The water flowing from his footsteps sufficiently proves the phallic nature of this creator. I refer to the earlier utterances concerning the phallic and fertilizing nature of the horse's foot and the horse's steps, and especially do I recall Hippocrene and the foot of Pegasus. We meet with the same idea in Psalm LXV, VV 9-11. Thou visitest the earth, and waterest it, thou makest it very plenteous. The river of God is full of water, thou preparest their corn, for so thou providest for the earth. Thou waterest her furrows, thou sendest rain into the little valleys thereof, thou makest it soft with the drops of rain, and blessest the increase of it. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness, and thy paths drop fatness. 349 Wherever the fertilizing God steps, there is fruitfulness. We already have spoken of the symbolic meaning of treading in discussing the nightmares. Caeneus passes into the depths, splitting the earth with a foot outstretched. Amphiaraos, another chthonic hero, sinks into the earth, which Zeus has opened for him by a stroke of lightning. Compare with that the above-mentioned vision of a hysterical patient, who saw a black horse after a flash of lightning, identity of horse's footstep and flash of lightning. By means of a flash of lightning heroes were made immortal. Faust attained the mothers when he stamped his foot. Stamp and descend, stamping thou lt rise again. The heroes in the sun-devouring myths often stamp at or struggle in the jaws of the monster. Thus Tor stamped through the ship's bottom in battle with the monster, and went as far as the bottom of the sea. Caeneus. Concerning kicking as an infantile fantasy, see above. The regression of the libido to the presexual stage makes this preparatory action of treading either a substitution for the coitus fantasy or for the fantasy of re-entrance into the mother's womb. The comparison of water flowing from the footsteps with a comet is a light symbolism for the fructifying moisture, sperma. According to an observation by Humboldt, Cosmos, certain South American Indian tribes called the meteors, urine of the stars. Mention is also made of how Gitche Manito makes fire. He blows upon a forest, so that the trees, rubbing upon each other, burst into 350 flame. This demon is, therefore, an excellent libido symbol. He also produced fire. After this prologue in the second song, the hero's previous history is related. The great warrior, Mudjekeewis, Hiawatha's father, has cunningly overcome the great bear, the terror of the nations, and stolen from him the magic belt of wampum, a girdle of shells. Here we meet the motive of the treasure attained with difficulty, which the hero rescues from the monster. Who the bear is shown by the poet's comparisons. Mudjekeewis strikes the bear on his head after he has robbed him of the treasure. With the heavy blow bewildered, rose the great bear of the mountains. But his knees beneath him trembled, and he whimpered like a woman. Mudjekeewis said derisively to him, "Else you would not cry, and whimper, like a miserable woman. But you, bear, sit here and whimper, and disgrace your tribe by crying, like a wretched Shagadaya, like a cowardly old woman." These three comparisons with a woman are to be found near each other on the same page. Mudjekeewis has, like a true hero, once more torn life from the jaws of death, from the all-devouring, terrible mother. This deed, which, as we have seen, is also represented as 351 a journey to hell, night journey through the sea, the conquering of the monster from within, signifies at the same time entrance into the mother's womb, a rebirth. The results of which are perceptible also for Mudjekeewis. As in the Zosimo's vision, here too the entering one becomes the breath of the wind or spirit. Mudjekeewis becomes the west wind, the fertilizing breath, the father of winds. His sons become the other winds. An intermezzo tells of them and of their love stories, of which I will mention only the courtship of Wabans, the east wind, because here the erotic wooing of the wind is pictured in an especially beautiful manner. Every morning he sees a beautiful girl in a meadow, whom he eagerly courts. Every morning, gazing earthward. Still the first thing he beheld there was her blue eyes looking at him. Two blue lakes among the rushes. The comparison with water is not a matter of secondary importance, because, from wind and water, shall man be born anew. And he wooed her with caresses. Wooed her with his smile of sunshine. With his flattering words he wooed her. With his sighing and his singing. Gentlest whispers in the branches. Softest music, sweetest odors, etc. In these onomatopoetic verses the wind's caressing courtship is excellently expressed. 352 The third song presents the previous history of Hiawatha's mother. His grandmother, when a maiden, lived in the moon. There she once swung upon a liana, but a jealous lover cut off the liana, and Nokomis, Hiawatha's grandmother, fell to earth. The people, who saw her fall downwards, thought that she was a shooting star. This marvelous descent of Nokomis is more plainly illustrated by a later passage of this same song. Their little Hiawatha asks the grandmother what is the moon. Nokomis teaches him about it as follows: the moon is the body of a grandmother, whom a warlike grandson has cast up there in wrath. Hence the moon is the grandmother. In ancient beliefs, the moon is also the gathering place of departed souls, the guardian of seeds, therefore, once more a place of the origin of life of predominantly feminine significance. The remarkable thing is that Nokomis, falling upon the earth, gave birth to a daughter, Winona, subsequently the mother of Hiawatha. The throwing upwards of the mother, and her falling down and bringing forth, seems to contain something typical in itself. Thus a story of the 17th century relates that a mad bull threw a pregnant woman as high as a house, and tore open her womb, and the child fell without harm upon the earth. On account of his wonderful birth, this child was considered a hero or doer of miracles, but he died at an early age. The belief is widespread among lower savages that the sun is feminine and the moon masculine. Among the Namaqua, a Hottentot tribe, the opinion is prevalent that the sun consists of transparent bacon. 353 The people, who journey on boats, draw it down by magic every evening, cut off a suitable piece and then give it a kick so that it flies up again into the sky. Waits, Anthropology, 2, 342. The infantile nourishment comes from the mother. In the Gnostic fantasies we come across a legend of the origin of man which possibly belongs here. The female archons bound to the vault of heaven are unable, on account of its quick rotation, to keep their young within them. But let them fall upon the earth, from which men arise. Possibly there is here a connection with barbaric midwifery, the letting fall of the prurient. The assault upon the mother is already introduced with the adventure of Mudjekeewis, and is continued in the violent handling of the grandmother, Nokomis, who, as a result of the cutting of the liana and the fall downwards, seems in some way to have become pregnant. The cutting of the branch, the plucking, we have already recognized as mother incest. See above. That well-known verse, Saxonland, where beautiful maidens grow upon trees, and phrases like, picking cherries in a neighbor's garden, allude to a similar idea. The fall downwards of Nokomis deserves to be compared to a poetical figure in Heine. A star is falling out of the glittering sky. The star of love. I watch it sink in the depths and die. The leaves and buds are falling from many an apple tree. 354 I watch the mirthful breezes embrace them wantonly. Winona later was courted by the caressing west wind, and becomes pregnant. Winona, as a young moon goddess, has the beauty of the moonlight. Nokomis warns her of the dangerous courtship of Mudjekeewis, the west wind. But Winona allows herself to become infatuated, and conceives from the breath of the wind, from the Pi Nu Epsilon Mu Alpha, a son, our hero. And the west wind came at evening, found the beautiful Winona lying there amid the lilies, wooed her with his words of sweetness, wooed her with his soft caresses, till she bore a son in sorrow, bore a son of love and sorrow. Fertilization through the breath of the spirit is already a well-known precedent for us. The star or comet plainly belongs to the birth scene as a libido symbol. Nokomis, too, comes to earth as a shooting star. Morike's sweet poetic fantasy has devised a similar divine origin. And she who bore me in her womb, and gave me food and clothing. She was a maid, a wild, brown maid, who looked on men with loathing. She fleered at them and laughed out loud, and bade no suitor tarry. I'd rather be the wind's own bride than have a man and marry. 355 Then came the wind and held her fast, his captive, love enchanted. And lo, by him a merry child within her womb was planted. Buddha's marvelous birth story, retold by Sir Edwin Arnold, also shows traces of this. Maya, the queen, dreamed a strange dream, dreamed that a star from heaven, splendid, six-rayed, in color rosy pearl, whereof the token was an elephant, six-tusked and white as milk of Kamadhuk, shot through the void, and shining into her, entered her womb upon the right. During Maya's conception a wind blows over the land. A wind blew with unknown freshness over lands and seas. After the birth the four genii of the east, west, south and north come to render service as bearers of the palanquin. The coming of the wise men at Christ's birth. We also find here a distinct reference to the four winds. For the completion of the symbolism there is to be found in the Buddha myth, as well as in the birth legend of Christ, besides the impregnation by star and wind, also the fertilization by an animal, here an elephant, which with its phallic trunk fulfilled in Maya the Christian method of fructification through the ear or the head. It is well known that, in addition to the dove, the unicorn is also a procreative symbol of the Logos. Here arises the question why the birth of a hero always 356 had to take place under such strange symbolic circumstances. It might also be imagined that a hero arose from ordinary surroundings and gradually grew out of his inferior environment, perhaps with 1,000 troubles and dangers. And, indeed, this motive is by no means strange in the hero myth. It might be said that superstition demands strange conditions of birth and generation, but why does it demand them? The answer to this question is, that the birth of the hero, as a rule, is not that of an ordinary mortal, but is a rebirth from the mother spouse, hence it occurs under mysterious ceremonies. Therefore, in the very beginning, lies the motive of the two mothers of the hero. As Rank has shown us through many examples, the hero is often obliged to experience exposure, and upbringing by foster parents, and in this manner he acquires the two mothers. A striking example is the relation of Hercules to Hera. In the Hiawatha epic, Winona dies after the birth and Nokomis takes her place. Maya dies after the birth and Buddha is given a stepmother. The stepmother is sometimes an animal, the she-wolf of Romulus and Remus, etc. The twofold mother may be replaced by the motive of twofold birth, which has attained a lofty significance in the Christian mythology, namely, through baptism, which, as we have seen, represents rebirth. Thus man is born and not merely in a commonplace manner, but also born again in a mysterious manner, by means of which he becomes a participator of the kingdom of God, of immortality. Anyone may become a hero in this way who is generated anew through his own 357 mother, because only through her does he share in immortality. Therefore, it happened that the death of Christ on the cross, which creates universal salvation, was understood as baptism, that is to say, as rebirth through the second mother, the mysterious tree of death. Christ says, "But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished?" Luke 12:50. He interprets his death agony symbolically as birth agony. The motive of the two mothers suggests the thought of self-rejuvenation, and evidently expresses the fulfillment of the wish that it might be possible for the mother to bear me again. At the same time, applied to the heroes, it means one is a hero who is born again by her who has previously been his mother, that is to say, a hero is he who may again produce himself through his mother. The countless suggestions in the history of the procreation of the heroes indicate the latter formulations. Hiawatha's father first overpowered the mother under the symbol of the bear, then himself becoming a god, he procreates the hero. What Hiawatha had to do as hero, Nokomis hinted to him in the legend of the origin of the moon, he is forcibly to throw his mother upwards, or throw downwards. Then she would become pregnant by this act of violence and could bring forth a daughter. This rejuvenated mother would be allotted, according to the Egyptian rite, as a daughter-wife to the sun god, the father of his mother, for self-reproduction. What action 358 Hiawatha takes in this regard we shall see presently. We have already studied the behavior of the pre-Asiatic gods related to Christ. Concerning the pre-existence of Christ, the Gospel of St. John is full of this thought. Thus the speech of John the Baptist. "This is he of whom I said, After me cometh a man which is preferred before me, for he was before me." John I:30. Also the beginning of the Gospel is full of deep mythologic significance. "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God." 3. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. 4. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. 5. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. 6. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. 7. The same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light. 8. He was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. 9. That was the true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. This is the proclamation of the reappearing light, the reborn Son, which formerly was, and which will be again. In the baptistry at Pisa, Christ is represented bringing the tree of life to man, his head is surrounded by a sun halo. Over this relief stand the words Introitus Solis. Because the one born was his own procreator, the history of his procreation is strangely concealed under symbolic 359 events, which are meant to conceal and deny it, hence the extraordinary assertion of the virgin conception. This is meant to hide the incestuous impregnation. But do not let us forget that this naive assertion plays an unusually important part in the ingenious symbolic bridge, which is to guide the libido out from the incestuous bond to higher and more useful applications, which indicate a new kind of immortality. That is to say, immortal work. The environment of Hiawatha's youth is of importance. By the shores of Gitche Gumee, by the shining Big Sea water, stood the wigwam of Nokomis, daughter of the moon, Nokomis. Dark behind it rose the forest. Rose the black and gloomy pine trees. Rose the firs with cones upon them. Bright before it beat the water. Beat the clear and sunny water. Beat the shining Big Sea water. In this environment Nokomis brought him up. Here she taught him the first words, and told him the first fairy tales, and the sounds of the water and the wood were intermingled, so that the child learned not only to understand man's speech, but also that of nature. At the door on summer evenings sat the little Hiawatha. Heard the whispering of the pine trees. Heard the lapping of the water. Sounds of music, words of wonder. Minwawa, said the pine trees. Mudwayaushka, said the water. 360 Hiawatha hears human speech in the sounds of nature. Thus he understands nature's speech. The wind says, wawa. The cry of the wild goose is, wawa. Wawatesi means the small glowworm which enchants him. Thus the poet paints most beautifully the gradual gathering of external nature into the compass of the subjective, and the intimate connection of the primary object to which the first lisping words were applied, and from which the first sounds were derived, with the secondary object, the wider nature which usurps imperceptibly the mother's place, and takes possession of those sounds heard first from the mother, and also of those feelings which we all discover later in ourselves in all the warm love of Mother Nature. The later blending, whether pantheistic, philosophic or aesthetic, of the sentimental, cultured man with nature is, looked at retrospectively, a reblending with the mother, who was our primary object, and with whom we truly were once wholly one. Therefore, it is not astonishing when we again see emerging in the poetical speech of a modern philosopher, Carl Jung, the old pictures which symbolize the unity with the mother, illustrated by the confluence of subject and object. In his recent book, Lund Welt, 1912, Joel writes as follows, in the chapter called, Primal Experience. I lay on the seashore, the shining waters glittering in my dreamy eyes, at a great distance fluttered the soft breeze. Throbbing, shimmering, stirring, lulling to sleep comes the wave beat to the shore, or to the ear. I know not. Distance and nearness become blurred into one, without and within glide into each 361 other. Nearer and nearer, dearer and more homelike sounds the beating of the waves. Now, like a thundering pulse in my head it strikes, and now it beats over my soul, devours it, embraces it, while it itself at the same time floats out like the blue waste of waters. Yes, without and within are one. Glistening and foaming, flowing and fanning and roaring, the entire symphony of the stimuli experienced sounds in one tone, all thought becomes one thought, which becomes one with feeling. The world exhales in the soul and the soul dissolves in the world. Our small life is encircled by a great sleep, the sleep of our cradle, the sleep of our grave, the sleep of our home, from which we go forth in the morning, to which we again return in the evening. Our life but the short journey, the interval between the emergence from the original oneness and the sinking back into it. Blue shimmers the infinite sea, wherein dreams the jelly-fish of the primitive life, toward which without ceasing our thoughts hark back dimly through eons of existence. For every happening entails a change and a guarantee of the unity of life. At that moment when they are no longer blended together, in that instant man lifts his head, blind and dripping, from the depths of the stream of experience, from the oneness with the experience. At that moment of parting when the unity of life in startled surprise detaches the change and holds it away from itself as something alien, at this moment of alienation the aspects of the experience have been substantialized into subject and object. And in that moment consciousness is born. Joel paints here, in unmistakable symbolism, the confluence of subject and object as the reunion of mother and child. The symbols agree with those of mythology, even in their details. The encircling and devouring motive is distinctly suggested. The sea, devouring the sun and giving birth to it anew, is already an old acquaintance. The moment of the rise of consciousness, the separation of subject and object is a birth. Truly philosophical 362 thought hangs with lame wings upon the few great primitive pictures of human speech, above the simple, all-surpassing greatness of which no thought can rise. The idea of the jelly-fish is not accidental. Once when I was explaining to a patient the maternal significance of water at this contact with the mother complex, she experienced a very unpleasant feeling. "It makes me squirm," she said, "as if I touched a jellyfish." Here, too, the same idea. The blessed state of sleep before birth and after death is, as Joel observed, something like old shadowy memories of that unsuspecting, thoughtless state of early childhood, where as yet no opposition disturbed the peaceful flow of dawning life. To which the inner longing always draws us back again, and from which the active life must free itself anew with struggle and death, so that it may not be doomed to destruction. Long before Joel, an Indian chieftain had said the same thing in similar words to one of the restless wise men. "Ah, my brother, you will never learn to know the happiness of thinking nothing and doing nothing, this is next to sleep. This is the most delightful thing there is. Thus we were before birth, thus we shall be after death." We shall see in Hiawatha's later fate how important his early impressions are in his choice of a wife. Hiawatha's first deed was to kill a roebuck with his arrow. Dead he lay there in the forest. By the ford across the river. This is typical of Hiawatha's deeds. Whatever he kills, for the most part, lies next to or in the water, sometimes 363 half in the water and half on the land. It seems that this must well be so. The later adventures will teach us why this must be so. The buck was no ordinary animal, but a magic one, that is to say, one with an additional unconscious significance. Hiawatha made for himself gloves and moccasins from its hide. The gloves imparted such strength to his arms that he could crumble rocks to dust, and the moccasins had the virtue of the 7-league boots. By enwrapping himself in the buck's skin he really became a giant. This motive, together with the death of the animal at the ford, in the water, reveals the fact that the parents are concerned, whose gigantic proportions as compared with the child are of great significance in the unconscious. The Toys of Giants is a wish inversion of the infantile fantasy. The dream of an 11-year-old girl expresses this. "I am as high as a church steeple, then a policeman comes. I tell him, if you say anything, I will cut off your head." The policeman, as the analysis brought out, referred to the father, whose gigantic size was overcompensated by the church steeple. In Mexican human sacrifices, the gods were represented by criminals, who were slaughtered, and flayed, and the carabants then clothed themselves in the bloody skins, in order to illustrate the resurrection of the gods. The snake's casting of his skin as a symbol of rejuvenation. Hiawatha has, therefore, conquered his parents, primarily the mother, although in the form of a male animal, compare the bear of Mudjekeewis. And from that 364 comes his giant strength. He has taken on the parent's skin and now has himself become a great man. Now he started forth to his first great battle to fight with the father Mudjekeewis, in order to avenge his dead mother Winona. Naturally, under this figure of speech hides the thought that he slays the father, in order to take possession of the mother. Compare the Battle of Gilgamesh with the giant Chumbaba and the ensuing conquest of Ishtar. The father, in the psychologic sense, merely represents the personification of the incest prohibition, that is to say, resistance, which defends the mother. Instead of the father, it may be a fearful animal, the great bear, the snake, the dragon, etc., which must be fought and overcome. The hero is a hero because he sees in every difficulty of life resistance to the forbidden treasure, and fights that resistance with the complete yearning which strives towards the treasure, attainable with difficulty, or unattainable. The yearning which paralyzes and kills the ordinary man. Hiawatha's father is Mudjekeewis, the west wind. The battle, therefore, takes place in the west. Thence came life, impregnation of Winona, thence also came death, death of Winona. Hiawatha, therefore, fights the typical battle of the hero for rebirth in the western sea, the battle with the devouring terrible mother, this time in the form of the father. Mudjekeewis, who himself had acquired a divine nature, through his conquest of the bear, now is overpowered by his son. Back retreated Mudjekeewis, rushing westward o'er the mountains. 365 stumbling westward down the mountains. 3 whole days retreated fighting. Still pursued by Hiawatha. To the doorways of the west wind. To the portals of the sunset. To the earth's remotest border. Where into the empty spaces sinks the sun. As a flamingo drops into her nest at nightfall. The 3 days are a stereotyped form representing the stay in the sea prison of night. 21st until 24th of December. Christ, too, remained 3 days in the underworld. The treasure, difficult to attain, is captured by the hero during this struggle in the West. In this case the father must make a great concession to the son. He gives him divine nature, that very wind nature, the immortality of which alone protected Mudjekeewis from death. He says to his son, "I will share my kingdom with you. Ruler shall you be henceforward. Of the northwest wind, Keewaydin. Of the home wind, the Keewaydin." That Hiawatha now becomes ruler of the home wind has its close parallel in the Gilgamesh epic, where Gilgamesh finally receives the magic herb from the wise old Utnapishtim, who dwells in the west. Which brings him safe once more over the sea to his home. But this, when he is home again, is retaken from him by a serpent. When one has slain the father, one can obtain possession of his wife, and when one has conquered the mother, one can free oneself. 366 On the return journey Hiawatha stops at the clever arrowmaker's, who possesses a lovely daughter. And he named her from the river. From the waterfall he named her Minnehaha, laughing water. When Hiawatha, in his earliest childhood dreaming, felt the sounds of water and wind press upon his ears, he recognized in these sounds of nature the speech of his mother. The murmuring pine trees on the shore of the great sea, said Minnewawa. And above the murmuring of the winds and the splashing of the water he found his earliest childhood dreams once again in a woman, Minnehaha, the laughing water. And the hero, before all others, finds in woman the mother, in order to become a child again, and, finally, to solve the riddle of immortality. The fact that Minnehaha's father is a skillful arrowmaker betrays him as the father of the hero, and the woman he had with him as the mother. The father of the hero is very often a skillful carpenter, or other artisan. According to an Arabian legend, Ter, Abraham's father, was a skillful master workman, who could carve arrows from any wood, that is to say, in the Arabian form of speech, he was a procreator of splendid sons. Moreover, he was a maker of images of gods. Tvashtar, Agni's father, is the maker of the world, a smith and carpenter, the discoverer of fire boring. Joseph, the father of Jesus, was also a carpenter. Likewise Kinneras, Adonis's father, who is said to have invented 367 the hammer, the lever, roofing and mining. Hephaestus, the father of Hermes, is an artistic master workman and sculptor. In fairy tales, the father of the hero is very modestly the traditional woodcutter. These conceptions were also alive in the cult of Osiris. There the divine image was carved out of a tree trunk and then placed within the hollow of the tree. Fraser, Golden Bough, Part 4. In Rigveda, the world was also hewn out of a tree by the world sculptor. The idea that the hero is his own procreator leads to the fact that he is invested with paternal attributes, and reversely the heroic attributes are given to the father. In Mani there exists a beautiful union of the motives. He accomplishes his great labors as a religious founder, hides himself for years in a cave, he dies, is skinned, stuffed and hung up, hero. Besides he is an artist, and has a crippled foot. A similar union of motives is found in Wieland, the smith. Hiawatha kept silent about what he saw at the old arrowmaker's on his return to Nokomis, and he did nothing further to win Minnehaha. But now something happened, which, if it were not in an Indian epic, would rather be sought in the history of a neurosis. Hiawatha introverted his libido, that is to say, he fell into an extreme resistance against the real sexual demand, Freud. He built a hut for himself in the wood, in order to fast there and to experience dreams and visions. For the first 3 days he wandered, as once in his earliest youth, through a forest and looked at all the animals and plants. 368 Master of life, he cried, desponding. Must our lives depend on these things? The question whether our lives must depend upon these things is very strange. It sounds as if life were derived from these things, that is to say, from nature in general. Nature seems suddenly to have assumed a very strange significance. This phenomenon can be explained only through the fact that a great amount of libido was stored up and now is given to nature. As is well known, men of even dull and prosy minds, in the springtime of love, suddenly become aware of nature, and even make poems about it. But we know that libido, prevented from an actual way of transference, always reverts to an earlier way of transference. Minnehaha, the laughing water, is so clearly an allusion to the mother that the secret yearning of the hero for the mother is powerfully touched. Therefore, without having undertaken anything, he goes home to Nokomis. But there again he is driven away, because Minnehaha already stands in his path. He turns, therefore, even further away, into that early youthful period, the tones of which recall Minnehaha most forcibly to his thoughts, where he learnt to hear the mother sounds in the sounds of nature. In this very strange revival of the impressions of nature we recognize a regression to those earliest and strongest nature impressions which stand next to the subsequently extinguished, even stronger impressions which the child received from the mother. The glamour of this feeling for her is transferred to other objects of the childish environment. 369, father's house, playthings, etc. From which later those magic blissful feelings proceed, which seem to be peculiar to the earliest childish memories. When, therefore, Hiawatha hides himself in the lap of nature, it is really the mother's womb, and it is to be expected that he will emerge again newborn in some form. Before turning to this new creation arising from introversion, there is still a further significance of the preceding question to be considered, whether life is dependent upon these things. Life may depend upon these things in the degree that they serve for nourishment. We must infer in this case that suddenly the question of nutrition came very near the hero's heart. This possibility will be thoroughly proven in what follows. The question of nutrition, indeed, enters seriously into consideration. First, because regression to the mother necessarily revives that special path of transference, namely, that of nutrition through the mother. As soon as the libido regresses to the presexual stage, there we may expect to see the function of nutrition and its symbols put in place of the sexual function. Thence is derived an essential root of the displacement from below upwards, Freud, because, in the presexual stage, the principal value belongs not to the genitals, but to the mouth. Secondly, because the hero fasted, his hunger becomes predominant. Fasting, as is well known, is employed to silence sexuality. Also, it expresses symbolically the resistance against sexuality, translated into the language of the presexual stage. On the 4th day of his fast the hero ceased to address himself to nature. 370 He lay exhausted, with half-closed eyes, upon his couch, sunk deep in dreams, the picture of extreme introversion. We have already seen that, in such circumstances, an infantile internal equivalent for reality appears, in the place of external life and reality. This is also the case with Hiawatha. And he saw a youth approaching, dressed in garments green and yellow, coming through the purple twilight, through the splendor of the sunset. Plumes of green bent o'er his forehead, and his hair was soft and golden. This remarkable apparition reveals himself in the following manner to Hiawatha. From the Master of Life descending. I, the friend of man, Mondamin, come to warn you and instruct you. How by struggle and by labor you shall gain what you have prayed for. Rise up from your bed of branches. Rise, O youth, and wrestle with me. Mondamin is the maize, a god, who is eaten, arising from Hiawatha's introversion. His hunger, taken in a double sense, his longing for the nourishing mother, gives birth from his soul to another hero, the edible maize, the son of the earth mother. Therefore, he again arises at sunset, symbolizing the entrance into the mother, and in the western sunset glow he begins again the mystic struggle with the self-created God. The God who has originated entirely from the longing for the nourishing mother. 371 The struggle is again the struggle for liberation from this destructive and yet productive longing. Mondamin is, therefore, equivalent to the mother, and the struggle with him means the overpowering and impregnation of the mother. This interpretation is entirely proven by a myth of the Cherokees, who invoke it, the maize, under the name of the Old Woman. In allusion to a myth that it sprang from the blood of an old woman killed by her disobedient sons. Faint with famine, Hiawatha started from his bed of branches. From the twilight of his wigwam. Forth into the flush of sunset. Came. And wrestled with Mondamin. At his touch he felt new courage. Throbbing in his brain and bosom. Felt new life and hope and vigor. Run through every nerve and fiber. The battle at sunset with the god of the maize gives Hiawatha new strength. And thus it must be, because the fight for the individual depths, against the paralyzing longing for the mother, gives creative strength to men. Here, indeed, is the source of all creation, but it demands heroic courage to fight against these forces and to wrest from them the treasure difficult to attain. He who succeeds in this has, in truth, attained the best. Hiawatha wrestles with himself for his creation. The struggle lasts again the charmed 3 days. The 4th day, just as Mondamin prophesied, Hiawatha conquers him, and Mondamin sinks to the ground in death. As Mondamin 372 previously desired, Hiawatha digs his grave in Mother Earth, and soon afterwards from this grave the young and fresh maize grows for the nourishment of mankind. Concerning the thought of this fragment, we have therein a beautiful parallel to the mystery of Mitra, where first the battle of the hero with his bull occurs. Afterwards Mitra carries in transitus the bull into the cave, where he kills him. From this death all fertility grows, all that is edible. The cave corresponds to the grave. The same idea is represented in the Christian mysteries, although generally in more beautiful human forms. The soul struggle of Christ in Gethsemane, where he struggles with himself in order to complete his work, then the transitus, the carrying of the cross, where he takes upon himself the symbol of the destructive mother. And therewith takes himself to the sacrificial grave, from which, after 3 days, he triumphantly arises. All these ideas express the same fundamental thoughts. Also, the symbol of eating is not lacking in the Christian mystery. Christ is a God who is eaten in the Lord's Supper. His death transforms him into bread and wine, which we partake of in grateful memory of his great deed. The relation of Agni to the somodrink and that of Dionysus to wine must not be omitted here. An evident parallel is Samson's rending of the lion, and the subsequent inhabitation of the dead lion by honey bees. Which gives rise to the well-known German riddle. Speis ging von dem Fresser und die Süßigkeit von dem Starken, food went from the glutton and sweet from the strong. 373 inches The Eleusinian mysteries. These thoughts seem to have played a role. Besides Demeter and Persephone, Iacchos is a chief god of the Eleusinian cult. He was the pure Eternus, the eternal boy, of whom Ovid says the following. Tu pure Eternus, tu formosissimus alto. Conspicuous scylla tibi, cum sine cornibus astas. Virginium caput est, etc. In the great Eleusinian festival procession the image of Iacchos was carried. It is not easy to say which god is Iacchos, possibly a boy, or a newborn son, similar to the Etrurian Tages, who bears the surname, the freshly plowed boy, because, according to the myth, he arose from the furrow of the field behind the peasant who was plowing. This idea shows unmistakably the Wandlungen motive. The plow is of well-known phallic meaning, the furrow of the field is personified by the Hindus as woman. The psychology of this idea is that of a coitus, referred back to the presexual stage of nutrition. The sun is the edible fruit of the field. Iacchos passes, in part, as son of Demeter or of Persephone, also appropriately as consort of Demeter. Hero as procreator of himself. He is also called tau delta mu eta tau rho omicron delta alpha mu omega nu equals libido, also mother libido. He was identified with Dionysus, especially with the Thracian Dionysus Zagreus, of whom a typical fate of rebirth was related. Hera had goaded the Titans against Zagreus, 374 who, assuming many forms, sought to escape them, until they finally took him when he had taken on the form of a bull. In this form he was killed, Mitra's sacrifice, and dismembered, and the pieces were thrown into a cauldron, but Zeus killed the Titans by lightning, and swallowed the still-throbbing heart of Zagreus. Through this act he gave him existence once more, and Zagreus as Iacchos again came forth. Iacchos carries the torch, the phallic symbol of procreation, as Plato testifies. In the festival procession, the sheaf of corn, the cradle of Iacchos, was carried. Lambda Kappa Nu Omicron Nu, Mystica Vanis Iacchi. The Orphic legend relates that Iacchos was brought up by Persephone, when, after 3 years' slumber in the Lambda Kappa Nu Omicron Nu, he awoke. This statement distinctly suggests the Wandlungen motive. The 20th of Bodromian, the month Bodromian lasts from about the 5th of September to the 5th of October, is called Iacchos, in honor of the hero. On the evening of this day the great torchlight procession took place on the seashore, in which the quest and lament of Demeter was represented. The role of Demeter, who, seeking her daughter, wanders over the whole earth without food or drink, has been taken over by Hiawatha in the Indian epic. He turns to all created things without obtaining an answer. As Demeter first learns of her daughter from the subterranean Hecate, so does Hiawatha first find the one sought for, Wandlungen, in the deepest introversion, descent to the mother. Hiawatha produces from himself, Wandlungen, as a mother produces the son. The 375 longing for the mother also includes the producing mother, first devouring, then birth-giving. Concerning the real contents of the mysteries, we learn through the testimony of Bishop Asterius, about 390 AD, the following. Is not there, in Eleusis, the gloomiest descent, and the most solemn communion of the Hierophant and the priestess? Between him and her alone. Are the torches not extinguished, and does not the vast multitude regard as their salvation that which takes place between the two in the darkness? That points undoubtedly to a ritual marriage, which was celebrated subterraneously in Mother Earth. The priestess of Demeter seems to be the representative of the earth goddess, perhaps the furrow of the field. The descent into the earth is also the symbol of the mother's womb, and was a widespread conception under the form of cave worship. Plutarch relates of the Magi that they sacrificed to Ahriman, epsilon tau pi omicron nu lambda iota omicron nu. Lucian lets the magician Mithrobarzanes epsilon chi omega rho omicron nu rho eta mu omicron nu kappa alpha lambda delta epsilon kappa alpha nu lambda iota omicron nu, descend into the bowels of the earth. According to the testimony of Moses of the Quran, the sister fire and the brother spring were worshipped in Armenia in a cave. Julian gave an account from the Attis legend of a kappa alpha tau beta alpha sigma iota epsilon nu tau rho omicron nu, from whence Cybele brings up her son lover, that is to say, gives birth to him. The cave of Christ's birth, in Bethlehem, house of bread, is said to have been an Attis Speleum. 376. A further Eleusinian symbolism is found in the festival of Hieros Gamos, in the form of the mystic chests, which, according to the testimony of Clemens of Alexandria, may have contained pastry, salt and fruits. The synthema, confession, of the mystic transmitted by Clemens is suggestive in still other directions. I have fasted, I have drunk of the barley drink, I have taken from the chest and after I have labored, I have placed it back in the basket. and from the basket into the chest. The question as to what lay in the chest is explained in detail by Dietrich. The labor he considers a phallic activity, which the mystic has to perform. In fact, representations of the mystic basket are given, wherein lies a phallus surrounded by fruits. Upon the so-called Lavatelli tomb vase, the sculptures of which are understood to be Eleusinian ceremonies, it is shown how a mystic caressed the serpent entwining Demeter. The caressing of the fear animal indicates a religious conquering of incest. According to the testimony of Clemens of Alexandria, a serpent was in the chest. The serpent in this connection is naturally of phallic nature, the phallus which is forbidden in relation to the mother. Rodi mentions that in the Aretophores, pastry, in the form of phalli and serpents, were thrown into the cave near the Thesmophorion. This custom was a petition for the bestowal of children and harvest. The snake also plays a large part in initiations under the remarkable title Delta Iota Kappa Lambda Pi Omicron Upsilon Theta Epsilon. Clemens observes that the symbol 377 of the Sabazios Mysteries is Delta Iota Kappa Lambda Pi Omega Nu Theta Epsilon, Delta Rho Kappa Omega Nu Delta Sigma Tau Iota Kappa Alpha Omicron Tau Omicron Delta Iota Epsilon Lambda Kappa Mu Epsilon Nu Omicron Tau Omicron Kappa Lambda Pi Omicron Upsilon Tau Nu Tau Epsilon Lambda Omicron Upsilon Mu Nu Omega Nu. Through Arnobius we learn. Aureus Coluber in sinem dimititor consecratus et eximitor versus ab inferioribus partibus ac immis. In the Orphic hymn 52, Bacchus is invoked by Pi Omicron Kappa Lambda Pi Iota Epsilon, which indicates that the god enters into man as if through the female genitals. According to the testimony of Hippolytus, the Hierophant in the mystery exclaimed Epsilon Rho Omicron Nu Tau Epsilon Kappa Epsilon Pi Tau Nu Iota Alpha Kappa Omicron Rho Omicron Nu, Beta Rho Iota Mu Beta Rho Iota Mu Nu, the revered one has brought forth a holy boy, Bremos from Bremo. This Christmas gospel, unto us a son is born, is illustrated especially through the tradition that the Athenians secretly show to the partakers in the apoptia, the great and wonderful and most perfect apoptic mystery, a mown stalk of wheat. The parallel for the motive of death and resurrection is the motive of losing and finding. The motive appears in religious rites in exactly the same connection, namely, in spring festivities similar to the Hieros Gamos, where the image of the god was hidden and found again. It is an uncanonical tradition that Moses left his father's house when 12 years old to teach mankind. In a similar manner Christ is lost by his parents, and they find him again as a teacher of wisdom, just as in the Mohammedan 378 legend Moses and Joshua lose the fish, and in his place Chittor, the teacher of wisdom, appears, like the boy Jesus in the temple. So does the corn god, lost and believed to be dead, suddenly arise again from his mother into renewed youth. That Christ was laid in the manger is suggestive of fodder. Robertson, therefore, places the manger as parallel to the Lycaon. We understand from these accounts why the Eleusinian mysteries were for the mystic so rich in comfort for the hope of a better world. A beautiful Eleusinian epitaph shows this. Truly, a beautiful secret is proclaimed by the blessed gods. Mortality is not a curse, but death a blessing. The hymn to Demeter in the Mysteries also says the same. Blessed is he, the earth-born man, who hath seen this. Who hath not shared in these divine ceremonies. He hath an unequal fate in the obscure darkness of death. Immortality is inherent in the Eleusinian symbol. In a church song of the 19th century by Samuel Pricework we discover it again. The world is yours, Lord Jesus. The world, on which we stand. Because it is thy world. It cannot perish. Only the wheat, before it comes up to the light in its fertility, must die in the bosom of the earth, first freed from its own nature. 379 Inch thou goest, O Lord, our chief, to heaven through thy sorrows, and guide him who believes in thee on the same path. Then take us all equally to share in thy sorrows and kingdoms. Guide us through thy gate of death. Bring thy world into the light. Firmicus relates concerning the Attis mysteries. Noct quadam simulacrum in lectica supinum ponitor et per numeros digestis fletibus plangitor. Deind cum esse ficta lamentation satiaverant, lumen inferter, tunca sacerdote omnium ca flebant fauces unguenter, cabus perunctus sacerdos hoc lento murmur susurrat. Theta alpha rho rho epsilon mu sigma tau alpha iota tau omicron theta epsilon sigma omega sigma mu nu omicron upsilon sigma tau alpha iota gamma rho mu nu kappa pi nu omicron upsilon sigma omega tau eta rho alpha. Such parallels show how little human personality and how much divine, that is to say, universally human, is found in the Christ mystery. No man is or, indeed, ever was, a hero, for the hero is a God, and, therefore, impersonal and generally applicable to all. Christ is a spirit, as is shown in the very early Christian interpretation. In different places of the earth, and in the most varied forms and in the coloring of various periods, the Savior hero appears as a fruit of the entrance of the libido into the personal maternal depths. The Bacchian consecrations represented upon the Farnese relief contain 380a scene where a mystic wrapped in a mantle, drawn over his head, was led to Cylon, who holds the lambdakainu omicron nu chalice, covered with a cloth. The covering of the head signifies death. The mystic dies, figuratively, like the seed corn, grows again and comes to the corn harvest. Proclus relates that the mystics were buried up to their necks. The Christian church as a place of religious ceremony is really nothing but the grave of a hero, catacombs. The believer descends into the grave, in order to rise from the dead with the hero. That the meaning underlying the church is that of the mother's womb can scarcely be doubted. The symbols of Mass are so distinct that the mythology of the sacred act peeps out everywhere. It is the magic charm of rebirth. The veneration of the Holy Sepulchre is most plain in this respect. A striking example is the Holy Sepulchre of Saint Stefano in Bologna. The church itself, a very old polygonal building, consists of the remains of a temple to Isis. The interior contains an artificial spolium, a so-called Holy Sepulchre, into which one creeps through a very little door. After a long sojourn, the believer reappears reborn from this mother's womb. An Etruscan ossuarium in the Archaeological Museum in Florence is at the same time a statue of Matuta, the goddess of death. The clay figure of the goddess is hollowed within as a receptacle for the ashes. The representations indicate that Matuta is the mother. Her chair is adorned with sphinxes, as a fitting symbol for the mother of death. The so-called Holy Sepulchre of S. Stefano at Bologna. 381. Only a few of the further deeds of Hiawatha can interest us here. Among these is the battle with Mishnama, the fish king, in the 8th song. This deserves to be mentioned as a typical battle of the sun hero. Mishnama is a fish monster, who dwells at the bottom of the waters. Challenged by Hiawatha to battle, he devours the hero, together with his boat. In his wrath he darted upward. Flashing leaped into the sunshine. Opened his great jaws, and swallowed both canoe and Hiawatha. Down into that darksome cavern plunged the headlong Hiawatha. As a log on some black river shoots and plunges down the rapids. Found himself in utter darkness. Groped about in helpless wonder. Till he felt a great heart beating. Throbbing in that utter darkness. And he smote it in his anger. With his fist, the heart of Nama. Felt the mighty king of fishes. Shudder through each nerve and fiber. Crosswise then did Hiawatha. Drag his birch canoe for safety. Lest from out the jaws of Nama. In the turmoil and confusion. Forth he might be hurled, and perish. It is the typical myth of the work of the hero, distributed over the entire world. He takes to a boat, fights with the sea monster, is devoured, he defends himself against being bitten or crushed, resistance or stamping motive. Having arrived in the interior of the whale dragon, he seeks the vital organ, which he cuts off 382 or in some way destroys. Often the death of the monster occurs as the result of a fire which the hero secretly makes within him. He mysteriously creates in the womb of death life, the rising sun. Thus dies the fish, which drifts ashore, where, with the assistance of birds, the hero again attains the light of day. The bird in this sense probably means the reascent of the sun, the longing of the libido, the rebirth of the phoenix. The longing is very frequently represented by the symbol of hovering. The sun symbol of the bird rising from the water is, etymologically, contained in the singing swan. Swan is derived from the root sven, like sun and tone. See the preceding. This act signifies rebirth, and the bringing forth of life from the mother, and by this means the ultimate destruction of death, which, according to a Negro myth, has come into the world, through the mistake of an old woman, who, at the time of the general casting of skins, for men renewed their youth through casting their skin like snakes, drew on, through absent-mindedness, her old skin instead of a new one, and as a result died. But the effect of such an act could not be of any duration. Again and again troubles of the hero are renewed, always under the symbol of deliverance from the mother. Just as Hera, as the pursuing mother, is the real source of the great deeds of Hercules, so does Nokomis allow Hiawatha no rest, and raises up new difficulties in his path, in form of desperate adventures in which the hero may perhaps conquer. But also, perhaps, may perish. The libido of mankind is always in advance of his consciousness. Unless his libido calls him forth to new dangers, he sinks into slothful inactivity, or, on the other hand, childish longing for the mother overcomes him at the summit of his existence, and he allows himself to become pitifully weak. Instead of striving with desperate courage towards the highest, the mother becomes the demon, who summons the hero to adventure, and who also places in his path the poisonous serpent, which will strike him. Thus Nokomis, in the 9th song, calls Hiawatha, points with her hand to the west, where the sun sets in purple splendor, and says to him, Matuta, an Etruscan Pieta. 383 yonder dwells the great pearl-feather. Megisogwin, the magician. Manito of wealth and wampum. Guarded by his fiery serpents. Guarded by the black pitch water. You can see his fiery serpents. The Kennebec, the great serpents. Coiling, playing in the water. This danger lurking in the west is known to mean death, which no one, even the mightiest, escapes. This magician, as we learn, also killed the father of Nokomis. Now she sends her son forth to avenge the father, Horus. Through the symbols attributed to the magician it may easily be recognized what he symbolizes. Snake and water belong to the mother, the snake as a symbol of the repressed longing for the mother, or, in other words, as a symbol of resistance, encircles protectingly and defensively the maternal rock, inhabits the cave. Winds itself upwards around the mother tree and guards 380 for the precious hoard, the mysterious treasure. The black Stygian water is, like the black, muddy spring of Dulcarnian, the place where the sun dies and enters into rebirth, the maternal sea of death and night. On his journey thither Hiawatha takes with him the magic oil of Mishnama, which helps his boat through the waters of death. Also a sort of charm for immortality, like the dragon's blood for Siegfried, etc. First, Hiawatha slays the great serpent. Of the night journey in the sea over the Stygian waters it is written. All night long he sailed upon it. Sailed upon that sluggish water. Covered with its mold of ages. Black with rotting water rushes. Rank with flags, and leaves of lilies. Stagnant, lifeless, dreary, dismal. Lighted by the shimmering moonlight. And by will-o'-the-wisps illumined. Fires by ghosts of dead men kindled. In their weary night encampments. The description plainly shows the character of a water of death. The contents of the water point to an already mentioned motive, that of encoiling and devouring. It is said in the Key to Dreams of Jagadeva. Whoever in dreams surrounds his body with bast, creepers or ropes, with snake skins, threads, or tissues, dies. I refer to the preceding arguments in regard to this. Having come into the West Land, the hero challenges the magician to battle. A terrible struggle begins. Hiawatha 385 is powerless, because Megisogwin is invulnerable. At evening Hiawatha retires wounded, despairing for a while, in order to rest. Pause to rest beneath a pine tree. from whose branches trailed the mosses, and whose trunk was coated over with the dead man's moccasin leather, with the fungus white and yellow. This protecting tree is described as coated over with the moccasin leather of the dead, the fungus. This investing of the tree with anthropomorphic attributes is also an important rite wherever tree worship prevails, as, for example, in India, where each village has its sacred tree, which is clothed and in general treated as a human being. The trees are anointed with fragrant waters, sprinkled with powder, adorned with garlands and draperies. Just as among men, the piercing of the ears was performed as an apotropaic charm against death, so does it occur with the holy tree. Of all the trees of India there is none more sacred to the Hindus than the Asvatha, Ficus religiosa. It is known to them as Vriksha Raja, king of trees. Brahma, Vishnu and Maheshwar live in it, and the worship of it is the worship of the triad. Almost every Indian village has an Asvatha, etc. This village linden tree, well known to us, is here clearly characterized as the mother symbol. It contains the three gods. Hence, when Hiawatha retires to rest under the pine tree, it is a dangerous step, because he resigns himself to the mother, whose garment is the garment of death, the devouring mother. As in the whale dragon, the 386 hero also in this situation needs a helpful bird, that is to say, the helpful animals, which represent the benevolent parents. Suddenly from the boughs above him sang the mama, the woodpecker. Aim your arrows, Hiawatha, at the head of Megisogwin. Strike the tuft of hair upon it. At their roots the long black tresses. There alone can he be wounded. Now, amusing to relate, Mama hurried to his help. It is a peculiar fact that the woodpecker was also the mama of Romulus and Remus, who put nourishment into the mouths of the twins with his beak. Compare with that the role of the vulture in Leonardo's dream. The vulture is sacred to Mars, like the woodpecker. With the maternal significance of the woodpecker, the ancient Italian folk superstition agrees, that from the tree upon which this bird nested any nail which has been driven in will soon drop out again. The woodpecker owes its special significance to the circumstance that he hammers holes into trees to drive nails in, as above. It is, therefore, understandable that he was made much of in the Roman legend as an old king of the country, a possessor or ruler of the holy tree, the primitive image of the paterfamilias. An old fable relates how Circe, the spouse of King Picus, transformed him into the Picus martius, the woodpecker. The sorceress is the new-creating mother, who has magic influence upon the son-husband. She kills him, transforms 387 him into the soul bird, the unfulfilled wish. Picus was also understood as the wood demon and incubus, as well as the soothsayer, all of which fully indicate the mother libido. Picus was often placed on a par with Picumnus by the ancients. Picumnus is the inseparable companion of Pilumnus, and both are actually called Infantium Dei, the gods of little children. Especially it was said of Pilumnus that he defended newborn children against the destroying attacks of the wood demon, Sylvanus. Good and bad mother, the motive of the two mothers. The benevolent bird, a wish thought of deliverance which arises from introversion, advises the hero to shoot the magician under the hair, which is the only vulnerable spot. This spot is the phallic point, if one may venture to say so. It is at the top of the head, at the place where the mystic birth from the head takes place, which even today appears in children's sexual theories. Into that Hiawatha shoots, one may say, very naturally, 3 arrows, the well-known phallic symbol, and thus kills Megisogwin. Thereupon he steals the magic wampum armor, which renders him invulnerable, means of immortality. He significantly leaves the dead lying in the water, because the magician is the fearful mother. On the shore he left the body, half on land and half in water. In the sand his feet were buried, and his face was in the water. Thus the situation is the same as with the fish king, because the monster is the personification of the water 388 of death, which in its turn represents the devouring mother. This great deed of Hiawatha's, where he has vanquished the mother as the death-bringing demon, is followed by his marriage with Minnehaha. A little fable which the poet has inserted in the later song is noteworthy. An old man is transformed into a youth, by crawling through a hollow oak tree. In the 14th song is a description of how Hiawatha discovers writing. I limit myself to the description of 2 hieroglyphic tokens. Gitche Manito the Mighty. He, the master of life, was painted as an egg, with points projecting to the 4 winds of the heavens. Everywhere is the Great Spirit, was the meaning of this symbol. The world lies in the egg, which encompasses it at every point. It is the cosmic woman with child, the symbol of which Plato as well as the Vedas has made use of. This mother is like the air, which is everywhere. But air is spirit, the mother of the world is a spirit. Mich Manito the Mighty. He the dreadful spirit of evil. As a serpent was depicted. As Kennebec, the great serpent. But the spirit of evil is fear, is the forbidden desire, the adversary who opposes not only each individual heroic deed, but life in its struggle for eternal duration as well. And who introduces into our body the poison of weakness 389 and age through the treacherous bite of the serpent. It is all that is retrogressive, and as the model of our first world is our mother, all retrogressive tendencies are towards the mother, and, therefore, are disguised under the incest image. In both these ideas the poet has represented in mythologic symbols the libido arising from the mother and the libido striving backward towards the mother. There is a description in the 15th song how Chibiabos, Hiawatha's best friend, the amiable player and singer, the embodiment of the joy of life, was enticed by the evil spirits into ambush, fell through the ice and was drowned. Hiawatha mourns for him so long that he succeeds, with the aid of the magician, in calling him back again. But the revivified friend is only a spirit, and he becomes master of the land of spirits. Osiris, lord of the underworld, the 2 Dioscuri. Battles again follow, and then comes the loss of a second friend, Quasend, the embodiment of physical strength. In the 20th song occur famine and the death of Minnehaha, foretold by 2 taciturn guests from the land of death. And in the 22nd song Hiawatha prepares for a final journey to the West Land. I am going, O Nokomis, on a long and distant journey. To the portals of the sunset. To the regions of the home wind. Of the northwest wind Keewaydin. One long track and trail of splendor. Down whose stream, as down a river. 390 westward, westward, Hiawatha. Sailed into the fiery sunset. Sailed into the purple vapors. Sailed into the dusk of evening. Thus departed Hiawatha. Hiawatha the beloved. In the glory of the sunset. In the purple mists of evening. To the regions of the home wind. Of the northwest wind, Keewaydin. To the islands of the blessed. To the kingdom of Ponema. To the land of the hereafter. The sun, victoriously arising, tears itself away from the embrace and clasp, from the enveloping womb of the sea, and sinks again into the maternal sea, into night, the all-enveloping and the all-reproducing. Leaving behind it the heights of midday and all its glorious works. This image was the first, and was profoundly entitled to become the symbolic carrier of human destiny. In the morning of life man painfully tears himself loose from the mother, from the domestic hearth, to rise through battle to his heights. Not seeing his worst enemy in front of him, but bearing him within himself as a deadly longing for the depths within, for drowning in his own source, for becoming absorbed into the mother, his life is a constant struggle with death. A violent and transitory delivery from the always lurking night. This death is no external enemy, but a deep personal longing for quiet and for the profound peace of non-existence, for a dreamless sleep in the ebb and flow of the sea of life. Even in his highest endeavor for harmony and equilibrium, for philosophic 391 depths and artistic enthusiasm, he seeks death, immobility, satiety and rest. If, like Pirithous, he tarries too long in this place of rest and peace, he is overcome by torpidity, and the poison of the serpent paralyzes him for all time. If he is to live he must fight and sacrifice his longing for the past, in order to rise to his own heights. And having reached the noonday heights, he must also sacrifice the love for his own achievement, for he may not loiter. The sun also sacrifices its greatest strength in order to hasten onwards to the fruits of autumn, which are the seeds of immortality. Fulfilled in children, in works, in posthumous fame, in a new order of things, all of which in their turn begin and complete the sun's course over again. The Song of Hiawatha contains, as these extracts show, a material which is very well adapted to bring into play the abundance of ancient symbolic possibilities, latent in the human mind, and to stimulate it to the creation of mythologic figures. But the products always contain the same old problems of humanity, which rise again and again in new symbolic disguise from the shadowy world of the unconscious. Thus Miss Miller is reminded through the longing of Chihuahua, of another mythic cycle which appeared in the form of Wagner's Siegfried. Especially is this shown in the passage in Chihuahua's monologue, where he exclaims, "There is not one who understands me, not one who resembles me, not one who has a soul sister to mine." Miss Miller observes that the sentiment of this passage has the greatest analogy with the feelings which Siegfried experienced for Brunhild. 392 This analogy causes us to cast a glance at the Song of Siegfried, especially at the relation of Siegfried and Brunhild. It is a well-recognized fact that Brunhild, the Valkyr, gives protection to the birth, incestuous, of Siegfried, but while Sieglind is the human mother, Brunhild has the role of spiritual mother, Mother Imago. However, unlike Hera towards Hercules, she is not a pursuer, but benevolent. This sin, in which she is an accomplice, by means of the help she renders, is the reason for her banishment by Wotan. The strange birth of Siegfried from the sister-wife distinguishes him as Horus, as the reborn son, a reincarnation of the retreating Osiris, Wotan. The birth of the young son, of the hero, results, indeed, from mankind, who, however, are merely the human bearers of the cosmic symbolism. Thus the birth is protected by the spirit mother, Hera. Lilith she sends Sieglind with the child in her womb, Mary's flight, on the night journey on the sea, to the east. Onward, hasten. Turn to the east. O woman, thou cherishest the sublimest hero of the world. In thy sheltering womb. The motive of dismemberment is found again in the broken sword of Sigmund, which was kept for Siegfried. From the dismemberment life is pieced together again. The Medea wonder. Just as a smith forges the pieces together, so is the dismembered dead again put together. This comparison is also found in 393-inch Timaeus, of Plato, the parts of the world joined together with pegs. In the Rigveda, 10:72, the creator of the world, Brahmanaspati, is a smith. Brahmanaspati, as a blacksmith, welded the world together. The sword has the significance of the phallic sun power, therefore, a sword proceeds from the mouth of the apocalyptic Christ, that is to say, the procreative fire, the word, or the procreative logos. In Rigveda, Brahmanaspati is also a prayer word, which possessed an ancient creative significance. And this prayer of the singers, expanding from itself, became a cow, which was already there before the world, dwelling together in the womb of this God. Foster children of the same keeper are the gods. Rigveda X, 31. The Logos became a cow, that is to say, the mother, who is pregnant with the gods. In Christian uncanonical fantasies, where the Holy Ghost has feminine significance, we have the well-known motive of the two mothers, the earthly mother, Mary, and the spiritual mother, the Holy Ghost. The transformation of the Logos into the mother is not remarkable in itself, because the origin of the phenomenon fire speech seems to be the mother libido, according to the discussion in the earlier chapter. The spiritual is the mother libido. The significance of the sword, in the Sanskrit conception, tejas, is probably partly determined by its sharpness, as is shown above, in its connection with the libido conception. 394 The motive of pursuit, the pursuing Sieglind, analogous to Leto, is not here bound up with the spiritual mother, but with Wotan, therefore corresponding to the Linos legend, where the father of the wife is also the pursuer. Wotan is also the father of Brunhild. Brunhild stands in a peculiar relation to Wotan. Brunhild says to Wotan, Thou speakest to the will of Wotan by telling me what thou wishest. Who am I were I not thy will? Wotan. I take counsel only with myself, when I speak with thee. Brunhild is also somewhat the angel of the face, that creative will or word, emanating from God, also the Logos, which became the childbearing woman. God created the world through his word, that is to say, his mother, the woman who is to bring him forth again. He lays his own egg. This peculiar conception, it seems to me, can be explained by assuming that the libido overflowing into speech, thought, has preserved its sexual character to an extraordinary degree as a result of the inherent inertia. In this way the word had to execute and fulfill all that was denied to the sexual wish, namely, the return into the mother, in order to attain eternal duration. The word fulfills this wish by itself, becoming the daughter, the wife, the mother of the god, who brings him forth anew. 395 Wagner has this idea vaguely in his mind in Wotan's lament over Brunhild. None as she knew my inmost thought. None knew the source of my will. As she herself was the creating womb of my wish. And so now she has broken the blessed union. Brunhild's sin is the favoring of Sigmund, but, behind this, lies incest. This is projected into the brother-sister relation of Sigmund and Sieglind. In reality, and archaically expressed, Wotan, the father, has entered into his self-created daughter, in order to rejuvenate himself. But this fact must, of course, be veiled. Wotan is rightly indignant with Brunhild, for she has taken the Isis role and through the birth of the son has deprived the old man of his power. The first attack of the death serpent in the form of the son, Sigmund, Wotan has repelled. He has broken Sigmund's sword, but Sigmund rises again in a grandson. This inevitable fate is always helped by the woman, hence the wrath of Wotan. At Siegfried's birth Sieglind dies, as is proper. The foster mother is apparently not a woman, but a chthonic god, a crippled dwarf, who belongs to that tribe which renounces love. The Egyptian god of the underworld, the crippled shadow of Osiris, who celebrated a melancholy resurrection in the sexless semi-ape Harpocrates, is the tutor of Horus, who has to avenge the death of his father. 396 Meanwhile Brunhild sleeps the enchanted sleep, like a Hieros Gamos, upon a mountain, where Wotan has put her to sleep with the magic thorn, Edda, surrounded by the flames of Wotan's fire, equal to libido, which wards off every one. But Mime becomes Siegfried's enemy and wills his death through Fafnir. Here Mime's dynamic nature is revealed. He is a masculine representation of the terrible mother, also a foster mother of demoniac nature, who places the poisonous worm, Typhon, in her son's, Horus's, path. Siegfried's longing for the mother drives him away from Mime, and his travels begin with the mother of death, and lead through vanquishing the terrible mother, to the woman. Siegfried. Off with the imp. I ne'er would see him more. Might I but know what my mother was like. That will my thought never tell me. Her eyes tender light. Surely did shine. Like the soft eyes of the doe. Siegfried decides to separate from the demon which was the mother in the past, and he gropes forward with the longing directed towards the mother. Nature acquires a hidden maternal significance for him, doe. In the tones of nature he discovers a suggestion of the maternal voice and the maternal language. Siegfried. Thou gracious birdling. Strange art thou to me. 397 Dost thou in the wood here dwell? Ah, would that I could take thy meaning. Thy song something would say. Perchance, of my loving mother. This psychology we have already encountered in Hiawatha. By means of his dialogue with the bird, like wind and arrow, represents the wish, the winged longing, Siegfried entices Fafnir from the cave. His desires turn back to the mother, and the chthonic demon, the cave-dwelling terror of the woods, appears. Fafnir is the protector of the treasure, in his cave lies the hoard, the source of life and power. The mother possesses the libido of the son, and jealously does she guard it. Translated into psychological language, this means the positive transference succeeds only through the release of the libido from the mother imago, the incestuous object in general. Only in this manner is it possible to gain one's libido, the incomparable treasure, and this requires a mighty struggle, the whole battle of adaptation. The Siegfried legend has abundantly described the outcome of this battle with Fafnir. According to the Edda, Siegfried eats Fafnir's heart, the seed of life. He wins the magic cap, through whose power Alberich had changed himself into a serpent. This refers to the motive of casting the skin, rejuvenation. By means of the magic cap one can vanish and assume different shapes. The vanishing probably refers to dying and to the invisible presence, that is, existence in the mother's womb. A luck-bringing cap, amniotic covering, the newborn child occasionally wears over his head, the caul. Moreover, 398 Siegfried drinks the dragon's blood, which makes it possible for him to understand the language of birds, and consequently he enters into a peculiar relation with nature, a dominating position, the result of his knowledge. And finally wins the treasure. Hort is a medieval and Old High German word with the meaning of collected and guarded treasure, Gothic, Husd, Old Scandinavian, Hod, Germanic Hosda, from pre-Germanic Kuzdo, for kutho, the concealed. Kluge adds to this the Greek kappa epsilon theta omega, kappa upsilon theta omicron nu equals, to hide, to conceal. Also hut, to guard, English, hide, Germanic root hud, from Indo-Germanic kuth, questionable, to Greek kappa epsilon theta omega and kappa sigma theta omicron, cavity, feminine genitals. Prelwitz, too, traces Gothic husd, Anglo-Saxon hide, English hide and hoard, to Greek kappa epsilon theta omega. Whitley Stokes traces English hide, Anglo-Saxon heiden, New High German hut, Latin kudo equals helmet, Sanskrit kuhara, cave. To primitive Celtic kudo equals concealment, Latin, occultatio. The assumption of Kluge is also supported in other directions. Namely, from the point of view of the primitive idea. There exists in Athens a sacred place, a temenos, of Gu, with the surname Olympia. Here the ground is torn open for about a yard in width. And they say, after the flood at the time of Deucalion, that the water receded here, and every year they throw into the fissure wheatmeal, kneaded with honey. We have observed previously that among the Erhetophorian, pastry in the form of snakes and phalli, was thrown into a crevice in the earth. This was mentioned 399 inches connection with the ceremonies of fertilizing the earth. We have touched slightly already upon the sacrifice in the earth crevice among the Watschandis. The flood of death has passed characteristically into the crevice of the earth, that is, back into the mother again. Because from the mother the universal great death has come in the first place. The flood is simply the counterpart of the vivifying, all-producing water, kappa epsilon alpha nu omicron, sigma pi epsilon rho gamma nu epsilon sigma iota pi nu tau epsilon sigma sigma iota tau tau upsilon kappa tau alpha iota. One sacrifices the honey cake to the mother, so that she may spare one from death. Thus every year in Rome a gold sacrifice was thrown into the Lacus Curtius, into the former fissure in the earth, which could only be closed through the sacrificial death of Curtius. He was the typical hero, who has journeyed into the underworld, in order to conquer the danger threatening the Roman state from the opening of the abyss. Caeneus, Amphiaraos. In the Amphiaraeon of Oripo those healed through the temple incubation threw their gifts of gold into the sacred well, of which Pausanias says. If any one is healed of a sickness through a saying of the oracle, then it is customary to throw a silver or gold coin into the well. Because here Amphiaraos has ascended as a god. It is probable that this Oropic well is also the place of his katabasis, descent into the lower world. There were many entrances into Hades in antiquity. Thus near Eleusis there was an abyss, through which Hades passed up and down, when he kidnapped Cora. Dragon 400 and Maiden, the libido overcome by resistance, life replaced by death. There were crevices in the rocks, through which souls could ascend to the upper world. Behind the temple of Thonia in Hermione lay a sacred district of Pluto, with a ravine through which Hercules had brought up Cerberus. In addition, there was an Acherusian lake. This ravine was, therefore, the entrance to the place where death was conquered. The lake also belongs here as a further mother symbol, for symbols appear massed together, as they are surrogates, and, therefore, do not afford the same satisfaction of desire as accorded by reality. So that the unsatisfied remnant of the libido must seek still further symbolic outlets. The ravine in the Areopagus in Athens was considered the seat of inhabitants of the lower world. An old Grecian custom suggests a similar idea. Girls were sent into a cavern, where a poisonous snake dwelt, as a test of virginity. If they were bitten by the snake, it was a token that they were no longer chaste. We find this same motive again in the Roman legend of St. Sylvester, at the end of the 5th century. Erat Draco immanissimus in Monte Tarpeo, in quo est Capitolium collocatum. Ad hunc draconem per ccclxv gradus, quasi ad infernum, magi cum virginibus sacrilegius descendebant semel in mens cum sacrificius et lustris, ex cabus esca poterat tanto draconian feri. Hic Draco subito ex improviso ascendebat et licet non ingrederatur vicinos temen ers flatus soa viscebat. Ex quo mortalitas hominem et maxima luctus de mort venibat infantum. Lilith motive. Sanctus attac Sylvester cum haberet cum paganis pro defension veritatis conflictum, ad hoc venit ut dice rent ei pagani, Sylvester descend ad draconem et fac eum 401 inches nomini Dei tue vel uno anno ab interfection generis humani cesser. St. Peter appeared to Sylvester in a dream and advised him to close his door to the underworld with chains, according to the model in Revelation, chap. XX. 1. And I saw an angel come down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, and a great chain in his hand. 2. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, and bound him 1,000 years. 3. And cast him into the bottomless pit, and shut him up, and set a seal upon him. The anonymous author of a writing, the Promissionibus, of the beginning of the 5th century, mentions a very similar legend. Apud urbum Romum spicus quidem fuit in quo Draco miri magnitudinis mechanica arte formatis, gladium or gestans. Oculis rudilantibus gemmis metuendis ac terribilis aperbat. Hinc annui devoti virgins floribus exornati, eo modo in sacrificio debanter, quadinus inches munerat deferens gradum scali, quo cert al arte diaboli Draco pendabat, contingents impetus venientis gladii perimuret. Ut sanguinem fundaret innocentum. Edi hunc quidem monicus, ben a obi meritum cognitus stiliconi tunc patricio, eo modo subvertit. Baculo, manu, singulos gradus palpandos inspiciens, statim ut illum tangens fraudum 402 diabolicum repert, eo transgresso descendens, draconem sidit, missit in parties, ostendens e hi deos non esse manu fiant. The hero battling with the dragon has much in common with the dragon, and also he takes over his qualities, for example, invulnerability. As the footnotes show, the similarity is carried still further, sparkling eyes, sword in his mouth. Translated psychologically, the dragon is merely the son's repressed longing, striving towards the mother. Therefore, the son is the dragon, as even Christ is identified with the serpent, which, once upon a time, similia similibus, had controlled the snake plague in the wilderness. John 3:14. As a serpent he is to be crucified. That is to say, as one striving backwards towards the mother, he must die hanging or suspended on the mother tree. Christ and the dragon of the Antichrist are in the closest contact in the history of their appearance and their cosmic meaning. Compare Bossuet, the Antichrist. The legend of the dragon concealed 403 inches. The Antichrist myth belongs to the life of the hero, and, therefore, is immortal. In none of the newer forms of myth are the pairs of opposites so perceptibly near as in that of Christ and Antichrist. I refer to the remarkable psychologic description of this problem in Merezhkovsky's romance, Leonardo da Vinci. That the dragon is only an artifice is a useful and delightfully rationalistic conceit, which is most significant for that period. In this way the dismal gods were effectually vulgarized. The schizophrenic insane readily make use of this mechanism, in order to depreciate efficient personalities. One often hears the stereotyped lament, "It is all a play, artificial, made up, etc." A dream of a schizophrenic is most significant. He is sitting in a dark room, which has only a single small window, through which he can see the sky. The sun and moon appear, but they are only made artificially from oil paper. Denial of the deleterious incest influence. The descent of the 365 steps refers to the sun's course, to the cavern of death and rebirth. That this cavern actually stands in a relation to the subterranean mother of death can be shown by a note in Malalas, the historian of Antioch, who relates that Diocletian consecrated there a crypt to Hecate, to which one descends by 365 steps. Cave mysteries seem to have been celebrated for Hecate in Samothrace as well. The serpent also played a great part as a regular symbolic attribute in the service of Hecate. The mysteries of Hecate flourished in Rome towards the end of the 4th century, so that the two foregoing 404 legends might indeed relate to her cult. Hecate is a real spectral goddess of night and phantoms, Amar. She is represented as riding, and in Hesiod occurs as the patron of riders. She sends the horrible nocturnal fear phantom, the Empusa, of whom Aristophanes says that she appears enclosed in a bladder swollen with blood. According to Libanius, the mother of Aeschines is also called Empusa, for the reason that kappa sigma kappa omicron tau epsilon iota nu tau pi omega nu tau omicron pi alpha iota sigma nu kappa alpha tau alpha gamma upsilon nu alpha iota xi nu rho mu tau omicron. Empusa, like Hecate, has peculiar feet, one foot is made of brass, the other of ass dung. Hecate has snake-like feet, which, as in the triple form ascribed to Hecate, points to her phallic libido nature. In Tralles, Hecate appears next to Priapus. There is also a Hecate Aphrodisias. Her symbols are the key, the whip, the snake, the dagger and the torch. As mother of death, dogs accompany her, the significance of which we have previously discussed at length. As guardian of the door of Hades and as goddess of dogs, she is of threefold form, and really identified with Cerberus. Thus Hercules, in bringing up Cerberus, brings the conquered mother of death into the upper world. As spirit mother, Moon, she sends madness, lunacy. This mythical observation states that the mother sends madness. By far the majority of the cases of insanity consist, in fact, in the domination of the individual by the material of the incest fantasy. In the mysteries of Cerberus, a rod, called lambda epsilon upsilon kappa phi upsilon lambda lambda omicron, was broken off. This rod protected 405 the purity of virgins, and caused anyone who touched the plant to become insane. We recognize in this the motive of the sacred tree, which, as mother, must not be touched, an act which only an insane person would commit. Hecate, as nightmare, appears in the form of Empusa, in a vampire role, or as Lamia, as devourer of men. Perhaps, also, in that more beautiful guise, the bride of Corinth. She is the mother of all charms and witches, the patron of Medea, because the power of the terrible mother is magical and irresistible, working upward from the unconscious. In Greek syncretism, she plays a very significant role. She is confused with Artemis, who also has the surname Capitaueta, the one striking at a distance or striking according to her will, in which we recognize again her superior power. Artemis is the huntress, with hounds, and so Hecate, through confusion with her, becomes Kappa upsilon nu eta gamma epsilon tau iota kappa, the wild nocturnal huntress. God, as huntsman, see above. She has her name in common with Apollo, Kappa alpha tau omicron Kappa epsilon rho gamma omicron. From the standpoint of the libido theory, this connection is easily understandable, because Apollo merely symbolizes the more positive side of the same amount of libido. The confusion of Hecate with Brimo as subterranean mother is understandable. Also with Persephone and Rhea, the primitive all-mother. Intelligible through the maternal significance is the confusion with Alithea, the midwife. Hecate is also the direct goddess of births, Kappa omicron upsilon rho omicron tau rho phi omicron, the multiplier of cattle, 406 and goddess of marriage. Hecate, orphically, occupies the center of the world as Aphrodite and Gaia, even as the world's soul in general. On a carved gem she is represented carrying the cross on her head. The beam on which the criminal was scourged is called capitaueta. To her, as to the Roman trivia, the triple roads, or skydweg, forked road, or crossways were dedicated. And where roads branch off or unite, sacrifices of dogs were brought her, there the bodies of the executed were thrown. The sacrifice occurs at the point of crossing. Etymologically, shade, sheath. For example, sword sheath, sheath for watershed and sheath for vagina, is identical with scheiden, to split, or to separate. The meaning of a sacrifice at this place would, therefore, be as follows: to offer something to the mother at the place of junction or at the fissure. Compare the sacrifice to the chthonic gods in the abyss. The temenos of Gu, the abyss, and the well, are easily understood as the gates of life and death, past which every one gladly creeps, Faust, and sacrifices there his obelisk or his pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron, instead of his body. Just as Hercules soothes Cerberus with the honey cakes. Compare with this the mythical significance of the dog. Thus the crevice at Delphi, with the spring, Castalia, was the seat of the chthonic dragon, Python, who was conquered by the sun hero, Apollo. Python, incited by Hera, pursued Leda, pregnant with Apollo, but she, on the floating island of Delos, nocturnal journey on the sea, gave birth to her child, who later slew the Python, that is to say, conquered in 407 it the spirit mother. In Hierapolis, Edessa, the temple was erected above the crevice through which the flood had poured out, and in Jerusalem the foundation stone of the temple covered the great abyss, just as Christian churches are frequently built over caves, grottos, wells, etc. In the Mitra grotto, and all the other sacred caves up to the Christian catacombs, which owe their significance not to the legendary persecutions but to the worship of the dead, we come across the same fundamental motive. The burial of the dead in a holy place, in the garden of the dead, in cloisters, crypts, etc., is restitution to the mother, with the certain hope of resurrection by which such burial is rightfully rewarded. The animal of death which dwells in the cave had to be soothed in early times through human sacrifices, later with natural gifts. Therefore, the Attic custom gives to the dead the mu epsilon lambda iota tau omicron tau tau alpha, to pacify the dog of hell, the three-headed monster at the gate of the underworld. A more recent elaboration of the natural gifts seems to be the obelisk for Charon, who is, therefore, designated by Rodi as the second Cerberus, corresponding to the Egyptian dog-faced god Anubis. Dog and serpent of the underworld, dragon, are likewise identical. In the tragedies, the Erinyes are serpents as well as dogs. The serpents Tychon and Echnida are parents of the serpents, Hydra, the dragon of the Hesperides, and Gorgo. And of the dogs, Cerberus, Orthrus, Scylla. Serpents and dogs are also protectors of the treasure. The chthonic god was probably always a serpent dwelling in a cave, and was fed with pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron. In the Asclepiadian of 408, the later period, the sacred serpents were scarcely visible, meaning that they probably existed only figuratively. Nothing was left but the hole in which the snake was said to dwell. There the pi epsilon lambda alpha nu omicron were placed. Later the obelisk was thrown in. The sacred cavern in the temple of Kos consisted of a rectangular pit, upon which was laid a stone lid, with a square hole. This arrangement serves the purpose of a treasure house. The snake hole had become a slit for money, sacrificial box, and the cave had become a treasure. That this development, which Herzog traces, agrees excellently with the actual condition is shown by a discovery in the temple of Asclepius and Hygeia in Ptolemy. An encoiled granite snake, with arched neck, was found. In the middle of the coil is seen a narrow slit, polished by usage, just large enough to allow a coin of 4 centimeters diameter at most to fall through. At the side are holes for handles to lift the heavy pieces, the under half of which is used as a cover. Herzog, Ibid, page 212. The serpent, as protector of the hoard, now lies on the treasure house. The fear of the maternal womb of death has become the guardian of the treasure of life. That the snake in this connection is really a symbol of death, that is to say, of the dead libido, results from the fact that the souls of the dead, like the chthonic gods, appear as serpents, as dwellers in the kingdom of the mother of death. This development of symbol allows us to recognize easily the transition of the originally very primitive significance of the crevice in the earth as mother to the 409 meaning of treasure house, and can, therefore, support the etymology of hort. Hoard, treasure, as suggested by Kluge, kappa epsilon theta omega, belonging to kappa theta omicron, means the innermost womb of the earth, Hades. Kappa sigma theta omicron, that Kluge adds, is of similar meaning, cavity, or womb. Prellwitz does not mention this connection. Fick, however, compares New High German Hort, Gothic Hust, to Armenian Kust, abdomen. Church Slavonian Sista, Vedic Kosta equals abdomen, from the Indo-Germanic root kusto, s equals viscera, lower abdomen, room, storeroom. Prellwitz compares kappa sigma theta omicron kappa sigma tau iota equals urinary bladder, bag, purse, Sanskrit kusta s equals cavity of the loins. Then kappa tau omicron equals cavity, vault, kappa tau iota equals little chest, from kappa upsilon omega equals I am pregnant. Here, from kappa tau omicron equals cave, kappa upsilon alpha rho equals hole, kappa alpha theta omicron equals cup, kappa lambda alpha, depression under the eye, kappa mu alpha equals swelling, wave, billow, kappa rho omicron equals power, force, kappa rho iota omicron equals lord, old Iranian core, kur equals hero, Sanskrit kura, s equals strong, hero. The fundamental Indo-Germanic roots are kivo equals to swell, to be strong. From that the above-mentioned kappa upsilon omega, kappa alpha rho, kappa rho omicron and Latin cavus equals hollow, vaulted, cavity, hole, cavia equals cavity, enclosure, cage, scene and assembly. Kali equals cavity, opening, enclosure, stall, kio equals swell, participle, chaons equals swelling, then chaons equals pregnant, gamma eta upsilon omega nu equals Latin inchens equals pregnant, compare Sanskrit 6 cva yen equals swelling, kuro, yes, kevero, yes, strong, powerful hero. The treasure which the hero fetches from the dark cavern is swelling life, it is himself, the hero, newborn from the anxiety of pregnancy and the birth throes. For 10 thus the Hindu fire-bringer is called Matarikvan, meaning the one swelling in the mother. The hero striving towards the mother is the dragon, and when he separates from the mother he becomes the conqueror of the dragon. This train of thought, which we have already hinted at previously in Christ and Antichrist, may be traced even into the details of Christian fantasy. There is a series of medieval pictures in which the communion cup contains a dragon, a snake or some sort of small animal. The cup is the receptacle, the maternal womb, of the God resurrected in the wine. The cup is the cavern where the serpent dwells, the God who sheds his skin, in the state of metamorphosis, for Christ is also the serpent. These symbolisms are used in an obscure connection in 1 Corinthians, verse 10, Paul writes of the Jews who were all baptized unto Moses in the cloud and in the sea, also reborn, and did all drink the same spiritual drink. For they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was Christ. They drank from the mother, the generative rock, birth from the rock, the milk of rejuvenation, the meat of immortality, and this rock was Christ, here identified with the mother, because he is the symbolic representative of the mother libido. When we drink from the cup, then we drink from the mother's breast immortality and everlasting salvation. Paul wrote of the Jews that they ate and then rose up to dance and to indulge in fornication, and then 23,000 of them were swept off by the plague of serpents. The remedy for the survivors, however, was the sight of a serpent hanging on a pole. From it was derived the cure. The dragon in the goblet. For 11" the cup of blessing which we bless, is it not the communion of the blood of Christ? The bread which we break, is it not the communion of the body of Christ? For we being many are one bread, and one body, for we are all partakers of one bread. 1 Corinthians x. 16, 17. Bread and wine are the body and the blood of Christ. The food of the immortals who are brothers with Christ, delta epsilon lambda phi omicron, those who come from the same womb. We who are reborn again from the mother are all heroes together with Christ, and enjoy immortal food. As with the Jews, so too with the Christians, there is imminent danger of unworthy partaking, for this mystery, which is very closely related psychologically with the subterranean hieros gamos of Eleusis, involves a mysterious union of man in a spiritual sense, which was constantly misunderstood by the profane and was retranslated into his language, where mystery is equivalent to orgy and secrecy to vice. A very interesting blasphemer and sectarian of the beginning of the 19th century named Unternacher has made the following comment on the Last Supper. The communion of the devil is in this brothel. All they sacrifice here, they sacrifice to the devil and not to God. There they have the devil's cup and the devil's dish. There they have sucked the head of the snake, there they have fed upon the iniquitous bread and drunken the wine of wickedness. Unternacher is an adherent or a forerunner of the theory of living one's own nature. He dreams of himself as a sort of priapic divinity, he says of himself. For 12-inch black-haired, very charming and handsome in countenance, and every one enjoys listening to thee on account of the amiable speeches which come from thy mouth. Therefore the maids love thee. He preaches the cult of nakedness. Ye fools and blind men, behold, God has created man in his image, as male and female, and has blessed them and said, Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth, and make it subject to thee. Therefore, he has given the greatest honor to these poor members and has placed them naked in the garden, etc. Now are the fig leaves and the covering removed, because thou hast turned to the Lord, for the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom, there the clearness of the Lord is mirrored with uncovered countenance. This is precious before God, and this is the glory of the Lord, and the adornment of our God, when you stand in the image and honor of your God, as God created you, naked and not ashamed. Who can ever praise sufficiently in the sons and daughters of the living God those parts of the body which are destined to procreate? In the lap of the daughters of Jerusalem is the gate of the Lord, and the just will go into the temple there, to the altar. And in the lap of the sons of the living God is the water pipe of the upper part, which is a tube, like a rod, to measure the temple and altar. And under the water tube the sacred stones are placed, as a sign and testimony of the Lord, who has taken to himself the seed of Abraham. Out of the seeds in the chamber of the mother, God creates a man with his hands, as an image of himself. Then the mother house and the mother chamber is opened in the daughters of the living God, and God himself brings forth a child through them. Thus God creates children from the stones, for the seed comes from the stones. History teaches in manifold examples how the religious mysteries are liable to change suddenly into sexual orgies 413 because they have originated from an overvaluation of the orgy. It is characteristic that this priapic divinity returns again to the old symbol of the snake, which in the mystery enters into the faithful, fertilizing and spiritualizing them, although it originally possessed a phallic significance. In the mysteries of the Ophites, the festival was really celebrated with serpents, in which the animals were even kissed. Compare the caressing of the snake of Demeter in the Eleusinian mysteries. In the sexual orgies of the modern Christian sects the phallic kiss plays a very important role. Unternacher was an uncultivated, crazy peasant, and it is unlikely that the Ophitic religious ceremonies were known to him. The phallic significance is expressed negatively or mysteriously through the serpent, which always points to a secret related thought. This related thought connects with the mother. Thus, in a dream a patient found the following imagery: a serpent shot out from a moist cave and bit the dreamer in the region of the genitals. This dream took place at the instant when the patient was convinced of the truth of the analysis, and began to free himself from the bond of his mother complex. The meaning is, I am convinced that I am inspired and poisoned by the mother. The contrary manner of expression is characteristic of the dream. At the moment when he felt the impulse to go forwards he perceived the attachment to the mother. Another patient had the following dream during a relapse, in which the libido was again wholly introverted for a time. She was entirely filled within by a great snake, only one end of the tail 414 peeped out from her arm. She wanted to seize it, but it escaped her. A patient with a very strong introversion, catatonic state, complained to me that a snake was stuck in her throat. This symbolism is also used by Nietzsche in the vision of the shepherd and the snake. And verily, what I saw was like nothing I ever saw before. I saw a young shepherd, writhing, choking, twitching with a convulsed face, from whose mouth hung a black, heavy serpent. Did I ever see so much disgust and pallid fear upon a countenance? Might he have been sleeping, and the snake crept into his mouth, there it bit him fast. My hand tore at the serpent and tore, in vain, I failed to tear the serpent out of his mouth. Then there cried out of me, bite! Bite! Its head off! Bite! I exclaimed, all my horror, my hate, my disgust, my compassion, all the good and bad cried out from me in one voice. Ye intrepid ones around me! Solve for me the riddle which I saw, make clear to me the vision of the lonesomest one. For it was a vision and a prophecy, what did then I behold in parable? And who is it who is still to come? Who is the shepherd into whose mouth crept the snake? Who is the man into whose throat all the heaviness and the blackest would creep? But the shepherd bit, as my cry had told him, he bit with a huge bite. Far away did he spit the head of the serpent, and sprang up. No longer shepherd, no longer man, a transfigured being, an illuminated being, who laughed. Never yet on earth did a man laugh as he laughed. O my brethren, I heard a laugh which was no human laughter, and now a thirst consumeth me, a longing that is never allayed. My longing for this laugh eats into me. Oh, how can I suffer still to live? And how now can I bear to die? For 15 the snake represents the introverting libido. Through introversion one is fertilized, inspired, regenerated and reborn from the God. In Hindu philosophy this idea of creative, intellectual activity has even cosmogenic significance. The unknown original creator of all things is, according to Rigveda 10:121, Prajapati, the Lord of creation. In the various Brahmas, his cosmogenic activity was depicted in the following manner. Prajapati desired, I will procreate myself, I will be manifold. He performed tapas, after he had performed tapas he created these worlds. The strange conception of tapas is to be translated, according to Dusan, as, he heated himself with his own heat, with the sense of, he brooded, he hatched. Here the hatcher and the hatched are not two, but one and the same identical being. As Hiranyagarbha, Prajapati is the egg produced from himself, the world egg, from which he hatches himself. He creeps into himself, he becomes his own uterus, becomes pregnant with himself, in order to give birth to the world of multiplicity. Thus Prajapati through the way of introversion changed into something new, the multiplicity of the world. It is of a special interest to note how the most remote things come into contact. Dusan observes. In the degree that the conception of tapas, heat, becomes in hot India the symbol of exertion and distress. The tapo adipayata began to assume the meaning of self-castigation and became related to the idea that creation is an act of self-renunciation on the part of the creator. For 16 self-incubation and self-castigation and introversion are very closely connected ideas. The Zosimov's vision mentioned above betrays the same train of thought, where it is said of the place of transformation, tau pi omicron tau sigma kappa sigma epsilon omega. We have already observed that the place of transformation is really the uterus. Absorption in oneself, introversion, is an entrance into one's own uterus, and also at the same time asceticism. In the philosophy of the Brahmins the world arose from this activity, among the post-Christian Gnostics it produced the revival and spiritual rebirth of the individual, who was born into a new spiritual world. The Hindu philosophy is considerably more daring and logical, and assumes that creation results from introversion in general, as in the wonderful hymn of Rigveda 10:29, it is said. What was hidden in the shell was born through the power of fiery torments. From this first arose love. As the germ of knowledge. The wise found the roots of existence in non-existence. By investigating the heart's impulses. This philosophical view interprets the world as an emanation of the libido, and this must be widely accepted from the theoretic as well as the psychologic standpoint, for the function of reality is an instinctive function, having the character of biological adaptation. When the insane Schreiber brought about the end of the world through his libido introversion, he expressed an entirely rational psychologic view, just as Schopenhauer wished to abolish for 17 through negation, holiness. Asceticism, the error of the primal will, through which the world was created. Does not Goethe say, "You follow a false trail. Do not think that we are not serious. Is not the kernel of nature in the hearts of men?" The hero, who is to accomplish the rejuvenation of the world and the conquest of death, is the libido, which, brooding upon itself in introversion, coiling as a snake around its own egg, apparently threatens life with a poisonous bite. In order to lead it to death, and from that darkness, conquering itself, gives birth to itself again. Nietzsche knows this conception. How long have you sat already upon your misfortune? Give heed, lest you hatch an egg. A basilisk egg. Of your long travail. The hero is himself a serpent, himself a sacrificer and a sacrificed. The hero himself is of serpent nature, therefore, Christ compares himself with the serpent, therefore, the redeeming principle of the world of that Gnostic sect which styled itself Theophite was the serpent. The serpent is the Agatho and Keiko demon. It is, indeed, intelligible, when, in the Germanic saga, they say that the heroes had serpent's eyes. I recall the parallel previously drawn between the eyes of the Son of Man and those of the Tarpeian dragon. In the already mentioned medieval pictures, the dragon, instead of the 418 Lord, appeared in the cup. The dragon who with changeful, serpent glances guarded the divine mystery of renewed rebirth in the maternal womb. In Nietzsche the old, apparently long extinct idea is again revived. Ailing with tenderness, just as the thawing wind. Zarathustra sits waiting on his hill. Sweetened and cooked in his own juice. Beneath his summits. Beneath his ice he sits. Weary and happy. A creator on his seventh day. Silence. It is my truth. From hesitating eyes. From velvety shadows. Her glance meets mine. Lovely, mischievous, the glance of a girl. She divines the reason of my happiness. She divines me, ha! What is she plotting? A purple dragon lurks in the abyss of her maiden glance. Woe to thee, Zarathustra! Thou seemest like someone who has swallowed gold. Thy belly will be slit open. In this poem nearly all the symbolism is collected which we have elaborated previously from other connections. Distinct traces of the primitive identity of serpent and hero are still extant in the myth of Cecrops. Cecrops is himself half snake, half man. Originally, he probably was the Athenian snake of the citadel itself. As a buried god, he is like Erectheus, a chthonic snake god. Above his subterranean dwelling rises the Parthenon, the temple 419 of the Virgin Goddess. Compare the analogous idea of the Christian Church. The casting of the skin of the god, which we have already mentioned in passing, stands in the closest relation to the nature of the hero. We have spoken already of the Mexican god who casts his skin. It is also told of Mani, the founder of the Manichaean sect, that he was killed, skinned, stuffed and hung up. That is the death of Christ, merely in another mythological form. Marsyas, who seems to be a substitute for Attis, the son-lover of Cybele, was also skinned. Whenever a Scythian king died, slaves and horses were slaughtered, skinned and stuffed, and then set up again. In Phrygia, the representatives of the father god were killed and skinned. The same was done in Athens with an ox, who was skinned and stuffed and again hitched to the plough. In this manner the revival of the fertility of the earth was celebrated. This readily explains the fragment from the Sabazios Mysteries, transmitted to us by Firmicus, tau alpha rho omicron delta rho kappa omicron nu tau omicron kappa alpha pi alpha tau alpha rho omicron upsilon delta rho kappa omega nu. The active fructifying, upward striving, form of the libido is changed into the negative force striving downwards towards death. The hero as Zodian of spring, ram, bull, conquers the depths of winter. And beyond the summer solstice is attacked by the unconscious longing for death, and is bitten by the snake. However, he himself is the snake. But he is at war with himself, and, therefore, the descent and the end appear to him as the 420 malicious inventions of the mother of death, who in this way wishes to draw him to herself. The mysteries, however, consolingly promise that there is no contradiction or disharmony when life is changed into death. Tau alpha rho omicron delta rho kappa omicron nu tau omicron kappa alpha pi alpha tau alpha rho omicron upsilon delta rho kappa omega nu. Nietzsche, too, gives expression to this mystery. Here do I sit now. That is, I'm swallowed down. By this the smallest oasis. It opened up just yawning. Its loveliest mo agape. Hail! Hail! To that whalefish. When he for his guests' welfare provided thus. Hail to his belly. If he had also such a lovely oasis belly. The desert grows, woe to him. Who hides the desert? Stone grinds on stone, the desert gulps and strangles. The monstrous death gazes, glowing brown. And chews, his life is his chewing. Forget not, O man, burnt out by lust. Thou art the stone, the desert. Thou art death. The serpent symbolism of the Last Supper is explained by the identification of the hero with the serpent. The god is buried in the mother, as fruit of the field. As food coming from the mother, and at the same time as drink of immortality he is received by the mystic, or as a serpent he unites with the mystic. All these symbols represent 421 the liberation of the libido from the incestuous fixation through which new life is attained. The liberation is accomplished under symbols, which represent the activity of the incest wish. It might be justifiable at this place to cast a glance upon psychoanalysis as a method of treatment. In practical analysis it is important, first of all, to discover the libido lost from the control of consciousness. It often happens to the libido as with the fish of Moses in the Mohammedan legend, it sometimes takes its course in a marvelous manner into the sea. Freud says in his important article, Zur Dynamik der Übertragung. The libido has retreated into regression and again revives the infantile images. This means, mythologically, that the sun is devoured by the serpent of the night, the treasure is concealed and guarded by the dragon, substitution of a present mode of adaptation by an infantile mode, which is represented by the corresponding neurotic symptoms. Freud continues. Thither the analytic treatment follows it and endeavors to seek out the libido again, to render it accessible to consciousness, and finally to make it serviceable to reality. Whenever the analytic investigation touches upon the libido, withdrawn into its hiding place, a struggle must break out. All the forces which have caused the regression of the libido will rise up as resistance against the work, in order to preserve this new condition. Mythologically this means, the hero seeks the lost son, the fire, the virgin sacrifice, or the treasure, and fights the 422 typical fight with the dragon, with the libido in resistance. As these parallels show, psychoanalysis mobiles a part of the life processes, the fundamental importance of which properly illustrates the significance of this process. After Siegfried has slain the dragon, he meets the father, Wotan, plagued by gloomy cares, for the primitive mother, Erda, has placed in his path the snake, in order to enfeeble his son. He says to Erda, "Wanderer, all-wise one, care's piercing sting by thee was planted in Wotan's dauntless heart. With fear of shameful ruin and downfall, filled was his spirit by tidings thou didst foretell. Art thou the world's wisest of women? Tell to me now how a god may conquer his care. Erda, thou art not what thou hast said." It is the same primitive motive which we meet Wagner. The mother has robbed her son, the sun god, of the joy of life, through a poisonous thorn, and deprives him of his power, which is connected with the name. Isis demands the name of the god. Erda says, "Thou art not what thou hast said." But the wanderer has found the way to conquer the fatal charm of the mother, the fear of death. The Eternal's downfall no more dismays me, since there do my willed. For 23-inch I leave to thee, loveliest Wandlung. Gladly my heritage now. To the ever young. In gladness yieldeth the God. These wise words contain, in fact, the saving thought. It is not the mother who has placed the poisonous worm in our path, but our libido itself wills to complete the course of the sun to mount from morn to noon, and, passing beyond noon, to hasten towards evening, not at war with itself, but willing the descent and the end. Nietzsche's Zarathustra teaches. I praise thee, my death, the free death, which comes to me because I want it. And when shall I want it? He who has a goal and an heir wants death at the proper time for his goal and his heir. And this is the great noonday, when man in the middle of his course stands between man and Superman, and celebrates his path towards evening as his highest hope, because it is the path to a new morning. He who is setting will bless his own going down because it is a transition, and the sun of his knowledge will be at high noon. Siegfried conquers the father Wotan and takes possession of Brunhild. The first object that he sees is her horse. Then he believes that he beholds a mail-clad man. He cuts to pieces the protecting coat of mail of the sleeper. Overpowering. When he sees it is a woman, terror seizes him. My heart doth falter and faint. On whom shall I call? That he may help me. For 24 Mother. Mother. Remember me. Can this be fearing? Oh, Mother. Mother. Thy dauntless child. A woman lieth asleep. And she now has taught him to fear. Awaken. Awaken. Holiest maid. Then life from the sweetness of lips. Will I win me? E'en though I die in a kiss. In the duet which follows the mother is invoked. O Mother, hail! Who gave thee thy birth? The confession of Brunhild is especially characteristic. O knewest thou, joy of the world! How I have ever loved thee! Thou wert my gladness. My care wert thou. Thy life I sheltered. Or ere it was thine. Or ere thou wert born. My shield was thy guard. The pre-existence of the hero and the pre-existence of Brunhild as his wife-mother are clearly indicated from this passage. Siegfried says in confirmation. Then death took not my mother. Bound in sleep did she lie. For 25 the mother imago, which is the symbol of the dying and resurrected libido, is explained by Brunhild to the hero, as his own will. Thyself am I. If blessed I be in thy love. The great mystery of the Logos entering into the mother for rebirth is proclaimed with the following words by Brunhild. O Siegfried, Siegfried! Conquering light! I loved thee ever. For I divined the thought that Wotan had hidden. The thought that I dared not to whisper. That all unclearly glowed in my bosom. Suffered and strove. For which I flouted him, who conceived it. For which in penance prisoned I lay, while thinking it not, and feeling only. For, in my thought, oh, should you guess it, was only my love for thee. The erotic similes which now follow distinctly reveal the motive of rebirth. Siegfried. A glorious flood before me rolls. For 26 with all my senses. I only see its buoyant, gladdening billows. Though in the deep I find not my face. Burning, I long for the water's balm. And now as I am spring in the stream. Oh, might its billows engulf me in bliss. The motive of plunging into the maternal water of rebirth, baptism, is here fully developed. An allusion to the terrible mother, Imago, the mother of heroes, who teaches them fear, is to be found in Brunhild's words, the horsewoman, who guides the dead to the other side. Fearest thou, Siegfried? Fearest thou not? The wild, furious woman. The orgiastic, oxide moriturus resounds in Brunhild's words. Laughing let us be lost. Laughing go down to death. And in the words. Light-giving love. Laughing death. Is to be found the same significant contrast. The further destinies of Siegfried are those of the Invictus, for 27 the spear of the gloomy, one-eyed Hagen strikes Siegfried's vulnerable spot. The old sun, who has become the god of death, the one-eyed Wotan, smites his offspring, and once again ascends in eternal rejuvenation. The course of the invincible sun has supplied the mystery of human life with beautiful and imperishable symbols. It became a comforting fulfillment of all the yearning for immortality, of all desire of mortals for eternal life. Man leaves the mother, the source of libido, and is driven by the eternal thirst to find her again, and to drink renewal from her. Thus he completes his cycle, and returns again into the mother's womb. Every obstacle which obstructs his life's path, and threatens his ascent, wears the shadowy features of the terrible mother, who paralyzes his energy with the consuming poison of the stealthy, retrospective longing. In each conquest he wins again the smiling love and life-giving mother, images which belong to the intuitive depths of human feeling. The features of which have become mutilated and irrecognizable through the progressive development of the surface of the human mind. The stern necessity of adaptation works ceaselessly to obliterate the last traces of these primitive landmarks of the period of the origin of the human mind, and to replace them along lines which are to denote more and more clearly the nature of real objects. Chapter 8. The Sacrifice. After this long digression, let us return to Miss Miller's vision. We can now answer the question as to the significance of Siegfried's longing for Brunhild.